Chapter 651 I want to too. The young man looked at the president in confusion. And the president said meaningfully, if you can understand the meaning of the 3 words obey the rules, you can be the president. The young man nodded thoughtfully when he heard this. The president stood in front of the window and looked at the sea in the distance. The sea was covered with dark clouds. Some things need to be understood by yourself. It seems that it will not be long before we experience another storm. Storm? Do you mean people from the country? The young man asked when he heard this. Remember, that matter has nothing to do with us. If you don't want to die unclearly, it's best not to touch it. That is the trump card of His Majesty the Emperor. Anyone who tries to see the trump card of His Majesty the Emperor will not end well, whether intentionally or unintentionally. The president's face changed immediately, and he turned back and shouted. The young man suddenly realized it, and his face turned pale. No wonder the president stopped him when he asked about this last time. But what are they doing here? The young man couldn't figure out why the emperor, who had the most powerful trump card in his hand, would come here. I don't know. It should be something related to the royal family. I advise you not to be so curious. The president shook his head. Besides, Yang Bo drove the flying car to the supermarket to buy a lot of supplies because the storm was coming soon. And the little cuties in the basement also needed to eat and drink. After returning to the villa, after putting away the things he bought, he went to the basement again. The gerbils in the basement had bred a lot of cubs. Fortunately, there was an automatic feeding system. Otherwise Yang Bo would be too busy. He returned to the internet room and surfed the internet while holding a juice drink. For knockouts in the swordsmanship competition, the newcomers are fierce. The calculations of the swordsmanship contestants going to March Star may fail. After Nader knocked out Mike, he won 2 consecutive games. In addition, a newcomer named Yang Bo knocked out 4 opponents in a row. In the 3rd game, he knocked out Martin, who ranked 495. And today he knocked out Zhang Bai, who ranked 386. Seeing the internal forum of the Swordsmanship Association, his own affairs finally began to go viral. Nard. Yang Bo carefully watched the 3 games of Nader, who was compared with himself. This guy has too precise control of strength. After watching his game, Yang Bo summed up a conclusion. In the competition, 1 more point of strength means 1 more chance of winning. And most contestants cannot always keep their strength at a peak level in all competitions. This peak refers to the data limit of the sensor. Because once the data of the sensor exceeds the limit, it will be judged as a violation. Because the contestants are all superpowers. If they are all allowed to exert super strength, then there is no point in the competition. The swordplay competition is mainly about the moves and judgment of the competition. This is actually a swordplay competition, and it is a last resort. If there is no limit on strength, then the superpowers only need to compete with their own strength. And there is no need for much skill. In fact, not only swordplay competitions, but many sports competitions have restrictions on the strength of the players themselves. Otherwise, football matches are all superpowers. And I am afraid that a 100 square kilometer stadium will be needed. Then the 2 sides will probably fight like Shaolin football. And it depends on who has more strength. In fact, many competitions on Earth are also divided by weight, which is also for this reason. This guy has been specially trained. I'm afraid he's not easy to deal with. Nard likes to fight with his opponent with moves, and then rely on his control of strength to completely overwhelm the opponent. This guy gives me the feeling that he is a bit like a trained robot. Just at this time, the watch showed that someone called. Brother Jia. The caller was Lu Jijia. Brother, congratulations to you. I didn't expect you to KO your opponent 4 times in a row. And now you are ranked 485th in the Swordsmanship Association. Lu Jijia's hearty laughter came from the other side of the watch. Thank you, Brother Jia. Yang Bo hasn't seen his ranking yet. Or to be more precise, he didn't pay attention to this ranking. Now take a closer look. It's indeed ranked 485. The score behind is 400 points. And there are 4 red KO icons. I can't come to cheer you on in your game. When do I have time to treat you to a meal to celebrate? Lu Jijia explained again. Brother Jia, you are polite. After my game, I must give you a good meal. Yang Bo also laughed, and naturally understood that these politicians must not show up easily. After talking with Lu Jijia for a few more words, he put down the phone. Zhou Rui called again. Zhang Buizhen also called. Yang Bo's performance really surprised the people around him. Then there were Annie and Xia, who said they bought new clothes. So Yang Bo, who was originally preparing to play the Apocalypse game, went out invisibly and came to Annie and Xia. The two really bought some new clothes, and some of the styles Yang Bo had never seen before. It must be said that as long as a woman has you in her heart, she will take the initiative to think about you. Don't come tomorrow. Let's play games. When Yang Bo left later, Annie muttered in a daze. Money grubber. Yang Bo patted Annie, which was considered an agreement. Pat me, Xia said dissatisfiedly when she heard Yang Bo patting Annie. Yang Bo patted Xia again, and then went home invisibly. When he got home, he found that there were many messages on his watch sent by Lu Jingxiang. It turned out that the players who would play tomorrow were revealed. Nicholas, 30 years old, ranked 305th in the last Swordsmanship Association competition. Lu Jingxiang sent a message saying that she had skipped a player ranked 335th. In other words, Yang Bo had filtered out 3 of the 12 players who came to March Star with rankings. And Lu Jingxiang also sent a message saying that if he won the 5th and 6th games, then the 7th game would most likely be against Lin Nan, Mike, the woman, or Nader. Yang Bo replied to Lu Jingxiang while watching Nicholas's game. Nicholas is a man, but he is bald. This guy's swordsmanship is fast, fierce and accurate, and he mainly uses stabbing. Stabbing is also a move, and it is also the simplest and fastest move to kill the opponent. This is a strong opponent. There are many videos of Nicholas's matches, and he won because of his fast, fierce and accurate. To defeat this kind of person, you have to be faster, fiercer and more accurate than him. Interesting. Yang Bo found that in a video. Nicholas played against a player from the Blue Empire. The moves used were a bit similar to the feeling of Tai Chi's 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. In the match video, Nicholas's moves were very fierce, but the opponent's sword was like a soft rope. As long as Nicholas's sword touched the opponent's sword, it would be deflected by the opponent's sword. Interesting. Yang Bo certainly knew that if he really wanted to use a little force to move a heavy object, his own strength must be much greater than that of the opponent. Otherwise, he would not be able to shake the opponent at all. This is probably what is called clever force in the moves. Otherwise, the opponent would have violated the rules long ago. What exactly is this kind of power application technique? Yang Bo had only heard of things like Tai Chi, but had never come into contact with them. Moreover, when Yang Bo traveled through time, many Tai Kais were already performance-oriented and had long been separated from actual combat. In fact, it was not just Tai Chi. Many Kung Fu had already separated from their original nature. After watching it, Yang Bo had no good solution. This kind of straightforward moves was really difficult to deal with. Trade injury for injury. Yang Bo decided to use the method of exchanging injury for injury, seriously injuring himself in exchange for knocking out the opponent, which was also suitable for his gambling personality. Then Yang Bo went to bed early. After all, he was tired all day today, although he also enjoyed it. The next day, the energetic young man got up, washed up, had dinner, and drove to the competition. Dark clouds are covering the city. As soon as I went out, I saw the entire sea was covered with dark clouds, which felt like the end of the world. The storm season is coming soon, and this kind of scene will appear every other day. So Yang Bo only took a look and was tired of it. But for many tourists, it is difficult to see such a storm. You can see some flying cars specially used for sightseeing passing through the dark clouds. If you look down from a high altitude, you can see huge dark clouds forming whirlpools one by one. And these whirlpools are rushing to move towards the land with terrifying hurricanes and power. Fortunately, this planet has land to block these hurricanes. Otherwise, these hurricanes might continue to move on the planet. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were in the association again yesterday, but they waited in the parking lot early today. Little brother, their best friend, a plump young woman with flaming red lips and golden big waves, saw Yang Bo and shouted with shining eyes. In fact, Yang Bo likes this type of figure very much. The figure is convex in front and back, but the back is not as exaggerated as that of Westerners on Earth. Hello, sister. Yang Bo shyly shouted 3 words to the young woman. He was embarrassed to shout these 3 words, but there was no way, because he was young at this age. The other party was wearing a low-cut black dress, which made her skin more radiant and of course made her figure more popular. Go and change clothes quickly. But the next second Yang Bo was dragged away by Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen. Don't talk to them too much in the future. They just like to play outside. That's right. You already have a girlfriend. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen whispered quickly. Yang Bo also wanted to say, I also like to play outside. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen's girlfriends giggled behind them. Alas, don't have female friends in the future. Otherwise you can't go out to play. But without female friends, there is no way to meet their girlfriends. Yang Bo muttered in his heart, while enjoying the two people putting on his competition uniform in the lounge. Now our newcomer. Yang Bo. Yang Bo just entered the competition venue, and heard someone talking loudly. He was startled. It turned out to be a host who was nagging. Chapter 652, Rookie King. Don't underestimate Yang Bo. He is a rookie, but he has achieved the best result of 4 consecutive knockouts this season. Not only the other 2 venues, but also the Blue Empire has not achieved this result. If he knocked out unknown players in the first and second games, then I believe everyone has seen that he knocked out the top 500 players in the third and fourth games. It is not an exaggeration to call him the Rookie King. Today, our Rookie King Yang Bo will face Nicola, who ranked 305th in the last session. Nicola's moves are fast, fierce and accurate. Nicola on the opposite side looked at Yang Bo in front of him and felt very depressed. If he had known, he would not have come here. He would have faced this rookie so soon. Although he had watched Yang Bo's game videos repeatedly yesterday, there was no conclusion. Just that the opponent was a bit gambling. There is still 1 minute countdown. And those who are optimistic about the 2 players can place their bets. The last sentence of the host is the core. Yang Bo and the other party saluted each other, which is also required by the game. Yang Bo found that there were already 200 or 300 people in the stands today, and Lu Jingxiang's girlfriends even blew him kisses. These old women. Don't let their husbands see them. Find someone to mess with me. Yang Bo was not afraid of others messing with him, but was afraid of trouble. I have also been treated as a host. There are 10 seconds left before the betting ends. The betting ends now. And there are 30 seconds left before the game. Yang Bo experienced the game with a host for the first time. Start. The host counted down 30 numbers, and then shouted start. Nicholas, holding a sword in his hand, approached Yang Bo very steadily step by step. Yang Bo did not move, but observed Nicholas, and soon found that Nicholas might have to sprint and attack at the end. Nicholas is now accumulating strength in his body to reach its peak. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Nicholas's gathered strength finally reached its peak. At the moment of taking the last step, he suddenly exerted force on his feet, and the sword in his hand stabbed directly into Yang Bo's chest. This is just like the bayonet fight between the 2 sides. Many people will choose the chest position. On the one hand, the chest position has a large area, and on the other hand, the chest is also a vital position. As for the neck and head, because the head can shake left and right, it is difficult to be hit. Yang Bo knew that it was wrong when he saw the opponent's last step. Judging from various minor changes, the opponent's kick was very powerful. So Yang Bo raised his left foot and shook his shoulders. This gave the opponent an illusion that Yang Bo was going to retreat. So Nicholas increased his strength in the next kick, making himself faster and chasing Yang Bo. But unexpectedly, Yang Bo just lifted his left foot, and Nicholas knew that he was in trouble. He had fallen into the trick of this little thief. Nicholas's stab. This move is to move forward without hesitation. Originally, his sword was locked on the position where Yang Bo was standing, but Yang Bo's fake move deceived him. So he changed the center of gravity of his power to lock on the trajectory of Yang Bo's retreat. And the center of gravity of his whole body was all on the trajectory of Yang Bo's retreat. Then the next second Yang Bo made another incredible move. A person crouched down, and the whole body slid to the left. That's why Nicholas realized that Yang Bo had deceived him, and hurriedly changed his moves to lock Yang Bo's current position. As soon as he corrected his strength, he saw the target crouch down and disappear. Yang Bo wins. The host's voice was heard the next second. The moment Yang Bo crouched down and disappeared, Nicholas knew that he was finished. Because it was too late for him to change his moves now. Because 2 consecutive changes of moves had consumed his room for power conversion. It turned out that when Yang Bo crouched down, the sword in his hand cut through the opponent's chest. This is really a wonderful match. We see more of a psychological game. Player Nicola's moves are fierce and tough, which also gives him enough self-confidence. So when Yang Bo made a fake move to retreat, Nicola believed it. Nikola increased his strength again to lock on the trajectory of his opponent's retreat. But he didn't expect Yang Bo to be a fake move. When Nikola tried his best to change his moves to lock on Yang Bo, he was already changing his moves in a hurry. But he didn't expect to encounter a fake move again. In other words, Nikola didn't lose this game in moves, but lost psychologically. If he hadn't been confused by Yang Bo's fake moves at the beginning, Yang Bo wouldn't have won so easily. Of course, Yang Bo also had a gambling element. If his fake moves didn't fool Nikola, then he himself would be very dangerous. Here we congratulate our rookie king Yang Bo for his 5 consecutive wins and 5 consecutive KOs. The host still had vision and soon began to explain on the spot. Nikola also re-examined this game and found that it was basically unchanged. Because my fast, fierce and accurate stabbing moves are to move forward without hesitation. And I believe that I can definitely hit the opponent. So it is not natural for the opponent to retreat. If I don't believe that Yang Bo will retreat, it means that I don't trust my moves. And my moves can't accumulate the strength of the whole body. Without accumulating the strength of the whole body, I can't be fast, fierce and accurate. This is one of my weaknesses. Nicholas knew that this was one of his weaknesses. But there was no solution. Joe Curson and Liu Jingxiang ran to the lounge quickly this time. But they didn't expect Yang Bo to run away. Yang Bo didn't want to be teased by their girlfriends. Mainly because she was itching. And she was more playful than them. It was already windy outside. And I went back home and surfed the internet, and found that I had become popular. The number of people watching the game online just now exceeded 9,000. And the cumulative bet amount on the gambling website for the game between me and Nicholas had exceeded 200 million. Then my name as the new king spread like wildfire. Who will be Yang Bo's next opponent? Let's guess which player this rookie king will eventually stop at. The strong players on March Star now include Nad, Mike, Lin Nan, and the female player who ranked second last year. The above person is just bragging. Do you know how big the gap between ranking 300 and ranking 200 is? There are 12 players ranked in the previous session on March Star. And Yang Bo has only surpassed 4 of them now. He needs to play 4 more games to face the players you mentioned. That is, in the next game, he will face Ronan, who ranked 215 in the previous session. How big is the gap between ranking 215 and ranking 305 in this game? But Yang Bo's opponent may also be Fengli, who ranks 133rd. Yang Bo's total ranking has risen to 401. A full 500 points. I envy him for the 5 KO icons behind him. If this rookie king KOs 3 opponents in a row, he will break the historical record of the Sword Association. Yang Bo checked the historical record of the Sword Association's KO opponents and found that it was 7 in a row. This person is the Yongyi general of the Water Blue Empire, who created the historical record 215 years ago. However, some people on the internet have disagreed, believing that the sword competition of the Water Blue Empire is authentic, and the alliances is a performance, so the record does not count. Then the two gangs quarreled online again. Hurry up and play the game. There is no time to watch other things. So hurry up and play the Doomsday Dungeon game. Because the two beauties performed well yesterday and bought new clothes for themselves to play. It must be said that the freedom of the alliance is indeed good. Because the two know more tricks than themselves. After all, adults can see more video materials. Yang Bo is a person with this advantage. If you want to be good to me, I will be good to you. Xiya and Annie knew that Yang Bo had achieved such a good result in the sword competition. But they were not impressed by this result because they were not in the Sword Association. They just knew that he was very good. And they saw it on the internet. Because in their minds, no matter how good swordsmanship was, what was the use now that laser weapons and superpowers were flying everywhere? This guy, seeing the player online, the staff in the backstage of the Doomsday Dungeon breathed a sigh of relief. Mecha! Yang Bo found that he had been given a new task after entering the game. There was also a task prop in this task, which was like a mecha. But it was not a mecha. Jungle Patrol Robot. To be precise, this is called a Jungle Patrol Robot. It looks a bit like the mecha in Avatar. It is only 3.5 meters high, and the front and back of the middle cockpit are transparent. The only thing similar to the mecha is that it walks on 2 legs. The middle cockpit can rotate. The Jungle Patrol Robot is equipped with 2 machine guns and a 46 missile small missile launcher. The range of this small missile is only 3 kilometers at most. Each one is only about 3 centimeters in diameter, and about 25 centimeters in length. This kind of missile has almost no effect in interstellar wars. It can only kill people without any protective means. Soldiers wearing better protective clothing are like tickling. The 2 machine guns have 30,000 bullets. This exploration mission is also a base exploration mission. This base is also one of the last shelters on this planet. But it is said that this base is full of all kinds of the most powerful weapons on this planet. The entrance to this base is in a cenote. According to the exploration, this cenote was not formed naturally, but was caused by the explosion of weapons in the base, which led to the collapse of the ground. Now this cenote is not only full of various radiations, but also various mutant plants, and is covered by radioactive fog all year round. It is speculated that the energy device under the base has been running and generating heat all the time. Therefore, the energy detector is ineffective in this area, because there is also such a fog containing radiation energy in the passage inside the underground base. Of course, the mission also stated that this mission was extremely dangerous, and the character might die at any time. Yang Bo decisively accepted the mission. If the character died, it would die. But before the character died, he must use up all the bullets and kill enough monsters. Brother, I am here to kill monsters to please my girlfriend, not to do missions. Yang Bo's calculations were very good, but before entering the Tianqing, he found that he seemed to have been fooled. Because of this high concentration of energy radiation, I am afraid that the people who survived in the base would be killed by radiation in the first place. As for why this special equipment is equipped, it is because the plants here have mutated. Standing on the edge of the Tianqing, I just threw a stone down, and I can see that the place where the stone landed was suddenly rolled up by countless vines. Pit. Yang Bo then remembered the scenes of being tricked by the game background. Chapter 653 D-level mutant plants. With such a harsh environment as the Tianqing below, let alone zombies, any moving object will be strangled by these plants. No wonder the machine given to me is called a jungle patrol robot. But I should be equipped with a flamethrower. Not this? Forget it. I'm here, and I don't know the way back anyway. The game officials must have prepared this for me for a reason, and they also want me to complete the task. Yang Bo comforted himself again. The diameter of this Tianqing is about 500 meters. The deepest part is invisible, and the visible edge is about 100 meters. The whole Tianqing is shrouded in clouds and mist. And this Tianqing is also located on a mountain. It seems that the entire mountain has collapsed. The robot has 2 mechanical arms, which cooperate with 2 legs to go down the stone wall of the Tianqing bit by bit. This does not require Yang Bo to operate, because the robot can go down by itself. Yang Bo paid close attention to the bottom of the Tianqing. The robot gradually approached the bottom of the Tianqing, and could see the lush greenery below. The robot showed that the temperature below was higher than that above, and the humidity was also relatively high. Could it be that the nuclear facility has been boiling water below? The resulting heat has caused the Tianqing to be like a greenhouse. I remember that there seemed to be some chemicals that could make the mist crystallize quickly. Could it be that there is something in this Tianqing that the military wants? But that's right. These plants that can survive in such a high concentration of nuclear radiation must be worth studying. Then why doesn't the military come to explore? What unknown dangers are there? Since the military hasn't completed the exploration, I'm afraid the dangers inside are not small. After all, it's such an open environment. Yang Bo muttered to himself. When approaching the bottom of the Tianqing edge, you can see that the plant vines below are densely covered, blocking the view tightly. At the same time, it is also found that the bottom of the Tianqing should be uneven, and there may be deeper holes. These vines now look harmless. If it weren't for the stones thrown just now, Yang Bo would never believe that these vines react so quickly. Adjust the machine gun to single-shot mode and attack these vines directly. In the robot cockpit, Yang Bo couldn't hear the sound of the machine gun outside, but these plants felt the sound of the machine gun. Countless vines emerged from the jungle and rushed towards the place where the sound came from with their fangs and claws. The speed of these vines seemed to be relatively slow, and they were shaking left and right, and it seemed that they were not sure about the location of the target. Such a slow movement made Yang Bo feel relieved, and the machine gun kept firing to interrupt these vines. The broken vines fell under the tree. Yang Bo broke the branch that blocked his view again. After using more than 2,000 rounds of bullets, Yang Bo finally opened a gap in the view covered by the vines and branches. The main reason was that the surrounding vines kept coming over. The bottom of the sinkhole was uneven, and you could see many gaps between the black stones. You could see that some of the gaps were emitting mist. Some gaps were relatively small, only a few centimeters, and some were more than 1 meter wide. The lengths vary. Some are tens of meters long, and some are only a short distance. I understand. The reason why these branches and vines cover so tightly is equivalent to a cooling effect. Yang Bo found through the robot radar that the ground temperature is relatively high. If there were no vines and branches acting as condensers to cool the mist and drip water, the high-temperature ground would not be so wet. No wonder the military dare not use big moves here. I don't know how big the reactor below is. I don't know how many years have passed in this world. Logically, this kind of reactor will be gone after a certain period of time when the fuel is exhausted. Right? Then Yang Bo carefully observed these trees and plants. It seems that these trees have nothing to do with these plants. They are two species. But Yang Bo always feels that there should be a relationship between the two. The trees here don't look very thick, but they are lush, and the leaves are very large. The vines are attached to these trees to fill the gaps between the leaves. These vines are covered with thorns, and most of them have no branches and leaves. And clusters of leaves burst out in the places where the leaves are empty. Something is wrong. After careful observation, Yang Bo finally found something wrong. There is an old saying on Earth that vines can entangle trees to death. The vines cling to the tree. On the one hand, absorb nutrients from the trunk, and on the other hand, they grow along the trunk and grow to the top of the tree to snatch the sunlight from the tree. The vines here only fill the gaps between the leaves and do not snatch the space of the leaves. Looking more carefully, these roots and vines grow on the stone, and the roots almost cover the entire stone. The water condensed from the steam left on the leaves and vines falls on the roots and is absorbed by the roots. The roots of the tree were covered with dense fibrous roots and aerial roots. In less than half an hour, the space that had just been cleared with a machine gun was slowly covered by new vines. These vines grew very fast, and they grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone in the backstage of the Doomsday Dungeon game saw this scene without any surprise, because everyone had already seen it in the information. What is the danger in this place? The military has sent robots several times, and the exploration robots have lost contact inexplicably. Someone asked. The military information shows that robots, unmanned armors, and even various drones have been sent, but they have lost contact inexplicably in the Tianqing. So everyone is watching Yang Bo explore the Tianqing now, and they are always worried. The robot controlled by Yang Bo is still on the stone wall, because since the military said that it is extremely dangerous here, it is 100% extremely dangerous, and it is not his turn if it is not dangerous. The robot can be used for another hour and a half. Today, the robot can be used for 2 hours. What kind of danger is it? Yang Bo decided to try with a missile. Directly control the robot to launch a missile. The target of this missile is a big tree. Yang Bo chose the electromagnetic missile. The missile flew out of the backpack, with a trail of white smoke, and hit the root of a tree dozens of meters away. Energy absorption +4. A piece of information flashed in Yang Bo's mind. Huh? This is a mutant plant, and the level is not low. Equivalent to a D-level superpower. Yes, even if the military destroys these trees, they don't know that these trees are mutant plants. Imagine that the various robots and drones of the military have no idea that these seemingly harmless plants are actually D-level mutant plants. And now the tree does not look any different from the outside, because electromagnetic missiles do not have physical killing capabilities. These vines that look very powerful are probably the weapons these trees use for self-defense. But this is not enough for the military to mark this place as extremely dangerous. Many thoughts flashed through his mind, and Yang Bo decided to release another missile. This time it was a pure explosion missile, which hit the root of a tree again. This time Yang Bo mainly wanted to use the sound of the explosion to exert passive detection capabilities. But soon Yang Bo found something wrong. The tree that he had just killed with an electromagnetic missile did not look any different in appearance. But the mist sprayed from the 2 rock cracks around it seemed to have increased. Could it be? A very terrifying idea formed in Yang Bo's mind. These mutant plants can absorb the energy released by the nuclear reactor below. If someone invades the Tianqing, then these mutant plants cannot absorb this energy, but release energy through these cracks leading to the ground in specific areas. D-level mutant plants should have their own primary consciousness. That is to say, as long as someone sets foot in this Tianqing, it is equivalent to invading the territory of these plants. This Tianqing itself is a huge trap. The roots of these plants may all go deep into the ground, forming a closed structure similar to that of the reactor, to absorb the energy released to maintain themselves or allow themselves to evolve. Maybe these plants can release energy in the opposite direction. There was a guess in his mind, but he didn't know what it looked like. However, Yang Bo couldn't step into the Tianking. What should I do? Yang Bo didn't have a good idea for a while. Let's brush up the skills first. Yang Bo decided to brush up the skills first. So he fired the gun in his hand, but soon found that although the gun could break the trees, there was no skill. So the staff of the backstage of the Doomsday Dungeon game saw the strange scene of the game player. The game player operated the machine gun to fire at the trunks, branches and roots of the trees. And the branches, trunks and roots were hit. Everyone was a little surprised. Is this player crazy? Then, they saw this player shoot out all the missiles carried by the robot. This guy won't break the jar, right? The head of the game department, the colonel, was a little confused. And this is not to mention that this player also threw out all the bombs carried by his character through a throwing device of the robot. Soon a large area was cleared in the middle. Yang Bo actually did this to cover up the fact that he used electromagnetic bombs to brush skills. Alas, I should have carried electromagnetic missiles and electromagnetic bombs earlier, because Yang Bo already knew where the energy cores of these trees were. Although bullets could be used to solve the problem, the bullets would be discovered by the game background as soon as they hit. I only brushed 27 energy-absorbing skills. Yang Bo looked at this large forest and thought it was a pity. The energy cores of these trees are at the roots, where the roots of these trees intersect with the vines. It looks like a simple vine wrapped around the roots. In fact, this is the energy core of this mutant plant, which controls both trees and vines. So when Yang Bo controlled the machine gun to hit this place, a small energy crystal flew in the sawdust. Puff! The colonel in the game background was drinking iced coffee to relieve his anxiety, but he didn't expect such a scene to appear suddenly. The next second, he saw the game character controller robot jump to the location of the crystal in 3 or 2 steps, picked up the crystal, and then ran back quickly. Boss, we have done a great job. Finally, other staff members in the game background screamed. Then everyone saw Yang Bo controlling the robot to continue shooting on the stone wall. As the bullets hit the intersection of the roots and vines, green energy crystals flew out of the sawdust. Quick! Quick! Remind him to complete the task. The colonel also reacted. This is not a Tianking, but a treasure pot. Judging from the size of this crystal, all the plants in this area are mutant plants. The game background just switched the virtual screen for Yang Bo, and the next second the game background saw a terrifying scene. These gaps in the middle of the Tianking instantly sprayed out countless mists with brilliant light. Then the next second the robot and the bionic man lost contact. Fuck. I understand. This sinkhole is the territory of these mutant plants. These mutant plants control the energy of the nuclear reactor below and absorb their energy. As long as there are invaders entering the sinkhole, these mutant plants will release this energy. The colonel understood instantly. Chapter 654 Indies Challenge. Boss, this game player must have to kill monsters. After all, it's the end of the month. But someone next to him immediately reminded the colonel. Give him a task. Let him kill monsters. And then give him a special prop. And finally let his character die. The colonel was weighing the impact of this mission on himself. And he immediately said after hearing this, Boss, you are wise. On the one hand, you let this player kill monsters. And on the other hand, you let the bionic man lose. The person next to him complimented with a smile. We made a lot of money on this mission. This Tianking is probably full of advanced mutant plants. And it can also condense energy cores. Congratulations, boss. Congratulations, boss. Boss, good luck. This old guy is our lucky star. I will report my work immediately. And you can arrange the rest. The colonel left after he finished speaking. The colonel took the elevator directly to the rooftop, which was covered by a huge transparent glass-like material. Tianyun Star is a satellite of the capital, and all of it has been transformed into high-rise buildings. Although standing on the high-rise building, it is surrounded by green. But all of this green is covered by this cover. Tianyun Star was originally a cold planet in the capital galaxy. All of these cold planets around the capital galaxy have been transformed, and some have been made into military units. The entire planet can be said to be a huge arsenal. Tianyun Star also has the largest energy weapon ever installed on it. Even at critical moments, The engine of Tianyun star can push the entire planet out of its original orbit. All the surrounding buildings are pyramid buildings, because this can make good use of the sunlight in the sky and make the building stable. Each step of the pyramid is transparent, and various plants are planted inside the cover. These plants can provide green on the one hand, oxygen on the other hand, and even some fruits, which can be regarded as a supplementary part of the survival system in the energy system of Tianyun star. If it is attacked, these green plants can provide a certain survival time for the people inside. These green plants are cultivated separately and have a high efficiency in producing oxygen. The colonel sat directly in a fighter plane on the top of the pyramid building. And then the fighter plane sank into the building. And then the fighter plane flew out from an exit next to the pyramid. Yang Bo found himself in the virtual game again. After returning to the resurrection point, he was still in the virtual game an hour later, which was a bit puzzled. However, after opening the task, he found that there was another task. And there were also task props. This task is called Guard Battle. That is, a resurrection point, which was attacked by a large number of zombies. Yang Bo wondered why this mission was so fake. Anyway, he accepted the mission first. After accepting the mission, he arrived at the mission location in 20 minutes. It is indeed a virtual game. Yang Bo realized that this was a virtual game. These NPCs at the resurrection point were asking Yang Bo to quickly pick up weapons to deal with the approaching zombies. Yang Bo didn't know what to say, because this resurrection point had a heavy weapon, which was a machine gun. It's just a virtual game. It's just monsters. Yang Bo guessed that his bionic man might have a problem. After a series of fierce operations, Yang Bo watched countless dense zombies rush into the compound point after an hour and a half. And then the game character was prompted to die. Yang Bo didn't know what to say anymore. Although he had killed more than 20,000 monsters, but his character also died. And the key point was that these more than 20,000 monsters didn't have any skills. Forget it. After exiting the game, Yang Bo looked at the mecha game again and found that the mecha game war mode would start in 2 months. WOC. Who is the Alliance going to fight with? The mecha war mode made Yang Bo's eyes light up. It shouldn't be a virtual game, right? It's better not to be a virtual game. The Alliance seems to be in a tense relationship with the Crimson Federation recently. Is it going to invade the Crimson Federation? Or is there an unknown enemy in some unknown place? Thinking of this, Yang Bo suddenly thought of an organization. The anti-government armed organization. Then he connected the matter before and after, guessing that the Alliance might be attacking the anti-government armed organization. Last year, Yang Bo discovered a clone base on the seabed of March Star, which was an anti-government armed organization. It is said that many celebrities and politicians were found there, as well as the biological tissues of celebrities. And it is said that the anti-government armed organization has cultivated many identical clones. Clones are banned in the Alliance because these celebrities and politicians are afraid of being replaced. Not to mention replacement. Even if they find clones to do bad things, they will not be able to explain themselves. The key is that these celebrities and politicians have too much wealth in their hands. If these clones go around and have some children, what should they do then? This violates the core of all interest groups in the Alliance. Haha. I'm really looking forward to it. Yang Bo was looking forward to the mecha war. The mecha game has now become a simple exploration and killing monster game, because the Green Demon Star has joined the Alliance autonomously, and it is no longer possible to target the mutant on it. At this moment, Yang Bo found that his watch lit up. Hello? Yang Bo saw that it was Lu Jingxiang calling, and he was a little confused. Nard challenges you. Lu Jingxiang's first sentence surprised Yang Bo a little. The competition of the Fencing Association allows players to challenge. And of course, the opponent has the right to refuse. Generally speaking, in the competition, some people put too much pressure on the opponent, and the opponent will compete with this person in advance. I agree. Yang Bo didn't know what this Nard was thinking, but it didn't matter who he was competing with. This may be something done by the bookmaker. Are you sure you want to agree? Joe Curson said next to the phone again. You might meet him in the end anyway, but your KO streak will probably be broken, and he will take away your title of Rookie of the Year. It doesn't matter. I've already promised him on the official website. Yang Bo went directly to the official website of the Sword Association and found that there was indeed an email. So he agreed directly? Okay then. Watch more of his matches. Lu Jingxiang was also a little speechless. She didn't expect Yang Bo to choose so quickly. Yang Bo probably knew what Lu Jingxiang meant. That is, don't meet a pervert like Nader first, and then play 2 games with other ranked players, so that he might be able to guarantee that he can pick 2 more games against the opponent in a row. If he is the endorser at that time, he will probably get a lot of money. Yeah. Yang Bo hung up the phone with a hum, and then watched Nader's game. But he just watched it for a while, because he had already seen it before. Yang Bo accepted the challenge from the other party, and the news spread instantly in the fencing competition circle. And Nader is a little depressed now, because he thought that the other party would not accept the challenge he issued. In fact, this is also a psychological tactic of Nader, because he thinks that he will fight with Yang Bo after all. It is better to issue a challenge to him in advance now. If Yang Bo does not agree, then he is afraid, and when he competes in the future, he will be weaker than himself in terms of momentum on the scene. Now that the other party has agreed, he is a little worried. After all, if the other party agrees, he must be sure. The bookmaker immediately opened a bet for the match between the two. Strictly speaking, both of them are newcomers. But Nader is called the newcomer king in the Red Earth Star Internal Fencing Association, and he has a lot of internal competition records. So he will face Mike at the beginning. After Nader code Mike, he defeated Lin Nan and also defeated the second-ranked female player in the league region last year. The female player's name is Mina. Nader also maintained a record of 5 consecutive wins, but only code his opponents twice. Nader watched Yang Bo's games repeatedly, but he just felt that this guy was too gambling, and this guy was too cunning and often used fake moves. However, Nader was confident in himself, because his control of power had reached the peak. He directly used power to suppress the opponent in the game, and the power he used was almost judged as a violation, and he could maintain this power output for a long time. Yang Bo was busy answering the phone, because the Swordsmanship Association announced this matter. Lu Jijie, Zhou Rui, Master Zhang and a ninja all called. After answering the phone, Yang Bo acted as if nothing had happened. He did not read the online discussions. The competition time was 10 o'clock the next day. The next morning, Yang Bo went out. It was stormy outside. He came to the underground parking lot of the company's dormitory building and picked up Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen. They were still dressed in sportswear, and Zhou Kersen still covered herself tightly. Yang Bo. The two of them didn't know what to say anymore. They were worried all night. They themselves couldn't explain why they were worried about Yang Bo. If it was just the relationship between the agents, it didn't seem that important. It's okay. This is ND's psychological tactics. If I don't agree to him, no matter whether it's others or him, they will think that I'm afraid of him. When I face him again in the future, I will be a little weaker in momentum. Yang Bo said this casually to comfort the two of them, because it was obvious that they were not in a good mood. This guy is so cunning. That's right. This guy knocked Mike out as soon as he came up. It is said that Mike almost cried afterwards. Nard must think that you have taken away his title of Rookie of the Year. The two women started to say bad things about Nard after hearing this. Don't worry. Just do your best. Yang Bo comforted the two again. The Sword Association is rich and powerful, and directly installed a transparent protective cover outside the entire building. When Yang Bo came down from the parking lot, he saw Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen's bestie waiting not far away. Little brother, you must win. I bought your winnings. Little brother, come on. Beat this damn Nard. That's right. This guy actually used Mike as a stepping stone. Yang Bo waved his hand and ran to the lounge in a flash. Chapter 655 6 Kills. Giggle. The laughter of Lu Jingxiang and her bestie came from behind. These people thought Yang Bo was a little sheep, but they didn't know that he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. After Yang Bo entered the lounge, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen also came over. The game time was not far away, and Yang Bo came here on time. With the help of the two, he put on the game equipment. Yang Bo. Come on! Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were unsure. To be precise, they didn't have the slightest hope that Yang Bo could win. Although Yang Bo also won 5 consecutive games, the opponents of both sides were not at the same level at all. When Yang Bo entered the game scene, he heard the host's nagging voice. Next up is our rookie king Yang Bo, who has KO'd his opponent in 5 consecutive games. Yang Bo listened to the host's voice and walked towards the competition venue. Today's competition venue was densely packed with spectators, which formed a sharp contrast with the 200 or 300 people in the previous game. This match can be said to be a match between two rookie kings. Who will win the title of Rookie King? Let's wait and see. Interested audience friends can go and place bets. Some audience members shouted heartbreakingly, "Kill Nader. Nard is a despicable villain. Kill Nader to avenge Mike." Those who scolded Nader were all loyal fans of Mike. Yang Bo was sharp-eyed and could hear the voices of these people. I was a little speechless. I defeated Nader in this match. Maybe I will face Mike in the next match. Maybe your Mike will be KO'd twice. There are still 3 minutes to place bets. Hurry up. Yang Bo always solves his opponents in the fastest time. I don't know if our player Nader can break Yang Bo's curse of KO'ing his opponents this time. Yang Bo is a complete rookie king. And he has not been in the association for long. Look at our Nader, who has rich competition experience on their planet. Nard, who was opposite Yang Bo, was speechless. Wasn't the host's words secretly saying that he was not a rookie? The host's words were actually to lure people to place bets online. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen sat nervously in the audience. For no reason. Yang Bo felt a little irritated by the current situation, especially the host's nagging. He also felt that the audience around him was a little noisy, and it was better to have fewer people before. Start. The host started. Nader started to move. But the sword in this guy's hand was placed horizontally and moved to the right. Yang Bo still looked at the other party motionlessly, and the sword in his hand remained the same. Nader tried to find Yang Bo's flaws in the process of moving, but he didn't expect Yang Bo to not move at all. After walking a few steps, Nader found that this didn't work. If the other party didn't move, there would be no flaws. Instead, he kept moving and was full of flaws. So he made a decisive move, took several steps to quickly approach Yang Bo, and then the sword in his hand cut towards Yang Bo's sword. At the moment when Nader's sword cut towards Yang Bo's sword, Yang Bo took a step back, making Nader's sword miss. Nader saw Yang Bo retreating, and he was ecstatic. He took a step forward, and the missed sword was pulled back and cut towards Yang Bo's sword again. But the next second, Yang Bo's sword directly blocked Nader's sword, and at the same time, the sword in his hand pushed Nader's sword hard and slashed past. Nad was ecstatic. This guy finally fought against him, so he increased the power of the sword in his hand. However, he suddenly found that the power of his sword was lost. It turned out that Yang Bo had already held the sword horizontally, so his sword was cut along Yang Bo's sword. And Yang Bo also tilted the sword to let his sword pass over Yang Bo's head. At this time, Yang Bo's sword cut horizontally. It looked like his own sword was cutting along with Yang Bo's sword. KO. Yang Bo wins. A voice sounded in the radio, and the host had not yet reacted. Unlike before, there was a deep KO voice in the radio, which made it sound more shocking. Nad knew that he lost the moment the power of the sword was lost, because the power at his hand was lost. The power of the whole body was out of control, and the whole person leaned forward, just bumping into Yang Bo's sword that was cut along his power. Because Yang Bo's sword not only had his own power, but also part of the power of his sword. It is equivalent to applying some thrust to Yang Bo's sword, so that the opponent's sword cuts him. Yang Bo is worthy of being our rookie king. He knocked out the player for the 6th time, and he is also the famous rookie king seed player Nad. Let's take a closer look. In this match, Nad still used his classic force to suppress others, but he seemed to have forgotten that sword fighting is not only a competition of strength, but also a competition of moves and on-the-spot reactions. Yang Bo's move of using the opponent's force to fight the opponent was perfect. Nad thought that his strength suppressed the opponent by 1 point. But this 1 point of strength turned into the thrust of the opponent's sword. Fencing is a very comprehensive competition, not just a competition of strength. If you want to compete in strength, you can go to weightlifting competitions. Fencing competition is a very advanced sport. In the process of the competition, you must not only use your brain, but also have sufficient adaptability. Yang Bo is very perfect in this regard. Whether it is the fake moves he made in the previous game, or the exquisite moves in this game. The host began to flatter Yang Bo a little later. In fact, the most despised thing in fencing competitions is to use strength to suppress others. But this is not against the rules. Ah! Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen hugged each other excitedly. Ah! Some of their girlfriends have already shouted. But the sound seems a little abnormal. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen looked at each other, and knew that most of these girlfriends bet on Nader's victory. They did not go to the lounge either, because Yang Bo must have run away. Yang Bo must have run away. mainly because Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kerson's girlfriends are too coquettish. And they are afraid that they will not be able to control themselves and reveal their true colors. A genius in swordplay. Yang Bo is a genius in swordplay. This match is a classic. In fact, Nader misjudged the match. If Nader hadn't put in more effort at the end, the result would not have been like this. Losing is losing. But this is also normal. Nader likes to suppress others with force. When he saw Yang Bo fighting against him, he wanted to suppress him with force. Yang Bo's fake move was very clever. Swordplay competitions are originally about real and fake, and they test on-the-spot reactions. Oh my goodness. He knocked out his opponent in 6 games in a row. If he knocks out his opponent again in the next game, it will be the 7th game. TSK. This guy is going to be famous. Awesome. This guy is only in his 20s this year. Who do you think will win between this guy and Mike? I think it should be Mike. After all, Mike's overall strength is stronger. This Nader is an idiot. And he made me lose a lot of money. I also lost to this guy. You challenge others without any strength. Just like an idiot. Don't you understand yet? Nader's challenge to Yang Bo is actually a strategy. If Yang Bo doesn't agree, then he will hype it up in the public opinion that he is the real rookie king, and say that Yang Bo is afraid that he dare not accept the challenge. And Yang Bo, if you don't agree, you will feel psychological pressure when you meet him later. This guy is not as simple as you think. He definitely has a team behind him. But this guy is like a clown now. He challenges others, but ends up making others successful. Clown Nad. Stupid Nad. This bastard is very scheming. He code Mike. This villain doesn't know that any calculation is empty in the face of strength. I don't know which stupid team has cultivated this kind of trash. I have also seen that ND's way of controlling power is completely the result of long-term mechanical training. Although this kind of long-term mechanical training can ensure that the power is at the peak level, it is easy to misjudge the opponent and want to compete with oneself in strength. Just like this time. This weakness of his cannot be changed, because long-term training will lead to his subconscious movements. This idiot deserves it. And the team behind him deserves to go bankrupt. Look at how he looks. He looks like a villain. Nard's reputation is completely ruined. Although those who scolded Nard made a lot of money by betting on him in the previous few games. Gamblers are like people. Unless you always let him win. If you lose once, you are a bastard. There are also some fans of Mike who also scolded Nard. This time, there are many people who bet on Nard to win. Even Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kerson, who know Yang Bo so well, think that Yang Bo has no chance of winning. Not to mention other people. There are only some loyal fans of Mike. It was Nard's little black that suppressed Yang Bo to win. But it certainly didn't make much money. Yang Bo went home and thought about the game carefully, and found that the swordsmanship competition depends on comprehensive strength and on-the-spot reaction. Pre-made strategies may not be useful, because you don't know how the opponent will make a move. Yang Bo, you are so awesome. Master Zhang called and praised him as soon as he opened his mouth. Thank you. Fourth brother. I was also lucky. Actually, my mind is still blank. I don't know why I reacted like that. Yang Bo answered modestly. Haha. I've seen it too. Your on-the-spot reaction is simply genius. If you win another game, you can tie the historical KO record. But I think the Sword Association will not let you KO your opponent again. You will definitely be assigned the strongest player in the next game. After all, General Yongyi has a high reputation in the Blue Water Empire. Maybe someone will contact you privately to make you lose the game. Young Master Zhang said on the other side. Fourth brother. What should I do? Yang Bo knew that the other party said this to give him advice. He originally wanted to ask, what does fourth brother mean? But if he asked this question, it seemed that he had guessed the other party's thoughts. Now this kind of question made him feel a little helpless, and asked others for advice. Chapter 656, Against Lin Nan. Tell me the truth. What are your chances of winning against Mike? Zhang Buizhen asked seriously from the other side. Fourth brother. To be honest, I have no idea how I can win against anyone. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by fourth brother. Seeing the dense crowds of spectators at the competition today, I felt a little inexplicably irritated. Listening to the host's words, I felt a little nagging. Yang Bo didn't know why the other party asked this, so he answered according to his own personality. Zhang Buizhen and Niu Bo were listening to Yang Bo's words on the other side. They looked at each other and understood what each other wanted to say. That is, Yang Bo was originally a homebody, and had not seen much of the world. So he had this reaction to this situation. My opinion is that no matter what, you have to do your best. Besides, you are not short of money. If you can break the Sword Association's KO game winning streak record, it will also be good for the development of our planet, Zhang Buizhen said. Yang Bo was not surprised to hear such an answer on the other side. After thinking for a while, he asked, if I break the record, will that General Yomi hire someone to kill me? Your idea is a bit redundant. Zhang Buizhen laughed when he heard Yang Bo's words. He thought this idea was a bit naive, but it was in line with his personality. Zhou Kerson was chased by a hired killer last time. Yang Bo was not afraid of revenge, but his personality had to be established. Don't worry about this. As long as you break their record, the alliance will naturally guarantee your safety. Zhang Buizhen had no way to explain to Yang Bo that if the two countries were competing in various fields and the other party could really win such an honor, the alliance officials would naturally take action. Alliance. Yang Bo hummed twice on the other side. Zhang Buizhen was embarrassed to find that Yang Bo was a resident before and was kept by the alliance. So he naturally had no good feelings towards the alliance. Don't worry about this. The Sword Association will not let this happen. If this really happens, it proves that they can't afford it, Zhang Buizhen hurriedly explained. Then I will listen to my fourth brother. Yang Bo was unwilling to continue to pull. After hanging up the phone, Niu Bo said, in fact, people like Yang Bo are simple-minded and learn things the fastest. In addition, he is not short of money and has nothing to do at home. I don't know how long he has been training in swordsmanship. Yes, I didn't expect it either. In fact, I think swordsmanship competitions should be as conventional as Yang Bo. This Nader is obviously off the track, Zhang Buizhen said. I'm afraid that Nader will have no future. Once his weakness is discovered, people behind him can learn from Yang Bo. He probably uses high-tech means to continuously control his own strength. If you want to make a fortune in this swordsmanship competition, you will indeed make a fortune against Mike. But the bookmakers behind are not fools. They basically don't make much money from the odds. This time against Yang Bo, I'm afraid you will lose all the previous wins, Niu Bo said with a chuckle. And once his weakness is discovered, even if every opponent can't beat him, he will still feel psychologically stressed. If the opponent cleverly uses this point, the chances of winning are very high. If you want to use this method to suppress the opponent, it is impossible to succeed 100%. If a person fails several times in a row at a weakness, he will lose confidence later. Yang Bo may have superpowers in observation. After all, they discovered mutant animals, which no one on this planet has discovered for so many years. Zhang Buizhen picked up the teacup and guessed at the yellow tea inside. What the young master said makes sense. In addition, he may have some superpowers that we don't know about. Otherwise, Lu Jijia and Zhou Rui would not be so close to him. These two people are from a big family and value their interests more than anything else. Niu Bo nodded. Let's talk about this later. Zhang Buizhen nodded. Yang Bo received many calls from people. Annie and Xia called to congratulate him. After the call, he quickly went to the Doomsday Dungeon game. Does the back end of this game still want to make meritorious deeds? Do they still want to work? They are playing virtual games for me again. And I lost 500,000 credit points to revive my character. It seems that the Bionic Man yesterday was indeed out of contact. The people in the back end of the game are really unlucky. They got stuck as soon as they took over. Let's play virtual games. Yang Bo looked at the game. The official thoughtfully prepared 2 virtual tasks for him, both of which can kill a large number of monsters. Today, my character will probably be killed again. It's really painful. So Yang Bo played the virtual game for a few hours and swiped more than 30,000 monsters. This was a task of transporting supplies to the resurrection point. Yang Bo was responsible for shooting on the patrol car. As for why the supplies were transported from land, it was because there were flying monsters at the resurrection point. Don't mention it. Virtual games are still very fun to play. But today I completed the game task and was rewarded. Yang Bo looked at the warrior heart badge and a flying pendant. It seems that the game backend wants me to improve the game character's attributes in this way? Very good. Then Yang Bo downloaded the game and took out the Second World Virtual Game helmet. The characters in the Second World Virtual Game can already make a stone ball every day and earn 50 copper coins. But every night Yang Bo will control the game character, take out a few copper coins, and invite those who work together to have a drink together. So every time Yang Bo's game character completes the stone ball acceptance, it is 100% passed. Anyway, no one is looking for me now. I will stay here. The sheriff has just arrived in the city and must have a lot of things to solve. I will talk about it after a while. I don't know who the carving and gardening instructors assigned to me are. Yang Bo made a detailed hang-up program for the game character and then quit the game. In fact, as long as the game character has money and a job, it is still easy to play this game. I am afraid that I have no money and no job. I have to control the game character every day to fill my stomach everywhere. This is troublesome. If I don't pay attention, the character will starve to death. Besides, it is not safe to work outside. After all, you may be robbed or suffer from diseases at any time. The safety factor is full in the academy. Yang Bo did not think about going out for adventures. He always felt that the life of this clone was also life. Anyway, let's do it this way. Later, Yang Bo found out that his opponent tomorrow was Lin Nan. Then, there was another information bombardment. Tomorrow I will ask Mr. Jiu to see if there is any news from young Master Zhang. Yang Bo turned on the internet and prepared to watch Lin Nan's game while thinking in his heart. According to speculation, the people from the Blue Water Empire should be arriving soon at the fastest speed. It is not ruled out that they have people on other planets within the Alliance, so they will come even faster. Lin Nan. This person has many supporters because he is more liberal in terms of gender. Yang Bo looked at this person's fighting style and felt that it was quite conventional. There was no radical style of play, but rather a bit conservative. He always left a certain amount of spare energy between changing his moves. Steady! In the end, Yang Bo summed it up in one word: steady. If he is not 100% sure, he will never use all his strength. So this person's game time is relatively long, the longest reaching 31 minutes. What method can be used to deal with such a person? Lure the opponent to make a move? I'm afraid the opponent is not so easily fooled. After all, the opponent has rich experience in competitions. Then there is only one way. Fight hard and make him unstable. Yang Bo thought about it in his heart, and soon came up with a response plan. Lin Nan was also watching Yang Bo's game videos carefully. In fact, he had seen it before. Yang Bo's game videos are very few, and his moves are fast, fierce and accurate, and he knocks out the opponent with one move. After watching, Lin Nan felt that he was under a lot of pressure, because his fighting style was conservative, and he would be defensive if he was not 100% sure of hitting the opponent. However, with the opponent's fighting style, once hit by the opponent, it is easy to be knocked out directly, and the opponent knocked out the opponent 6 times in a row, which is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface, even if he was a novice in the first few times. But in the latter few times, Yang Bo showed 2 words: genius. This guy is too good at playing the real and fake. Lin Nan had no way to deal with Yang Bo's style of play, so he could only play it safe. Try not to be KO'd by the opponent. Finally, Lin Nan thought of the worst. This weather, Yang Bo sat in the flying car, feeling as if he was walking through a waterfall, and the flying car occasionally swayed from side to side to avoid unknown things that might appear. This kind of weather is easy to do things. It seems that there will be a flight arriving tonight, and there should be people from the Blue Water Empire. But what is the main mission of this soul killer here? Yang Bo never figured out why the soul killer came to this planet. Is he just here to play? This time, Yang Bo parked the flying car in another parking lot, where he could go directly to the lounge. This is a privilege that only high-ranking players can have, to avoid being harassed by other fans, mainly because the Alliance advocates freedom. If you don't respond to fans, you will be accused of being a big shot. If you meet a black person who wants to hug or sign, if you don't sign, you may be accused of discrimination. So many celebrities and celebrities with status have special channels in other occasions. Yang Bo. Come on. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were already waiting in the lounge. They were still unsure, and they had been here for a long time. They were a little speechless that Yang Bo came only when the time was up. But they didn't know what to say. Thank you. Yang Bo replied calmly. Aren't you nervous? Zhou Kersen was surprised by Yang Bo's mentality. Don't say you're nervous. I was nervous, Yang Bo said quickly. Sorry. It's okay. Winning or losing is just a game. Yang Bo let out a long breath, and then stepped towards the competition site. Sure enough, the host was nagging again. Welcome our new king Yongbo. Ah! Yongbo, I love you. Come on. Yongbo. Yongbo. I bet you will win. You have to work hard. Many people in the stands began to cheer. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen heard someone shouting Yongbo I love you before they got to their seats. They turned their heads and saw a charming man. You are here just now. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen sat with their girlfriends. And it was a separate private room. Does Yongbo have a girlfriend? Several girlfriends asked the two in a low voice. Not sure. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen shook their heads. And Zhou Kersen still covered her mouth tightly. Because they had never seen Yongbo's girlfriend. Although Yongbo said he had one. Our newcomer Yongbo has won 6 consecutive games and knocked out his opponents 6 times. I hope he can surprise us this time. The host's words made Yongbo feel strange. Aren't you afraid that I will break the record and slap your Blue Water Empire in the face? Yongbo's opponent is Lin Nan, an absolute master of the Alliance Sword Association, who has been ranked in the top 5 for 3 consecutive sessions. And Lin Nan's game style is stable. Relying on this style, his winning rate reaches 99.8%. Let's see how Yongbo faces this fighting style. There are still 5 minutes before the betting time. Listening to the host's words, Yongbo seemed to have realized something. I'm afraid that the Blue Water Empire is not a monolithic entity. If I can break the record and beat General Yongyi, some people may want to see it. Chapter 657 Emperor. The host was still talking, as the new king. Yongbo is brave and forward. Just like a recruit on the battlefield. Fearless of everything. Lin Nan is like a veteran soldier who has been through many battles. He does not change his face in the face of anything. Let's see what kind of exciting game the two sides will have today. Lin Nan's overall strength is very strong. I believe many people have seen his previous games. Yongbo stood in the spotlight and waited for a few minutes. And finally waited until the host said that the betting was closed. At this time, the spotlight suddenly dispersed. And the lights of the entire competition venue seemed soft. Just like outdoors. Begin. The host started. As for the salute of the two people in front, I won't describe it too much. Lin Nan's gesture was a defensive posture. And Yongbo changed his usual fighting style of using static to control dynamic, and walked towards Lin Nan step by step, with the sword in his hand pointing at the other party. Yongbo knew that if he got entangled with this guy in front of him, he might not be able to finish the game in half an hour, delaying himself to go back to brush the Japanese game to please his girlfriend. So Yongbo decided to take the initiative, regardless of winning or losing. As the saying goes, offense is the best defense. When you make a move, the opponent has to think about the subsequent changes of this move from all aspects. Yongbo's steps are very steady, and the sword in his hand is pointed at the opponent. It seems that he has flaws all over his body, but there is murderous intent everywhere. Lin Nan subconsciously wants to retreat, but suddenly feels something is wrong. Once he retreats, he may suffer Yongbo's violent attack. So Lin Nan stopped where he was, waiting for Yongbo to make a move. Yongbo walked step by step until the distance between them was 3 meters. Even the audience was nervous, wondering what the two would do. Suddenly, Yongbo's sword made a sword flower. Lin Nan had been concentrating on the sword in Yongbo's hand. Seeing that the sword in Yongbo's hand moved, he also moved. But the next second, Yongbo took 2 quick steps. KO! Yongbo wins! 2 voices suddenly sounded in the intelligence system. Beautiful, the host said at this time. Lin Nan's loss was not unfair. From the beginning of the game, Yongbo always controlled the rhythm of the battle, and used the amplitude of his steps and the direction of the shuriken to guide Lin Nan's attention. Lin Nan's defensive thinking was too heavy. He kept observing the rhythm of Yongbo's steps and the sword in his hand. So when Yongbo got closer and closer, Lin Nan's mind became more nervous. When Yongbo used a fake move to successfully make Lin Nan move, Yongbo took a big step, and the sword in his hand instantly pierced Lin Nan's chest. Lin Nan also reacted quickly and backhanded. He attacked Yongbo, but was only 0.16 seconds later than Yongbo. And he didn't hit Yongbo's vitals. We all know that the straight line distance between the two is the shortest. Yongbo stabbed him directly in the heart, while Lin Nan was a beat slower in changing his defensive moves. Yongbo's fighting style is a bit like Nicola. Here we thank you too for bringing us a wonderful duel. But I want to say one more thing here. Offense is the best defense. For one offensive move, the defensive side must prepare at least 3 moves to defend. Also, Congratulations to Yongbo. 7 consecutive wins and knockouts, which is equal to the highest record of our fencing association. Maybe we will witness a miracle. Let us look forward to Yongbo's game tomorrow. The host wanted to say something, but Yongbo had already run away. Some people have watched the video on the internet. In fact, what Yongbo did was very simple. He walked towards Lin Nan and lured Lin Nan to attack. He then took a step and lowered his body and stabbed the opponent's chest with a sword in his hand, which was a bit like the direct stabbing in fencing competitions. When Lin Nan saw Yongbo attack, he started to attack with the sword in his hand and made defensive moves. But Yongbo suddenly attacked. Is Lin Nan a fool? Doesn't he know how to retreat? The person above is blind. Didn't he hear the host say that Yongbo controlled the rhythm? Yongbo's pace was not very slow. Besides, Lin Nan was attracted by the sword moves in Yongbo's hand. Lin Nan just didn't plan to retreat. Otherwise, he would have retreated long ago. The game is all based on subconscious reactions. But Yongbo's move is also a bit risky. There is no game without risks. The moves of both sides are dangerous. Hee. This time I bet on Yongbo to win. I directly bet on Yongbo to KO his opponent. Damn! The odds of betting on KOing the opponent are higher. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen hugged each other excitedly. They didn't expect Yongbo to beat Lin Nan. After all, the two were Yongbo's guides. As for the fact that Yongbo ran away, the two did not pursue it. Lu Jingxiang was already wondering how much Yongbo should be paid for his endorsement. There was a newcomer in the Eden League who had won 7 consecutive games and knocked out his opponents. This news instantly set off the Blue Water Empire. Swordplay is considered the most grand competition in the Blue Water Empire. So this news exploded in the empire. But many people in the Blue Water Empire Swordplay Association sneered at it. And some even shouted for this clown to die in the Blue Water Empire. Because in the Blue Water Empire, both the contestants and the audience looked down on the Alliance Swordplay Association. They believed that the Alliance Swordplay was just a performance to please the audience. So the Blue Water Empire called the Alliance Swordplay players clowns. Because only clowns can please the audience. So another war of words broke out on the internet, which is the case for every swordplay competition. But this time it was more intense. Yongbo knocked out his opponent 7 times in a row. In the eyes of the audience of the Blue Water Empire, this was an insult to swordplay and cheating by the Alliance Swordplay Association. However, neither official took action. And the two sides had the biggest conflict in history on the internet. This led to the fact that even the audience on the Alliance side, who didn't like the swordplay competition, went online to scold the people of the Blue Water Empire. Yongbo's reputation has completely gone viral. Many people want to find Yongbo as an endorsement. But there is no contact information. The Swordsmanship Association keeps the contact information of members confidential. Lu Jingxiang also forgot to register a studio or company. And Lu Jingxiang decided to wait a while before registering a studio or company based on the current situation. Because Yongbo's reputation has become more popular with the conflict between netizens on both sides. If Yongbo wins another game, he will become more popular. When Yongbo returned home, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen called him and wanted to take care of him. But he refused. Then, there was another phone bombardment. Yongbo went into the Doomsday Dungeon game, only to find that it was still a virtual game. But no matter what, it's okay to kill monsters and get bonuses anyway. And it doesn't matter if you have skills or not. What Yongbo didn't know was that the Alliance Sword Association was also attacked by the people of the Blue Water Empire. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire called the head of the Alliance Sword Association to his office. Your Majesty, the head of the Alliance Sword Association was a steward beside the Emperor. And the steward bowed deeply. Wendy, tell me what happened. Although the Emperor knew what happened, he still wanted to ask. Your Majesty, the equipment and referee system standards used by the Alliance Sword Association are the same as those in our country. Wendy kept his body bent and his head buried deep. Get up and talk, the Emperor said when he heard this. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wendy looked up and looked like an old man with black hair and white skin, with wrinkles all over his face. This incident has caused a big stir. What do you think? The Emperor sat behind a large brown solid wood desk, which was filled with things. The entire room was very simple, using a lot of logs, as well as some gems and gold and silver decorations. The Emperor looked like a middle-aged man, with sparse golden hair on his head that was particularly eye-catching. This sparse golden hair was combed into a shiny back. The Emperor did not look very handsome, But his face was three-dimensional. That is, he was a little thin, with exposed cheekbones, a straight nose, and a little sunken eye sockets. Your Majesty, the development of our Swordsmanship Association in the Alliance is to let more people in the Alliance know about our tradition. From another perspective, we succeeded this time. Wendy bowed again. The Emperor laughed when he heard this. If Kane heard you, he would definitely be unhappy again. Your Majesty, I am just following your Majesty's orders. Wendy bowed again. I have watched the game. The level of the League's game is indeed lower. But everything is based on the game rules we established. And the standard game equipment is also used. There is no problem with the intelligent referee system. This Yang Bo is indeed a little capable. Since there is so much controversy, let him come to our side to compete. The Emperor had actually watched the game a long time ago. However, the Emperor has to manage a country and the people around him. So this matter cannot be pretended not to have happened. And the Emperor is also paying close attention to the people around him. Because in history, there have been some emperors around people who united. And then the Emperor's power slipped. I will follow your Majesty's wishes. Wendy naturally knew that she had done the right thing. Your Majesty, will Yang Bo still participate in the game? Wendy bowed again and asked another question. Follow the rules of the game. Records are meant to be broken. The Emperor's words made Wendy bow deeply. You may have suffered some grievances recently, the Emperor said again, his voice a little ethereal. Your Majesty. Wendy knelt on the ground and prostrated herself on the ground. Step down. The Emperor was very satisfied with Wendy's reaction. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will do my best to do this. After Wendy finished speaking, she bowed and left the Emperor's office. After coming out, Wendy carefully figured out the Emperor's intentions. As a general manager around the Emperor, she was very clear about the situation in the Empire. In the Empire, no one's reputation can exceed that of the Emperor. And some people in the Empire have too much power. So we have to find ways to weaken it. General Yongi has been a little too active in recent years. But the Emperor can't target meritorious officials. So as a servant, we have to find ways to share the worries of the master. Besides, the stewards around the Emperor are not all in one piece. And Wendy happens not to be one of General Yongi's gang. Huh? Record? Wendy naturally knew that the Emperor was wronged. That is, these people in the Shuilan Empire must target him. But Wendy didn't care. As people around the Emperor, they only care about the Emperor's thoughts. The more enemies they have, the safer they are. So later, Yang Bo found that his opponent for the next day's game was Mina. Yang Bo. Someone wants to pay a large sum of money to make you lose the game tomorrow. Just after the draw for the game came out, Lu Jingxiang called. Chapter 658 Angry? I'm not short of money. Yang Bo's straightforward answer almost made Lu Jingxiang roll her eyes. You don't like money? But I do. Don't you want to hear their offer? Lu Jingxiang certainly understood what Yang Bo meant. But she still asked tentatively, Sister Jingxiang, the most important thing for a person is to abide by the rules. I don't do these things that violate the rules. And do you think the other party really wants to pay? Yang Bo didn't want to talk about the deeper truth. What do you mean? Lu Jingxiang became alert when she heard Yang Bo say this. How can you be sure that the other party is genuine? It is possible that a third person wants to harm me and tomorrow's contestants. If you agree to the other party, they will bring out this news. Whether it is true or not, it will affect our competition tomorrow. Even if the other party is genuine. What if they change their mind and threaten to sue us after the competition? Do you think the court will rule that we have gained unjust enrichment? I have already achieved such results. When they threaten us to pay back the money, do you think we will not pay it back? Lu Jingxiang heard Yang Bo's series of questions and asked with some doubt, but the person who contacted me should not? Sister Jingxiang, no one will do a business at a loss. Even if the other party is sincere. It means that the other party has no confidence in winning when facing me. If I win, how much income will it bring? Yang Bo said again. Yang Bo knew that most women are obsessed with money, and they are a little unable to walk when they encounter money. That's right. Lu Jingxiang thought that Yang Bo's words made sense. In fact, Lu Jingxiang could have thought of this before. But she was confused by the price offered by others. The most important thing for you now is to report this news to the Sword Association. Don't be soft-hearted about such things that break the rules. Yang Bo said again. This is not good. Why don't you ask Brother Jia what his attitude is? Yang Bo simply stopped talking. After Lu Jingxiang hung up the phone, she went to Lu Jijie to talk about this matter. And, you dare to get involved in this matter? Lu Jijie is worthy of being a politician. He can see at a glance that there is a lot of water here. Lu Jingxiang looked at her nephew's attitude and was a little confused. If Yang Bo knocks out his opponent again tomorrow, he will break the record of a general in the Blue Water Empire. Now Yang Bo's game tomorrow has risen to a battle between the Alliance and the Empire. Don't you see how fierce the quarrel is on the internet now? If you take the money now, what will others think when they know it? This is still a simple political impact on our side. And do you think the Blue Water Empire is a solid block? I guess there are opponents of General Yongyi behind the scenes, who are also hyping this matter. If we follow the rules of the association, then others will be impeccable. If the people who want to embarrass General Yongyi behind the scenes know that you took money and deliberately lost the game, will they find dozens or hundreds of assassins to kill you? Since Lu Jijie is in the political arena, of course, he has some understanding of the intrigues in the political arena. Lu Jingxiang felt a chill when she thought of the scene of Zhou Kersen being chased. What should I do now? Lu Jingxiang's face was pale now. Follow the rules. You should report this matter to the Sword Association. Anyway, they are also members of the Blue Water Empire. And remember to ask me more when you encounter problems in the future. Or listen to Yang Bo. To survive in society, the 3 words of abiding by the rules are the most important. If others can make rules, it proves that they have the ability to maintain the rules. Lu Jijie also felt a headache. Fortunately, his aunt did not make the decision privately. And Yang Bo was also a rule-abiding person. Otherwise, if these 2 people were blinded by money in private, I don't know how big a mess they would make. Yeah. Lu Jingxiang hurriedly reported this matter to the Sword Association, not caring that the person who passed the message to her was someone she knew. After all, if someone was not good enough to be rewarded by the Killer Circle, it would be a big trouble. After Lu Jingxiang reported this matter to the Sword Association, look, this is the benefit of abiding by the rules I said. Just now the second general manager passed the message over. Do you know what it means? The president of the March Star Sword Association looked at the situation reported by Lu Jingxiang and said to the young assistant with a smile. The young assistant also felt his scalp tingling. He didn't expect that this competition would rise to the attention of His Majesty the Emperor. And he didn't expect that it would involve General Yongyi and even the domestic political situation. Sometimes, people in high places are not convenient to act. But we can act below us. And there is another advantage of us acting below us. Even if we fail, the impact is not big. How do you think this matter should be handled? The president asked the young man next to him. According to the rules? Wrong. Of course. This kind of thing is reported. You mean this matter will be returned to the second steward? The young assistant suddenly realized something. Don't forget. Our Alliance Sword Association is also affiliated with the Blue Empire Sword Association. The young assistant's eyes widened when he heard this. This little thing became a tool for the second steward to confront the first steward. President, I feel that I am not suitable for this job. The young assistant felt his scalp tingling. The harder the work, the faster the results, and the faster the promotion. If you want to do simple work, then maybe you will do this kind of simple work for the rest of your life. Think it through and report this matter to your superiors. The president looked at the young assistant deeply. When the young assistant heard this, his face was full of entanglement again. Yang Bo received another call from Lu Jijie, asking him to tell him more about anything in the future, and said that this matter involved politics and even more things. Yang Bo, like Xiaobai, promised Lu Jijie that he would consult him more about anything in the future. Isn't it just some political issues in the Blue Water Empire? It seems that some people are not happy with this brave general. But no matter what, I will just follow the rules. Yang Bo could probably guess it. In this kind of thing, just follow the rules. Of course, if others don't follow the rules and want to use other methods to target you, then the people who made these rules will come forward to maintain order. If it really doesn't work, you can also break the rules. As long as they rush to die, you can't stop them. I hope that the chess piece, will not be abandoned. Otherwise I don't mind killing the chess player to see what skills he can have. Yang Bo watched Mina's match video again. Mina's swordsmanship looked like a performance, giving people the feeling of a sword dance. The sword in her hand kept showing sword flowers, moving east and west, up and down. This woman is quite capable. Not only is she good at controlling her strength, But she also seems to have hidden offense and defense in her moves. Could she be from a certain ancient martial arts family? But no matter what, just focus on the opponent's vital points. No matter how many moves you make, I will only hit your vital points. And this kind of thing is full of flaws in my eyes. Yang Bo took a look and didn't take it to heart. As for whether the opponent paid him to lose the game, it was no longer important, because Yang Bo was not sure. Damn. These bastards. Wait until I get to the Blue Water Empire, and I will deal with you one by one. Yang Bo was so angry after reading the news report that the players of the Blue Water Empire called him a clown and asked him to go there to die. I must win all the wealth of these bastards. It seems that I can also win them as slaves. However, I am a member of the Alliance. I don't want them to be slaves. I can win all their property, and then make them bankrupt and become slaves. The effect is the same. Yang Bo checked and found that betting is allowed in the Water Blue Empire competition. Of course, both parties must agree voluntarily. Yang Bo sent a message to Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen, asking them to write down the names of all the swordsmen in the Water Blue Empire who cursed him. And he would go to the Water Blue Empire to seek revenge on them later. And those guys who challenged him online. Seeing someone scolding him, Yang Bo was so angry. Of course, other people saw it too. So they sent messages to comfort him. And Yang Bo replied to them one by one. The next morning, Yang Bo saw more people scolding him in the Blue Water Empire. Especially their swordsmanship genius. Yang Bo, don't care about those people scolding you online. Today, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen took Yang Bo's car. And Lu Jingxiang said, as soon as they got in the car, Sister Jingxiang, when we go to the Blue Water Empire, we will win a lot of money from them. You can rank those guys who scold me and challenge me. And we won't mess with those poor guys. Yang Bo said calmly. Ah. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen thought that Yang Bo asked them to do that thing yesterday for revenge. We are used to cursing people in the game, and in the game forums. The guys in the Blue Water Empire think they are far away from our alliance. Also, you have to keep the evidence. These nobles are very rich. Maybe we can win some manors and ranches and farms. We can integrate these industries and set up a company. If it doesn't work, we can sell them. When Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen heard this, they were already imagining what it would be like to own a large manor and have servants to serve them. They were originally longing for the noble life. But are you sure you can win? But the two of them reacted quickly. These guys must have the competition video. When the time comes, I can just find a challenge that I am sure I can win. As for those who are not sure, I just don't accept their challenge. Anyway, I am not from their empire. Yang Bo said this because in the Blue Water Empire, if someone challenges you and you don't accept it, you will be scolded or even expelled from the family. But the Alliance does not have this rule. Maybe Yang Bo will not accept the challenge of others, but will be praised by the people in the Alliance. Chapter 659 8 Kills Break Record. Yeah. Yang Bo saw from the rearview mirror that Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen kept nodding their heads in agreement with his statement. He also felt that the two might not be too deeply affected by the second game world. Yang Bo took the special channel for players. And the parking lot was also in a special area. So he did not meet other people. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen didn't know what to say, because everything they said seemed a little pale. So they just helped to organize the competition equipment silently. Yang Bo felt weird. Just like the husband was going out, and the wife was packing the bag for her husband. I still haven't enjoyed this life. Yang Bo quickly threw this idea out. I'm leaving. After sorting out the equipment, the time was almost up. And Yang Bo left a word and went to the stadium. Zhou Kersen and Lu Jingxiang looked at each other and felt weird. But the two hurried to the stands. Their best friends had been waiting in the stands. You two are so outrageous. You didn't even let my little brother Yang Bo meet me. That's right. Shizuka, didn't you say last time that you liked limited edition bags? I'll give you one. How about you introduce Yang Bo to me? The two felt weird. When did these girlfriends around them talk so nicely? Watch the game. The two said quickly. The next game will be destined to enter the history of the Sword Association. Whether our rookie King Yang Bo breaks the historical record or not, he has already been recorded in the history of the Sword Association. This game is also a peak duel. Our contestant Mina's popularity is only a little bit lower than Yang Bo's. Of course, Yang Bo's popularity is both good and bad. All the audience laughed when they heard this, and naturally knew that there were more people in the Blue Water Empire who cursed Yang Bo. Let me reiterate here that the equipment used by the fencing contestants is under the supervision of the association throughout the whole process, and has been inspected many times. In addition, the equipment used by Yang Bo is different every time, and the same is true for other contestants. So it is impossible to cheat on the equipment. And the equipment data is also monitored online in real time. In addition, our intelligent referee system is connected to the entire fencing association. For the slander of our association, we will take legal action. And everyone knows that we broadcast the whole process live. Everyone started betting. As for the strength of both sides, I won't say more here. The host said a few more words today. Yang Bo can't see what his opponent looks like when he looks at him. Everyone's competition uniforms are exactly the same. Why don't you make the competition uniforms more feminine? In fact, in the early days, the Fencing Association made not only distinctive, but also different colors in the league's competition uniforms to distinguish between the two sides. It's just that the league is too free. Some people say that making the competition uniforms feminine is discriminatory against them, women. And the color is also, because in the alliance, many political parties use colors to represent, such as the Red Party, Yellow Party, Blue Party, Green Party, and Black Party. In the past, some players refused to use random colored competition equipment when they went on stage. So now the competition uniforms are uniformly gray and white. Start. Yang Bo has ignored the host's chattering. As the host said start, Mina took the initiative to attack. Mina's every move gives people an inexplicable sense of beauty, giving people the feeling of an elegant artistic dancer. When Mina moves forward, she is like a dancer dancing. The sword in her hand also draws out sword flowers, which cover Yang Bo's vital parts. In fact, Yang Bo's dynamic vision can capture the traces of the opponent's sword. The opponent's sword moves according to a certain pattern, but the speed is very fast. So it looks like a sword flower under the light and shadow. But the more movements, the greater the loopholes. Yang Bo just stood there, and his eyes narrowed. Mina's movements are very elegant, and the sword flowers directly cover Yang Bo's body. The next second Yang Bo moved. KO! Yang Bo wins. It was just a moment before the intelligence system was afraid of making a sound. Everyone looked at the scene in shock. Yang Bo's sword was against Mina's throat, and Mina's sword was also on Yang Bo's shoulder. Yang Bo put away his sword and saluted, then left gracefully. TSK. Yang Bo is indeed a swordsmanship genius. He squinted his eyes and ignored the opponent's swordsmanship. His eyes only focused on the opponent's vital points. I won't comment on the extra things, because this involves the secrets of the contestants' moves. Someone has already reported me for saying too much. The host's next sentence made everyone roll their eyes. Everyone quickly went online to check. And sure enough, there were many people who knew about it online. Yang Bo is a genius. This is like two armies facing each other. No matter how many armies you have. I only have one. Contestants must not be confused by Mina's moves. Once you pay attention to her moves, you will be brought into her rhythm. There are so many people who know about it online. Who dares to ignore this kind of swordsmanship when the real competition is on the scene? So you can see Yang Bo squinting his eyes. At this time, Yang Bo's vision only sees the opponent's vital points, not the opponent's moves. In fact, Yang Bo's competition this time has some fighting meaning in it. In the free sword competition in the Blue Water Empire, the winner and loser are decided when they meet, as well as life and death. Swordsmanship originally extended from the battlefield. The swordsmanship in the Alliance is looked down upon because there are too many tricks. Little black man from the Blue Water Empire. You have a lot of moves. That's right. The clown competition in the Alliance is not worth watching. We can just pick someone here and beat them. People from your side, descendants of slaves, can also surf the internet. Why don't you hurry up and herd cattle for your master? That's right. How did our swordsmanship players beat your people last year? You bastards from the Alliance. Our swordsmanship geniuses are all participating in the free competition. Boy, you have guts. You dare to say that the swordsmanship players participating in the competition are not geniuses. There are also many nobles in your swordsmanship competition. You are slandering the nobles. I will report you. You from the Alliance. In the end, the people from the Blue Water Empire cursed so badly that they were directly blocked on the internet. Of course, the video disappeared at this time, and the netizens on the Alliance side felt relieved. After all, on the Alliance side, anyone can curse politicians. And politicians who are not cursed are not good politicians. But on the Blue Water Empire side, nobles have absolute authority. Reporting the other party will at least be fined. Yang Bo went home directly. Seeing that it was almost the end of the month, the monster-killing ranking in the Doomsday Dungeon game was still far from the top. Of course, Yang Bo's behavior is seen by others as his otaku personality. He doesn't like to show off or socialize. Yang Bo completely broke the record of the Sword Association's consecutive KOs in competitions. The media of the Alliance are all reporting on this matter, implying that the Alliance has already surpassed the Empire. Yang Bo's competition videos have also been watched repeatedly, but there are no flaws. As for the equipment data, they are all connected to the internet, so the data formed by Yang Bo's actions does not violate any rules. So those who want to find faults can't find any reason. Moreover, the Alliance Sword Association also publicly announced on its official website, "Congratulations to our member Yang Bo for breaking the record of consecutive KOs in competitions." As for the official website of the Sword Association of the Blue Water Empire, it did not publish this announcement. This caused the ridicule of netizens on the Alliance side, who ridiculed the Sword Association of the Blue Water Empire for not being able to afford it, not daring to admit it, and fearing to offend the shitty general. General Yongi is sitting at home. But the pot is in the sky, because the Alliance side unanimously believes that the official Blue Water Empire Sword Association did not announce this news because the previous historical record was kept by itself. But who is General Yongi? He is an important official of the Shuelan Empire, so he is dismissive of the ridicule of the netizens on the Alliance side. This matter is still slowly fermenting, and it is unknown what it will eventually turn into. Dear, congratulations. Annie and Xia called to congratulate Yang Bo. Yang Bo was distracted by the two people's sweet voices. "Hurry up and play the game. I will come to your place in the evening." Then he impatiently replied to other people's messages and hurried to play the game. "Do you still want to work in the background of this game? Play virtual games for me for several days in a row." After entering the Doomsday Instance game, Yang Bo was a little overwhelmed when he found that it was still a virtual game. What Yang Bo didn't know was that the person in charge of the background of the game required the Bionic Man to be upgraded to a higher level because of this major discovery. But the laboratory refused to provide the higher level bionic robot because it had not been tested yet. However, the colonel in charge of the background of the game couldn't wait any longer, because his credit was only one step away from becoming a general. And now he saw that the positions of the Liu family were about to be divided up. Of course, the military research department dared not let the unfinished product leave the laboratory. After all, no one knew whether this bionic robot had any bugs or loopholes. The colonel in charge of the game didn't care at all. After all, the planets were under the supervision of the military, and even if the Bionic Man ran away, he could be caught back. So the colonel in charge of the game department was running the procedures these days. And the bionic robot needs to be charged and needs a special network connection. So if something goes wrong with this thing, it won't be a big deal. At most, the test product will be scrapped. Yang Bo plays a virtual game in the Doomsday Instance game. After playing, he went out of stealth, revealed his body in a cave in the countryside park, and took out Mr. Joe's communicator. Yang Bo was overwhelmed when he saw the information above. Zhang Buizhen, Mr. Joe. According to our investigation, these soul killers were sent by the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire to perform a special mission related to the honor of the royal family. As for the specific mission, we have not yet found out. In addition, the Blue Water Empire has already negotiated diplomatically. Why did Yang Bo feel bad when he saw this news? Because he clearly remembered that he had played a pharmacist before. This pharmacist seemed to have hooked up with a woman of the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire. He was trying to fool the pharmacists of the Ninth Fleet. It seems that Wang Muxua leaked the news. It should be the high-quality potion she sold that attracted other people's attention. In fact, Yang Bo had already expected this. What should I do next? Should I get more high-quality potions to mess up the market? Yang Bo did not reply to Zhang Buizhen's message, but went to find his two girlfriends to celebrate his recent achievements. The two girlfriends had already washed their clothes and waited for him. They were also very happy about Yang Bo's achievements, although they did not understand the political meaning. It was said on the internet that if Yang Bo was the spokesperson this time, the endorsement fee would be at least 1 billion. Chapter 660 Mentality. Money is the best catalyst. And in Xia don't know anything else. But they know that the endorsement fee of the man hugging them is 1 billion or even more. So they admire Yang Bo even more. It all seems like a dream? And hugged Yang Bo tightly. And her ruddy face was because she had just done a lot of physical labor. Xia also nodded. Because every time she did physical labor, Xia would let go a little. So the physical labor had to be more tolerant. Yang Bo had just finished physical labor and felt very comfortable. He took a few minutes to rest for the time being and would come back later. Hearing this, he looked at and from the side and asked, "What do you mean? Last year, the two of us were still receiving the Alliance relief funds. I didn't expect that this year we could find a lover with a net worth of 1 billion. And looked at Yang Bo and kissed him. Then said, Yang Bo looked at the beautiful Annie, whose rosy face looked even better. So he couldn't help but kiss her. Then we have to love each other more. So that you won't think it's unreal. Take a break. Take another break. Feeling Yang Bo's eagerness, Annie said quickly, "Hey, is it real now?" "It's real." Yang Bo left Annie and Xia in the second half of the night, feeling refreshed. After all, it's hard to meet such a top-notch girlfriend on Earth. Of course, in a high-tech society like the Alliance, there are still many people who want the figure and appearance of the two. But the attachment of the two makes Yang Bo feel very satisfied. After Zhang Buizhen sent a message to Mr. Jiu, he didn't wait for the other party's reply, and he was a little bit worried. Finally, Mr. Jiu's message came. Niu Bo came in trotting, and Zhang Buizhen looked at the message on his watch. "Mr. Jiu, I wonder if there is any progress in diplomacy?" When Yang Bo saw the Blue Water Empire mobilize diplomatic relations, he knew that this matter might be left unresolved, because there are many things that can be exchanged between countries. That is, many things can be discussed privately. That is, some people in the Alliance may also be in the hands of the Empire. Zhang Buizhen, it is still under discussion, but there is a high probability that it can be negotiated. Seeing Zhang Buizhen's answer, Yang Bo knew that his guess was right. "Mr. Jiu, then who is the target of the mission this time? The Soul Killer?" Zhang Buizhen, "I don't know. Because their mission level is very high. And these people directly obey certain people around the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire." "Mr. Jiu, then will the Blue Water Empire take any action in private?" Zhang Buizhen, there is a high possibility of action. On the one hand, they may not be telling the truth. On the other hand, if they are telling the truth, then the unfinished mission will continue. And they will definitely send people. And if they can successfully rescue, then there is no need to negotiate with the Alliance in this regard in diplomacy. Seeing this, Yang Bo didn't know how to answer, because he was not sure that the Master of Medicine he played was the target of the other party. "Mr. Jiu, please inform me if there is any news." Zhang Buizhen, we are closely monitoring everyone who enters the planet, and no suspicious person has been found for the time being. "Mr. Jiu, can you give me a copy of the passenger information of the latest flight?" Seeing this scene, Zhang Buizhen and Niu Bo nodded to each other, and then replied to each other, asking the other party to wait for half an hour. Half an hour later, Yang Bo received information about passengers on 3 flights, one of which arrived half a month ago. Another just arrived, and another one that will arrive in a week. There are a total of more than 1,900 people's personal information and their situation on the planet on the 3 flights. After Yang Bo returned to the villa, he took out the identity information of these people. This is not easy to do. Yang Bo wanted to exclude some people first, but it didn't feel right. For example, he wanted to exclude couples with children. But who can be sure that the child is not a barrier to the couple? He wanted to exclude some elderly people. But soul killers are not superpower killers. Soul killers should be more proficient in this area as they get older. Start checking one by one tomorrow. And try to check all the people in Oma City before the 3rd flight arrives. Yang Bo is now mainly afraid that the other party is coming for him, or the 9th fleet. "I can't tell Wang Muxue." Then Yang Bo found out that his opponent in tomorrow's game is Mike. Then he saw that his bowl watch was full of information. And he answered one by one, and said that he was playing games and forgot. Unexpectedly, everyone was still awake in the middle of the night. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen didn't fall asleep at all, because Yang Bo didn't reply to the message. And they were very worried. "Oh, this guy is still in the mood to play games," Lu Jingxiang said after sending messages to Yang Bo. "I guess he is flirting with his girlfriend in the game." Zhou Kersen's tone was a little sour. "Tomorrow we will take Yang Bo to register a studio. The association has already contacted the lowest offer for endorsement, which is 1.2 billion for 3 years. Lu Jingxiang's eyes lit up when she said this. Zhou Kersen nodded and knew the news. But she was still shocked when she heard Lu Jingxiang say it. Yang Bo was only 20 years old. But he was able to achieve such achievements with his own efforts, almost suppressing all the young generations in the alliance. I came from a family, and knew that the second generation of these families, although some of them said they were geniuses, they could not do without the support of the family. It is rare for the second generation in their 20s to make so much money and have such a big reputation. More of the second generation's reputation is hyped up by themselves. And Zhou Kersen also knew that Yang Bo himself was very rich. After comparing it in her mind, Zhou Kersen found that her previous eager heart for Yang Bo was actually a little moved again. Because when Yang Bo was compared with people of the same age in the alliance, especially those second generations in the family, the geniuses that the elders in the family usually said were all eclipsed in front of a genius like Yang Bo, who started from scratch. Yang Bo is actually our guide to swordsmanship. I didn't expect him to go so far and so high in such a short time. After tomorrow's game, he won't have any games in a short time. If he gets better results in the Blue Water Empire game, how much will his endorsement fee be? Lu Jingxiang still couldn't let go of Yang Bo. So she said this. Of course, the two of them were more because of the reactions of their girlfriends around them. These girlfriends all wanted to be Yang Bo's girlfriend. And some of them said 2 or 3 together, saying that they wanted to squeeze Yang Bo so that he couldn't mess around outside. The girlfriends of the two are also from big families, and some of them have higher status than the two of them. And they actually said such things. Of course, the two of them also knew how much benefit Yang Bo could bring to the family. In fact, the two of them had not considered these issues from a political perspective. Political reactions should be a little slower. After all, the official cannot be too ugly. Even if they slap the other party in the face, they should give the other party time to react. Alas, Zhou Kersen also heard the unwillingness in Lu Jingxiang's tone. But there was nothing she could do. Yang Bo fell asleep immediately. Of course not because of physical labor, but mainly because he was used to sleeping. And he felt something was missing if he didn't sleep. The next morning, he got up and charged the battery first. After charging, he felt comfortable and full of energy. Why didn't you sleep well? Yang Bo drove a car to pick up Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen, and saw that the two of them didn't look very energetic. Your endorsement fee is already 1.2 billion at the lowest. Can you sleep? Lu Jingxiang rolled her eyes at Yang Bo when she heard this. Why can't I sleep? I have a lot of money. Besides, if I beat Mike today, I will have more money. Yang Bo really didn't care about this little money. Rich man, Zhou Kersen said with a smile. Hee hee. Yang Bo looked at the storm outside and smiled. Yang Bo's opponent Mike didn't sleep well last night. He was under too much pressure. His ranking dropped a lot after being knocked out by Nader last time. Now he might be knocked out again. If he could go back in time, Mike would definitely not come to this remote planet to participate in the competition. Although Mike won the last few games, the psychological pressure was too great. However, after arriving at the lounge, Mike quickly adjusted himself. It was just a game. Anyway, he also earned so much money. Besides, as long as he manages his fans well, he can still give money. He competes to attract fans. Besides, Nader and Yang Bo will definitely attack other people after they arrive at the capital star. And it will not be just him who will suffer. Mike felt much more relaxed thinking this way. Anyway, he will not only face himself, but it will be earlier. March Star is just the preliminary round, and the semifinals will be held on Tianyun Star. After the semifinals, the players who come out will be selected according to the ranking to go to the Shuilan Empire to participate in the semifinals. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen silently helped Yang Bo to organize his equipment. Last time, Yang Bo felt that the two were like his little wives. And now this feeling is even stronger. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen also felt strange. But Yang Bo did not have any team. And this was the only thing they could do. Come on! After organizing the equipment, Zhou Kersen said first. Yeah! Yang Bo hummed and wore the competition equipment, holding a sword in his hand, and went on the court in a chic manner. The two looked at Yang Bo's back and felt so handsome. The two looked at each other and quickly packed up to go to the stage. Mike, I love you. Mike, kill Yang Bo. Yang Bo, you bastard. You failed us. Yang Bo, if you admit defeat, I will marry you. Yang Bo heard these words from Mike's crazy fans as soon as he came on stage, and felt very overwhelmed. This Mike was a bit too pretentious during the game, and his movements looked very beautiful. But Yang Bo found that the opponent's moves might be from the same sect as Mina. Of course, for those who are not strong enough, the opponent's moves are threatening everywhere. But for people with strength like Yang Bo, the more moves the opponent has, the more flaws there are, because many moves are connected. As long as he finds a flaw, then if he wants to change his moves, he will be deformed in terms of strength in time. This is going to be a wonderful duel. Yang Bo has won 8 consecutive games and KO'd his opponents 8 times, breaking the record of the Sword Association. Mike has many fans in the league, and Mike has rich competition experience. The host started to nag again. Chapter 661, Out of the Circle and Become an Idol. This guy is indeed successful in attracting fans. There are so many people supporting him at the scene. But this guy knows how to manage and establish a persona. This kind of person can make winning even more winning, and can turn losing into winning. But this has little to do with me. Yang Bo does not intend to go the route of attracting fans, so he will not accept any endorsements. Some stars on the earth have fallen into the trap after accepting endorsements. The clothes they wear on some occasions are hard to describe. It is hard to say that the company that endorses them is not sent by the other party. It is not so easy to get money from businessmen. If he can give you $1, he wants you to make $10. The atmosphere at the scene was very warm. But what Yang Bo found a little difficult to accept was that many men were also shouting Mike, I love you, I want to marry you, and so on. Of course, there are also occasional people shouting to marry themselves. And there are also men. I don't want to stay at this competition for even a minute. Let's make it quick. Although Yang Bo deliberately ignored the voluptuous man who called out to marry her, she was very sharp-eyed and could see the movements of everyone at the scene clearly because of her dynamic vision. Begin. The host finally said begin. Mike wanted to show his fans an elegant pose. Unexpectedly, Yang Bo changed his previous rhythm this time. As soon as the host finished speaking, he rushed forward like a leopard. Mike was halfway through his pose and had to come over to defend Yang Bo. Ah! Yang Bo! Go to hell! Yang Bo! You ugly bastard! Yang Bo! You bastard! Mike's fans around him screamed immediately. Yang Bo's sword stabbed directly at Mike, and Mike's sword blocked Yang Bo's sword. But the next second, Yang Bo's sword changed from stabbing to cutting forward, and Mike retreated at a high speed. But at this moment, Yang Bo's whole body stepped forward to the right, and the sword in his hand was like a hook. KO! Yang Bo wins! Before the screams of Mike's fans and the audience ended, the voice of the smart referee came. I can only say that Yang Bo's grasp of strength and speed has reached a delicate level. The host said this after seeing the data. Of course, this data is confidential to the outside world. Yang Bo KOs his opponents 9 times in a row, continuing to maintain his title of Rookie King. The next time we see Yang Bo on the court will be in the Capital Star. The host was not surprised to see Yang Bo trotting away again. How can Mike retreat? If he doesn't retreat, he won't give Yang Bo room to display his skills. Is he confused? Everyone watched the video material and found that their male god Mike was a little embarrassed. It turned out that when Mike retreated, although he avoided Yang Bo's fierce attack, he gave Yang Bo space to perform subsequent moves. Mike's sword blocked Yang Bo's sword, and Yang Bo's sword cut forward. Mike followed the defense, but Yang Bo just drew a hook, and in the process of the hook, he changed his move and stabbed directly, and then Yang Bo's sword stabbed him in the chest. The short time of less than 1 second of continuous fighting did not give people time to react at all, and it was all subconscious behavior. Of course, this subconscious behavior was to aim at the opponent's flaws. Mike defended Yang Bo's move of cutting forward, but it also left his upper body wide open. If Mike didn't defend against Yang Bo's forward cut, he would have to retreat again. But the speed of retreat would definitely not be as fast as Yang Bo's attack. Ah! Lu Jingxiang looked at her best friend screaming. Her face flushed with excitement. Jingxiang? Lu Jingxiang and others' best friends turned their heads to look for the two, and found that they were gone. Not going to register as studio. Lu Jingxiang stared at Yang Bo with wide eyes. Just not registering for now. Anyway, there is no chance to accept endorsements now. If I accept endorsements now, when my ranking is higher in the future, won't I lose too much? I think it's safer to wait until the end of the competition. Anyway, it's only 3 months. Yang Bo didn't want to accept endorsements at all. Of course he couldn't say it now. Jingxiang, I also think what Yang Bo said makes sense. If Yang Bo's ranking rises once, the endorsement fee will increase. If he gets good results in the Blue Water Empire again, he will lose too much. Zhou Kersen didn't know why she wanted to help Yang Bo. Okay then. Lu Jingxiang knew what he said was right. But she was a little worried because she had a lot of debts. Sister Jingxiang, are you short of money? Yang Bo didn't want to ask. After all, Lu Jingxiang was different from Zhou Kersen. And Lu Jijia must have money. I reconciled with the family and owed a debt. And the interest every day is not small. Lu Jingxiang said a little embarrassedly when she heard this. Where is brother Jie? He has fixed assets that have not been cashed. And his money is his. How about I lend it to you first? Yang Bo has a lot of money in his hands. He was attacked several times. And the government paid a lot of money. I owe several hundred million. Lu Jingxiang sighed at this point. Is 400 million enough? Yang Bo only had this little money. The gray income never went into his account. Zhang Letian donated it to charity that time. And the other young masters Zhang exchanged it for energy metals. Including the compensation funds of the Pirate Alliance. Ah? You have so much money. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were both shocked. I only have this much cash. And the current selling price of fixed assets is too low. Yang Bo nodded. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen almost fainted. Although Yang Bo lent Zhou Kersen tens of millions last time. This is 400 million. But, Lu Jingxiang didn't know what to say. After all, the interest on such a large sum of money is not a small number. Anyway, I don't like money. I'll lend it to you first. We are also partners. There will be plenty of opportunities to make money in the future. Yang Bo looked at Lu Jingxiang and knew that she didn't refuse. Yang Bo is right. Anyway, we too will work for him in the future. Zhou Kersen also chimed in. Thank you. Lu Jingxiang felt so warm at this moment that she almost cried. After all, the family that gave birth to and raised her broke up with her. And she felt very wronged. And asked for such a large sum of money. It's okay. After saying that, Yang Bo transferred money to Lu Jingxiang. And the note of the transfer was a loan. After Lu Jingxiang paid the money back, she was completely relieved. I'm going back to play the game. Let me know if there is any news. Yang Bo waved his hand and left. Yeah. Yang Bo's back was even more handsome in the hearts of the two. On the way back, Yang Bo received a series of congratulations. And almost everyone he knew called him. Even Wang Mushua called him. Yang Bo naturally knew that Wang Mushua had a lot of things to do now. After all, the Ninth Fleet had so many new people. And they must have training. And other things. But it was good this way. So that this woman wouldn't think too much. No matter how powerful the intelligence system is, it can't compare to humans in one aspect. That is, jumping thinking. Human thinking can combine two unrelated things together and get an answer that is not supported by anything but is very correct. The intelligence system emphasizes a logic that cannot know the correct answer without any logical information pointing to it. Yang Bo least wants to contact Wang Mushua, a super pervert with full wisdom, because it is very likely that your inadvertent little action will expose your identity that has been hidden for a long time. Fortunately, the Alliance is a place that emphasizes evidence. But once you are suspected, you will definitely be watched. So when Yang Bo used other identities to do things, he never showed his true face, because it was very likely that a slight expression would betray him. Fortunately, he also had the ability to disguise himself at the level of a grandmaster. I don't know how long it will take for the sword fighting competition preliminaries to be completed. After Yang Bo returned to the villa, he first played the Doomsday Dungeon game. It's still a virtual game. It's a pity that the monsters killed in the monster-killing tasks provided by these game officials do not have any skills. Otherwise, I don't know how many skills these monsters would have exploded. Don't the game officials have spare bionic robots? Or are they preparing the latest bionic robots for me? I also provided a lot of data for bionic robot research. Yang Bo used machine guns and cannons to kill zombies and monsters in the game, while muttering to himself. Of course, this is a virtual game. Hurry up and kill the monsters in this game mission. And then go to the second world game to have a look. When Yang Bo was in the villa, he had no idea that his reputation had spread throughout the Interstellar. First, the mainstream media of the Alliance began to report that a young man in his 20s in the Alliance broke the historical record of swordsmanship competitions, and specially noted that the last person who kept the historical record of swordsmanship competitions was General Yongi of the Blue Water Empire, and also stated that the official website of the Blue Water Empire Sword Association has not updated this information so far, indicating that this is disrespectful to the alliance. Of course, the meaning of each mainstream media report is similar. That is, the Blue Water Empire discriminates against us, which has aroused the indignation of the majority of netizens and citizens in the alliance. Many people held signs outside the Blue Water Empire's embassy in the alliance. Some members of parliament also publicly stated that they would take reciprocal measures. Then Yang Bo's information was dug out. From a grassroots resident to the present. He was definitely a genius cultivated by the alliance. After all, he was able to grow from a resident who enjoyed the benefits of the alliance to the present because of the alliance's free environment. Many people were surprised that Yang Bo had grown from a resident to the present. But more people felt sorry for Yang Bo. That is, why did the Blue Water Empire Sword Association not recognize his achievements? Many large companies and consortiums in the alliance expressed their willingness to help Yang Bo. And some even expressed their willingness to pay a high price to invite Yang Bo to endorse. At this moment, Yang Bo became an idol for many people because he was so inspiring. Of course, there was also a voice that demanded that the Alliance Sword Association be separated from the Blue Water Empire Sword Association. Finally, the Alliance diplomatic spokesperson made an open inquiry to the Blue Water Empire. At this time, some people in the Blue Water Empire realized that this matter was not as simple as they imagined. Yang Bo didn't care what was said on the internet. Anyway, he couldn't come out and talk about it. He tried to speak less publicly on the Alliance side, because anyone could find reasons to oppose any of your speeches. To put it bluntly, it was just picking bones and eggs. Yang Bo entered the second world game and found that the gardening instructor found by the academy for him was actually a gardener. Every Monday and Wednesday, he had to follow this gardener to the city to deal with people's gardens, which means that he was the apprentice of this gardener. The carving skill instructor was also a carver. He followed the carving instructor to learn carving skills every Tuesday and Thursday. But before that, Eddie asked himself to learn etiquette first, because whether it was gardening or carving, they were all serving the nobles. It's different from what I imagined about studying in the academy. I thought there were many people teaching in one classroom. But the productivity of this world is low. Just like the ancient earth couldn't support so many craftsmen. So these people teach students just like they taught apprentices in ancient times. Yang Bo figured it out. Thank you, Dean. Yang Bo accepted Eddie's suggestion. Meet your two mentors in the afternoon. Eddie knew Yang Bo's recent performance and chose a mentor based on his recent performance. Of course, Yang Bo didn't know that the academy was also testing him in disguise. Chapter 662 Bug Bionic Man? Because this is a real world. The dean of the college has to arrange it according to everyone's personality and work style. Yang Bo thought it was simple to follow the gardener and the sculptor to the nobles' homes to do things. But in fact it was not simple at all. The nobles have a lot of power in this world and are a privileged class. So when doing things in the nobles' homes, you have to be particularly disciplined. Because Yang Bo was recommended by the college to do things. Once Yang Bo does not follow the rules, he will implicate the recommender. So why do those gamers, who want to make a fortune and invent all kinds of things when they enter the game fail in the end? Because no matter who it is, these gamers will not be recommended to the nobles. Moreover, this kind of productivity in ancient times rejected new technologies. On the one hand, the privileged class did not like to use new technologies because they believed that new technologies would shake their privileges. And other craftsmen also rejected new technologies because new technologies would cause many people to lose their jobs. There is no meaning in simply improving the productivity of a certain item, because the overall social consumption level has not improved. Even if Yang Bo builds a super factory and can produce a lot of clothes, there is still a source of raw materials and a market. Even if Yang Bo makes a simple processing equipment to process stone balls, the demand for stone balls is not unlimited. When the demand is reached, will other people be unemployed? If these unemployed people cannot find jobs, will they become a factor of social instability? Unless we start from the most basic, that is, from the raw materials end, such as increasing grain production, we can improve the production and consumption level of the entire society. In Yang Bo's previous life, he read novels. Many people went back to build cannons and airplanes. Those who had never touched it thought it was very simple. But cannons and airplanes needed raw materials. Just like the ancient method of mining ore. How many miners were needed to meet the needs of a steel plant? And the food, drink, defecation, and so on of these miners. Not to mention in ancient society. Even when Yang Bo traveled through time, there were so many countries in the world. How many countries had steel plants? And many small countries did not even have the smallest steel plants. Did they not have the technology? No. It was because they did not have the ability to complete the upstream and downstream industrial chain. In addition, Yang Bo did not want to bother with those things, and wanted to experience the difference of the second world and explore the truth of this world at the same time. Because you can only integrate into them by abiding by the rules set by these people in this world. Hauntel. The nobles are great. The nobles have dedicated everything to our country, so they enjoy many privileges. When we face the nobles, we need to respect them. Yang Bo looked at the etiquette teacher who taught him, who was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was dressed neatly and gave people a meticulous feeling. TSK. After learning etiquette for a few hours in the Second World Game, I was constantly brainwashed by middle-aged people to be loyal to the kingdom, loyal to the king, and respectful to the nobles. However, Yang Bo's performance in the game satisfied the etiquette teacher. These shameless people. Yang Bo opened the news and found that he had become a national idol. However, the news reports mentioned more about the superior system of the alliance, which made him what he is now. These shameless people. Just look at the activities of these people in your alliance. The original owner died in your hands, and you still have the nerve to talk to me about the system. Yang Bo felt a little sick when he saw these news. Yang Bo, who had just crossed over, thought that the world civilization was so developed, so the system should be very advanced. But he found that civilization and system had nothing to do with each other. Technology is just a tool for the upper class to rule the lower class, and it will only satisfy the increasing desires of the upper class. The situation of the alliance is relatively good. There is the Scarlet Federation, which is divided and ruled by warlords. There is also a well-known pornography industry and gambling industry there. You can imagine what kind of life ordinary people live there. The slave ships of the Water Blue Empire explain everything. The alliance has such a bad system, but it is still the best among the three countries. In fact, my ability is more suitable for development in the Scarlet Federation. Sometimes Yang Bo has an illusion. The reason why it is an illusion is that he thinks it is easy to acquire skills in the chaos there. But if he thinks carefully, if there is chaos, wouldn't he be easily killed by others? It is possible that he will be shot when he goes out. Of course, it is still very dangerous for me now, because there are too many modern technological weapons. Even though I am so awesome now, if I really get a big bomb, I will probably be finished. Especially some energy bombs, plasma bombs, electromagnetic bombs, etc. The Blue Water Empire has not responded yet. It seems that this incident I made this time has a great impact on the upper echelons of the Blue Water Empire. After looking around, Yang Bo quit the game because it was already late. Shizuka, look at Yang Bo's current reputation. Fortunately, we have not contacted other companies that want to endorse. Yang Bo has had a hard time. He has grown from a low-level resident to where he is now. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen watched the news for most of the day. And the more they watched, the more they liked Yang Bo. In addition, Yang Bo's swordsmanship was originally guided by the two of them. So when they saw Yang Bo praised in the news, they felt very happy. But other people always felt a little incredible. Zhang Buizhen felt a little like dreaming when he saw Yang Bo, who had become the benchmark of the alliance's political system overnight. After all, it has only been 9 days since the start of the competition, and Yang Bo's identity has undergone a gorgeous transformation in just 9 days. As a newcomer in the political arena, Lu Jijia has a necessary skill to read the news. Seeing that Yang Bo has become a political benchmark, he also feels like he is dreaming. But he also feels that it is natural because there is no problem with everything. Of course, there is also Zhou Rui. Zhou Rui has a little regret in her heart. If she had chosen Yang Bo instead of the identity of a counselor. Because if she were with Yang Bo now, she would still receive a lot of attention and could still enter the political arena. Wang Luxua also saw the changes in Yang Bo, and was more certain that some people must be hiding something from her. But looking at Yang Bo's resume, there was no problem, and no problem could be found. This made Wang Luxua a little confused, wondering if she had guessed wrong. Because Yang Bo's resume was innocent, he had no chance to contact anyone else. If he could contact anyone, it was because he had stayed in the welfare home for a long time. For Yang Bo, This was just the beginning. He still had to go to the Blue Water Empire to harvest leeks and deal with many things there. The next day was another stormy day. Yang Bo went to the Doomsday Dungeon game after breakfast. Finally, the Bionic Man was given to me. This Bionic Man seems to be much more advanced than the previous generation. The main materials seem to be various materials collected from this planet. Yang Bo used his photoelectric superpower to check and found that the materials on the Bionic Man this time were very different from the previous generation. Through passive detection of sound waves, you can know the difference in materials, because the sound waves reflected on different materials are different. Just like the sound of knocking on metal and knocking on wood are completely different. The staff of the Doomsday Dungeon game backstage were relieved to see Yang Bo playing the game. Boss, is there really no problem with this Bionic Man? I see that there is still a lot of progress to be done in this experiment. The staff of the game backstage looked at the test data of the Bionic Man, mainly because there are still many safety tests to be done. Don't worry. The entire planet is under our supervision. I don't believe that a small robot can have such great destructive power. I have consulted the designer and the R&D department on this aspect. The worst case is self-destruction. The colonel shook his head and said. The staff nodded. Since the test department said so, there would be no problem. However, some staff members still murmured in their hearts that his safety can be seen from the design. Then there is no need for safety tests at all. It is precisely because the design results have a certain degree of uncertainty that safety tests are required. But what the boss said is also right. At worst, this thing will explode. And it is connected to the internet and can be monitored at any time. Of course, these people also overlooked one point. That is, since the safety test has not been done, who knows whether the data transmitted by the network is correct? Yang Bo is checking the tasks. The 2 new tasks added today also have task props. One of them is a mine exploration task. This used to be the largest silver mine site on the planet. It is full of unusual energy fluctuations. This task is also a patrol robot. Another task is to sneak into a super city. According to analysis, this may be the last shelter of this planet. And according to analysis, there may be a civilization left on this planet. This is given to an advanced patrol robot. Isn't this an advanced mecha? Yang Bo saw that this so-called advanced patrol robot is an advanced mecha. But it must have been modified intelligently inside. After all, it is used to kill zombies, not mecha fighting. So it can be modified intelligently. Both tasks should be very dangerous. However, Yang Bo knew that the task props were given according to the difficulty of the task. And the task of the civilization fire may be the most difficult. The military can't explore it. There must be a big problem. But it doesn't matter. Driving a mecha to slaughter other zombies and mutant animals is enough. If possible, I can take this task 100 times. However, Yang Bo always kept in mind his game purpose. On the one hand, brushing skills. On the other hand, brushing the number of monsters. As for whether the shitty task is completed or not, what does it have to do with him? After Yang Bo accepted the civilization fire task, he had 20 minutes to prepare. Huh? Yang Bo controlled the bionic robot to come to the arsenal to buy weapons, and suddenly found something wrong, because the game interface showed that he had bought an electromagnetic bomb. But the bionic robot seemed to have grabbed another bomb and put it in the backpack. This is also a system bug. Yang Bo controlled the game character to buy a bullet again. But he didn't expect the bionic robot to directly take a missile backpack. But it showed that he still bought a bullet. This made Yang Bo even more curious. Is there a problem with the data transmission? Is the laboratory manufacturing of this alliance military so unreliable? I have only changed the bionic robot a few times, and it has problems. How many equipments does the entire alliance army have? Or is my bionic robot a new test product? And some bugs have not been found. Thinking of this, Yang Bo's eyes lit up. Chapter 663 Crazy Idea. But this thing needs to be controlled by relay satellite communication. Yang Bo wants to take this thing for himself. But it is difficult in theory. In addition, no matter what equipment, it needs maintenance. I don't know much about maintenance. And the distance is so far. So what can I do with this bug? While thinking, Yang Bo suddenly found that the bionic man returned the wrong equipment and took the correct one. It seems that the military has discovered this bug. Yang Bo continued to control the bionic man silently and pretended not to know all this. But he kept thinking about how to use these bugs in his mind. This is like Yang Bo playing games in his previous life. when he found some bugs in the game. He always wanted to maximize the power of this bug. The special prop for today's mission is a mecha. But this mecha has been modified. The whole mecha is 9 meters high, equipped with a cannon that fires physical bullets, a small laser gun, and 25 micro-missiles. Yongbo chose all electromagnetic missiles. As expected, if I can get such good equipment, there will be no easy tasks. Yongbo controlled the mecha to stand on a mountain, looking down at the huge city ruins below. This mountain is in the middle of the city. It should have been used as a park in the past. The area of the entire mountain is about 2 square kilometers. Of course, there are huge mountains in the distance. To be precise, this big city is located on a plain between 2 mountains. There are groups of moving zombies in the huge city. The whole big city is on a plain. The river in the middle divides the whole city into 2 parts, and also divides the zombies into 2 parts. The entrance to the shelter is just below Yongbo's mountain, and there are probably hundreds of thousands of zombies nearby. Among such a large number of zombies, there must be advanced zombies and super zombies. But I'm not here to complete the mission. I'm here to brush up my skills. I finally got a mecha to brush up my skills. I can't miss such a good opportunity to get some wool. But don't show it too much. Yongbo decided to use the mecha to lead these zombies away first. He wanted to rush up and fight these zombies directly. But this is not his style. Boss, this research institute is too unreliable. The recognition system can actually make mistakes. The staff in the back end of the game said while busy. The test product is like this, as long as it's not a big problem. The colonel didn't care about it. Anyway, as long as the guy in front of him completed this task, he would probably be a general. Looking at the players in the game, trying to lead these zombies near the entrance away, the colonel felt that this approach was right. It's not realistic to fight these zombies head-on with a mecha. The players in the game were controlling the mecha to constantly lead away a large group of zombies near the entrance, which might be more than 30,000. However, the mecha appeared and immediately attracted the scattered zombies around, and soon formed a group of more than 50,000 zombies. Looking at the dense zombies running out of various ruins, the colonel was not surprised at all, but was slightly worried. Great! The mecha's machine gun was powerful, and no matter how advanced the zombies looked, they would be killed by a bullet. Mind control plus 32. Yongbo used the laser cannon used by the mecha to instantly kill the super zombies mixed in the zombie group. Although this zombie is hidden in the zombie group, the high-level zombies are more flexible and fuller, unlike the low-level zombies that are shrunken. Yongbo, who has dynamic vision, can tell the difference of this guy at a glance. If this guy is motionless like other zombies, it is still difficult to distinguish. In this case, dynamic vision plays a stronger role than any other ability. Knife skills plus 16. Knife skills plus 16. Shooting plus 16. Yongbo controls the weapons of the mecha to call out the high-level zombies. In fact, these high-level zombies are not high-level at all because they are faster, but stupid. When they see him, they chase him madly. So the first echelon that Yongbo runs in front and chases behind is these guys. It's so cool. Yongbo has never felt so cool. He pretends to run and shoot to lead these zombies away. Roar! The whole zombie group roared loudly, and Yongbo felt a little scalp numb, because the zombie group has skyrocketed from 20,000 to 30,000 at the beginning, and there are probably more than 100,000 densely packed zombies now. Moreover, these zombies gathered more and more, making louder and louder sounds, and then snowballed. Of course, this is exactly what Yongbo wanted, because the more zombies appeared, the more advanced zombies there were. In less than 20 minutes, Yongbo had killed more than 300 advanced zombies and 5 super zombies. Super zombies were agile and could control other ordinary zombies, but they still had no power to fight back against Yongbo's mecha. Some zombies had evolved something similar to a shell, but they still had no room for resistance against the crystallization of human technology. Seeing that the distance was almost right, Yongbo suddenly accelerated the mecha, and the mecha instantly broke away from the zombies. The game backstage staff breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Yongbo break away from the zombie group. However, the game staff did not notice that the advanced zombies and super zombies in this zombie group were killed by someone. Yongbo did not take action against these ordinary zombies, because Yongbo had long known through the passive detection ability of sound waves that there were several groups of zombies near the entrance. So when the game staff saw the game players rushing to the entrance of the shelter, They were also quite excited. The reason why the game Backstage does not have a detailed distribution map of zombies here is that in this big city, the zombie group is mobile. The entrance to the shelter looks like an entrance to a human air defense tunnel under the mountain, seeing that there are still 100 meters for the game players to enter the shelter. But the next second a huge roar came from the side, and a 5-meter tall, black-bodied advanced zombie was at the entrance of the underground parking lot of the building. Because of the line of sight, the game Backstage staff did not find that there was an underground parking lot behind the ruins, and there were zombies inside. The zombie howled when it saw the mecha, but was hit by Yang Bo's mecha laser cannon the next second, and was completely turned into a ball of fire. Shooting +16. The laser energy reacted with the energy in the bodies of these advanced zombies and exploded. The next second, countless zombies rushed out from both sides. Most of these zombies were still half wet and dripping with water. It was obvious that these zombies were soaking in the underground parking lot. Then, there are many high-level zombies with dark and tall bodies. Then the players in the game have to control the mecha, shooting and retreating. It's over. The game backend staff saw this scene and knew it was over again. Boss, can you use heavy weapons to clean up the zombies here? The game backend staff asked. If heavy weapons can be used, we won't be needed. These monsters are evolving. And this is also a research project of the military. Different areas, different temperatures, different speeds of monster evolution, and other data are also different. The colonel was a little disappointed. But this task was originally one of the most difficult tasks. The players in the game seemed to have tried their best, because the sudden appearance of the zombie group blocked the entrance to the shelter, and the sound of the mecha gunfire would attract the wave of zombies that had just been thrown away. Little did they know that our game players had a great time today. Sword skills +16. Sword skills +16. Mind control +16. Mind control +32. Mind control +16. These underground parking lots. Each parking lot is a zombie group. Each zombie group has a boss. These bosses can control other zombies that are not as good as themselves. So they give so many mind controls. Yang Bo is so happy now, because he has given mind control to dozens of zombies today. It's a pity that these zombies have not evolved to use energy. Boxing +32. Sword skills +8. Sword skills +2. Digging +2. Cooking +2. Music +2. Forging +2. After dealing with the advanced zombies and super zombies he saw, Yang Bo began to output without thinking. Yang Bo controlled the mecha to retreat quickly while leading the zombies far away. But at this moment, zombies that were thrown off last time were attracted by the gunfire again. Seeing that he was about to be surrounded by both sides, Yang Bo found a place to break out. Only 1 hour into the game, Yang Bo had already consumed most of the energy of the mecha. There were no bullets for physical attacks at all, but the laser cannon of the mecha could still be activated. Even the missiles behind the mecha were used up. Mission failed. The colonel saw the current state of the game player and knew that he could not enter the shelter again. He felt a little disappointed, but he had been prepared for it because this mission was the most difficult. Yang Bo was now failing in the mission in the game. And on the other hand, he was thinking about how to use the bug of the current bionic man to make trouble. At least, he had to take advantage of it. Otherwise, he would have discovered the bug in vain. Seeing the prompt of mission failure, Yang Bo returned to the resurrection point and quit the game. The bug of the bionic man has been discovered and will be fixed soon. Then how can I use this? This bionic man has a higher combat power than the previous ones. But this planet is too far away from me, and it is unrealistic to take it back? Even if I want to control this bionic man privately, it is difficult. After all, it has to go through relay satellites and the military's backstage. Huh? Otherwise, Yang Bo found a breakthrough. That is to say, this bionic man with a bug is now connected to the military's internal system. So can I use this bionic man to invade the military's internal system? Normally, I use photoelectric superpowers to invade, which will attract the attention of the military. But if I use the bionic man, the military is likely to think that the bionic man has a bug? Yang Bo's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 664, Thoughts Opened. Yang Bo looked at his hacking skills again. Hacking Advanced, for 34/1000. But I have photoelectric superpowers, so I should have hacking skills bonus. Yang Bo searched the current network system on the internet to see if it was a code or something like that. It turned out that it was still a code composed of numbers. And the more advanced the intelligence system, the more codes there were. It is said that the intelligence system of the Alliance Mastermind is the largest. And the intelligence system carrier that stores this optical brain uses energy storage crystals worth trillions. Then Yang Bo looked carefully again. And sure enough, some people complain that although the current intelligence system is getting bigger and bigger, the probability of bugs is also increasing. However, most bugs will be captured by the intelligence system as soon as they appear, and then patched again. The Alliance even almost passed a motion several times, which was to redesign the Alliance Mastermind. But in the end, it was left unfinished because it involved too many things. This system of the Alliance Mastermind was designed since the Interstellar era and developed from generation to generation. I can leave my own backdoor in the program of this bionic man. Yang Bo has read a lot of professional stuff and knows that there are a lot of codes in all systems that are known to be useful or not. If this kind of bionic man is mass-produced in the future, then my backdoor is likely to be left in it. Although it doesn't seem to be of much use now. What if it is useful? In addition, I can also get into the main system of the military. It is unlikely to leave a backdoor in the main system of the military, but it should be no problem to find out their login key. Of course, the key Yang Bo mentioned is not a string of numbers, because many login keys are now rolling in real time. So Yang Bo does not intend to target the key itself, but the rolling algorithm of the key. As long as he leaves a backdoor in the rolling algorithm system of the key, he can make a key at any time. Take this opportunity to try it out. It doesn't matter if it fails. I dare not touch it at ordinary times. Then Yang Bo did nothing and made up for his hacker knowledge. Not to mention, now I can barely understand these things. The most important thing for hackers is to crack the other party's key to obtain the other party's login permission. Another thing is how to hide their whereabouts. Originally, Yang Bo thought that there should be no hackers in the Interstellar era with intelligent systems. But hackers are still rampant, because intelligent systems also need hardware and software support. And hacker technology is also constantly developing. Moreover, although the main brain intelligence system of the Alliance is powerful, it has too many tasks to do. As mentioned earlier, the network was originally developed from the Interstellar era. All network systems in the entire Alliance are not all the most advanced new generation, and there are still many relatively old network systems. It is impossible to upgrade all network systems to the latest generation, because many people are against the overdevelopment of intelligent systems. And some people even live in places without any network, and they think they will be monitored by intelligent systems. My buddy thinks so too. Yang Bo was amused when he saw this. There are even many places where the rich and powerful live, and there are only the most primitive means of communication. These have become ways for hackers to escape. Moreover, the so-called privacy and territorial laws of the Alliance also make it difficult for law enforcement agencies to track down the source of hackers in a short period of time, because the laws of the Alliance are based on the loss of convictions. If there are no serious consequences, the maximum fine is a fine. There are even hacker forums on the internet. But Yang Bo did not enter, because he would probably be targeted if he entered now. The traces of surfing the internet can be found by others, and there is nothing that can be done about it. Yang Bo did not use the hacker knowledge he learned to erase these traces. It was midnight when he got all the hacker stuff done. Then Yang Bo realized that he was a little too much in the Alliance. First of all, the Alliance said that Yang Bo's success was the excellence of its own system, and some people suggested that he should be awarded the Medal of Freedom. Another part is the black fans. Yang Bo saw that a large part of these black fans were fans of his opponents. Another part was because they bet on him and lost money. And another part was probably paid. As for whose money they took, it is hard to say, because he offended many people in this wave. First of all, there are several direct opponents. These opponents have capital pushers behind them. Otherwise, they would not be able to attract so many fans on their own. Another is the Blue Water Empire, which is very dissatisfied with their face-slapping behavior, especially those users on their network, and some so-called genius swordsmen. This Mina gives people a pure and lustful feeling. No wonder it is said that there are noblemen from the Blue Water Empire pursuing her. Just based on her temperament, she can attract a lot of fans. And this Mike, although he lost the game, he didn't expect to be more popular. I don't believe that these people don't have pushers behind them. After reading Mina and Mike's latest statements, Yang Bo muttered to himself. However, Yang Bo found that he also had quite a few fans. Yang Bo himself was not going to attract fans. Why wasn't the purpose of attracting fans to make money? Was he going to give benefits to fans? Don't be ridiculous. Giving benefits is fake. The sickle is sharp and faster. And cutting leaks is real. He could obviously go to the Blue Water Empire to rob the money of those noble players. Why did he have to work hard to attract fans? Just look at all the stars and celebrities, and you will know that there are too many fans who fail. Because you have to establish a persona to attract fans. If the persona is not established, then the fans will become black fans. If I attract fans based on the things about my 2 girlfriends, I will 100% fail. Yang Bo is self-aware, and he will not establish any persona. At least, he will not admit it publicly. Some things can be done, but they cannot be said. Otherwise they will fail. The next morning, Yang Bo woke up and found that there was a message on his smart watch. It turned out that people he knew sent messages to comfort him, telling him not to be like online trolls. Yang Bo still felt warm in his heart when facing these people's concern. Although he knew that most of them were for profit. It was inevitable for people to live in the world. First, he played the second world game. With his super memory, Yang Bo remembered what the etiquette teacher wanted to say and passed the etiquette teacher's assessment. In fact, he could also let the intelligence system prompt him during this process. But Yang Bo did not do so. Directly operate the various actions of the game character. For example, you can't point your butt at the nobles. For example, you can't walk in the middle. That's the way the nobles walk. There are also shops and taverns on the road. Some for the nobility. And carriages with different levels. There are a series of strict class rules, such as not looking at the nobility when talking to the nobility, not talking loudly to the nobility, etc. After the etiquette assessment, Eddie asked Yang Bo to learn gardening with the gardening instructor tomorrow morning. Then Yang Bo asked the game character to carve stone balls to earn money, and put the game helmet in another empty room. Yang Bo played the Doomsday Dungeon game again, and he was very excited today. As long as the Bionic Man has a bug, I will invade immediately. To be honest, Yang Bo felt that today's plan was a bit risky. But if he didn't take this opportunity to do it now, he might not have a chance later. The staff of the game backstage were relieved when they saw Yang Bo playing the game. Why did this guy log in so late these few times? Have these 2 women logged in long ago? These 2 women are also very smart. They don't talk to others or communicate with others. There is no way to find out their details. Do you think this old pervert was caught and beaten up for hooking up with other married women online? This guy is so cautious. This is very likely. The colonel said, don't guess. There are many people like this in our alliance. You can see that some gamers in our game are even more extreme than him and hardly communicate with the outside world. Everyone nodded. There are all kinds of weird people on the alliance side. And there are also anti-radiation groups that demand the destruction of all satellites and all communication facilities. They even want to sue the alliance for compensation for the physical damage caused by radiation. And the number of people in such a group is said to reach hundreds of thousands, or even more. Some people also destroyed communication facilities, and were sentenced. But even so, there are still people who spray paint on communication facilities, etc. This will not cause substantial losses, will not be sentenced, but will only be fined. And these people still show off on the internet after being fined. After Yang Bo entered the game, he was relieved to find that it was still the bionic robot from yesterday. Let's see if there are any bugs today. Yang Bo was ready. Let's look at the tasks first and find that the unfinished tasks from yesterday have been refreshed. Hee hee. Yang Bo smiled. Do you want to complete this task? This task is the most difficult so far. So it is also the greatest credit. Why am I so stupid? Since the other party is sending women to seduce me, they must want to find me in reality and let me do credit for them. The higher the other party's position, the more sense of accomplishment it will be when I threaten them. Yang Bo quickly figured it out and found that he had made a misunderstanding. That is, to do credit for others now and push others to a high position, so that these people will find him when the time comes. Hee hee. Let's go to the mission area first today. If there are high-level zombies around the mission location, there is no need to rush. If the number of high-level zombies is small, then complete the mission as soon as possible. These guys in the game background are also stupid. This kind of infiltration mission, deploying this kind of mecha is simply a disaster. Yang Bo complained in his heart. If the staff in the game background knew about it, I'm afraid they would strangle Yang Bo to death. Who is the mecha deployed for? Huh? When they came to the mission location again, when Yongbo controlled the bionic man to operate the mecha. He found a bug. Chapter 665 Good Things Come in Pairs. Because at this moment, Yongbo's photoelectric superpower discovered that the bionic man's intelligence system was actually connected to the mecha's intelligence system. Because he found that the signal he gave to the bionic robot was to push the joystick with his left hand to control the mecha to go down the mountain. Although the virtual game interface also showed this action, the bionic man did not actually move, but the mecha did. Yongbo discovered that the bionic man's intelligence system was connected to the mecha's intelligence system. And I don't know what happened, but the mecha's intelligence system actually took a step down the mountain after receiving this signal. What exactly caused this? Yongbo no longer pursued it, because these two intelligence systems are very large. But Yongbo knew that his chance had come, so his photoelectric superpower began to work. The staff at the back end of the game were also dumbfounded. We tested it for several hours. Is there any problem? The staff at the back end of the game looked at the bionic robot and the mecha and saw that they were actually connected to the network. And there was also information data flow between the two sides. But there was no way to check what these information data flows represented, because these two intelligence systems were very large. Is there any problem with the player's game interface display? The colonel in charge was most concerned about this. There is no problem with the game end. The game end is another system, which is separated from our military system. It is mainly an optimization system. As long as the player gives a signal, the game screen will be displayed according to the player's operation signal. We can't enter this system because the player interface system is separate, so we can't get their login information and identity information. We can only simply see the screen effect. The staff hurried to explain. The colonel nodded. The military system must be separated from the civilian system. Are there any other abnormalities? The colonel is also worried because it is the last critical moment. No abnormalities. I am trying to disconnect them. The staff naturally knew what their boss meant by asking this question, because now is the critical time for competition. If they switch to pure virtual content with this game player now, they will miss the time to make meritorious deeds. Although it is not certain whether this player can complete the task today. What if he completes the task? The connection between them has been cut off, and now everything looks normal. The staff in the background of the game are also worried. Let him do the task first, and then hand over today's situation to the laboratory after the task is completed. The colonel looked at the green normal data and breathed a sigh of relief. Yongbo, who was playing the game on the other side, was very excited. He left a backdoor in the algorithm of the bionic key system, and Yongbo found that this algorithm system was connected to the military system. In other words, it is very likely that the entire military key system is this algorithm. But the bionic key system is just a branch of this algorithm system. What also excited Yongbo was that he had implanted a backdoor into the intelligence system of this mecha. There were two backdoors. One was the algorithm system, and the other was the energy system. The energy system was also controlled by the system. At that time, as long as one could enter the energy system, he would be able to obtain the mecha authority. And the two backdoors of this mecha would replicate themselves. And they would replicate as long as they found the same type of system. As for the bionic man, it is not necessary, because this bionic robot is just a test product, and there may be no similar ones. So there is no need to copy it. But if bionic men are mass-produced in the future, and this bionic man performs well enough, then its system will be copied to each bionic man by the military itself. Of course, Yongbo is not sure that his approach is effective. On the other hand, Yongbo's approach is a bit redundant, because he can unlock any intelligent system equipment in his mechanic state. But unlocking with technology or with superpowers is completely different. Using technology is knowledge, and others will not be afraid of this. Even if they know that you unlocked it with technology, they can update the system. But if you unlock it with superpowers, others will kill you to feel relieved. But this mecha is likely to be abandoned. What method should be used to let them recycle this mecha? Yongbo was thinking about another question while controlling the mecha to rush down the mountain. If this mecha is left on this planet, it is likely to be scrapped. But if it is recycled, it is likely to check the entire mecha before it is scrapped. And then it will be automatically copied as long as the backdoor is connected to the internet. It's a headache. Looking at the zombies at the entrance of the shelter below, there is a large group of zombies constantly wandering in this area, taking the mountain in the center as the area. Two huge groups of zombies began to move around the mountain. This group of zombies are connected head to tail, just like grinding a mill. Even if there are high-level zombies inside, it is impossible to stop the zombies from performing instinctive activities. These guys have no brains. So they run when there is movement in front, and then run in a circle. This is also the reason why players from big cities dare not come. In some big cities, the zombie swarms can reach millions, and they just start to walk around certain roads in the city. Such a large shelter. Is there no ventilation facilities? Even if it was originally a sealed shelter, what will happen after the strange energy invades? Yang Bo looked at the lush forest. It would be difficult to find ventilation holes. The military might have searched for them long ago. There are so many advanced zombies? Now you want to throw away the mecha and just sneak in with the bionic robot? But the mecha has just been implanted with a backdoor. It seems that the mecha must carry some valuable things before it can be recovered together. Huh? Yang Bo thought of a possibility, which is to put the mecha in a hidden place, and then control the bionic man to enter the shelter. But I am afraid that I will get important information and then be taken over by the military. He looked at the map carefully, and then looked at the trend of the mountain. This mountain was probably a park before, and the terrain is a bit like a winding mountain road. Although the height of the entire mountain is only tens or hundreds of meters from the ground, it seems that the only way is to lure the zombies to the mountain, and then sneak in. Use the trees on the mountain to slow down the zombies. The staff at the back end of the game saw Yang Bo controlling the mecha running on the mountain, and they didn't know what he was doing. Then, they saw Yang Bo on the other side of the mountain, firing 2 micro-missiles towards the shelter. Directly attracted all the zombies around the shelter. The next second, Yang Bo was on the back of the mountain, directly controlling the mecha to fire. Then the people in the game background suddenly realized. Yang Bo fired a gun on the back of the mountain to attract zombies. All the zombies were attracted by the sound and chased Yang Bo with crazy roars. The zombies were all linked. The position where Yang Bo fired the gun immediately attracted the attention of the zombies, who were pushing the mill. The zombies in front immediately turned back, and the zombies behind immediately accelerated and chased Yang Bo's mecha. As mentioned earlier, this mountain is only about 1 square kilometer. The zombies that were just blown out of the shelter by the missile did not move after the missile exploded. But the next second, the other zombies, who were pushing the mill, roared. These zombies were the chain reaction caused by the zombies attracted by Yang Bo's gun on the back of the mountain. So these zombies that were just attracted were attracted by the roars of other zombies, and ran along both sides of the mountain. Although the zombies are slow, their roars spread quickly. So these zombies blindly followed the roaring zombies in front. The terrain and trees on the mountain hindered the speed of the zombies. Of course, during this period, the fastest high-level zombies would be named by Yang Bo one by one. The high-level zombies that ran fast were threatening and had many skills. Shooting +8. Mind control +8. Mind control +16. Mind control +32. Knife skills +16. Trekking +16. Scouting +16. These high-level zombies had all kinds of skills, and one skill after another kept appearing in Yang Bo's mind. But the most was mind control. The mecha fired crazily to suppress these zombies. There were not many high-level zombies, less than 200 in total, and Yang Bo began to name the remaining ordinary zombies. Cooking +2. Knife skills +2. Dancing +2. Planting +2. Pharmaceuticals +8. Forging +8. Anyway, ordinary zombies give everything, most of which are ordinary life skills. At this time, Yang Bo's passive sound wave detection ability came into play. He could hear the zombies at the entrance of the shelter getting smaller and smaller, and farther away, because these zombies followed the zombies in front from both sides of the mountain to the back mountain. Shoot down the missiles on the mecha to only 3, and then run away quickly. Drop some time bombs, then control the mecha to turn around and run. And also use the flying backpack to perform short-distance sliding jumps. In just a few seconds, Yang Bo reached the entrance of the shelter. There are only a few scattered zombies here, and the large zombie army was attracted away by his previous wave of operations. These zombies are all disabled. Yang Bo doesn't care at all, and rushes into the shelter. The entrance of the shelter doesn't look very big, 5 meters high and about 7 meters wide. The passages in the shelter are all made of concrete, and some places use stone. It seems that humans have finally realized the corrosion of energy to metal. After entering the shelter entrance, the passage goes down diagonally. There is a problem here. It is now more than 20 meters underground, but there is no water accumulation. There are signs of leakage in the passage, but the water flows forward along the passage, and it seems that this base is in the mountains in the distance. Then why didn't they build the entrance to the base directly in the mountains? Could it be that there are entrances and exits in other places? But the survivors of the base closed other entrances, just to use these zombies to block the entrance? Thinking of this, Yang Bo shook his head, and felt that this idea was a bit weird. Chapter 666 Family Hidden Treasures. This passage is relatively intact. At least there is no collapse, because this passage is all arched with stones, accompanied by the sound of dripping water. This is the water seeping out from the gaps between the stones. These water drops fall on the ground, and pits are dripped out one by one on the ground. It seems that my previous guess is correct. The humans on this planet have already known the erosion of metal by strange energy at this time. But the weird thing is, why is there no zombie here? Also, why are there no mutant animals? That's a bit strange. After walking about 10 kilometers, Yang Bo looked at the parameters of the mecha and found that it was now about 150 meters underground. A huge cave appeared in front of Yang Bo, and the sound of water could be heard in the cave. No wonder, I said, there was no water in the passage. Surrounding the cave are stone chambers, which are carved out of the stone wall. Yang Bo's mecha could not enter, so he controlled the bionic man to enter the stone chamber. With so many stone carvings, it seems that this ancient method of preserving culture is the most reliable. There is nothing else in the stone chamber, all of which are densely packed with various characters. But Yang Bo does not recognize this kind of characters. The stone chamber is not very big, and Yang Bo guessed that it would be less likely to collapse if it was smaller. There are many such stone chambers densely distributed in the cave. What's the sound? After walking about 1 kilometer, Yang Bo heard a sound. But before he got close to the sound, he saw the alarm on the game interface. Toxic gas? Yang Bo saw the game interface reminding him of toxic gas. After walking about 700 to 800 meters, Yang Bo looked at the gas spraying from the ground. Natural gas? Oh my! At this time, Yang Bo used the robot hand of the bionic man to knock on the ground a few times. Only then did he realize that there was a glass pipe under the ground, which extended far away, and the other end of the pipe was this cave. No wonder there are no zombies or other animals in this base. With such a large amount of natural gas spraying in it, they will be poisoned to death. Yang Bo understood the idea of the person who designed the shelter. This may be the only trace of human beings who have lived on this planet. Maybe this civilization only exists in history. But according to reason, energy should catalyze some people. Why hasn't the background of this game allowed me to complete the task? Yang Bo continued to walk in the cave. There were no more stone chambers with stone carvings. Yang Bo suddenly found a row of stone chambers, and the echo was a bit wrong. There was no text in this stone chamber, but a person was carved. This was not what surprised Yang Bo, but what was in front of him was a glass coffin with a somewhat transparent material, which was already covered with dust. However, Yang Bo knocked it with his hand and found that it should be resin or something like that. Then he wiped the dust off the surface with his hand and looked inside. There were things like amber in this container, and you could see hair, blood, and even other things in the amber. The whole container formed the first seal, and then the amber-like things inside formed the second seal. Congratulations to the player for finding clues to the lost civilization. Please collect the quest items in front of you. A message suddenly popped up on the game interface. TSK. Could it be that the military wants to use these genes to revive these humans? It should be that I should take them back first and try it out. Yang Bo understood instantly. So a funny scene appeared. The mecha controlled by Yang Bo held the container and returned the same way. I was just worried about how to send the mecha back. Now the mecha will definitely be sent back with this quest item. The staff in the background of the game applauded. I didn't expect that the last shelter on this planet is not to shelter humans, but to record the civilization of this planet. A staff member said. The people here introduced natural gas into this cave through clever design. Maybe the cave was full of natural gas at the beginning, so there are no mutant animals or zombies. It should be like this, but I don't know if the biological samples they sealed can still be used now. Do you think there are frozen biological samples in the South Pole and the North Pole of the planet? It is very likely. Boss, I didn't expect this mission to be completed so easily. Boss, you can be promoted to general this time. The colonel in charge of the game background laughed. It's hard to say. It depends on the specific research and analysis results. But there must be other biological samples below. Boss is right. The stone wall in this stone chamber is carved with a woman. So there are probably animals, or other people's genes in other places. The last time the military explored the tunnel seemed to be 80 years ago. It is very likely that the tunnel was filled with natural gas at that time. Very likely. We were wrong. We thought there must be many people in this last shelter. Go to this player. Yes. Boss. Yang Bo used his photoelectric superpower to see the fighter plane approaching the mecha he was operating. And then the game official switched him to a virtual game. He logged off in the virtual game. Hee hee. I just don't know if my arrangement will work. Yang Bo was very happy. After the military took back the mecha and the Bionic Man, the game backend handed over the Bionic Man's data today to the R&D department, and specially marked the time when the problem occurred. The R&D department transmitted the Bionic Man's data back and then conducted data testing. These people are really stupid. They didn't come to us when the problem occurred. Now we run the program and everything is normal. They don't know shit. It's enough if the program can run normally. The intelligent program didn't check it out. Do we have to sort out the code line by line? That's right. There is no program without problems. As long as we follow the process. It's fine. The people in the R&D department ran the program several times and found that there was no problem. Forget it. At this time, Yang Bo was in a hurry. He just went offline and got a box of drinks and was about to go to the second world game. He thought of using the spirit seed to see if there was any problem with the few people who were used by him. Unexpectedly, there was really a problem. Yang Bo quickly put on the armor and went out invisibly. Zhang Buizhen didn't react at all. Yang Bo found that the girl he took away from the Pirate Alliance meeting was kidnapped. It's not that she was kidnapped. To be precise, the girl is in a strange state now, and she follows someone unconsciously. This girl lives in a big villa, and there are people arranged by Zhang Buizhen around this big villa. Suddenly, lightning flashed in the sky. Yang Bo simply showed his body and used his photoelectric superpowers to absorb the energy waves released by the satellite warning system satellite. The whole person instantly merged into the storm. The planetary warning system did not find Yang Bo's abnormality. On the one hand, it was affected by the thunderstorm just now. On the other hand, Yang Bo's absorption of the detection wave would form a very small blank point. However, the planetary warning system will not warn for this kind of accidental detection wave blank. The planetary warning system will warn more for abnormal energy waves or energy fluctuations exceeding a certain amount. Of course, if this kind of detection wave blank point appears frequently, the planetary warning system will also warn. Zhang Buizhen was dealing with something at this time. Master, it's not good. At this time, Niu Bo broke into the room directly and said loudly. Zhang Buizhen knew something was wrong when he saw this scene, because Niu Bo rushed in so impolitely. Zhang Buizhen looked at the message from Mr. Jiu on his watch. The girl you protected was taken away. Where are your people? Master, the people who protected this girl are now all out of contact, Niu Bo said anxiously. Zhang Buizhen jumped up in shock and looked around. Niu Bo said quickly, it should be a soul killer. Only a soul killer can control the other party's actions. And all surveillance is now closed. The soul killer should control the other party at a certain distance. I didn't see any strangers in the surveillance. Hearing what Niu Bo said, Zhang Buizhen said quickly, quick! Quick! Let Mr. Jiu solve it. Zhang Buizhen was really scared. The security force protecting the girl was very strong. The soul killer could take the girl away silently. So could the other party also make him commit suicide quietly? Soon the other party replied, Mr. Jiu, I don't know how many people there are on the other side, so I may have to use heavy weapons. Zhang Buizhen and Niu Bo were a little entangled when they saw this message. And then Zhang Buizhen picked up the watch and replied, what heavy weapons are you going to use? Mr. Jiu, soul killers can control other people's souls within a certain distance. So they must use weapons such as mechas or lasers to have a chance of winning. Yang Bo really has no idea about these soul killers, and he doesn't want to take the risk to test the distance of these people's soul control. Niu Bo saw the other party's answer and quickly said, the Blue Water Empire doesn't follow the rules. So we don't follow the rules either. We will just kill everyone they sent. This way, we will hurt them, and they won't do it again. Okay. Zhang Buizhen certainly knew the deeper meaning of Niu Bo's words. That is, if we don't handle it well this time and scare the other party, then the other party may target us a second time at any time. Give him the identity identification code. and we will push this matter to the Blue Water Empire afterwards. Zhang Buizhen quickly made up his mind. Okay. Niu Bo was relieved to hear this. The ability displayed by the Soul Killer was too terrifying. Mr. Jiu, remuneration? It's not that Yang Bo still wants money at a critical moment. But Mr. Jiu's personality is a money grubber. Zhang Buizhen, Mr. Jiu. Just do your work first. There is no problem with money. If it really doesn't work, I will tell you the location of my family's secret treasure. Zhang Buizhen now believes that the target of these soul killers may be himself. And the people who want him to die now are his family members. As long as he dies, the huge valuation of March Star will return to the family. Because he is the most valuable target of this planet. And only he has someone to offer a price that the soul killer cannot refuse to make trouble. The pirate leader is nothing. The current valuation of March Star exceeds many trillions. As long as he dies, the family can have such a large amount of assets for nothing. Mr. Jiu, wait for my good news. Chapter 667, Finding Fun. Bar? Yang Bo did not expect that the guy who kidnapped this woman actually took this woman to the bar. This woman also had a maglev car, which should have been equipped by Zhang Buizhen. What is this routine? Is this bar also the base of the Blue Water Empire? The kidnapped woman listened to the other party's orders and acted according to the other party's orders. The maglev car was driven to the bar parking lot. And then the two got on the elevator again. Oh! Yang Bo understood after seeing the situation in the bar through the woman's vision. There are many familiar faces in the bar. It turns out that these guys from the Sword Association are here. These guys are probably going to kidnap these members of the Sword Association and threaten Zhang Buizhen to release them. Of course, this may also be a plan to divert attention. Where is the soul killer hiding now? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. There are so many accomplices. The girl followed the other party to a private room, which had more than a dozen people in it. This girl's soul is indeed a little abnormal. No wonder she can get rid of control. After entering the private room, the guy who controlled the girl started talking. And it sounded like a man. Save her first. And then find a chance to take this girl back for research. There were more than a dozen people in the workshop. Both men and women. All wearing hats and masks. Leaving only a pair of eyes outside. The weapons are ready. And the Pirate Alliance will also cooperate with us. One of them said. Okay. You are responsible for acting openly. Mouse. You hide in the crowd and pay attention to the crowd's movements. These people are all superpowered people. Especially those in the Sword Association. Many of them are from sections. I think you also know their information. Mosquito. You are responsible for communicating with the government. Eyes. If necessary, you can capture 2 people from the Sword Association and kill them. A man with a pure black mask gave orders. Yang Bo saw through the woman's vision and found that the codename this person shouted was the pattern on their masks. According to the plan, Yang Bo is now on the run. He just sent a message to Zhang Buizhen in the suburban park. While monitoring the other party and running wildly, Yang Bo wanted to use his superpowers to go directly to that place. But the surveillance system in the city is too sensitive. I want to take a taxi or take a bus. But unfortunately I am now the leader of the pirates. Yang Bo couldn't see the rest of the situation, because the girl was ordered by the other party to stay in the private room. And then more than a dozen people left the private room. What are you doing? When Yang Bo rushed to the door of the bar, he saw a bar staff member preparing to close the door. Yang Bo pushed the staff member away and asked unhappily, Sir, I'm sorry. Someone has reserved a place for us. A man wearing a hat and a flower on his mask came over and said. He was wearing a black work suit. Are you blind? Didn't you see me coming here in the rain to have fun? Yang Bo recognized the other person instantly, smiled in his heart, decided to have some fun, and pointed at the other person and cursed. The man with a flower on his mask was stunned for a moment, but looked at the open door, then laughed. Sir, you want to have fun, right? Then please come in. You can't even be a waiter. I really don't know how you guys survive in this society. Do you know that customers are God? Yang Bo didn't intend to let the other party go. So he continued. Who is God? The other party asked, a little confused. These are not important. Didn't you see that I'm all wet? Hurry up and find me a set of clothes. How can I find those girls like this later? If there is something wrong with your eyes, I really don't know why your boss let you be waiters. Yang Bo said unhappily. Okay. The other party was obviously suppressing his anger. Close the door. Then the other party ordered the staff who closed the door. The staff who closed the door. And then the sign outside the door showed that no guests were received. I'll go by myself. Yang Bo saw that the other party was going to take him to change clothes. So he said unhappily. Yang Bo went directly to the bathroom and blew himself with the air dryer. 20 minutes later. Yang Bo just walked out of the bathroom. Welcome to have fun. Just after walking out of the toilet, the man with a flower on his mask pointed a laser gun at Yang Bo, grinned, and fired a shot at Yang Bo's feet. But this was obviously the lowest power, because it only made a hole in the ground. Sorry. I think I went the wrong way. Yang Bo quickly raised his hands, then turned around and left. Don't worry. We'll have fun later. The next second, the other party pointed a laser gun at his back. Brother, I was wrong. It's no use for you to call me Grandpa now. Go over. So Yang Bo came to the bar hall and found that there were 150 to 60 people in the hall, half of whom were members of the Sword Association. And these people were placed in a separate area. The rest are locals or tourists, ordinary people and staff. Yang Bo was ordered to sit with these locals or tourists. Many bar staff were brought to the hall one after another. Yang Bo saw two people from the other side hidden in his group. Seeing these people holding laser guns, all the people around him turned pale. Yang Bo looked at the people in his area. Several of them had bruises on their faces. It was probably because they did not cooperate well just now. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry to disturb you at this time. Now you are our bargaining chips for negotiation with the authorities. Your ending depends on the response of your authorities. Now I give you 1 minute to send messages to all your relatives and friends. Of course, you can also start live broadcasting, because we will start live broadcasting soon. In addition, I want to tell you that all of us here are superpowers. Lao Ke spoke on the stage of the bar performance. When he said this, energy lights lit up on the bodies of these people holding laser weapons. Oh my god. I'm afraid it's at least Class B. I'm so unlucky. I told you not to travel to March Star, but you insisted on coming. Yang Bo was very sharp and heard the discussions of the people around him. That? Yang Bo raised his hand to show that he had something to say. You say it. Old K was also puzzled when he saw Yang Bo raise his hand. I'm alone. I have no relatives or friends. Can I call the police? Yang Bo felt that if he didn't play now, he would have nothing to play with later. Ha ha. Many people in Lao Ke's group laughed. This is your freedom. Go ahead and fight. Lao Ke said after laughing. Thank you. Yang Bo said thank you politely. But then Yang Bo remembered that his watch was Sanya's watch. Wouldn't it be a rip-off if he called the police now? Forget it. I think the police already know. Yang Bo shrank his neck, looking like he realized it late. The police had received the news. At this time, a siege had been formed outside the bar, and people in other buildings around were being transferred. As mentioned earlier, the police's work process is to ensure the safety of others first, and then deal with things. We are the police. You have been surrounded. The huge voice reached the bar. At this time, Lao Ke had already started the live broadcast. And then the guys in the Sword Association suffered. Why did these guys choose the people in the Sword Association? Because most of these people are descendants of big families or powerful people. At this time, the alliance had exploded, because Lao Ke just said that everyone was allowed to live broadcast. And many people started live broadcast. TSK. Let's meet this person. This is our popular female singer, Ms. Li Idwa. It's nice to meet you, ma'am. As long as the authorities agree to our conditions, we will guarantee your personal safety. Yang Bo saw Lao Ke broadcasting live to a woman wearing a mask. Ms. Li Idwa, take off your mask and say hello to everyone, Lao Ke said with a smile. Li Idwa's face was pale, and she trembled as she took off her mask. Then waved and said tremblingly, hello everyone. Very good. Old K was very satisfied with the effect of the live broadcast, because now the live broadcast room has more than 2 million people watching, and this number is increasing. The person next to you is the granddaughter of our Xinghua media tycoon Mr. Clark. Come and say hello to our Mr. Clark. I would like to add that her fiancé is the grandson of energy tycoon Lennon. If our conditions are not met, then such a beautiful woman is likely to have a bad end. Old K took off the mask of the woman with his hands and touched her chin. The woman was so scared that tears rolled in her eyes. Grandpa, save me! The woman couldn't help shouting. What do you think of the effect? I am very satisfied. Old K walked to the next person with satisfaction. These guys know the identity information of these people. No wonder they come here to make trouble. Although these children are not valued by the family, they are the face of the family after all. Yang Bo saw it clearly from the side. It's a good thing that Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen didn't come. Yang Bo found Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen's best friends. But they didn't come. What Yang Bo didn't know was that because of his own reasons, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen couldn't go out to drink with their best friends again. Because when they went out to play, these best friends asked him to introduce Yang Bo. Zhang Boijun was now numb. He contacted Mr. Jiu, but there was no response. The other party had conveyed the request and asked him to release the hostage within an hour. If he didn't release the hostage within an hour, he would kill a hostage every 5 minutes. Master, what should we do now? Niubo didn't know what to do now. Let the police station go through the process. Zhang Boijun didn't have any good ideas, so he could only let the police station go through the process. When the police station heard the news, they were also numb. Under normal circumstances, they could go through the process. But now there was only Li Idwa, so they couldn't say that they would go through the normal process. You, come out! In the live broadcast room, a man with a flower on his mask and a laser gun said to a sitting man. Chapter 668. The fun is here. The people watching the live broadcast immediately shifted their attention to this side, because it was obvious that the kidnapper was going to attack the hostages. The virtual live broadcast room did not need to switch many screens, and watching the live broadcast was like standing in the lobby of a bar. Yang Bo did not expect this guy to hold a grudge like this, and he was just joking. But he still decided to play with this guy. Yang Bo pushed the person next to him. He asked you to go up. Ah! Next to Yang Bo was a middle-aged man, dressed neatly, and looking at the watch on his hand, as well as the accessories and clothes on his body. They were all expensive. I'm talking about you. The kidnapper with a flower on his mask took 2 steps forward and pointed the laser gun at Yang Bo in a bad mood. I'm afraid this is a bit inappropriate. Yang Bo blocked the laser gun with his hand, and then asked carefully, if there is anything wrong, come out quickly. The other party shouted angrily. Seeing Yang Bo blocking the laser gun with his hand, he thought this guy was ignorant. Can he block it with his hand? According to the plot in the game or movie, when your boss is doing things over there, shouldn't you wait until your boss is done before coming out to complain? Your boss is threatening those children of the rich and powerful over there. Are you sure you won't interfere with your boss's work here? Yang Bo was also wearing a hat and a mask, but he looked at the other party carefully and asked, huh? The other party heard Yang Bo say this, and thought it made sense. The kidnapper who was introducing the children of the rich and powerful over there was also cursing the guy with a flower on his mask in his heart. He was putting pressure on the league officials here. And you, a bastard, were interfering beside him. What's the point of killing more trash beside him? I'll deal with you later. The kidnapper with a flower on his mask said viciously. You are so rude. I mean well. Yang Bo muttered again, although his voice was low. It could be heard clearly in the live broadcast room. Shut up. The man with a flower on his mask immediately pointed a laser gun at Yang Bo's head. The man with a moon on his mask bumped fists with the man with a flower on his mask. At the moment when the 2 men bumped fists, Yang Bo clearly felt that the mental fluctuations of the 2 men were relatively large. Then the guy with the moon on his mask looked at him with a playful look. Is this guy exchanging information with his soul? Yang Bo suddenly had an idea and thought of a question. And at this moment, a huge explosion was heard outside. 2 minutes later, Yang Bo knew what happened. March Star suffered a terrorist attack. The police station and the parliament building were bombed. And the Pirate Alliance announced that it was responsible for the incident. After 5 minutes, Yang Bo heard from the people watching the live broadcast that the police station was not only attacked by bombs, but also raided by people, as if they were looking for someone. There was also a prison on the planet, and an island was also attacked. TSK. Yang Bo finally understood that these people did not really want to rescue the Soul Killer, but to put pressure on the authorities to make them agree to the conditions of the Blue Water Empire as soon as possible. It is more face-saving to hand people over to the Blue Water Empire than to a group of kidnappers. And everyone also knows that this is the Blue Water Empire's behind-the-scenes plan. So if they don't agree this time, then the Blue Water Empire will have a second and third time. As for the attack of the Pirate Alliance, it is a step. This dog emperor looks very strong. Yang Bo narrowed his eyes after thinking it through. In this case, let's have fun. Until the Dog Emperor collapses. And until the Dog Emperor dares not send people here to cause trouble again. Although the alliance is rotten. It is not your turn for the guys from the Blue Water Empire to be domineering. Hee hee. I hope these guys will take the initiative to find me for fun later. Yang Bo thought of a good way to trick this group of people now. The alliance is really troubled by this matter now. And the official is considering whether it is necessary to tear up with the Blue Water Empire. At this time, the diplomat of the Blue Water Empire met with the Speaker of the Alliance Senate in private and promised some conditions. The Speaker of the Senate was very tempted by these conditions. So he prepared to hold an emergency meeting. Boy, come out! On the other side, the boss finally introduced these powerful disciples of the Sword Association. Seeing that there were still 20 minutes left before the hour, he asked the guy with a flower on his mask to do the job. And then Yang Bo was called again. Yang Bo still hesitated. Come out. You just said you came here to have fun? What fun are you looking for? Yang Bo was dragged out by this guy. Ahem. This can't be said openly. It's illegal. While talking, Yang Bo glanced at the beauties in the Swordsmanship Association. The people watching the live broadcast laughed when they saw this scene. Going to the bar to have fun. No one knows what to look for. I have nothing to do now. I also want to have fun. The man with a flower on the mask laughed. I like women. I don't like men. The fat guy over there may like men. Yang Bo quickly explained and looked at the place where he had just sat. And this bar is not a bar for men. There are special bars for men. Yang Bo added in a low voice. I'm telling you. Do I like men? The man with a flower on the mask turned green. Because homosexuality in the Blue Empire is illegal. If you want to find a woman, you can ask the staff. And I'll help you call her up. Yang Bo said as he was about to go back and sit down. Then, he was pulled back by the other party. I said you should talk. So don't use your hands. Okay. You are so old. Why are you so rude? What the man with a flower on the mask didn't expect was that the other party would actually say this to him. Ha ha. Ha ha. Come on. I'm curious about what you do for a living? The man with a flower on the mask looked at Yang Bo's silly look and thought it was very strange. So he asked casually, Are you asking about the past or the present? Yang Bo looked honest. What did you do before? The other party asked. I can't say this publicly. Yang Bo answered mysteriously. Well, what about now? The other party was a little surprised and asked. It's not convenient to say now. Are you looking for death? The other party immediately got angry when he heard this. Picked up the laser gun and poked Yang Bo. We are actually in the same industry. Yang Bo quickly answered. Huh? Everyone looked at Yang Bo in surprise. Can you explain what happened? The other party was also shocked and asked quickly. Did you take money to do things? Yang Bo asked again. We don't do things for money. The other party answered subconsciously when he heard this. Oh, then you are doing this under the orders of the Dog Emperor? Yang Bo answered casually. Who? The other party just said one word. And immediately stared at Yang Bo with a pair of eyes wide open. All the kidnappers at the scene stared with wide eyes. Because Yang Bo said the 3 words Dog Emperor. This is a crime of disrespect. The kidnappers present did not react for a while. Because who dared to say these 3 words in the Shuelan Empire for a long time? The Dog Emperor of the Shuelan Empire. Look at these garbage you sent. Yang Bo's momentum suddenly changed. His clothes were torn. And the whole person was covered by armor. I formally introduced myself. The leader of the Silver Moon Pirates is me. So I said that it is not convenient to say my previous occupation. And it is not convenient to say my current occupation. Yang Bo laughed. Ah! But before he finished speaking, the man with a flower on the mask screamed. Then picked up the laser gun and shot at Yang Bo. But the next second the man flew backwards. And then in an instant, the people watching the live broadcast only saw these kidnappers with laser guns flying out instantly. And they had no idea how they flew out. The Dog Emperor of the Water Blue Empire. There was no hatred between you and me. But you, a bastard, actually ordered the Soul Killer to take the task to deal with me. My entire CNM family. You dog thing. Wait for me. I will talk to you in person about twisting your head off and using it as a urinal. Yang Bo publicly insulted the Emperor of the Water Blue Empire in the live broadcast room. And I know there are still people hiding at the scene. But now you have to think clearly. No matter what the current situation is, you and your family, I am afraid you will all die. The Dog Emperor will never let you shameful guys go. But I have a clear way here. Why don't you join the alliance? Anyway, your family members will die. No. I'm afraid you guys are orphans. Uh-huh. I heard that the Dog Emperor of the Blue Water Empire will kill all the family members of anyone they like in order to recruit death warriors. Because people without emotional ties have no shortcomings. Yang Bo is just talking nonsense. If you are orphans, I'm afraid your family members will not die normally. Having said this, Yang Bo came to the people lying down again, and kicked each of them hard. Soul killer? When pain comes out from the depths of your soul, I don't believe you can still use the means of the soul. Now you know why I went to the bar. Yang Bo squatted down and slapped the man with a flower on his mask, saying, the man was convulsing in pain because Yang Bo's power penetrated into the bodies of these people. Just like sometimes in a fight, someone gets hit hard in the stomach, but the whole internal organs twitch on the ground in pain. You shouldn't mess with me. The next second, the people in the live broadcast room closed their eyes, because Yang Bo kicked the man in front of him hard, and the man hit the wall, like a rotten fruit falling on the floor, and countless parts splashed everywhere. Soul Control Plus 16. A message popped up in Yang Bo's mind. Yang Bo's eyes lit up, and then he kicked again in an instant, and the other kidnapper hit the wall like a rotten fruit. Ah! Many people shouted at the scene. The Dog Emperor of the Blue Water Empire. Please send more of these rubbish. I will scold you once on the live broadcast. You bastard. Why do you want to cooperate with the Pirate Alliance? And I will also catch the people you sent and scold you in front of the live broadcast. While cursing, Yang Bo grabbed the leader of the group by the hair, facing the live broadcast, and then smashed the man's head hard on the ground the next second. It can be seen that the man's head was instantly deformed, and it was obvious that he was dead. Yang Bo believed that after his performance, even if the Dog Emperor was willing to send people, no one would dare to come, because no one wanted his subordinates to be dragged by him in front of the live broadcast room to scold the Emperor. Because in this way, his leadership responsibility would definitely not be escaped. Could it be that the Pirate Alliance is controlled by your Blue Water Empire and deliberately disrupts the production order of our alliance? No wonder the Pirate Alliance was willing to buy people when I was a pirate. You said that the orphans and lackeys around you, the Dog Emperor, maybe your parents were members of the alliance. Anyway, I sold a lot of people to the Pirate Alliance before. Yang Bo just opened his mouth and made a black pot for the Pirate Alliance to collude with foreign forces. Soul Control Plus 32. Soul Control Plus 16. Soul Control Plus 32. Then Yang Bo did not show any mercy. I am willing to join the alliance. Yang Bo was brushing his skills, but he didn't expect to meet a coward. This guy had a blue stripe on his mask and stuttered out such a sentence. You unlucky guy. Are you an orphan? Although Yang Bo was not happy, he couldn't openly kill those who were willing to join the alliance. The man nodded vigorously. Whether you surrender or not, it is best for you to faint now. In addition, I suggest that you do a genetic authentication here at the alliance to see if your parents are members of the alliance. Yang Bo slapped the man hard and knocked him unconscious. He was mainly afraid that this guy would pretend to surrender and attack him from behind. When he just started, he felt that someone was attacking his soul. However, he covered the surface of his body inside the armor with a layer of electric energy. This layer of electric energy can block this attack, but it cannot block all of it. And what Yang Bo said just now, as long as the alliance is willing, they can find the parents of the orphan killer in front of them. As for whether the other party is an orphan, Yang Bo is not sure. Anyway, it is none of his business. Yang Bo quickly brushed his skills, so that these cowards would not be scared at that time. It was not easy to meet such people who wanted to mess with him. It was not easy to find someone to brush skills for no reason. Not to mention that these people gave rare skills. So Yang Bo cursed the Dog Emperor of the Blue Water Empire like a shrew in the live broadcast room and threw dirty water on the Pirate Alliance and took the blame. And then killed these kidnappers one by one. The people in the alliance who watched the live broadcast were furious. There was such a secret. The Pirate Alliance was actually supported by the Blue Water Empire, in order to make others loyal to him. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire even killed the parents of others. The pirates kidnapped people in order to sell them to the Blue Water Empire. This was said by the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates himself. He had personally trafficked people. Even the Blue Water Empire was furious because someone publicly insulted its emperor. Chapter 669 not over. The soul killer of the Blue Water Empire can control the souls of others and do whatever he wants. So, citizens of the Blue Water Empire, are you all right? In the end, there were only 2 cowards among the 16 robbers, and the rest were all swiped by Yang Bo. The whole bar is now like a hell on earth, with rotten tomatoes on the walls of the bar. Yang Bo is actually a bit violent in his heart. He was suppressed too much in his previous life, and the original owner died unclearly in this life. However, Yang Bo knows that people must have a bottom line. If people have no bottom line, they will eventually become the public enemy of everyone. Easy 404. So Yang Bo has the superpower of brushing skills. Let's just think so for now. But he still sticks to the bottom line. That is, if others don't offend me, I won't offend others. The Soul Killer has been standing on the opposite side of himself since he accepted the task of the Pirate Alliance Council. So there is no need for him to let him go. Because even if he wants to let these people go, the Blue Water Empire will not let him go later. A Soul Killer was caught before, and so many more came later. So it can only be said that the other party dared not send people to kill. Of course, the consequences of the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire being scolded by himself must be very serious. Yang Bo guessed that it was likely that the whole Interstellar would offer a high price for his head. Speaking of this, he became excited. If someone came to brush his skills, it would be a waste not to brush them. The bloody scene in the live broadcast room has been blurred. Yang Bo saw that the number of people in the live broadcast room had exceeded 350 million. And it was still increasing. Of course, this only counted the number of viewers on the Alliance side. Not to mention the netizens in the live broadcast room. Even many people at the scene pricked up their ears to listen to Yang Bo's secrets. And as far as I know, the chips of the Blue Water Empire are divided into several levels. The highest level can control all the behaviors of the chip user in the background. If you have memory loss, it is very likely that you were controlled during this period of time. But here I want to tell the soul killers of the Blue Water Empire that you have gone in the wrong direction of cultivation. Because in the face of absolute strength, your soul control ability has no effect. To be honest, I just received 8 soul attacks. But what's the use? Some people questioned that the Blue Water Empire was not behind the Pirate Alliance. Yang Bo saw someone questioning in the live broadcast room. So what you mean is that the Dog Emperor of the Water Blue Empire is short of these billions of credit points. And for these billions of credit points, he accepted the mission of the Pirate Alliance to kill me. Brother, please have some brains. Okay? The Emperor of the Water Blue Empire can just use soul killers to control the nobles in their country, and make the rich commit suicide. And the money will be in hand. Not to mention controlling others to lose money intentionally. Yang Bo was trying hard to criticize the Water Blue Empire in the live broadcast room, thinking about how to get out of it. At the same time, in the palace of the Water Blue Empire, the Dog Emperor in Yang Bo's mouth was watching the live broadcast with a smile, and a group of people were kneeling in front of the desk. Haha. The Dog Emperor, actually have to do the mission of the Pirate Alliance to make money. The Dog Emperor laughed when he saw Yang Bo talking about himself in the live broadcast room. Although the Dog Emperor felt uncomfortable being scolded by Yang Bo, he was actually happy. It was impossible for a soul killer to accept the so-called Pirate Alliance's mission for this little money. It was just that some people wanted to make money privately. The position of the person in charge, who could let the soul killer accept the mission in the Blue Water Empire, can be imagined. As a superior, it is impossible to trust a person all the time. Because if you trust a person all the time, his power will become greater and greater. That's why there is such a thing as releasing military power with a cup of wine. Of course, this is still relatively mild. If it is not mild, it will be snapped directly. But it is not so simple to snap meritorious officials. Minor crimes may cause these meritorious officials to rebound. After all, these people hold a lot of power in their hands. If they force it, it may cause greater losses to the empire. Being scolded as a Dog Emperor in front of 400 million people. Haha. The Emperor didn't care at all. The people kneeling below continued to watch the live broadcast because people kept joining the ranks of kneeling. Besides, Yang Bo brushed his skills and set his sights on the guy hidden in the crowd. He didn't have time to interact with the people in the live broadcast room. I used to have no bottom line, but I was forced to do so. And aren't you surprised that we pirates can clearly know what cargo your spaceship is carrying? Since the Pirate Alliance Council wants to kill me, I will reveal more secrets now. That is, behind the Pirate Alliance Council is not only the Blue Water Empire, but also some big families in the alliance. In the history of the alliance, there is an invisible hand behind those companies that went bankrupt due to pirate robberies. Evidence? What I say is evidence. You don't think we pirates will use these things for ourselves? The Pirate Union Council not only helps us sell the stolen goods, but also helps us purchase various weapons, armors, warships, and fighter planes. To be honest, I robbed the March Star immigration ship because the information given to me by the Pirate Union Council was inaccurate. I didn't expect that there were planet guardians on the ship. And the real intention behind my robbery of the immigration ship was to stop immigration. If you don't believe me, you can check how much the public budget of your planet is per person. If one person runs away, it means that one less piece is taken from the tax revenue of the alliance. At the same time, I warn the Pirate Union Council here that it is best to transfer the compensation to the account I provided on time according to the agreement. Otherwise, I don't mind personally trouble you. TSK. Look who I found again. I said you soul killers are hiding in the crowd? So I just think I can't see you? The reason why Yang Bo didn't find the soul killer hidden in the crowd at the first time was to make people confused about his background. You? Come out. Yang Bo pointed directly at a person in the crowd. Don't force me to check the surveillance. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to move, Yang Bo sneered. Humph. The soul killer, with a cartoon mouse on his mask, snorted. The next second, the two people around the soul killer actually released superpowers and attacked Yang Bo quickly. See, the soul killer can control others. Yang Bo laughed when he saw this scene. The live broadcast room has now exceeded 800 million people. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire was speechless when he saw the scene. Isn't this just putting evidence in front of hundreds of millions of people? The two people next to Mouse. One is a guest, and the other is a hidden kidnapper. Both of them are shining with energy. Yang Bo has seen through the tricks of the two people. That is, Mouse is responsible for the shot, and the other soul killer, who rushed to him, wants to get close to him. But the next second, he saw the heavy table behind Yang Bo. Everyone knows that the tables in the bar are made quite strong because they have to withstand some performances. The table behind Yang Bo is like a huge fan, slapping the two people horizontally. The energy light on the two people who were slapped dimmed, and they spit out a large mouthful of blood, and then flew out. Most people in the live broadcast room don't know what ability Yang Bo used, but a few people can see it. Those who saw it also had their eyelids twitching, because this is the mental power used by Yang Bo. The soul killer is just a form of mental power. Yang Bo said this on purpose to give the people of the Blue Water Empire an illusion that they had misunderstood and had not found the weakness of the soul killer. Yang Bo dug this pit mainly to attract more soul killers. And the man, with a mouse on his mask in the live broadcast room, was slowly floating up. It seemed that he was imprisoned by an invisible force. And then, he was slapped and flew out by the table just now in the next second. A bang could be clearly heard in the live broadcast room. Under the slow motion, the moment the table touched him, the whole body of this person began to deform, and then flew out. Soul Control plus 16. Then the table suddenly slapped one of the two people who had just been slapped away. Don't worry, everyone. Although I have done many wrong things in the past, I have a bottom line now. I will not offend others unless they offend me. I also understand that when we were pirates, we had a lot of pirate groups, and they had a solid Pirate Union Council. I'm not sure if the robbery of the March Star immigration spaceship was a conspiracy. The Pirate Union Council cultivated one pirate group after another, and then destroyed one pirate group after another with wrong information. The wealth I have accumulated throughout my life was lost in one operation. My beloved spaceship. My base. Because cultivating new pirate groups will buy various weapons, equipment, and spaceships from them, and they will be controlled by them. And those of us who have already pirate groups with certain strength have a certain degree of confidence to a large extent. They are not under their control. At least not in the short term. The Pirate Alliance Council needs more pirate groups that obey their orders and bring them profits. And they also have to rely on them, rather than us. And I found that the various equipment we use may be helping the Blue Water Empire test new weapons. Okay, things are almost over here. In fact, sometimes someone comes to trouble me. I stretch my muscles, but these people are too weak, and my mecha is finished before I take it out. I installed a bomb in this bar, and it will explode in 1 minute. Now everyone can go. After Yang Bo finished speaking, some people present were already scared to death. When they heard Yang Bo say that they could leave, they rushed out without caring. Most of the rational people wanted to see if Yang Bo was pretending to let them go, and they ran away when they saw others running out. Yang Bo's figure also disappeared. The people in the bar rushed out directly. Although the police outside were ready, they could not withstand the mess. And now it was a storm. The intelligent image recognition system had a slight delay. Besides, everyone here had to be re-identified. At this time, a deafening explosion was heard in the bar. Not long after, water actually flowed out of the bar. It turned out that the sewer facilities in the bar were damaged, causing rainwater to flow back. As for the murderous pirate leader in the live broadcast room, he had disappeared. An hour after the live broadcast ended, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Blue Water Empire issued a statement stating that the so-called Soul Killer had nothing to do with the Blue Water Empire. In addition, the Blue Water Empire was not a supporter behind the Pirate Alliance. In addition, the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates is wanted, with a price tag of 20 billion credit points. Anyone is welcome to provide relevant information. At this time, Yang Bo had already negotiated the reward with Zhang Buishan and returned home. TSK. I didn't expect so many of them to come this time. Yang Bo's killing is not just killing. Before killing the other party, he used the spirit seed on each person he killed. As for why he didn't use it on the living soul killer, it was because he was afraid of being exposed. Chapter 670. Prepare to continue. Soul and mental power are closely related. Since I can sense that they use their soul superpowers, then I am afraid that some of them can also sense my mental power. Of course, it is fine to sense my mental power, but if I release the mental power seed, they will sense that my mental power invades their souls and parasitizes on their souls, which may be exposed. As for the other soul killer's accomplices, it is even more inconvenient for me to find trouble with them immediately, because these people are more closely connected. After all, they are the running dogs of the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire. Compared with ordinary organizations, they have more resources and more bases to screen. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire can select the people he needs within his country, while other organizations simply do not have this ability. This is why it is difficult to confront a country, because the country has a large population base, and the capable people selected are very strong. TSK. The soul control has reached the advanced level. Yang Bo looked at his soul control. Advanced, 336/1000. 9B level. 6A level. Hee. It actually broke the historical record. For 0.32 billion people watched the live broadcast online at the same time. After returning to the villa, Yang Bo looked at the reaction on the news. As expected, what I said is very much to the taste of these people in the Alliance. More than 400 groups have expressed their boycott of the Blue Water Empire. The Alliance advocates freedom, whether it is personal freedom or freedom of thought. What I said is true and false and makes sense. But the person involved has come out to say it personally. There is even less reason not to believe it. The biggest flaw of the Blue Water Empire this time is that it is a lackey of the Emperor. Why would they kill the leader of a pirate group? Isn't it because the leader of this pirate group threatens the normal operation of the Pirate Council? Of course, some people on the internet also thought of this. Yang Bo saw a point of view. This incident is likely to be a private work of a confidant of the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire? Are you seriously ill? If you were the Emperor, would you let your subordinates manage the Soul Killer organization? That's right. Doesn't that mean that the people who manage the Soul Killer can replace the Emperor at any time? What? You said the Dog Emperor is a fake? It is very possible. If the Soul Killer organization is controlled by someone, then it is very easy for them to replace anyone in their empire. Combined with cloning technology, it is perfect. Do you think that the nobles of the Blue Water Empire have been replaced and controlled by someone behind the scenes? It is very possible. Maybe some politicians in our alliance are also controlled by them. No wonder some politicians in our alliance help the Blue Water Empire. Maybe this dog thing has been replaced? I think it must be controlled by the Soul Killer. I want to protest. Yang Bo watched the netizens' imaginations grow bigger and bigger, because these people didn't know that the Soul Killer's soul control ability is limited. And these Soul Killers are probably facing the same danger as when I release my spirit seeds. Yang Bo always remembered the feeling of confusion in his mind when he released his spirit seeds to read other people's memories. Especially since some of the people he targeted were criminals. He saw darker things. In addition, the soul control methods of the Soul Killers seemed to be more sophisticated than his own. So they had to bear all kinds of memories, and even emotions of the released targets, which was even more difficult to imagine. Although the Blue Water Empire denied that the Soul Killers had anything to do with them, no one on the Alliance side believed it. There were even some violent incidents. Some people believed that their friends were controlled by the Blue Water Empire because they felt that their friends were two different people. So he caught his friend and beat him up. And then, he was arrested. There are too many weirdos in the Alliance. The Alliance has many weirdos because of its overflowing thoughts. Some laws of the Alliance may not have been violated for hundreds of years, just because someone did it at the beginning. Haha. Brave cowboys. Yang Bo saw many people calling themselves brave cowboys. Brave cowboys are a group of cowboys from the earliest home planet. To be precise, these people are like rangers. They like to beat up the injustice and fight against the dark forces in various places. The Alliance Senate was also a little confused. These senators had just discussed how to bargain with the Blue Water Empire. And now it's fine. Anyone who speaks well of the Blue Water Empire will be opposed immediately, and then be put on the internet. Now the stock prices of companies that have business dealings with the Blue Water Empire have all fallen. There were even people from the Blue Water Empire who were beaten up by the Alliance while walking on the street. In the end, the Alliance people still argued that your souls were controlled by your emperor. The Alliance leaders naturally knew what a soul killer was. This thing not only had a release distance, but also a control time, and a control quantity limit. But this matter cannot be made public. Once it is made public, people in my country will question it. Your government knows so much. Is it also doing this research? The performance is not bad. Yang Bo watched the video of his live broadcast again. His camouflage ability played a good role, and it was not similar to what he usually did. About 3 hours later, Yang Bo went out invisibly. Since the Soul Killer's accomplice came, he couldn't leave. Of course, I won't show up in this matter. This kind of credit should of course be given to Zhang Buizhen. But I must participate in it, and get some benefits. Zhang Buizhen's mood tonight can be said to be like a roller coaster. First of all, the police station and the government parliament on the planet were attacked by bombs. The attack on the government parliament was just outside. The damage inside the police station was even greater. But the real police were fine, because these real police reacted quickly and evacuated quickly when they saw someone attacking. The most important thing is that the police station suffered a violent attack last year. So the internal procedures of the police station were changed, and a special safety passage was made. It's just that the internal robots and various other equipment were severely damaged. And the prison was also attacked. However, the Soul Killer had already been transferred to the 9th Fleet, and was detained in a military transport ship. Because the people from the Alliance's Supreme Judicial Department, the Supreme Court, and the Mysterious Affairs Handling Department had already arrived, and were interrogating the Soul Killer in the transport ship. Then a bunch of powerful disciples were kidnapped by the kidnappers, which made me nervous for more than 40 minutes. During these more than 40 minutes, the kidnappers' boss kept nagging and putting pressure on the Alliance. Unexpectedly, things changed suddenly after 40 minutes. The seemingly weak hostage actually hides an extremely terrifying existence. Now all the hostages are safe. But Zhang Buizhen is also very angry, because the police station and the parliament were bombed. And now it is the storm season. The loss is too heavy. The key is that the planet's reputation has been ruined again. And the Pirate Alliance announced that it is responsible for this matter. But Zhang Buizhen has no ability to suppress bandits. When his subordinates reported that all the hostages had been appeased, Zhang Buizhen just opened a bottle of good wine and took a sip to relieve his mood. Master, good news. Niu Bo hurried in. Zhang Buizhen jumped up immediately after hearing the good news, and saw Niu Bo turned on the virtual projection of the watch. Mr. Jiu, my people have found the people who destroyed March Star. A total of 67 people. Maybe more. Zhang Buizhen was so excited when he saw the news that he was about to pee. This is the best way to restore the planet's reputation. No matter who you are, I will slap you to death if you want to come to my planet to make trouble. Zhang Buizhen replied without further ado, how much is the energy metal worth? Mr. Jiu, we are old customers. These people are just a little hidden, but they are not worth much. Each person is 5 million credit points. Zhang Buizhen rolled his eyes and sent a message directly. What are your conditions? Mr. Jiu, most of these people are from the Pirate Alliance, so my people have to do it themselves. The reason why Yang Bo deliberately sent the 3 words my people was to mislead Zhang Buizhen. Zhang Buizhen was a little confused when he saw this, because he suspected that the identity of the leader of the Silver Moon pirate group might not be one person, because every time he was wrapped tightly. But it doesn't matter. So I sent a message. What are you going to do? Mr. Geo, give me a police mecha. And configure a police robot and a police drone for me. Can I get this credit? Zhang Buizhen's eyes lit up when he saw this. When the police of the Alliance perform such tasks, the real people are at the end. And the front is full of robots and drones. And Mr. Geo's doing this has invisibly improved the image of the planet's police department. Zhang Buizhen, yes. But there is a small request. Yang Bo was speechless when he saw Zhang Buizhen's request, which was to ask him to change his identity more. Is this guy trying to sell his credit again? But forget it. I just want to see what skills these people from the Blue Water Empire give me. As for those people from the Pirate Alliance, I don't care. Yang Bo's target is the people from the Blue Water Empire among these people. I just don't know if there are more people behind these people. Zhang Buizhen hurriedly prepared. First of all, the mecha must have open permissions. And then the police robots and police drones configured. These permissions must also be given to the mecha. Zhang Buizhen asked the spokesperson of the police department to speak quickly, saying that the police would not be lenient with such things and would give everyone an explanation as soon as possible. In fact, the people in the police department also wondered in their hearts why every time a major incident occurred on this planet, someone would come out to clean up. Then some people took out these credits to sell. The head of the police department of March Star did not believe that the person in the live broadcast was the pirate leader, and guessed that it should be Zhang Buizhen's trusted subordinates. However, everyone also understood that if the identity was revealed, killing so many people would be protested by many people on the Alliance side. Because when the police killed the vicious criminals in the process of law enforcement, a large group of people would come out to protest. Since Zhang Buizhen was going to come forward to solve the problem, the head of the police department, of course, gave a speech in a heroic and high-spirited manner. Chapter 671 touched. There is a big quarrel inside the Pirate Alliance Council. Originally, some of the permanent members disagreed with the idea of hiring a soul killer. However, a few people thought that soul killers were omnipotent. But they didn't expect it to turn out like this. First of all, this incident caused the Blue Water Empire to lose so many soul killers. Who knows if the Blue Water Empire will have further reactions? In addition, the members of the Alliance Parliament demanded a severe crackdown on pirates. The most important thing is that the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates is too perverted and asked to fulfill the contract. That is, to compensate the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates for the loss of his spaceship. Why did everyone hire a killer? Don't they just want to pay? Now it's all right. Yang Bo watched the excitement through the Ninth Elder. The Pirate Alliance Council was originally a combination of interests. So when faced with major losses of interests, the differences became greater. I didn't expect my reputation among pirates to be even brighter. But what surprised Yang Bo was that his reputation in the pirate group became even louder. Because he had a private agreement with the pirate group. That is, if the Pirate Alliance Council did not fulfill its promise, he would ask him to help collect the debt. After waiting for 2 hours, Zhang Buizhen finally made arrangements, mainly asking the police and some people from the government to come out and express their opinions, saying that they would maintain the order of the planet and crack down on illegal and disorderly behaviors. TSK. Yang Bo came to an underground parking lot and saw a tattered mecha, 20 police robots, and 100 police drones. This guy also knows how to do superficial work. After Yang Bo climbed onto the mecha, he found that the mecha was only tattered on the outside. But there was no problem inside. It's probably to improve the public's favorability, or to prepare for an increase in taxes next year. The mecha is too broken, and the public will definitely feel insecure. The taxes on the Alliance side are not fixed. The Planetary Parliament submits various budgets for the next year in advance. If the budget increases, then the taxes for next year will increase. This is actually the same as the Western countries on Earth. Why their property taxes are floating rates is because the taxes are different every year. If you want the police station to buy more new equipment, you have to increase the budget. If you increase the budget, you have to increase taxes. If you want the public to agree to increase taxes, you have to find a way. Great. The permissions of this mecha system are open. Yang Bo set a simple control permission, which is the password. You can also control police robots and drones through mechas. 11th generation mecha. The police mecha is the 11th generation mecha. The 100 drones are divided into several models. including self-destruct drones, electromagnetic drones, high-voltage current drones, and ram drones. A ram drone hits the enemy at super high speed, which is equivalent to a few kilograms of something hitting the enemy at a speed of more than several hundred meters per second. It's a bit like a physical artillery attack. But this kind of attack won't cause fragments to splash around and hurt people around. The suspects of the March star planet explosion are now hiding in various places. Seeing the live broadcast, these suspects are speechless. In one of the hotels, 5 guys from the Pirate Alliance sat together. They were all very nervous, fearing that someone would come to their door in the next second. Why is the mission description different from the actual situation? That's right. Didn't they say that we were just playing auxiliary this time? As a result, the main force was finished in less than 2 seconds. The suspect refers to Yongbo, who shot away the 16 kidnappers at the scene in less than 2 seconds. The original plan was for the kidnappers to cause trouble in the bar, and then evacuate with others calmly. The kidnappers planned to stay in the bar at least until the Soul Killer was handed over to the Blue Water Empire, and then ask the authorities to send a small spaceship to take the hostages away together. Then the pirates picked up the middle and successfully completed this great retreat. But I didn't expect that the main force was finished in less than 2 seconds. So there was no spaceship to leave now. And there was no one to attract firepower. What made the 5 suspects feel even more insecure was that they had no weapons or defensive equipment in their hands. Because this was a blasting team. Explosives were prepared in advance. And there was no need for direct conflict. Let's eat first. If it doesn't work, we'll run to the mountains. Alas, I've asked my superiors. If it doesn't work, we'll do it ourselves. We'll kidnap a group of people and ask the government to provide spaceships. I'm afraid this won't be easy. Unless we kidnap the disciples of the rich and powerful. If it doesn't work, we'll go out and explain the situation. Anyway, the Alliance doesn't have the death penalty. Although the Alliance doesn't have the death penalty, you'll be locked up in prison. If you want, your woman will be cheap to other men. At this moment, the door banged loudly. Before the 5 people could react, they heard a whooshing sound. 2 police robots holding high-energy electromagnetic guns fired hundreds of hypersonic projectiles. Bomb Mastery +8. Bomb Mastery +8. Hacker +16. Mechanical Mastery +16. Fighting +16. Information appeared in his mind. And Yongbo knew that this was the configuration of a bomb squad of the Pirate Alliance. It's so useful. Yongbo directly controlled it remotely from outside. First, he used a drone that was specially designed to break the door to blow open the door. And then controlled 2 robots to kill directly. The projectiles released by this super electromagnetic gun can reach a speed of 2 kilometers per second, which is much more powerful than bullets. The 2 police robots left again. And then real police and a large number of police drones and police robots took over here. As for the scene? I didn't expect the mecha to be of little use. What disappointed Yongbo was that most of the rooms where these suspects lived could not be reached by mecha. But the trouble is that the police robot has a safety process. Just like the situation just now, the police robot will not shoot in the automatic state, because the opponent does not pose any threat. So Yongbo manually operates it. There are 10 such bomb squads, a total of 50 people, all in Oma City, because these people are ready to evacuate with the main force. But they didn't expect the main force to be finished first. There are 17 other people. 12 of them are from the Pirate Alliance, and 5 are from the Blue Water Empire. Among the 12 people from the Pirate Alliance, there is a 6-member assault team that attacked the Alliance prison, and 4 people participated in the attack on the police station. And the remaining 2 are the commanders this time. Painful. After dealing with 10 demolition teams in half an hour and changing mechas 4 times, these 12 people gathered together and were considered the strongest. These people lived in a hotel, and the mechas could not enter either. So Yongbo was now wearing a police battle armor with 50 police robots following him. What annoyed Yongbo was that the police had to follow procedures when they were on duty. And first of all, they had to let the people around them know that they were on duty. Police handling the case. The police drone had just flown into the hotel lobby to show the staff inside the search warrant. And Yongbo couldn't wait to shout loudly while rushing upstairs with the robot. The staff in the hotel lobby and other people were stunned, because it was not the case according to the procedure. Sir? Yongbo climbed the stairs directly and quickly. But he didn't expect to meet the hotel's security guard. The security guard thought it was the former police standing on the stairs to stop Yang Bo. Get out of the way. If you delay for 1 second now, you will let the terrorists go for 1 second. Yang Bo ordered 2 robots to hold the security guard away, and then rushed up after saying a word. 12 pirate terrorists lived on the 32nd floor. The reason why Yang Bo had to do things here in person was to see if there was anything more in the minds of the 2 leaders. These terrorists were also very smart. Yang Bo rushed to the floor where the terrorists were at the fastest speed and found that the other party had come out. The 2 sides opened fire as soon as they met. Yang Bo had a high-energy electromagnetic gun in his hand. The sound of the metal bullet flying at high speed was very sharp. This group of terrorists was different from the previous ones, because these guys participated in the attack on the police station and the prison. So they not only had armor on their bodies, but also had heavy weapons in their hands. The armor on the terrorists blocked the hypersonic electromagnetic gun bullets. This made the terrorists think that Yang Bo was an ordinary policeman. So they pressed forward in a large number. There were also terrorists who installed bombs on the door of the hotel, obviously wanting to blow the door open and then kidnap hostages. Yang Bo divided the police robots into 2 groups and blocked the terrorists from both ends. However, the high-power laser guns in the hands of the terrorists directly turned the police robots into a pile of scrap metal, and some of them exploded when they hit the battery. It's not easy to be a policeman. Yang Bo ordered the electromagnetic drone and the self-destruct drone to be dispatched. But the drone could not execute the order because according to the hotel registration information, there were other guests here. So this kind of range-killing weapon had no possibility of being used at all. In a word, these guests can die in the hands of terrorists, but the police cannot hurt them at all. Otherwise the consequences will be serious. Yang Bo retreated to the stairs, and the next second he had an energy weapon in his hand. The terrorists saw Yang Bo being beaten back and pressed forward one after another. These terrorists cooperated skillfully and had powerful weapons in their hands. The terrorists threw 2 bombs at the stairs. Their plan was to wait for the bombs to explode and immediately press over to occupy the stairs. But the next second, a guy wearing police armor appeared with an energy weapon in his hand. The terrorists laughed and fired their weapons. But the next second, the real person in police armor kicked back the bomb he had just thrown. CNMD. When did the police become so desperate? The terrorists cursed in their communication channels. Then they all lay on the ground, followed by a loud bang. The whole hotel was shaken by the huge sound. And at this time, the bombs that the terrorists had just installed on the door of the hotel exploded. After the terrorists lay down, they saw that the desperate policemen did not dodge directly and rushed over against the explosion. And the terrorists opened fire. But they did not expect that the other party actually dodged. The next second, the policeman, who was covered with scars from the explosion, rushed into the group of terrorists with energy weapons. After the police released this video later, many people in the alliance were moved. Chapter 672 Violence. Fighting plus 16. Boxing plus 16. Swordsmanship plus 32. Shooting plus 32. Dynamic vision plus 32. Fighting plus 32. Yang Bo's energy weapons directly hit the weak points of the armor of these terrorists. The joints of the armor, especially the joints, are relatively weak because they need to move. And the personal armor defense is just SOSO. Unless it is like Yang Bo's. But the defense of Yang Bo's armor is also limited because it is affected by the thickness and weight of the material itself. It is impossible to say that it is as thick as a battleship. In addition, Yang Bo's own strength is not low. Although he looks embarrassed on the surface now, it is all acting for others to see. These terrorists did not expect that the police would not fear death and rush over. They all held laser weapons in their hands, although some terrorists tried to respond with fighting. But anyway, one had a weapon and the other did not. And everything happened so quickly. I didn't expect there are sword skills. This wave of people gave more fighting skills. And the rest were just miscellaneous. WOC. Zhang Buizhen was watching Mr. Zhou's action at home, and was stunned when he saw the scene. Mr. Zhou's acting is too real. Niu Bo also whispered beside him. Yeah. Zhang Buizhen was already thinking about how to promote it positively. Yang Bo killed the man and left. And the police robot with him stayed where it was. And the follow-up police support team arrived. There are only 5 left. No wonder the military wants to develop bionic people. The activities of mechas in this city are subject to too many restrictions. If fighting in the city in the future, the combat efficiency of mechas will be relatively low. The main reason is that the city construction in various countries now has certain safety requirements when designing. Mechas are powerful, but they are powerless in the face of these buildings. First of all, the laser energy weapons they carry are limited in power. In addition, many houses have high floors, which directly restricts the entry of mechas. I asked for a mecha and used it to travel today. To be honest, Yang Bo felt a little uncomfortable. 5 people from the Shuelan Empire also lived together. These 5 people entered the country as tourists and rented an apartment. The atmosphere in the room was very solemn because they suffered a major failure this time. Seeing their own people being killed one by one in the live broadcast, the 5 people felt their scalps numb. The chief steward resigned. At this time, someone's watch vibrated and picked it up to take a look. The second chief steward took over the position of the chief steward. Alas, the people present looked even uglier when they heard this. The Grand Steward is the most trusted person around the Emperor, and is also in charge of the Soul Killer Department. But the Soul Killer Department was disgraced this time, and someone in the live broadcast room with billions of people called the Emperor a dog. The Grand Steward has been doing this for many years. Some people have mixed feelings. The Grand Steward has used the Soul Killer Department to do a lot of things. The people below don't know whether these orders came from the Emperor or the Grand Steward, because the Emperor can't issue these orders directly, because some things will shake the foundation of the Empire after they are spread. Moreover, things that require soul killers to be dispatched are definitely not legitimate. When the storm stops, we will leave here and go back to report. I don't know what the result will be waiting for us. The identity of the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates is secret. We have been tracking him for so many years, but we have not found his true identity. Someone once suspected that he was from the Empire, but there is no clue. The pirates are too chaotic, and the forces of the 3 countries are intertwined in it. It's a pity that the 42nd Prince can't go back. I just don't know if the second steward will activate silence. Maybe. At the same time, Yang Bo, who arrived at the underground parking lot of the apartment, suddenly had a few more pieces of information in his mind. Soul Control plus 32. Soul Control plus 32. Soul Control plus 16. This surprised Yang Bo a little. Where did this skill come from? He let 2 cowards go during the live broadcast. And of course, he beat them up. What methods can the Blue Dao Shuelan Empire use to control these people? Yang Bo guessed it soon. These people can't commit suicide, because they don't have the courage to die. Then there is only one possibility. That is, they were killed by others. Yang Bo has experience in this regard, and his 2 skills can cross the distance of space. They are Vision Sharing and Spirit Seed. Vision Sharing is a simple auxiliary ability. Then, the Soul skill should also be able to cross the distance of space. Spirit Seed is also an auxiliary skill. But as long as you dispel the skill, the consequences of the opponent are difficult to predict. Even if he guessed the truth, Yang Bo would not be surprised, because as a lackey of the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire, if he failed to complete the task and embarrassed his master, what else would he wait for? At the same time, this would destroy the evidence. Yang Bo held 2 electromagnetic bombs in his hands. This time he was alone. The tattered armor just now was no longer at the scene, and it was neat and tidy again. Yang Bo did not take the elevator, but the stairs, because he was not sure whether the other party was still here. Many places in the Alliance were not covered by surveillance, even in the same apartment building. If the owner of this floor objected, then the surveillance could not be installed. Speaking of which, the level of public security in the Alliance has not been very good. On the one hand, these people pay too much attention to privacy. On the other hand, the police are tied up in handling cases. The purpose of handling cases is not to seek merit, but to avoid mistakes. When Yang Bo pushed open the door of the stairs in his police armor, he happened to meet a few people who had just come out of the elevator. Seeing these people, Yang Bo was a little speechless. One of them was someone he knew. That was Li Idwa. Although this popular female singer was wearing a hat, a mask and glasses, Yang Bo saw through this disguise at a glance. It was obvious that Li Idwa lived in this apartment, and the other few people might be assistants or bodyguards. Hi. A bodyguard was ready to intercept Yang Bo. However, when he saw the electromagnetic bomb in his hand waving at him, the bodyguard looked at the electromagnetic mark on the bomb. His face turned pale, and he couldn't speak. The next second, Yang Bo charged directly. An energy light shone on his body. Several bodyguards present gasped. The door of this apartment was armored like a battleship. But the next second, the door of the apartment flew directly inside. What made the bodyguard's eyelids jump was that the policeman threw 2 electromagnetic bombs in his hand directly. When did the Alliance police enforce the law so violently? Everyone felt as if they were electrocuted. Several people woke up at this time, and hurriedly ran towards the stairs on the other side. Why did Yang Bo suddenly charge and knock the door away? It was because his mental power found that the target he was looking for was inside. And the other party also found his mental power fluctuations. Yang Bo walked into the room, and saw 5 people in the room, twitching all over. The 5 people looked at Yang Bo who came in. Their brains were a mess. And their bodies were convulsing uncontrollably. No martial ethics. The 5 people in the room were ready to use soul means. No matter who came in, they could control it. The reason why the 5 people chose this place was because Li Idwa also lived on this floor. The worst plan was to kidnap Li Idwa. Li Idwa's agency would definitely be willing to provide a private spaceship. What the 5 people didn't expect was that what was thrown in was actually an electromagnetic bomb. By the time they reacted, it was too late. The bomb had exploded. Pa! Yang Bo patted the leader with his hand, and released the spiritual seed at the same time. Then he kicked these people one by one, and made them faint. No matter how strong your soul is, your body and your brain can't withstand this kind of impact. And there will be a self-protection mechanism to make you faint. TSK. It actually involves the internal strife of people around the Emperor. These guys are quite smart. They actually want to kidnap Li Idwa, and then escape. It turns out that the soul has a secret method that can absorb other people's souls, and strengthen its own soul. Is the research of the Blue Water Empire so advanced? But I don't know how to do it specifically. Because these people are lying in a container. Yang Bo directly found several people's fake and real IDs in the room. In this case, I won't kill them myself. Anyway, the Blue Water Empire will not let these people go. If I do it myself, I can still gain skills as long as I die. It turns out that the mission these guys are carrying out is really aimed at the pharmacy master I pretended to be. Yang Bo was a little speechless. When he played the role at the beginning, he felt that there was a problem. But Zhou Rui and others insisted that there was no problem. Sent a message to Zhang Buizhen, clean up the floor. Soon many people wearing police armor appeared in the apartment. Yang Bo took the opportunity to leave. When he left, he saw Li Idwa and his group in the lobby of the apartment. It was probably someone from the agency, who was loudly scolding the leading police. What do you police do? Do you understand the procedures? It turns out that these soul killers are really orphans. I didn't expect that I would hit the mark with my random talk. This leader actually led the soul killers to do so many tasks. But most of them were within the Shuilan Empire, to consolidate the Emperor's power. Yang Bo directly read the memories of several people through the spirit seed. It was discovered that among these 5 people, there was another one who was a hidden line. That is, monitoring the every move of the 2 leaders. As for what the soul killers did, there were too many, and Yang Bo felt that he had to make a small notebook to record it. Oh, I don't know if the method used by the Shuilan Empire to remotely control the life and death of these people will affect me. After all, I released the spirit seeds in these people's brains. Otherwise, Yang Bo realized a problem. Chapter 673 Gardening Instructor. There are some things that Yang Bo dare not gamble on. So after returning to the villa, he hurried to the basement and recorded while looking through other people's memories. The second year of Yuan Ping and the Holy Dragon and the Divine Marshal, Ho Ming, the Deputy Minister of Finance, was suspected of being disrespectful to His Majesty the Emperor. In 3 months, 152 of Ho Ming's relatives and friends were investigated and evidence was collected. Yang Bo was also very annoyed when reading the text he recorded, because he directly read the other party's memory. So he wrote down the other party's respectful title for the emperor. Each emperor of the Blue Water Empire has his own reign title. And this emperor is Yuan Ping. As for the Holy Dragon and the Divine Marshal, this is a respectful title for the emperor. Yang Bo used his photoelectric superpower to write directly on a tablet-like storage device. So the speed was very fast. And of course, he couldn't carefully consider each word. This emperor has been on the throne for 261 years. And these 2 guys have handled 862 cases. More than 1/3 of which are related to royal scandals. Such as princesses having affairs with men of different status. Or princes having affairs with noble ladies. Brothers having affairs with sisters-in-law. And princes being homosexuals. There are also princesses. That is, the daughters of princes having affairs with married women. and princes sending people to kill the men of other women in order to occupy other people's women. There are also princes' women who secretly attend parties similar to masquerade balls. This harvest is huge. The emperor is also very worried about the reputation of the royal family. I didn't expect that Zhang Buizhen caught a prince earlier. Tut tut. But this emperor has more than 300 sons, daughters, and more than 100 illegitimate children. 1 or 2 deaths is no big deal. It turns out that there is no hard evidence for the matter of the Master of Medicine. And the Master of Medicine has also disappeared. But I personally think that there must be something wrong with the Master of Medicine. Otherwise he would not have escaped. Of course, it is not necessarily the case. After all, the Soul Killer Department is controlled by the General Manager. The reason why the Soul Killer Department is remotely controlled by the General Manager is to avoid suspicion. So the General Manager usually does something secretly. And the Emperor turns a blind eye. Just to let this guy take the blame one day. It seems that the General Manager is also a smart man, knowing what the Emperor wants him to do. It's a pity this time. It's really embarrassing. But I think the Emperor may want to change a chief steward. Because some people know too much. Which is not a good thing. Also, where did the soul killers of the previous Emperor go? This guy only has his generation of soul killers in his memory. He has never performed any tasks of the previous Emperor? It's a pity that without their equipment, there is no way to practice the soul secret method. Where did this soul practice method come from? Moreover, when these soul killers practice the soul secret method, they have to absorb other people's souls. The targets are all criminals in the Blue Water Empire. And the soul absorption also needs to match. What kind of tacit understanding is required? Yang Bo looked at so many recorded things. And many of them can be used to threaten the parties involved. Hee. When I arrive in the Blue Water Empire, I will pretend to be a soul killer and go to these guys here to blackmail them one by one. Second steward. You can be the chief steward thanks to me. And you didn't pay me. Then I will go under your name. At this time, Yang Bo found that the 5 people whose spirit seeds were released were actually sent to a transport ship in the 9th Fleet. It seems that the guy caught earlier has also been sent up. It's time. Yang Bo prepared to dispel the spirit seeds. He didn't dare to gamble on spiritual things. It would be bad if the Blue Water Empire caused a chain reaction and caused harm to himself when it was remotely controlled. When Yang Bo dispelled the spirit seeds of 5 people at the same time, the professionals of the Supreme Court of the Union Ministry of Justice and the Special Affairs Handling Group were receiving 5 people on the transport ship of the 9th Fleet. Seeing that the 5 people slowly woke up, the people present breathed a sigh of relief. Because the target of the previous interrogation was dead. This time they made full preparations. That is, to wrap these targets with various energy shields to see if they can work. When the 5 people were sent into the special container, various energy shields were opened outside the container. The next second, the 5 people twitched all over and kept rolling their eyes. The people of the special team quickly injected energy interference potions into several people, because these people thought that the soul was also a kind of energy. Soon, the 5 people fainted. But through the machine scanning of the 5 people, now the vital signs are still normal on the surface. But the brain waves are a bit chaotic. Yang Bo did not receive the skill information, which is reasonable, because the dispersal of his spiritual seeds will not necessarily cause the death of the target. Maybe it is an idiot. It should also depend on each person's physique or soul strength. But after the Blue Water Empire remotely controls the death of these people, I will have skills. Yang Bo thought happily. Play games. After coming up from the basement, Yang Bo found that it was already daybreak. When he came to the internet room, he found that Lu Jingxiang had sent him a message. Go to Tianyun Star to participate in the competition in a week. Yang Bo was a little confused when he saw the message. Then he called to ask and found out that because some players in the bar were scared last night, they strongly requested to leave March Star as soon as possible. So the Sword Association adjusted the competition schedule and completed all the competitions within 5 days. Departure on a special spaceship in 7 days. Hee. Yang Bo smiled and looked forward to meeting Little Sunday. Someone actually wanted to trap him. I thought I was a lamb to be slaughtered. But I didn't know I was a dinosaur. After the game today, I'll talk to Little Sunday. Of course, the time should be a little further away. It can't be when the spaceship arrives at Tianyun Star. Or he might notice it. Continue to help the person who wants to trap me. I don't know what level he is now. But the level of someone who can be responsible for such a confidential project should not be low. No. It seems that I have to learn from the gardening instructor in the second world game today. Go to the second world game first. I went to the second game world and saw that the game character had just gotten up and was washing himself. The game character's room looked very simple. Just a stone house with a wooden bed, covered with something like straw, and covered with a linen blanket. It can be seen that the fabric is very rough. Then, there is a simple wardrobe and a wooden basin. To go to the toilet, just turn right out of the dormitory and walk to the end. This place is a bit like some old-fashioned toilets in train stations on Earth. There is a small canal with continuous water flow. People squat on the canal, and the things they use will be washed away. Of course, there is no toilet paper. Most people get water outside and wash themselves after they are done. Why get water outside? Because there is another canal outside that is drinkable. The water in these two canals is all dug out from the mountain. To put it bluntly, this is a military facility. When someone attacks the city, this place and the city are mutually supportive. In this ancient environment, as long as there is water and food, you can last for a long time. Respect Mr. Eddie? After everything was cleaned up, they came to Eddie's office. Handy. Very good. You came early to show that you respect your future mentor enough. Eddie nodded. Most of you outsiders don't know manners. And you don't want to learn our etiquette. So it's hard for you to integrate with us. You outsiders always have all kinds of ideas, which is very dangerous. Because no one wants the society to be in chaos. The kingdom has been maintained for more than 1,000 years. And no one wants to break the peace. Yang Bo originally named himself Handle. But Eddie didn't expect that he would write the two words handy directly. Yang Bo didn't recognize the characters here before. But now he recognizes them. So he didn't correct it. Thank you, sir. Yang Bo controls the game character, which is actually a bit like playing shooting games on Earth in the first-person perspective. And the virtual technology is advanced enough. So many times gamers are immersed in the game, because the picture is very real. If you don't know that you are playing a game, you would think you are in another world. Of course, this is also the fundamental reason why Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were affected. If these members of the Sword Association go to the Blue Water Empire to participate in the competition and experience a virtual helmet with neural connection, they will probably yearn for the life of the Blue Water Empire. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. After all, the lifestyle of the Blue Water Empire is much better than the experience of the Alliance. After waiting for another 20 minutes, Yang Bo saw a middle-aged man with a suitcase, who was also wearing linen clothes. Mr. Eddie, this is the new student you recruited for me. Personally, I am very reluctant to contact outsiders. They are a group of rude bastards, and will cause some trouble. The middle-aged man is a white man with an average appearance. Blue eyes, brown hair at the shoulder position, and the beard on his face seems to have just been shaved, but his muscles are bulging. And he complained, "Dear mentor, please rest assured that I will definitely do the job you arranged for me." Yang Bo said while bending slightly. Bob, today is a probation period. And Handy's performance is very good. This is the evaluation of him in the quarry. Eddie picked up a piece of parchment and handed it to Bob. Well, young man, I will test you today. If you fail my test, then you are not my student. Bob glanced at the evaluation on the parchment. Yang Bo looked at the parchment and estimated that this was everyone's identity file. Teacher, don't worry. Yang Bo was very curious about which nobleman's house he would go with him to clean up the garden. I'll go. When I just crossed into this world, I also followed Lu Jijia to clean up the garden in someone else's house. Suddenly Yang Bo thought of something. Chapter 674 Adam. Yang Bo brought nothing with him and followed Bob to the entrance of the academy, where a carriage had already been parked. Handy, today you are repairing the garden for Baron Cook, so you must remember the etiquette. Today is your probation period. If I think it is not suitable, then I will reject you, Bob said while running in small steps. I will do it well. Yang Bo only said a few words. The carriage is still quite wide, with the emblem of the academy on it. After getting on the carriage, I found that there was another young man on it. Adam. This is Handy. Handy. This is Adam. He is my student. Adam. During this time in the carriage, you taught Handy to recognize these tools. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and get in the car, Bob said to Yang Bo, who was following him. After Yang Bo climbed onto the carriage, Bob closed the carriage door and sat in the driver's seat in front of the coachman, which made Yang Bo a little confused. Yang Bo looked at the young man opposite him. He had brown hair, blue eyes, white skin, and was dressed in linen clothes. He was very clean. Handy. I will teach you how to use these tools. I will only say them once. The other party looked at him coldly, and then began to introduce himself. This is a saw, divided into 3 types, large, medium and small. This is a shovel, divided into 3 types, large, medium and small. This is a hoe for digging. This is for pruning branches. This is for scraping bark. This contains poisonous insecticide powder. Yang Bo keenly realized that the guy in front of him might be a player, because the actions he showed did not seem like those of a native of this world. So Yang Bo thought that the other party's attitude towards him was probably because he was afraid of stealing his job. The jobs in the second world were so popular that some gamers even did some illegal business in it. Male players went to the bar to comfort those lonely men and women. There were also some male players who deliberately chose a female player character to do these businesses. Of course, there were also female players who chose male players. When choosing a character, there was no rule to decide according to their own attributes. After Adam finished his introduction, he sat lazily in the carriage and let the bumpy carriage swing his body around. Yang Bo was very interested in watching these tools and found that Bob's name was on them. And metal tools were very expensive in this world. Are you from the Alliance? Suddenly a private chat appeared. Huh? How do you know? Yang Bo was a little surprised how Adam knew he was from the Alliance. There is a pile of dry fertilizer next to you. I see that your reaction seems to be unknown. But you know you are a player from the Alliance. Adam sent another message. Yang Bo saw the 2 sacks next to him and reached out to squeeze the dry fermented fertilizer inside. I'm a player from the Alliance. And you're a player from the Empire? Yang Bo didn't know how to answer, so he sent this message. Hee. Adam was speechless when he saw the message Yang Bo sent. Isn't this obvious? He just said 2 words hee. Yang Bo looked at the message sent by the other party and felt a little puzzled. He felt that the other party's temperament was a little weird. Bob likes to smoke. You can buy him some good tobacco, so that he can make you a regular employee. But after a while, Adam sent another message. Why do you want to help me? Yang Bo was a little puzzled. Because after you come, I will no longer have to touch these stinky fertilizers. Anyway, the players in your alliance don't have neural access and can't smell these stinky smells. Adam's explanation is very powerful. Well, do you know where to buy tobacco? Yang Bo sent a message. It just so happens that I have a bag of tobacco here, and I'll sell it to you for 100 copper coins. Don't think I'm selling it to you at a high price. After you lose this job, it will be difficult to find a job again. Even in the academy, it is difficult to arrange a job. Moreover, we players, these NPCs have opinions about us, and they will try to arrange all their work for their NPCs first, and we will follow Bob to the noble garden to work, and we will get rewards and tips in the end. Maybe the nobles are in a good mood and reward us with a silver coin. Adam explained a lot. Yang Bo felt that this guy must have brought tobacco on purpose. Probably because he heard that he would follow Bob to do things today. But how can I trust you? How about you give me the tobacco first and then I'll pay you? Yang Bo was more cautious and sent a message. You don't have money? Adam said. Yang Bo bent down and rummaged through his socks. And Adam looked over curiously. The next second, he saw a silver coin in Yang Bo's hand. But it was only within Adam's field of vision. TSK. Adam looked up and down at the new player in front of him. This guy had a silver coin right away. In this world, theoretically, 100 copper coins can be exchanged for 1 silver coin. But it is difficult to exchange. 100 copper coins are a big bag, which is not easy to hide and can easily be targeted by others, while a silver coin is very small and easy to hide. Generally, it takes more than 10% premium to exchange. That is, at least 110 copper coins will be exchanged for 1 silver coin. The same is true for gold coins. It is possible that you have a lot of silver coins, but not necessarily gold coins. Take it. Adam secretly threw a cloth bag to Yang Bo and sent a message to Yang Bo at the same time. Sure enough, tobacco is very profitable. Yang Bo looked at this bag of tobacco, which was going to sell for 100 copper coins. He had to work for 2 days to earn 100 copper coins. Here, copper coins are copper coins, not silver coins. The carriage shook into the city. It can be seen that Adam was very uncomfortable with the shaking. But Yang Bo did not feel this way. After all, He did not have nerve access. The hard wooden wheels of the carriage without shock absorption and pneumatic tires are not only slow, but also shake violently. Add to that the 2 sacks of fertilizer in the carriage. And Yang Bo felt sour just thinking about it. When entering the city, the soldier opened the carriage door and covered his nose to take a look. The scenery in the city disappointed Yang Bo. The road was narrow. The houses on both sides were built of stone, and the windows were very small. The roads in the city were full of stains, and most people in the city were wearing linen. We are walking on a road for civilians. That is, a small road in the city. The main road in the city does not allow carriages other than nobles to travel, Adam said. The roads in the city are paved with slabs of stone, and the carriages look much more stable. Yang Bo knew that the city was divided into several areas, and the nobles lived in a special area. The carriage passed through another wall in the city. The soldiers guarding the gate of this wall were much better equipped than those at the previous gates. After passing this wall, the road inside was much cleaner, and there were lawns on both sides and streetlights. Although the houses here were also built of stone, they were taller, at least 3 or 4 stories high, and there was a high section without windows at the bottom. After twists and turns, we arrived at a back door. Young men, get off the car. This is the noble area. No loud noises are strictly prohibited. Bob opened the car door and said, Mr. Bob, this is a little gift I prepared for you. Yang Bo directly picked up the cloth bag of tobacco and handed it to Bob. Oh, damn. You should have given it to me earlier. But thank you anyway, Bob complained, and then thanked Yang Bo. Then the tools and fertilizers were unloaded, and the carriage left. Next, Bob knocked on a very narrow back door that could barely accommodate 1 person. After entering the door, there was actually a flight of stairs. After climbing the stairs, Yang Bo saw a beautiful garden. There were all kinds of flowers, trees, and neat lawns. Then Yang Bo was ordered around, mainly doing the moving work, packing all the weeds and branches trimmed by Bob and Adam in the garden into sacks, and then transporting them to the back door and placing them first. Then he used tools to evenly spread the fertilizer in the sacks on the weeded ground, and then turn the land over. After 3 hours of hard work, a flower bed was finally cleaned up. Branches and leaves were trimmed, and fertilizer was applied. Bob, thank you. This is a reward from our Baroness. A butler took out a few silver coins and threw them to Bob. Bob caught a few silver coins with his hat, then bowed to a window in the distance and thanked, Thank you, beautiful and noble lady. Yang Bo looked at the window and saw a lady, but only half of her face, and one eye could be seen. In addition, this is the food Our Lady gave you. These are beautifully made biscuits in the kitchen, with milk and honey. The butler took out another bag. Bob took his hat to take it again. Yang Bo understood that he could not contact these people. After all, he had contacted fertilizer and so on. Thank you for the generosity of the Baron. Bob caught the cloth bag with his hat, then bowed, and Yang Bo and Adam also bowed. If you can, come to help the master mow the lawn on the 2nd Tuesday of next month. The butler spoke again. As you wish. Bob nodded. Then the 3 of them went out the back door of the Baron's house. Handy, you did a good job today. You are now my student, but you will not receive any compensation during the probation period today. However, I can give you a few more cookies. Adam, here are 10 copper coins for you. Thank you, Mentor, Adam replied. Yang Bo was not surprised at all, because the reward for learning skills from such a mentor is very small, unless you can take on work alone in the future. If there were no academy, if you want to learn these skills, you have to actively pay the teacher to learn the skills. Bob won't give you money. I can't do anything about it. It's not that I want to cheat you. Adam sent another private message to Yang Bo. Handy, remember today's operation procedures, and wait for me at the entrance of the college on time the day after tomorrow. Bob had already distributed the cookies at this time, and said while giving Yang Bo the cookies, It seems that this job is not available every day. It's just right to learn carving tomorrow. Let the character continue to carve the stone ball later, and play the doomsday game yourself. Yang Bo planned in his mind. Thank you for your generosity, Mentor. Yang Bo took the cookies and thanked him. I like you, young man. Bob laughed. Adam looked at Yang Bo with contempt, and cursed him as a flatterer in his heart. Give me money. After waiting for a while, the carriage came. It was still the carriage of the college. and there were many sacks in it. As soon as he got on the carriage, Adam sent a message. Chapter 675 Jumping. Yongbo took out one of his silver coins and handed it to Adam. Adam looked a little disgusted with the silver coin, but he still put it away. Yongbo then discovered that there were some purchase supplies in the carriage, probably bought by the academy. I see you work very quickly. What do you do? Adam found that Yongbo worked very quickly today, so he sent a message. Yongbo knew that the other party was asking about his job in reality, so he replied, I am also a gardener in reality. No wonder you want to learn gardening. In fact, we don't make much money in this profession, but we won't starve to death. Unless we can cultivate new varieties or make something that the nobles like, we can become a gardening master. Adam sent another message to Yongbo. There is no way. People have to eat. If they don't eat, the character will starve to death. Yongbo replied again. Have you ever thought about it? If you become a gardener now, you may be a gardener in the game for the rest of your life. Adam sent another message. It doesn't matter. Playing games is all about having different experiences. Yongbo didn't know how to answer, so he sent this message. Don't you like fighting? Most people who enter the game become combat professionals? Fighting requires capital, right? With the attributes of my current game character, I'll just be cannon fodder if I fight. I know myself well. Yongbo replied again. Adam looked as if he wanted to say something but stopped. And then he didn't reply. Could this guy be a servant of a noble in real life? Responsible for gardening? Yongbo muttered to himself, but didn't ask. After returning to the academy, the dean praised Yongbo again, and then let him do his own thing. Yongbo asked the game character to carve stone balls to make money, and then he quickly went to the Doomsday game. What is this guy doing? That's right. He won't go to the game at this critical moment. Right? The staff behind the Doomsday game were a little anxious. The colonel in charge was still calm and sat by the side waiting. Seeing that damned, worried game player finally came online. All the staff wanted to strangle this guy to death in reality. And this damned guy is very vigilant and doesn't make friends in the game. The colonel in charge entered the game and greeted this guy, and was reported by this damned guy for harassment. Unlike other game players who formed gangs, they had already gathered in reality. After Yongbo went to the game, he quickly browsed the tasks and found an exploration task. Task description, according to some information, there may be some bases or civilizations of this world under the ice sheet in the Arctic of this planet. Very likely. Looking at the mission description, Yongbo knew that the military might have explored the Antarctic and the Arctic and found suspicious places. The mission description also mentioned that there was a place with suspected life fluctuations. Yongbo accepted the mission. This time there was also an auxiliary mission prop, which looked like a spider-shaped mecha. However, this mecha was relatively small, and the whole person sat on it to operate it. Yongbo didn't know why such an auxiliary mission prop was needed at first. When Yongbo started the mission, he found that there were countless ice holes or cracks under the thick ice field in the Arctic. And these ice or cracks were extremely smooth. The bionic man can't stand steadily on it, or his activities are greatly affected. There is a seat-like thing in the middle of the spider mecha, and then there are 6 legs below. These 6 legs are not very thick, just like arms, and are only 2 meters long. It looks very thin, and Yongbo rides on it, which makes the spider mecha look even smaller. There are joysticks on both sides of the seat, which feels like a mini excavator. However, the use time of this mission prop is only 1.5 hours. Because of the extremely cold temperature here, the performance of the entire mission prop will decrease by 20%. At the same time, Yongbo also found that the bionic man is also affected by the extremely cold temperature, and the overall properties are reduced by 10%. There is no way to do this. Any material will be affected by temperature. No wonder the military wants bionic men to explore here. Yongbo found that there are ice cracks and ice caves under the Arctic ice field, which are simply a mess. Sometimes an ice crack can extend for hundreds of kilometers, and the depth is even deeper. Some ice caves are the same, crooked, and you don't know where they lead to, because this world has a strange energy. There is also energy in these ices, which makes the military's high-tech exploration methods have a great impact here. But it has little impact on my passive sound wave detection. Now I don't know which piece will have the continuation of civilization. The main concern is that the continuation of these civilizations will be frozen in the big ice. If the people on this planet want to use low temperatures to preserve some life forms, Then they will be frozen in the big ice, which makes it more difficult to find, because the structure inside the ice is different. If you want to use sound waves to detect, you will find that the detection echoes inside many ice blocks are different. Yang Bo was also a little confused. I thought this task was easy to do, but I didn't expect it to be so difficult. And the maximum diameter of this Arctic ice sheet is 1,400 kilometers. And the deepest depth is hard to say. Yang Bo felt that he had to change his thinking. If he was the last group of people on this planet, he would have to think about how to preserve the fire of life in this place. First of all, these large ice blocks are no longer considered, because large ice blocks will be affected by temperature. And no one knows whether the temperature of this planet will rise in the future. And in order to prevent the temperature of this planet from rising in the future, I will put the things I want to save at the most central point of this ice sheet. That is, even if the entire ice sheet melts, this is the last area. At the same time, it is best to be in a place with rock layers. Yang Bo quickly sorted out his thoughts. Yang Bo checked the satellite map provided in the information, and found the most core point. It was found that this point was more than 300 kilometers away from him. Of course, just finding this point was nothing. He also had to find a place with rock layers on this point. Let's go and see first. Yang Bo controlled the spider mecha to climb up the ice. Then he rushed towards the destination he analyzed. Not to mention, this spider mecha looks thin, but it is specially used on the ice. On this ice field, the spider mecha's entire body is placed on the ice, like a sled, and several mechanical arms slide quickly. Yang Bo felt that the speed was over 500 to 600 kilometers per hour, because the legs of the spider mecha were like snowballs for skiing. The people in the background of the game were also a little puzzled when they saw Yang Bo actually leave the mission location. However, given this guy's weird idea of doing the mission, these people did not intervene. Not to mention, this ice field is very dangerous. Many times when Yang Bo controls the spider mecha to slide quickly in front, a long ice crack will appear behind. This is caused by the temperature change between summer and winter. Half an hour later, Yang Bo approached the place where he analyzed and began to observe carefully. He saw a high ice field from a distance. When Yang Bo controlled the spider mecha to come to this ice field, it should be here. This ice field appeared very abruptly. There may be two reasons. First, there are rocks under the ground. The second is the ice dug out by the person who hid things. Sure enough, Yang Bo carefully observed the ice layer structure of this ice field. Most of the ice fields here are accumulated slowly by snowfall. And even if some of the snow melts in the summer, the melted snow water seeps into the snow. Unlike the structure you see now, the structure you see now is more like pouring water directly on it. In other words, it is possible that the melted snow water was pumped here artificially. So Yang Bo began to look for ice cracks around, and soon found one, and then controlled the mecha to drill into it. This mecha can move freely on the vertical ice wall, because its several mechanical legs can penetrate deep into the ice layer. Haha. Following the general trend of the ice field, Yang Bo finally found some traces. What appeared in Yang Bo's vision were frozen machines, which were also corroded by strange energy. But because they were frozen in the ice, they still retained their general appearance. WOC. The staff in the background of the game were stunned. How did this guy find these relics? Thanks to those researchers of our military, who wrote hundreds of thousands of words of analysis reports, and used super large intelligent systems for analysis. That's right. No wonder the military didn't get anything at the mission site. I've said it before. These shitty experts, they just analyze according to the data handed over by the military. And they don't analyze according to the actual situation at all. This is very normal. If the responsibility for the analysis is not on the experts according to the data handed over by the military. All industries in the alliance are like this now. Besides, it's so easy to let the intelligence system analyze. After the analysis, you can just make some minor changes and print it out. Now the shitty experts just know how to fill in the data and let the intelligence system analyze it. That's right. Now the police also have various restrictions on the law enforcement of criminals. And I said that those criminals who are extremely evil will be shot directly. In the game, Yang Bo saw the underground rock layer again, which is about 200 meters away from the surface of the ice field. After a careful search, Yang Bo finally found some traces of artificial excavation. Just below the ice, about 400 meters away, a tunnel appeared, but unfortunately it was blocked by ice. So Yang Bo directly controlled the spider mech to destroy the ice blocking the tunnel. The spider mech's mechanical arm could easily penetrate the ice. Yang Bo's hands operated the mechanical arms of the spider mecha, like two chisels, quickly dissecting. This tunnel actually went up slowly. After advancing about 5 or 6 meters, Yang Bo found that it was no longer ice, but snow that blocked the tunnel. I understand. After these people hid the things in, they used the snow on the surface of the ice field to block the hole. If water is poured in, the ice will crack due to the temperature, thus forming ice cracks that affect the stored things. The tunnel is made like this to prevent the water melted from the ice and snow above from flowing back into the tunnel in summer. At the same time, these loose snow can also ensure the temperature inside the tunnel, but it will not be too low inside, because the Earth's crust itself has a certain temperature. These rocks will also transmit some of the temperature inside the Earth's crust. Wow! After digging for more than 20 minutes, Yang Bo found a stone chamber next to the tunnel. After clearing the snow in the stone chamber, Yang Bo saw a container, and there was actually a person in the container. Then at the critical moment, the game popped up an interface. Congratulations to the player for completing the task. You bastards. Wait for me. I'll see you in a week. Yang Bo was just about to see what this person looked like. Suddenly, he was switched to a virtual screen, and he was so angry that he cursed in his heart. Let's go find Xiao Yangyang to make an appointment today. These bastards are going too far. Yang Bo really wanted to know if these frozen people under the ice could survive. How many people were there? If they could really survive. It would be exciting to think about it. Chapter 676 Uncle. How great a sense of accomplishment it would be to be able to make a lost civilization continue again. But it just happened that some guys played virtual games for themselves at this time. How could Yang Bo not be angry? Thinking about how many people on this planet have turned into monsters. Although it is unknown whether he can survive. At least, he can take a few more glances to see how many things are in this tunnel. But I still have to complete the number of monsters first. Yang Bo was so angry. But he still found a virtual monster task first. After returning to the resurrection point, there was indeed a virtual monster task. So he started to increase the number of monsters. Everyone in the game background was very excited, and their attention was shifted to the task Yang Bo had just done. The military received such important intelligence and took over immediately. But the colonel in charge of the game background had watched it remotely through the network. After all, this was his own credit. And everyone held their breath. This tunnel was winding and twisted, and all the tunnels were dug in the hardest rock, avoiding some unreliable rock interlayers. The 32nd one. 32 people have been found sealed in containers, including men, women, old and young. All these containers were placed in professional containers and quickly transported away. And the liquids in these containers seem to be of different types, because they can be distinguished by fluidity and color. In addition to these, there are some test tubes, and I don't know if there are sperm or something like that. Finally, 500 stone chambers were dug out in the entire tunnel, including more than 300 containers, and more than 300 people. According to the appearance scan, there are about 7 or 8 races. In addition, after clearing the snow, some carved words were found on the stone wall. So what is underneath the place where the military found suspected life? The colonel had a question in his mind. Boss, you can be promoted to general this time. Some other people in the department asked. It depends on the research results. But theoretically there should be no problem. Some of the biological samples found in the cave last time are still active, and the relevant research departments are processing them to determine whether these biological samples are contaminated. The colonel said with a smile. Congratulations, boss. Congratulations, boss. Will you be transferred from this department after you become a general? The colonel looked at the gamer who was logging off in the virtual game and smiled. I am the most serious and responsible person. Since I am responsible for this project, I will definitely be responsible to the end. But our department may have to raise the level. The other staff members breathed a sigh of relief and applauded. If the boss became a general and was transferred away, then they would have to follow. It doesn't matter if the boss changes to another place. He is already a general. But it will be difficult for people like me to make more achievements. I am just a major general. Although it is difficult for this project to send me to the position of lieutenant general, it can raise your ranks. The colonel also has his own little thoughts. That is, it is useless to raise his rank, and he still needs a group of people to follow him. Thank you, boss. I will do whatever you ask me to do in the future. The boss will always be my boss. Everyone expressed their loyalty. The colonel nodded when he heard what the people around him said. The main reason was that he didn't have a good position of power now. Instead of being idle in other positions, it was better to train more subordinates with high ranks here, so that he could directly bring a group of subordinates to parachute in when there was a vacancy in the future. Because working within the military, a single person has no effect. Even if he became a lieutenant general and parachuted himself into any other department, he would not have any subordinates. It is very likely that he would be sent to prison by his former subordinates. It was mainly related to his superpowers. He didn't have the perverted mental superpowers of the woman in the Ninth Fleet. She could accurately issue every instruction through a large amount of optical brain data. But he couldn't do that and needed the help of his subordinates. At any time, any commander would not rely purely on the intelligence system, because the intelligence system could only predict based on what had happened. If it were in other industries, this would work. But as a soldier, battles were often full of surprises. Besides, after Yang Bo finished the game, he went out in stealth wearing armor. I came to the mountain, found a place without a storm, took out the communicator, and started chatting with Little Sun. Little Sun was speechless recently, and curiosity was also at work. I sent so many sexy and hot photos, but the guy on the other side of the chat couldn't help but not see me. Does this guy have a problem with his sexual orientation? But looking at the chat records, it doesn't seem like it. Good morning, Sister Sun. Suddenly a message popped up. Haha. I thought you were dead. Little Sun replied quickly. Oh, sister, don't be angry. I've been too busy with some trivial things recently. I saw you playing games today. Ahem. Poor people must make some money. When will brother take me to make money? Actually, I don't make much money. Brother, don't you want to see your sister? Yang Bo saw the message sent by Little Sun, and sent himself a sexy photo, with one hand covering his chest, acting as a cover to cover the sensitive part. It can be seen that the two rabbits are still big, white, and very bulging. Alas, it's not that I don't want to come to see my sister, but I'm a little old, and I'm afraid that my sister will be disappointed. This level of photos can't attract Yang Bo. In the previous life, in KTV, as long as the money is enough, the wine table will immediately become a stage. So brother is old? Actually, I like old people. Old people are mature and stable. Little Sun saw Yang Bo send this message, and thought that Yang Bo didn't come to see him before because he was old. But it didn't matter to him. Anyway, he just needed to trick him out. What my sister said is true. I just have a few hobbies. I am actually very loyal to people. Yang Bo sent a message. I believe what the uncle said. Uncle, when can we meet for dinner? I look better than in the photo. Some of my girlfriends also like older men. But the uncle and I are not destined to be together. I can also introduce my girlfriends to him. Little Sun sent another message. I have some things on my hands recently. I will ask you out after I finish them. I wonder which district you are in. Yang Bo smiled in his heart. I'm in District 31. I'll come to District 31 to find you when I'm done. Uncle, tell me a specific time. I want to see if I have time. This matter of mine may take at least half a month. And at most a month. Don't think you're old when the time comes. No. Moi. I'll send you a few more photos. When we meet, you can see whatever you want. Ha ha. Then it's settled. I don't know what kind of gift you like. What gift or not. We won't talk about that when we meet. Okay. I'm going to do something. Moi. Then Yang Bo went offline. But Yang Bo went to Annie and Xia again, and was attracted by the sexy photos of Xiao Yanlong. I'm going to Tianyan Star to compete in a week, and then I'll go to the Blue Water Empire. Yang Bo hasn't figured out how to settle Xia and Annie. The main reason is that the two people's superpowers are too low now, and he hasn't arranged well in the Blue Water Empire. After the Blue Water Empire has been set up, I will send the two over to help me keep an eye on the industry. In addition, after the Research Institute is established, I can return to my Blue Water Empire from anywhere. This requirement can only be met after White and others have established a research base. How long will you be gone this time? Annie and Xia certainly know. I don't know. If I can go to the Blue Water Empire to compete, it will probably take 3 months. I can still play games in the league, but I can't play games in the Blue Water Empire. I'll leave you some money, and you can now train your superpowers with peace of mind. I will come back after the storm is over. We will miss you too. Hee hee. Do you miss this one of mine? Yang Bo pulled Xia's hand and touched him. You are so bad, Xia said weakly. I will come again tomorrow night. Yang Bo smiled. Yang Bo returned to the villa in stealth, and found that Zhang Buizhen had sent him a message to see him off. Then the fat boss Zhou Rui also wanted to see him off, and also asked him to prepare some genetic drugs. Wang Muxua also wanted to see him privately, and Yang Bo made appointments one by one. Today, I will go to see the fat boss and Zhou Rui first. Brother Jia, Sister Rui. Yang Bo came to the company dormitory and saw the two of them. I really didn't expect that you have such a talent. Brother, I wish you good results this time. Lu Jijia didn't expect Yang Bo to be so popular now. Fortunately, his company had dealt with those things in the past. And fortunately, he had left the family business long ago. Otherwise, people might have dug up the things his company did. Thank you, Brother Jia. Yang Bo sat down and laughed. Yang Bo, you are so awesome. Zhou Rui also looked at Yang Bo with a smile. She had regretted a lot these days. After all, Yang Bo's reputation is so great now. Thank you, Sister Rui. Yang Bo is just a partner with Lu Jijia and Zhou Rui. People born in such a big family first consider their interests, so they don't have any emotional investment. In fact, in the society of the Alliance and the society where Yang Bo lived in his previous life, people pay more and more attention to their own interests. This is a big trend. In other words, no one will foolishly harm their own interests to fulfill others, except for parents for their children. Of course, there are also parents who treat their children as cash cows. You will be there for about 3 months this time. You need to make 2 batches of genetic drugs in case of emergency. In addition, you have to be careful. The Blue Water Empire is not like the Alliance. There are too many privileged classes over there. Zhou Rui instructed Yang Bo. Chapter 677. Prepare to leave. It's like this. If you have any dissatisfaction over there, don't express it. Don't accept interviews. And don't even mention freedom. If you say these things over there, the people there will not only not thank you, but will think you are mentally ill. Lu Jijia also spoke up. Also, you have to watch out for Ant and Zhou Kersen. Sometimes they think too naively. Don't sign any endorsement contracts when you go there, because the laws of our 2 countries are very different. If the privileged class there breaks the contract, the punishment is very small. Although we also have the privileged class. At least they are willing to pretend to be nice to us on the surface. And the privileged class here is not a whole, but divided into several camps. Zhou Rui spoke again at this time. If you encounter any problems that are difficult to solve, you can go to the Bounty Hunter Guild or the Mercenary Guild. They can solve all kinds of problems as long as you have money. But as long as you follow the arrangements of the Sword Association, there will generally be no problems. After all, the arrangements of the Alliance Sword Association have not had any problems for so many years. They will train you on the way to the Blue Water Empire. Thank you, Sister Jiegarui. Yang Bo nodded modestly. Yang Bo himself has an identity as a nobleman. How could he shout for freedom, or something like that? As a nobleman, of course, he must protect the interests of the nobles. How could he protect the interests of you ordinary people? Anyone who dares to target the nobles is targeting themselves. Moreover, Yang Bo knew that he had to follow the rules of others in other people's territory. If you don't follow the rules in other people's territory, then unless you can blow up the whole territory, you will eventually die. Then Yang Bo prepared 2 more batches of gene drugs. A total of more than 400. After the drug was made, Wang Muxua also came. Wang Muxua sat on the chair and looked at Yang Bo, who also looked at Wang Muxua. Come back early. I'll wait for you here. Wang Muxua stood up and said something, then left. Yang Bo was a little confused, and thinking carefully, he didn't seem to have made any mistakes. When Yang Bo came out, Wang Muxua had already left with the gene drug. What did she say to you? Zhou Rui asked suspiciously. No. Forget it. Really nothing. Ha ha. Yang Bo left the company dormitory, feeling a little speechless. What did Wang Muxua mean? She said she had something to say to him alone. And that's all she said. Today is a new January. So Yang Bo did not play the doomsday game. There are still 4 days left. What should I do with these little things in the basement? Yang Bo was very worried. So Yang Bo quickly dealt with him, and killed all the extra gerbils with genetic drugs. Then the rest were locked up separately to prevent excessive reproduction. The mutant leeches are not a problem. They will be fine for 2 or 3 months. and there is no movement from the interstellar creature cubs. As for the 3 mechas stored in the mecha warehouse at the back, there is no problem with them. Do you want to make a robot for remote control? But will the robot be hacked if it is connected to the internet? Then Yongbo bought a lot of things from different merchants to feed the gerbils. Since there is an automatic feeding system anyway. The reason for buying from different merchants is that the information between merchants on the alliance side is not interoperable. No merchant will tell others their customer information because it is related to commercial secrets. Of course, if the Supreme Court of the Alliance wants to check, it can still be checked. In history, there have even been merchants who sued the Supreme Court because of customer information issues. Once a merchant hands over customer information, its stock price will fall, and it will be listed as untrustworthy by everyone. It is difficult to obtain customer data from merchants privately, because merchants are not sure whether the person who wants to obtain this data is their opponent. If the opponent wants this kind of data, then a backhanded bow step will cause him to suffer heavy losses. This situation has happened in history. On the contrary, it is less difficult to obtain personal information from government departments. After all, the people who manage the government are just managing, unlike merchants who have interests in it. The next morning, Yongbo first played the Second World game, and today, he followed a carving instructor to learn. Good morning. Dean. Andy. Good morning. Paul. Take our newcomer to Mr. Andy. Paul is a young man. Or more precisely, the dean's assistant. Yes, sir. Paul nodded to Yongbo after he came in, and then said to Eddie. Paul was silent, and didn't say anything at all. Yongbo originally thought that he was going to the city today, but he didn't expect that he was not going to the city, but was going to a nearby farm. The roads in the farm are all dirt roads, and there are all kinds of pigs and chickens. This is Mr. Andy's private farm, Paul explained. Damn, you are a fool. Look at you. When he arrived outside a large barn, Yongbo heard someone roaring inside. Paul waited outside the barn until the roaring sound inside stopped, and then walked forward a few steps. Mr. Andy, I brought you a student. Yongbo followed Paul at this time, and saw that the barn was a large studio. There were various sculptures inside, including wood carvings, stone carvings, and clay sculptures. The carving techniques seemed to include relief carving, negative carving, etc. Young man, let me see your hands. Andy had brown dyed hair, which looked like Teddy, and it was messy, with a big beard on his face. Tall and burly, white skin, and black eyes. Yongbo stretched out his hands, and Andy nodded. You are a good worker. Come with me. Andy ignored Paul and took Yongbo in. Yongbo then found that the barn was divided into many compartments, and there was more than one person working inside. Seeing a familiar person, that is Adam. Adam was also surprised to see Yongbo. Adam, you come and teach this new guy what to do. Andy looked around and saw Adam looking over. So he shouted, Why are you here again? Adam sent a message to Yongbo privately. You are talking nonsense. Why can't I come? Yongbo replied rudely. Adam looked at Yongbo angrily. Yongbo found that he was now doing hard labor. Or to be more precise, doing preliminary processing of materials. For example, finely grinding and sifting a kind of clay. This seems to be used for clay sculpture. This seems to be porcelain clay? Yongbo looked at the color of the clay. Then he had to peel some wood, remove the protrusions on the outside, and put it aside. You have to do miscellaneous work for 3 years before you can go to the workshop. Adam sent a message to Yongbo again. It's a job anyway. So what's not a good job? Yongbo thought it didn't matter. Aren't you afraid of starving to death? I have other jobs. What other jobs do you have? I can't tell you about this. Yongbo was going to wait a little longer and then go to the sheriff, and then patrol at night to make money. Stingy. Adam sent 3 words. Not bad. Remember to come earlier next time. Andy nodded when he saw Yongbo's results. Yongbo listened to Andy scolding people all day, counting that he had 6 students. Every one of the other 5 was scolded today, and there was no reward. Only 1 meal at noon. However, these people in the game have no sense of time, as long as they can complete the tasks assigned for the day. Thank you for the compliment. Instructor. Andy's own studio is closed, and I don't know what work he is working on. Yeah. Andy waved and left. Yongbo also walked out of the barn. Adam looked at Yongbo's back and felt a little envious. He didn't know how tired he was without access to the neural network. Back to the academy, Yang Bo put the character on hold again, and then went out in stealth to contact Zhang Buzhen. Because Yang Bo just found out that the official March Star announced part of the battle to eliminate the terrorist organization. There is a shot of him rushing towards the terrorists alone. Of course, the official statement kept the information of this police officer confidential, and this shot caused a great response in the alliance. Some people think that the police did not follow the procedures, and it is easy to cause harm to the guests around. Some people think that the police did the right thing, and should have carried out an extermination strike against the terrorists long ago. Another part thinks that the police went too far because terrorists also have rights. This is the free thought of the alliance. Of course, under this free thought, there is a struggle between various parties. There is no right or wrong in party struggles. If you say this is right, I will say this is wrong, because there must be a different point of view from the other party. As for the incident itself, it is no longer important. Zhang Buzhen is in a very comfortable mood, although March Star is now pushed to the forefront again. But this is a good thing, because many people say one thing and do another. Don't look at some people who defend terrorists online. If they encounter terrorists, I am afraid they hope that the police will kill all the terrorists. In other words, these people enjoy the good environment brought by the police maintaining public order, and then they have to defend terrorists. Master, Mr. Gio sent a message. Nyobo walked in and said, he did a good job this time. He still asked for energy metal this time, and asked us to deliver a batch as soon as possible. Nyobo said, we will get a batch in 3 days. Just let him get it himself. Zhang Buzhen nodded. Master, what I mean is that if we don't let Mr. Gio show up on other planets, the Blue Water Empire may not give up this time. Nyobo said, what do you have in mind? I know that the family has a place with a lot of energy metals. Are you talking about the company's central reserve? Yes. I happen to have a detailed map and detailed intelligence. It can also prevent the family from targeting us. Then talk to him directly. Zhang Buzhen also knew that if Mr. Gio did not show up on other planets, he would probably attract revenge from the Pirate Alliance or the Blue Water Empire again, which would have a worse impact on the reputation of the entire planet. Okay. Nyobo was about to send a message to Mr. Gio to explain the matter. Chapter 678 Departure. Yang Bo was a little surprised when he saw the message from Zhang Buzhen. It seems that this guy dislikes me for making trouble here? No. He is afraid that I will attract the revenge of the Blue Water Empire. After all, the other party is a country. In this case, then ask for a good price. So he sent a message, Master Zhang. Let's deal with each other. The Central Reserve is the Central Reserve. My appearance on other planets is another matter. I have made a great contribution to the peace and security of March Star. Zhang Buzhen, Mr. Gio is too polite. I will introduce new customers to Mr. Gio. Recently, a friend I know is in a difficult situation. Yang Bo saw the message of a person sent by the other party. This is a family member, and the first heir of the family. However, he is now facing the loss of inheritance qualification. As for the specific situation, Zhang Buzhen did not send it. Mr. Gio, Master Zhang. Just wait for my good news. Yang Bo naturally knew that Zhang Buzhen did this to slowly get away from him. After all, it is not good to be mixed with a criminal organization like himself. Of course, if Zhang Buzhen did what he said about the company's central reserve, the company would be in chaos, and the family would have no time to worry about Zhang Buzhen. People are always calculating against each other. Alas! Yang Bo shook his head and sighed. Then he put away the communicator and returned to the villa in stealth. Looking at these things in the villa, Yang Bo felt nothing for no reason. This family lacks popularity. After thinking for a long time, Yang Bo realized that this was the reason. The next day, he went to Zhang Buzhen's house for dinner again. Brother, you should be re-examined after 3 days of absence. You are now a big internet celebrity. Zhang Buzhen looked at Yang Bo. Who would have thought that this young man had completed the transformation from an ordinary person to a household name in the Alliance in just 9 days? Fourth brother, you are too polite. I am just lucky. I didn't expect that I have talent in this area. Yang Bo laughed and said modestly, you are too modest. Have you ever thought about accepting any endorsements? Zhang Buzhen asked while drinking tea with Yang Bo. I am lazy and stay at home. I don't plan to accept any endorsements. These companies look for people to endorse for money. Who knows if there will be problems with the products they produce? I remember a few years ago that a celebrity endorsed and was cheated by the company. Yang Bo shook his head and said, "Brother, you can see clearly. Capital is profit-seeking. He wants to make 100,000 from you if he gives you 10,000. Besides, I am not without money. When our planet develops, I can use these lands to become a family." Zhang Buizhen said again, "Thank you, fourth brother. I went to the inland a few days ago and found another animal with energy. But the energy fluctuations were also very weak." Yang Bo was talking about an animal similar to a pangolin. In fact, he found this animal for the first time. But he didn't pay attention to it at the time. Really? Zhang Buizhen was very excited when he heard this. Now March Star needs something to cover up the past. So the discovery of a new mutant animal is a huge discovery. Fourth brother, can you find someone to take a look? Yang Bo showed an animal similar to a pangolin and the place where it appeared. I will wait for my brother to return triumphantly, and we will discuss important matters together. After dinner, Zhang Buizhen said something before leaving. Thank you, fourth brother. Yang Bo nodded. Watching Yang Bo leave, Zhang Buizhen sighed. This person is hard to explain. Yang Bo's luck is very good. Niu Bo nodded. Yes. The key is to have a clear mind and not be blinded by money. Once a person is dominated by money, he will become a slave to money. Zhang Buizhen spoke again. Niu Bo thought for a while after hearing this. Yang Bo is probably because of his personality. The previous events made him skeptical about many things. And he has developed a personality that doesn't like to go out since he was a child. That's good. Do you think I should introduce him to a girlfriend? There are many women around him. But I feel that the women around him don't seem to be suitable for him. Lu Jingxiang comes from a gray family, and is not worthy of my brother. There is no need for my brother to get involved with a gray family for a woman. The same is true for Zhou Kersen. Although these two women have reconciled with their families. If anyone is good with these two women, their original families will definitely not let it go. Another one is Zhou Rui. Her identity is problematic. Now she has been whitewashed and become a politician. Once this kind of female politician starts a family, she will lose a large part of her supporters. Young Master's analysis makes sense. There are quite a few good girls in my circle. But these good girls have to listen to their families. Once they marry Yang Bo, these families will probably treat Yang Bo as a money-making machine. Do you want me to buy one from somewhere else? Do you mean the daughters of those criminals in the Blue Water Empire? Yes. The aristocratic circle in the Blue Water Empire is very chaotic. But there are also some well-educated and traditional families. Wait and see. Maybe he has his own destiny. Shouldn't the young master also consider his own lifelong event? Hee. I will marry whoever offers the highest price. People like us can forget about love. Since we have to talk about interests, let's wait until our planet develops for a while. After Yang Bo returned home, the Sword Association sent an email to set off in 3 days. As for what kind of transportation to take, it did not specify that they would gather in 3 days. Yang Bo replied to the email. In the evening, Yang Bo went to Annie and Xia's villa again. Maybe the two knew that they would be separated for a short time. So they worked extra hard. But that was it. The next day, he returned to his villa early and prepared everything he would take with him. The space box was filled with bombs, laser cannons, etc. A lot of bombs were placed on several space mechas. And micro-missile backpacks were also equipped. And Yang Bo changed all the intelligent program permissions of these missiles. There are still a few bombs. But Tianyun Star seems to be an armed planet. And there are many local troops. Let's see if there are any handy things when the time comes. But these things are just in case. If you really encounter something, you still have to rely on your own superpowers. After getting ready, Yang Bo played the Second World game again. And stopped playing the Doomsday Copy game. Today is another day to learn carving. Yang Bo came to Andy's farm early. It was originally agreed that he would learn gardening for 2 days a week and carving for 2 days a week. But there was no work in gardening. Only next Tuesday. Teacher Andy. Good morning. He came to the farm and greeted Andy. Yeah. Andy pointed to the place where the materials were piled. Then Yang Bo controlled the character and began to process these raw materials. It was almost a repeat of the last time. Because he came early, he finished it at noon this time. Andy did not say that Yang Bo performed well and let Yang Bo learn carving. But let Yang Bo go. Apprentices are like this. Don't think about learning real things early. Adam watched Yang Bo leave. and he was so angry that his teeth itched. Several of them were still being scolded by the teacher here, and this guy left happily. Another character was assigned an idle task. And then Yang Bo read the news and so on. Finally, the day of the gathering came. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen looked at Yang Bo and took a suitcase. Have you packed everything? Lu Jingxiang asked. Everything is packed. Just a few sets of clothes. And the Second World virtual game helmet. And internet glasses. Yang Bo nodded. We are taking the private spaceship of the Sword Association this time, so we can enter the Second World game on it, Lu Jingxiang said. Yeah. Yang Bo nodded, looking at Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen. They are two oversized suitcases. But these two suitcases are quite advanced, and can automatically follow the owner. If the owner does not want to walk, he can sit on the suitcase. And this kind of suitcase is suspended on the ground. The president of the March Star Sword Association personally led the team. Because it is a private spaceship, there is no need to buy tickets. And the private spaceship of March Star can land on the planet, and then take off. Of course, the landing site is still in the planet's dedicated space hub port. TSK. Yang Bo looked at the huge spaceship that was nearly 300 meters long, about 40 meters high, and about 80 meters wide, parked in the space hub. After entering the spaceship, Yang Bo found that it was the same as other spaceships. And it was also a honeycomb-like structure. Living here is like living in a super luxurious hotel. And there is also a super large park inside. There is no need to worry about jet lag here, because the whole environment simulates the environment on the planet, with sunrise and sunset, day and night. Yang Bo arrived at his room. The living room is at least 100 square meters, with 3 bedrooms, each with different styles. Each bedroom has its own independent bathroom, and there is also a large balcony. Standing on the balcony, you can see the park below. This is probably also a way for the Swordsmanship Association to collect data. Yang Bo looked at the bar, singing place, swimming, and fitness on the spaceship. Yang Bo felt skeptical that this was the association collecting personal preferences and some data to make some targeted plans. But it doesn't matter. I can just play games in the room at most. At this time, someone knocked on the door. Yang Bo opened it and immediately felt a headache. Lu Jingxiang, Zhou Kersen, and their girlfriends. Yang Bo. Their girlfriends shouted when they saw Yang Bo. Come in. Yang Bo looked at the group of beautiful women and had to let them in. To be honest, if it were me on Earth, I would be ecstatic. But after I became a new person, I had established myself. And I felt a little annoyed when I saw the situation in front of me. Why was it annoyed? I can look but I can't eat. Tell me if it's annoyed or not. Chapter 679 Do Not Disturb. 6 beauties suddenly came into Yang Bo's room. At least on the surface. Except for Lu Jingxiang, Zhou Kersen, and Li Idwa, who he knew. The other 3 beauties also had their own styles. These beauties are mature and charming, fresh and capable. Some look very pure, and some look very lustful, very moist. Yang Bo, were you really a cleaner before? Inviting a few people to sit down in the living room. A mature and charming big sister widened her eyes, curious, and asked impatiently, I grew up in a welfare institution since I was a child. I have no education and no skills. Only the job of cleaner is suitable for me. Yang Bo looked at this big sister. Her figure was really amazing. When he sat down just now, he almost sat next to this big sister. Fortunately, he always reminded himself that this is not a KTV. This is not a bar. My name is Lu Ying, the shadow that follows you like a shadow. The big sister saw Yang Bo's answer and introduced herself with a smile. Lu Ying has black wavy hair, big blue eyes, white skin, a blue necklace of unknown material hanging on her slender neck, and a low-cut black dress. Yang Bo suspected that the blue necklace was meant to attract people to look down, because it was too shiny. Yang Bo, let me show you. Lu Jingxiang was about to introduce her bestie to Yang Bo, who knew that the 2 people next to her immediately covered her mouth. Jingxiang, don't talk too much. That's it. A girl with a pure face next to her extended her hand and introduced herself. Hello Yang Bo. My name is Zhang Zirua. Zhang Zirua looked simple, with a light blue and white striped round necktie t-shirt on the upper body and beige casual pants on the lower body. She had long black hair, black eyes, and slightly yellow skin. She looked healthier than the older sister next to her, with an oval face and big eyes. Hello. Yang Bo saw the other party extend his hand to shake hands, and shook hands. It's my turn. It's my turn. My name is Leah. Next to her was the woman who Yang Bo had labeled as very smooth, with long brown hair, a slightly round face, 2 dimples when she smiled, and black eyes that seemed to speak. Leah was wearing a green floral dress, and her figure was really amazing, comparable to Annie's. The key was that when this sister talked to people, her eyebrows and eyes seemed to speak. Hello. When this sister shook hands with Yang Bo, she tickled Yang Bo's palm with her little finger. The sister's hands were really smooth. Hello. My name is Liidwa. Liidwa stretched out her hand and said generously, Nice to meet you. I used to like your songs the most. Yang Bo was wondering, is this big singer so idle? Ah. Before? Liidwa caught Yang Bo's words sharply. People change. I went to watch your concert in Pato Star. Yang Bo didn't say much here. I'm so sorry, Liidwa said hurriedly after hearing this. Actually, I didn't do anything wrong. I even received a large amount of compensation. It was a blessing in disguise. Yang Bo smiled again. Yang Bo, you are amazing. Luing interrupted the two and said, I don't know how I did it. It feels like playing a game. Are you good at games? What games do you play? Can you teach me? Sorry. I like to play single-player games. Yang Bo, are you confident about going to Tianjin Star for the competition? It's hard to say. Do you have a girlfriend? It's a secret. How about we go to the bar together? I don't like going to bars. I think it's a bit noisy there. Yang Bo refused cruelly and lied. Anyway, no matter how these women invited Yang Bo to go out and play, Yang Bo refused. Luckily, they didn't say anything excessive today. Yang Bo, how about adding a friend? It's not that I don't want to add friends. You can see that I logged into this social media account 3 months ago. Yang Bo's original social media account has not been logged in for a long time. Then how about adding a contact number? I don't like adding people I don't know. I'll talk about it when I get to know them. Yang Bo refused directly. Huh? Luing looked at Yang Bo with resentment. Okay. We added Yang Bo's contact information. Sometimes he gets a reply in half an hour. Sometimes in a day. Take a look. Lu Jingxiang showed the time she sent messages to Yang Bo. The few people were relieved. Yang Bo, a geek, lives in his own world. Finally, they were sent away. Yang Bo quickly posted a sign outside the door saying do not disturb. It hurts. Yang Bo really wanted to go to the bar with them and get them drunk. Lu Fei. It should be okay according to my current recovery speed. Yang Bo felt distressed when he thought of this. After boarding the spaceship, it was free to move around. The voyage lasted 21 days. And there were 4 space jumps. There were more than 1,000 people on the spaceship. Although there were only a few hundred people in the March Star competition, there were still many people watching the competition. Just like when Yang Bo was competing, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were watching from the side. Of course, this spaceship can only carry members of the Sword Association. Non-members can only come by themselves on the spaceship. Alas, he was furious at being teased by Luing and Leah. Forget it. Maybe these 2 sisters are the product of technology. Maybe they are disguised by a perverted old man. And these sisters, maybe they have ulterior motives. And they tricked me into bed and took pictures of me. Yang Bo could only comfort himself in this way. And then he felt much better. Play the game. Yang Bo took out the second world game helmet and played the game. As for the Doomsday Dungeon game, Yang Bo was not going to play it. After all, the spaceships belonged to the Sword Association. Who knew if they had any way to know my information? As for social media accounts, they were not logged in at all. It doesn't matter in the second world game. After all, the game helmets are all customized. You say the backend doesn't know your information? In the game, we originally learned sculpture on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and gardening on Mondays and Wednesdays. Last time, Bob took the job on Tuesday, so the college adjusted the study date for next week. It was changed to learning gardening on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and learning sculpture on Mondays and Wednesdays. However, today is Sunday, and the college is on holiday today. Even the quarry is empty. Yang Bo had already found out that there is a market on Sundays, and there is a market near the college. Normally this place is an empty space, but today it is very lively. The Banshee Circus is here. Really? The Banshee Circus comes once a year. But I didn't expect it to come so early this year. It is said that the Banshee Circus will perform here for a week. I heard that they brought the most ferocious beasts in the north again this year. I like the wine they bring the most. Their wine has an effect on that aspect. I want to buy some today. In fact, their dancers are more exciting. But the price is too expensive. Only those nobles can enjoy it. Yes. Yes. On the way to the market, Yang Bo heard people around him talking. The market is about 1 kilometer away from the college. And soldiers wearing armor on horseback have been seen patrolling. Because places with many people are more chaotic. And we must prevent possible robbers. Speaking of circuses, Yang Bo thought of the wild circus he saw on Earth. In his previous life, a friend went to the wild circus to eat boxed lunch, but was poisoned. So damn handsome. Looking at the soldier riding a tall horse and wearing metal armor passing by. The height of this horse is estimated to be 2.5 meters. And the horse's tendons are shiny and smooth. The knight on it is also burly. And the weight of this armor is not low. The horse also has leather armor on its body. And the leather armor on the horse's head is inlaid with iron armor. Handy! When he saw the market, someone suddenly called him. Adam? Yang Bo saw Adam. You come to the market. Do you have money? Adam looked at Yang Bo and asked. It's none of your business whether I have money or not. Can I just watch the excitement? Yang Bo was a little speechless. How about I be your guide? I've been here for 4 years. I've been to the market more than 30 times. And I know many people here. Adam hurriedly explained. When Yang Bo heard this, he muttered in his heart, Brother, how miserable are you? You're still like this after several years. What are the conditions? Yang Bo didn't believe that this kid would take him for nothing. 10 copper coins. Adam said with a big mouth. I only earn 10 copper coins a day. I can just go around by myself. And I can also ask others. Of course Yang Bo didn't do it. Then treat me to a few honey biscuits. How much is one? I tell you, his honey biscuits are so fragrant. And they taste like natural flowers in your mouth. I forgot that your alliance doesn't have neural access and can't taste this delicacy. Adam didn't react until here. How much is one? Yang Bo asked with increased vigilance. Because things like honey seem to be quite expensive. 5 copper coins apiece. Adam said a little embarrassedly. I'll treat you to 1 piece at most. You can treat me to 2 pieces. I can teach you gardening and carving. Just treat you to 1 piece. I don't need you to teach me. I have teachers to teach me. 1 piece is enough. Adam saw that Yang Bo was not interested. So he just let it go. Honey? Go to the mountains to find honey when you have time? Yang Bo's hometown used to have people raising bees. And he also watched a lot of short videos on Earth to find bees. What does the Banshee Circus do? Yang Bo suddenly remembered a question and asked. The Banshee Circus has 5 tents. Look over there. Adam pointed to the distance. Yang Bo found a place surrounded by carriages in the distance. There were several huge tents standing outside the market alone. There was a fence outside the carriages. There were also people holding bows and arrows, as if they were maintaining law and order. The largest tent can be entered with only 5 copper coins. There are various animal training performances inside. The second tent next to it is some acrobatic performances, which requires 10 copper coins. The third tent is some magic performances, which requires 20 copper coins. The fourth tent requires a silver coin. It is said that there are dance talent performances inside. When Yang Bo heard this, he thought of 4 words, a powerful program. The 5th one is for nobles only. As for what it is, I don't know. Oh, there are guards to help them maintain law and order? Are you stupid? These circuses can perform peacefully everywhere in this world, without fear of being robbed by robbers. Of course, it is because they have enough power to protect their own safety. Adam looked at Yang Bo like a fool. Chapter 680 Banshee Circus. Then the two of them walked around the market, where there were all kinds of things. Clothes and pants were made of linen and leather. Shoes were made of straw, leather, and even wood. Yang Bo looked at the shoes on his feet, which were a pair of leather boots, which were the old equipment given to him by the sheriff. As for the bow and leather armor, Yang Bo did not usually take them out. However, the shoes on his feet were very old and had not been maintained, so they looked very worn. I don't feel like it either. I will have a chance to buy this clone a set of good clothes and shoes in the future. Yang Bo muttered to himself. There is also a place dedicated to selling food, where there are black bread, white bread, and yellow bread. Black bread is made by grinding all the grains and wheat into powder without sifting. White bread is bread made by leaving the good flour after sifting. Yellow bread is bread with eggs added in it. As for the honey sugar cake, Yang Bo felt that it was just a honey cake, but it was not as beautiful as the one made in modern society. Yang Bo bought 2 pieces, one for Adam and one for his character. After all, it was hard for him to control this clone. Waste. Adam muttered to himself when he saw Yang Bo bought one for his character. Then Adam ate it in small bites. You can't play this game with neural access, which is a lot less fun, Adam said, while eating the sweet and delicious honey biscuits with a mouthful of flower fragrance. You don't say it when you fertilize the garden. Why are you so annoying? You say these things while eating. You said it first. Okay. Don't talk to me. Adam was speechless. Are the people in the Alliance so rude? Talking about these things during a meal. Yang Bo naturally knew that the taste of this naturally produced honey was incomparable to any industrial product. What is the price of honey now? Yang Bo asked again. The price is different. The flowers are different in different months. The cheapest is 5 silver coins per can, and the most expensive is said to be 1 gold coin per can. In addition, the price of honey also changes according to the weather changes every year. It seems that honey that costs 1 gold coin per can has certain medicinal effects. The one I eat is the nectar of a thorn flower. When this thorn flower blooms, you can smell the fragrance from a long distance. The price of a can this year is about 20 silver coins. Did you participate in the sword competition this year? This is the message said by Adam. No. I just hang out in the association. Yang Bo was not surprised at all that Adam asked this question, because the game's second world in the Alliance is open to members of the Sword Association. Then Adam stopped talking, which made Yang Bo feel that he was a little neurotic. Could it be that he was a little depressed after being a servant for a long time? The whole market was full of handmade products. And then, there were some grains, vegetables, and mushrooms. There were also some dried meats. But the fur on the heads and feet of these preys were kept. Do you know why these dried meats are made like this? Adam asked Yang Bo mysteriously. Yang Bo shook his head. Because this is stipulated by the laws of the kingdom. It is said that when there was no such regulation before, someone killed someone. Adam gave Yang Bo a look that said, you know what I mean? When Yang Bo heard this, his eyes changed when he looked at the dried meat. It's hot now. When it gets cold, all the meat has to be covered with fur when it's sold. That's why. Yang Bo nodded. This world is real, so anything can happen. Come on. I'll take you to see the beasts, Adam said. Then the two of them came to the Banshee Circus. There were already quite a few people watching the excitement. A monster was lying in a large cage. It was said to be strange because it looked like a lion and tiger on Earth, but the stripes on its body were a bit like zebra stripes. This is a beast from the northern prairie. Tonight, you can see its wonderful performance for only 5 copper coins. There was also a strong man wearing leather armor and tattoos on his face, who shouted loudly and whistled at the cage next to the beast. The beast stood up reluctantly and opened its bloody mouth towards the people watching the excitement. Roar! The onlookers were startled, and many of them became curious. The beast slowly lay down again. Yang Bo thought that the beast might be 1,000 pounds. And it looked too big. There will be several wonderful performances of beasts tonight, and everyone is welcome to come and see. The man pointed to several cages covered with linen in the distance. How is it? Is it worth spending 5 copper coins? Adam asked on the way back. Worth it. Yang Bo nodded. You are still the best people in the Alliance. People in our empire have to spend more money on washing when playing this game. Look at the soaps I bought today, which cost 20 copper coins each. Adam complained again. Yang Bo nodded, thinking that if he had a neural access, he would definitely not be able to stand the smell of his current character. I'm going to be scolded again tomorrow. Andy is a master of carving, but he has a bad temper. Teacher Bob is better. When he came back, Yang Bo found that Adam also lived in the academy. It's too difficult to cultivate new varieties of horticultural plants. If I can cultivate a new horticultural plant, I will be rich. Do you know how much money a gold coin can be exchanged for? Yang Bo came to where Adam lived. This guy actually had a small garden, which was considered a unique house in the academy. How much? Yang Bo knew, of course, that it meant exchanging for real currency. It's about the equivalent of 1.5 million credit points of your alliance. At this time, there was no one else, so the two of them had to speak boldly. It's so expensive. It's so hard to earn a gold coin. I've been playing for 4 years, and haven't saved up 2 silver coins. It's already very good, compared to those gamers who starved to death. That's right. This garden is well made. Yang Bo looked at the plants in the small garden, all of which were green and lush. And the ones that bloomed were also very beautiful. These are the branches or seeds I brought back from the noble garden. It's too difficult to cultivate new varieties. Adam enjoyed Yang Bo's praise. Then I'll leave first. Okay then. Yang Bo planned to let the character rest in the afternoon, and he would go to the game to watch the magic show in the evening. As for the show that he had saved up, forget it. He was angry now, and had no place to put out the fire. After leaving the game, Yang Bo felt a little bored again. These 20 days have been tough. No one is around me. Fortunately, I can play games every day. Yang Bo is not going to the gym, swimming pool, or other places. The main reason is that he is now a celebrity, and it would be troublesome to go out, and he has to establish his personality. Why haven't the 5 people caught by March Star died yet? At the same time, he wondered why the 5 soul killers of the Blue Water Empire haven't died yet. What Yang Bo didn't know was that because he used the Spirit Seed skill and then dispersed it, the 5 soul killers became idiots with disordered souls, and also caused the Blue Water Empire's remote control of the 5 soul killers to fail to die. This made the Blue Water Empire Soul Killer Department feel very difficult, and at the same time gave the Alliance task force that detained the 5 soul killers an illusion that the measures they took could effectively isolate soul control. The task force prepared special equipment and protective measures for the 5 people, just to see if they could effectively protect against the Blue Water Empire soul control. Although the 5 people became idiots, the task force was very happy because it proved that this research direction was correct. Moreover, even if 5 living people are idiots, there are too many things that can be used. For example, use these 5 people to make some fake phenomena to make the spies of the Shuelan Empire appear. Yang Bo had no idea that he had caused the misunderstanding between the 2 sides. As for the final impact of this misunderstanding, it is difficult to determine. What other extra income does the game character need? There are 4 days of work a week, and 3 days are arranged by yourself. Next week, go to find honey and go hunting in the mountains to supplement the character's nutrition. You can also make some fish cages. When the time comes, ask the dean first. It seems that all places in this world have owners. Yang Bo muttered to himself. The spaceship has actually set sail. It will take about 5 days to reach the first space jump point. Private spaceships are fast. Private spaceships are much faster than passenger and cargo spaceships. Passenger and cargo spaceships usually accelerate at the beginning, and then rely on this inertia to move. This is also the most economical and cheapest way to sail. Then he used the Spirit Seed to check the targets he had cast, and found that there was no valuable information. The Pirate Alliance Council was still arguing. The pirates were secretly colluding to force the Pirate Alliance Council to change some trading rules. What Yang Bo didn't know was that a few people wanted to knock on his door secretly. But when they saw the Do Not Disturb on his door, they went back. Yang Bo, this guy, is really weird. The president of the March Star Sword Association also shook his head after hearing the staff's report. This guy doesn't know how to enjoy himself. He doesn't even want beautiful women who come to his door. The young assistant next to him shook his head. These beauties are not that simple. It's easy for Yang Bo to sleep with them now, but it's probably difficult to leave. What are you afraid of? Anyway, you won't suffer any loss. That's because you are a waste. Yang Bo is so famous now. If his words and deeds are wrong, I'm afraid his reputation will be completely ruined, the president said mercilessly. TSK. Although the young man was not satisfied, he admitted that what the other party said was true. If he slept with them, he would really take advantage. But if Yang Bo slept with them, he would probably lose a lot. This guy is also doing well in the game. But I don't know who this Adam is. Who knows? He looks like an ordinary player. The president didn't know the information of every player in the game, but only knew the player information of the game helmet users issued by his branch. The entire Second World game was like this, and each player was managed in a different place. Chapter 681 Watching a Magic Show. But this guy has a weird personality. The young man shook his head and said, Do you know that animals that have been kept in captivity for a long time in our empire will have stereotyped behaviors? These residents have also been kept in captivity by the Alliance intelligence system for 18 years. Although Yang Bo is rich, where does he get his money? Do you want to encounter a scene like the Red Earl's terrorist attack on Pato Star? the president said with a chuckle. The young man shook his head like a rattle. I don't want to meet these crazy people. The second time, the immigration spaceship was attacked by pirates. Everyone was leaving Pato happily. But they didn't expect to encounter such a change in the middle of the journey. The third time, we finally got on a military warship. But we were left on the Green Devil for a long time. The fourth and fifth times, they were arrested in the company. And even their company was destroyed. I don't know the details of the sixth and seventh times. But it seems that they were attacked at home. The Ashes organization is frantically looking for everyone who came out of the Green Devil. Because their organization collapsed too quickly. And the reaction of the Alliance is a bit too strange. According to the intelligence of our empire, it seems that something major happened on the Green Devil. If you were to encounter so many things, would you feel safe? Do you still want to go out and encounter accidents? Do you have a resistance to unfamiliar people? The president said and looked at the young man. The young man nodded when he heard this. If it were me, I would definitely look around more when I go out. Besides, the Ash organization will definitely not give up, and may even come back again. To put it bluntly, Yang Bo is just a young man in his 20s. Not to mention he is only 20 years old. If I were in this situation, I would build a fortress like him, and stay in it every day. This is the Ashes organization. The president also sighed. So don't say that the protagonist's character setting is stupid. Okay. I don't know if you have noticed that every time he comes to our association to participate in a competition, he will arrive at the right time and run away immediately after the competition. I think his fighting style is related to his personality. He wants to fight quickly and decisively. The president said again. The young man nodded. It's mainly because the Alliance is too weird. Even I am worried when I go out to pick up girls. No one knows the gender of the other party. There is no way. The Alliance has a high degree of information protection in this regard. As long as you don't want to show it to others. It is difficult for others to see it. We have only recently collected Yang Bo's relatively complete information. If Yang Bo's ranking in the competition had not improved, we would not have collected his information specifically. The young man nodded. Of course. He knew that the so-called information collection was to buy information from certain people in the government of the Alliance. It's better in our empire. At least we know whether someone is a man or a woman. The young man thought of the gender regulations of the Alliance and felt a headache. That's true. The president nodded. But the two professions that Yang Bo chose in the game are not easy to get into. Although these two professions also serve the nobles. They are based on qualifications. Learning sculpture requires someone to support you. The young man said again. I think Yang Bo doesn't like the combat profession in the second world. Probably because of his experience in reality. In our opinion, he chose a career with no future. But he may enjoy it. The president shook his head. The young man nodded and agreed with the president's words. This Mike's private life is too chaotic. The young man spoke again. Being praised by the capital and the people around him. He thinks that everything he says is true. The president laughed. Capital will push him forward. If he stops, capital will run over him. Not to mention that Yang Bo is very talented in swordsmanship. He caught Mike's biggest weakness. When Mike fights, he gives people a very beautiful and artistic feeling. This is what he deliberately did. As long as you start from this aspect, it is easy to defeat him. Because you will find that he wants to show his art. And his movements and moves have traces use this to find his weaknesses, and make him change his moves frequently. The president said again. I just can't stand this guy's hypocritical appearance. And he also eats both men and women. The young man shook his head. So he is not welcome in our empire. Our empire does not like this. But this is the Alliance. Do you know why people in the Alliance like feminine men like Mike? The young man shook his head when he heard this. Of course, the dignitaries and politicians in the Alliance like him. The president laughed after he said that. The young man then realized, bah. Disgusting. Besides, after Yang Bo downloaded the game, he felt a little bored. So he took out the virtual glasses and pretended to watch a movie. In Yang Bo's house. In the empty and quiet basement, a cabinet suddenly opened. A baby alien creature flew out of the cabinet. It turned out that Yang Bo controlled this guy to fly out through the spirit seed. The tail behind this alien creature can release energy attacks. This one is relatively rare and can release super energy particle beams. However, because of its low strength, the attack distance and intensity are very limited. But now Yang Bo used this tail as a hand. First opening the room where the gerbils were kept. When these little things saw the door open, they all came over. They didn't expect something to fly in. So they quickly hid in the nest and pricked up their ears to listen. This alien creature. This layer of tissue on the surface of the body is so useful. On the one hand, it can absorb the free energy around it. And on the other hand, it can act like a radar. Yang Bo can sense the movements of these gerbils he kept on the spacecraft. I don't know what an adult interstellar creature looks like. If I can get the most powerful interstellar biological sample, I can use my camouflage ability to disguise myself as an interstellar creature. Although I can't have the skills of an interstellar creature, I have photoelectric and gravity superpowers, and I can completely simulate an interstellar creature. But the most important thing is your own physique. The stronger your physique, the more energy you can store in your body, and the more energy you can burst. When superpowers fight, they mainly compete on both sides' energy reserves and energy bursts. Controlling the interstellar creature for a walk, and then controlling this guy back. The interstellar creature was a little confused, but then fell asleep again. Then look at what the other guys controlled by the spirit seed are doing. The reason why Yang Bo doesn't often look at these people is that it feels weird to look at others too much. Mainly because you will substitute other people's feelings. If you just look at other people's memories, it doesn't matter. The people of the Brotherhood really value money over their lives. The information was obtained from the 9th Elder of the Pirate Alliance Council that someone from the Brotherhood's assassin organization had already accepted the mission from the Blue Water Empire. Why did the Pirate Alliance Council know this news? Because the Brotherhood contacted them and wanted to know the detailed information of the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates. I wonder if the Blue Water Empire has some samples of interstellar creatures. Yang Bo was not afraid of these guys from the Brotherhood at all. These assassin organizations are for money. The Blue Water Empire took so much money this time. And there must be someone who would take a risk. The more successful missions a killer has, the more mysterious confidence he will have. That is, no one is his opponent, and he can kill anyone. In addition, the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates is now wanted by the Alliance and the Blue Water Empire. And there are more ways to deal with such people, because the other party dare not expose himself. Fortunately, this pirate leader had kept his identity a secret before. Otherwise the Dog Emperor of the Blue Water Empire would have thought, "Oh, it's my own people who are scolding me. Why did this pirate leader want to be a pirate before? It's a pity that my spiritual seed skill came too late. If it came earlier, I would have known this guy. But after sorting out this guy's development path, this guy should like to be a pirate." Yang Bo also pieced together the development path of the Silver Moon Pirates from the memories of the 9th Elder of the Pirate Alliance Council and several vice leaders of the pirate groups. Then Yang Bo rested for a few hours. Seeing that the time was almost up, he ordered a dinner and ate it, and then entered the game. Not to mention that this control method is very good for treating insomnia. Yang Bo found that the game control can make the character fall asleep immediately. And I don't know why I thought of this in my mind. He washed his face and wiped it, then went out. He found that many people in the academy went out secretly, and he could see several large tents of the Banshee Circus in the distance, with bright lights around them. In the distance, he could see carriages constantly moving towards the tents, because there are 2 lights hanging in front of the carriage. I don't know what the magic show is. There are many people in the academy going to the Banshee Circus. There are people all the way. There are also patrolling soldiers on the road. As long as you don't bring any weapons, the soldiers will not check you. But if you see you with weapons, the soldiers will ask you to stop and be interrogated. When he arrived at the scene, Yang Bo found that the atmosphere was more lively at night. Some prey were skewered with wooden sticks next to the fire. There were all kinds of barbecue, wine and food, and some women stood next to some carriages and posed coquettishly. The clothes they wore were also quite cool. The dim lights on the carriages shone on these white breasts. Many people couldn't stand this, so they asked the price and got on the carriage. Then, there was a more attractive sound, which made some passers-by want to go in and enjoy it. Yang Bo also saw a guy who seemed to be a player also enter the carriage. Neural access is good, I sighed in my heart. There are also some stalls that look more sophisticated, and these stalls are written with for nobles only. I spent 10 copper coins and bought a roasted chicken, which is a big fat chicken raised at home, so that the game character can also replenish energy. Brother, don't say we treat you badly. Thinking of the fate of the clone, Yang Bo also muttered in his heart, and could only say to treat him well, and try to let him live a few more years. The roar of wild beasts, and the screams of people were heard in the first big tent, attracting many ordinary people to pay money to enter. There were also people cheering in the second tent. Yang Bo came to the third tent, and after paying the money, the other party stamped a seal on the back of his hand. It will naturally dissipate tomorrow morning, or you can wash it off with hot water. The strong man who stamped Yang Bo's hand explained. However, at this time, Yang Bo vaguely heard bursts of music coming from the surrounding tents. Energetic dance. It can be imagined that there must be some things that the nobles like next door. And then he entered the magic show tent. Chapter 682 Rabbit Public Enemy. Inside the tent are wooden benches that are low to high from the front to the back, forming a 270-degree grandstand. In the middle is also a wooden platform with a cabinet for performances on it. A magician wearing a hat and dressed very elegantly is performing on it. This guy wears a white shirt inside and a black coat outside. This guy rolls up the sleeves of his black coat to show everyone that his hands are empty. But the sleeves are rolled up and down. Rolled up and down. Then, the magician pulled hard, and the sleeves of the black coat disappeared, revealing a bare arm. But there was a pigeon in his hand. The magician let the pigeon fly away with a look of disgust. Yang Bo could see clearly that the guy's sleeves retracted into his clothes in an instant. It seems that this guy has prepared a mechanism in his clothes. Of course, seeing clearly is one thing, and doing it is another. Yang Bo himself has the skill of a dynamic vision master, so he can still see it clearly, plus the lighting on the scene. After all, oil lamps were used in this era. When the people around saw this scene, they applauded. But Yang Bo's character didn't have time to applaud because he was still eating roast chicken. And other people around him were also eating a lot. Sir, we have very unique tobacco here. Sir, we have dried fruits that are specialties of the north. Sir, these are various ornaments from overseas in the south. Beautiful and cheap. Sir, we have a lot of secret medicine here. There are many people who come to sell things, and they all seem to be circus people. Not to mention that there are many people who buy these things. According to these viewers, these snacks and specialties can only be encountered once a year, especially those who buy secret medicine. They also say that they bought it last year, and it works very well. Is there any medicine for treating wounds? Yang Bo asked with a move in his heart. Yes. 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 We walk outside all year round, and it is inevitable that we will encounter robbers or troublemakers and cause injuries. Look at these scars on our hands. After using our medicine, the wound will not bleed and will heal quickly. The salesman quickly rolled up his sleeves, and there was indeed a wound on his arm. This one is sealed with beeswax. The red one is eaten, and the yellow one is used to pinch it open and apply it on the wound. 10 copper coins. A small rough wooden bottle with some round medicine in it. In addition, we have painkillers here. The other party started to sell again, so he spent another 10 copper coins. And the 2 wooden bottles were not big. Yang Bo didn't want anything that was sold later. It must be said that this magician was very good at doing things. Not only did he have rich body movements and expressions, but he also liked to play tricks. Although Yang Bo saw through his magic performances, it didn't prevent him from receiving cheers. 2 hours later, the show was over, and he walked out of the tent. Then the second magic show started again. People around him started talking about this show, and some said they would go home and let their families see it. It seems that there are no superpowers in this world. At least I haven't found them yet. It turned out that Yang Bo didn't come to see magic for the magic itself, but to see if there were superpowers. After all, the magic he heard from people around him was amazing. What exactly is the profession of the bard? According to the description, it can greatly stimulate the fighting power of warriors or knights. Could it be that it has spiritual abilities? There are complete guides for the warrior and knight professions on the forum. But the bard is very mysterious. No matter. As long as you keep going, you will find the answer one day. Then Yang Bo happily controlled the character and went back to sleep. The next day, Monday, he followed the carving instructor to work, still doing the previous job. Anyway, he left after finishing the work, strictly followed the instructor's rules, and did not watch the instructor how to carve, because Yang Bo had to control the game character. He went back to carve stone balls to make money. After entering the quarry, Yang Bo found that there were many requirements. Stones that were too hard could not be used as ammunition for catapults, because if they were not broken after being thrown out, they could easily be picked up and thrown back by the opponent. In addition, stones with cracks on them could not be used, because it was unknown how many years these finished products would be used, and they would easily crack once they were damp or other things. In the quarry, qualified stones were used to make catapult ammunition, and the rest were made into the required shapes to repair the city walls, or for the nobles to build castles. The quarry was filled with the sound of ding-dong and rhythmic hammering. Little Handy, I saw you go to the market last night. Did you go to the black carriage? A middle-aged man with a bare upper body and wearing only shorts, with messy hair and a beard covered with white stone powder, asking jokingly while skillfully hammering the chisel in his hand. No. Did Uncle Walter go there last night? Yang Bo knew that the black carriage he was talking about was the carriage that solicited male customers at the market. Neither do I. These are women in the city who don't have much business. The powder on their faces is enough for me to make scones at home. It's just that the light in the market is not good, and the carriage is dark. Walter shook his head. Walter, isn't it normal to be dark? Yes. Have you ever seen a white one? Other quarry workers also made dirty jokes. Little Handy, don't get in touch with those women. Many of them have strange diseases. Save money and find a decent girl in the future. Thank you, Uncle Woody. If I had money, I would go to the fourth tent. I heard that the nobles held a masquerade there. Impossible. How can it be impossible? The noble ladies and nobles you saw looked impatient when they entered, and they were so satisfied when they came out. It seems that you can enter the tent if you have money? As long as you have money, you can enter. So I have to have money. If I have money, I will also go in and hack those ladies hard. Woody, you old pervert. You should have been a knight before. Those strong and handsome young knights would have many ladies coming to you on their own initiative. My choice was correct. Several of my fellow countrymen who wanted to be knights never came back after they left. Hee hee. If you go in, those ladies will dislike you because you are not as strong as the young knights. And your things are relatively small. A worker next to him said, while showing his little finger. Get lost? Ha ha. Everyone joked while working. Yang Bo also laughed loudly, thinking that if he saved enough money, he would also go in and let the clone enjoy it. Brother, work harder. When we become rich in the future, I will arrange several ladies for you. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. On Tuesday, he followed Bob to handle the work agreed last time and shared some cookies again. But this time he got 10 copper coins. Of course, Yang Bo did all the dirty and tiring work, because Adam couldn't stand the smell of fertilizer, which was fermented livestock feces. Bob praised Yang Bo generously. On Wednesday, he learned sculpture, and on Thursday, he learned gardening. In addition to playing games on the spaceship, Yang Bo slept, or he worked out in his room, doing various fitness exercises. These fitness exercises were taught online in this era. He lived a very self-disciplined life, which made the president, who was secretly observing, shake his head. But it was not strange, because he was kept in captivity by the intelligence system for 18 years. On Friday of the Second World Game, Yang Bo took the dry food, water, and medicine he prepared yesterday, and found a sack to carry on his back. There was a leather bag inside the sack. Then he took his bow and arrow and set off. Yesterday, Yang Bo had asked the dean, who gave him a wooden sign, allowing him to hunt freely in the hills behind him, and told him the way up the hill, and told him not to get lost. When Yang Bo left the academy, it was still dark. Not far along the road, Yang Bo found rabbits in the farmland by the road. The rabbit saw Yang Bo from a distance and immediately lowered its head, with its ears erected high. Whoosh! A stone hit the rabbit's head directly, and the rabbit jumped up, then bounced twice on the ground and stopped moving. The rabbit had no idea that its ears betrayed it. Jump +1. Yang Bo, who was picking up rabbits with a stone in his hand, saw another rabbit running away, and threw another stone. Jump +1. I understand. Serious hunters disdain to hunt rabbits. The cost effectiveness is too low, whether it is selling them for money or consuming arrows. After picking up 2 rabbits, Yang Bo figured it out. When the sun just came out, Yang Bo returned to the academy with a big sack on his back. Handy? Just after walking a few steps into the academy, Yang Bo heard someone calling him. Adam. Yang Bo nodded and greeted him. This buddy is not a bad guy, but he is good at calculating and speaks without thinking. Where did you get these things? Adam looked at Yang Bo wearing leather armor and carrying a bow and arrow, and was very surprised. Bows and arrows and leather armor are not cheap, and they look like good things for the army. This is mine. I'll report to the dean first. What's this big bag of yours? Rabbits. I killed wild rabbits outside. You're probably not smart. Isn't it a loss to kill rabbits with a bow and arrow? Adam started to talk foul again. I brought a bow and arrow just to go hunting in the mountains. But I didn't expect there were so many rabbits here. I hit the rabbits with stones. Why do you have to report to the dean? What else? So many rabbits are stinky? I don't know how to skin them. Why don't you keep some for yourself? I'll see how much the dean can give me for each rabbit. Besides, rabbits are not as delicious as pheasants. I'll go see if there are any pheasants in the farmland later. Adam looked at Yang Bo's back and muttered in his heart, "You still don't think rabbit meat tastes good? As if you have eaten a lot." Adam waited here, and 20 minutes later Yang Bo came back happily. And the sack on his back seemed empty. How much did the dean give you for each rabbit? 6 copper coins for each rabbit. No matter how big or small. It turns out that the city lord has been offering a reward for hunting rabbits. And 1 copper coin is subsidized for each rabbit. Yang Bo didn't expect that he could also receive a task to kill rabbits here. Kill 100 rabbits and get a silver coin. Kill 10,000 rabbits and get a gold coin. In addition, if you hand over the rabbit carcasses, you will get another copper coin subsidy. How much did you make? Only 12 rabbits. Mainly because the stuff was too heavy to carry. So you made 72 copper coins this morning? Adam looked at Yang Bo in disbelief. Do you want to join? Yang Bo saw the free labor in front of him. He was not afraid of killing rabbits. But running back and forth, with more than a dozen rabbits weighing dozens of kilograms was very physically demanding. Although Yang Bo couldn't feel it, the game interface would prompt it. Chapter 683 Noble Mission. What can I do for you? Adam was a little confused. Help me carry the rabbits. I run too slowly with a bunch of rabbits. Are you chasing rabbits? I'll give you 1 copper coin for each rabbit. You don't have to worry about anything else. Just help me carry the rabbits. Yang Bo simply made a direct offer. I have other things to do. Adam wanted to wait for a higher price. Forget it. I'll work harder myself. Yang Bo turned around and left before he finished speaking. No matter how the harvest is. Add another rabbit or pheasant. After all, I have to eat. Adam saw Yang Bo like this and hurriedly followed him. Okay. Yang Bo also knew that there were not so many rabbits every day. But there were so many farmlands here. Yang Bo had already divided all the fertile land around the city into districts in his mind. Of course, the rabbits were also very smart. After being beaten in the first few days, they ran away when they saw him from a distance. But how much money can be earned is how much money can be earned. In this game, making money is harder than eating shit. Adam followed Yang Bo curiously, and saw Yang Bo looking around. And then suddenly threw a stone. Adam saw something suddenly jump up and bounce over there where the stone fell. Ah! I didn't see it. Adam really didn't see the rabbit in the distance. Seeing Yang Bo running over to pick up the rabbit, Adam also wanted to follow Yang Bo. So Adam walked along the road. Adam saw Yang Bo throw another stone while running. And there was another rabbit in the distance. Then a rabbit suddenly jumped out. And Yang Bo threw another stone this time, hitting the fleeing rabbit. That's 3 copper coins. Adam was a little stunned. More than an hour later, Adam felt a heavy weight on his back, and still looked incredulous. In just this short period of time, the two harvested 21 rabbits and 3 pheasants. All of them were smashed by Yang Bo with stones. I want to exchange my rabbits for money. When Yang Bo went to the academy to hand in the task, Adam whispered, No problem. You don't want to eat? 6 copper coins can buy a honey cookie, and there is still 1 copper coin left. Adam said happily. So the two went to hand in the task. And Adam looked at the 29 copper coins in his hand. And it was still like a dream. Adam's reward was 20 rabbits and 3 pheasants, which was 23 copper coins, plus the 6 for 1 rabbit he asked for, which was 29 copper coins directly. As for pheasants, the academy also issued a task for copper coins for 1 pheasant, and 100 pheasants were rewarded with 1 silver coin. Yang Bo still gave Adam 1 copper coin for each prey. Moreover, all these rabbits and pheasants were made into jerky. It is said that these jerky will be sent to the army and provided to soldiers stationed on the border. Although Adam himself did not carry 21 rabbits, he would guard the prey while Yang Bo was hunting rabbits. Hurry up and go. Adam looked at the copper coins in Yang Bo's hand. His eyes turned green. Go in the evening. Do you know how hard it is to make money? Why do you stay at home? Adam reached out to pull Yang Bo. Rabbits and pheasants only come out to forage in the morning and evening. It's so hot now. And rabbits and pheasants are all in the bushes to cool off. And rabbits and pheasants are very smart. We may harvest a lot in the first few days, but not so much in the end. Adam nodded when he heard Yang Bo say this. Do you want to go to the market? Because the Banshee Circus arrived. There were still people at the market today. No. I still have to do a part-time job. What part-time job did you find? I found a job grinding stone balls in the quarry. What do you do with grinding stone balls? To make ammunition for catapults. How much does one cost? 50 copper coins. What? You've been here for a few years. Don't you know? I don't know. Take me to see it. Unfortunately, the quarry doesn't need more people. Adam looked at Yang Bo's skillful carving of stone balls, and his eyes were full of envy and jealousy. Adam finally left because the environment of the quarry was still not very good. Yang Bo knew how to be kind. He bought some tobacco and took it out when the quarry workers took a break. He also let his character start smoking, because smoking can rest and restore physical strength. Adam was walking around the market today, and the more he walked, the more frustrated he felt. He didn't expect that this ordinary-looking boy had so many ways to make money. A stone ball costs 50 copper coins, and a skilled worker can carve a stone ball a day. Of course, they don't carve stone balls every day, and they need help to clean up the stone slag and other things. Even if there are 20 days in a month, there are 1,000 copper coins and 10 silver coins. No wonder the price of military supplies is high. Adam felt that the delicious honey biscuits tasted a bit sour. Fortunately, Yang Bo showed up on time in the evening, and the two changed places again this afternoon. The two came back after dark, and the harvest in the evening was relatively small. Only 18 rabbits. Early tomorrow morning. Adam held the 18 copper coins tightly, and nodded when he heard Yang Bo say this. Of course, Adam didn't know that in addition to the 6 copper coins per rabbit that Yang Bo quoted him, he would also be awarded a silver coin for every 100 rabbits. Otherwise, the next morning, Yang Bo took Adam out in the dark. Because the distance today was farther, Yang Bo decided to skip an area. In this game, Yang Bo also has no dark vision, because the vision is collected by collecting the vision signals of the clones. So the virtual picture is impossible to see through. But Yang Bo could hear the sound of something running in the surrounding farmland. On Saturday morning, the two got 37 rabbits and 5 pheasants. And in the evening, they got 15 rabbits and 4 pheasants. Adam's reward is 36 plus 5 plus 15 plus 4 plus 6, 1 for himself, equals 66 copper coins. At night, Adam counted the money he earned. 29 copper coins yesterday morning, 18 in the evening, 66 today. I actually earned 114 copper coins in 2 days. It's not that Adam didn't want to learn to hunt rabbits, but before he saw where the rabbit was, Yang Bo hit the prey, and often before he could react, the rabbit ran away. Yang Bo could hit the fleeing rabbit with just a throw. On Sunday, the two ran farther, but today's harvest was less, mainly because they ran too far and the round trip was too long. Although the 15 or 16 rabbits weighed heavily on him, Adam was very happy. Are we going to hunt rabbits this afternoon? Adam sent a message to Yang Bo privately while learning carving on Monday. What do you have to do? Yang Bo also replied, nothing is more important than hunting rabbits. Adam thought about his heavy copper coins and replied, we should let the rabbits rest. Otherwise, what should we do after we have hunted them all? We hunt rabbits on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Yang Bo explained to the other party. Can you teach me how to hunt? I won't pay you if I teach you. Forget it. Are you going back to carve stone balls later? Yeah. Seeing Yang Bo's answer, Adam was speechless. Looking at the broken major he studied. Others will go back to make money later, but he is still being scolded here. When Yang Bo finished the task assigned by Andy, Adam watched Yang Bo leave with lunch. He was distracted and made a mistake in carving, and Andy scolded him. Yang Bo played the game regularly every day. He learned skills from his mentor on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, and carved stone balls in his free time. On Fridays, Saturdays and Sundays, I go hunting to earn extra money, and the harvest varies. Fortunately, the land around the city is large enough, so the harvest is relatively good for the time being. When the spaceship was jumping in space, Yang Bo felt that the mechas and battle armors in his mecha space seemed to have been tempered once. And Yang Bo knew this a long time ago. The newly harvested mechas were also tempered. and even the space box seemed to have a vague qualitative improvement. In this way, the last space jump was completed step by step, and it would take 3 days to reach Tianyun Star. Yang-bo had just left the house after playing the game this morning. Handy. The dean has something to ask you. As soon as I arrived at the entrance of the academy, I heard a guard greet me. Oh! Yang-bo asked Adam to wait here, and then went to the dean. The dean had just gotten up. The dean's room was at the top of the academy, inside the stone chamber, with many books, desks and chairs. Handy. You did a very good job. Viscount Will's orchard has been invaded by rabbits. So Viscount will want you to help him eliminate the rabbits. If you want to go, I'll send you by carriage. And he took out a letter and handed it to Yang-bo. I'm very willing to go, but I want to bring my helpers. Although the dean did not mention the reward for the task, Yang-bo did not ask. Because in this world, working for the nobles, in order to show their gentlemanly generosity, the nobles will give far more than the reward for doing things. Of course, the premise is that the nobles you are working for can see it. If you go to trim the garden and cut the green plants that others have carefully planted, the nobles will whip you with a whip. Very good. Paul, take our rabbit hunter to Viscount Will's orchard. Someone will be waiting for you there. The dean shouted loudly. There was no feces in the carriage today, and it was obvious that this carriage was of higher quality. To work for the nobles, Adam was still a little unconvinced that the boy in front of him could take jobs alone. Every time Adam saw the generous rewards that gardening instructor Bob received, he was envious and jealous. And the nobles were very generous. We must do the work well. Otherwise the nobles will whip us. This is the risk. If you are afraid, you can get off the car now. After spending some time with Adam, Yang-bo found that this guy might be of extraordinary status, because he never took other people's feelings into consideration when speaking. This kind of guy would have been beaten up in real life for his foul mouth. But he hasn't been beaten up now, which proves that he can talk casually. If I want to beat you up, I'll beat you up first, Adam said unhappily. The carriage drove for about an hour and arrived at a farm. It was a hilly area with a large vineyard. As soon as Yang-bo got off the carriage, he saw holes on the ground in the orchard, and rabbits playing in the orchard in the distance. Isn't this inconvenient to operate? Adam now has some experience, seeing that there are vines and shrubs in the orchard, which will block the view. Since we are here, let's take a look first. Yang-bo didn't care, because the grapes were also picked in rows. Chapter 684 Generous Reward. 2 strangers? Why would Mr. Eddie recommend 2 strangers? Paul, who was driving the carriage, was talking to a man who looked like a butler in the distance. There is also a building in this orchard, and the exterior looks like a manor. They both have rich experience with rabbits. This is the dean's handwritten letter. Paul handed the letter in his hand to the butler respectfully. Well, I hope these rude and unreasonable strangers don't hurt the master's grapes, the butler said half-heartedly after reading the letter. The butler was dressed very neatly. His hair was also shiny and smooth, and the whole person looked clean and refreshed. And he looked capable. These guys look well dressed on the surface, but they actually stink. Adam was chatting privately with Yang-bo again. The sanitary environment in ancient times was like this. It's impossible to take a bath every day. It's not a problem of taking a bath. It's that they smell too much. Yang-bo and Adam were not qualified to talk to the butler, and the knight next to the butler was still staring at him. After Paul finished communicating, he came back. Handy. Your task is to get rid of the rabbits in the orchard as much as possible today. What you need to pay attention to is not to harm the fruit trees or grapes in the orchard. Thank you, Mr. Paul. Yang-bo also took off his hat and saluted Paul, and then saluted the butler in the distance. Adam saw Yang-bo doing this and followed Yang-bo, but he was a little dissatisfied in his heart. Just a shitty noble butler. The rabbits here are not only brave, but also very alert. If you are not careful, you will get into the hole directly. There are also many obstacles, and there are vines or fruit trees everywhere. Many fruit trees in the orchard were half dead, and it was obvious that the rabbits had eaten the trees hollow. Karan, how many rabbits do you think these 2 seemingly good-looking outsiders can catch? The Viscount's steward asked the knight beside him. Butler Reina, these outsiders may be at most 30. Last time we found the most experienced hunter, and he only hunted more than 50. And there are also his damn hounds, which destroyed our Viscount's 80-year-old grapevines. The knight next to him complained. This kid looks good. Reina felt very good about Yang Bo's polite salute to him from a distance. Yang Bo took Adam around and made a decision soon. Adam, let's do this. I'm at this point. And you're responsible for walking in the orchard. When I raise my right hand, you move forward. And when I raise my left hand, you stop. Are you treating me like a hound? I didn't ask you to chase rabbits. I just asked you to scare them and make them move. You don't need to pick up rabbits. Okay then. Yang Bo's tactics are very simple. He stands at a commanding height in a place, and then commands Adam to scare the rabbits and make them move. In fact, Yang Bo also has a tactic, which is to wait for the rabbits. As long as he stands in one place, he can kill the rabbits as long as they show up in his field of vision. But that would make him look too much. Besides, there are so many rabbits here. Just kill a batch. After a while, when the rabbits have enough, they will find him to do the task again. As a human, the key is not to walk your own way to the end. Yang Bo also knows why hounds can't be used here. Because hounds don't say to avoid vines. Because some of the grapevines seem to have been completely empty. They could be overturned with a kick. Yang Bo started picking up stones of suitable size, which surprised the housekeeper even more. After everything was ready, Adam in the distance started to move. As soon as Adam moved, the rabbits ran around, and some of them came towards Yang Bo. A stone flew out of Yang Bo's hand, and Adam walked a few steps and stopped. When the rabbits saw Adam stop, they also pricked up their ears and widened their eyes to see Adam's reaction. And then a stone hit their heads the next second. Jump +1. Then the second stone, the third stone, and the fourth stone. This time, 5 rabbits were killed. And then Yang Bo directed Adam to move forward. Half an hour later, housekeeper Reina looked at more than 30 rabbits in front of him. Young man. Very good. Housekeeper Reina praised Yang Bo generously. And Yang Bo now used the excuse of taking a break to recover his strength. In fact, the character's condition is not bad. The main reason is that there are too many rabbits in the orchard. If you walk around, 3 or 5 rabbits will run around. And these running rabbits will cause other rabbits to run around. There is nothing you can do if they run into the hole. Thank you for your compliment. Sir. Yang Bo replied politely. I prepared some tea for you. I think this can relieve your fatigue. A servant next to the butler held a pot in one hand, and another servant took some wooden bowls. Give Yang Bo, Adam and Paul a bowl each. I appreciate your generosity. Sir. Paul said after taking the bowl. Yang Bo looked at the tea in the bowl, not knowing what it tasted like, so he let the character drink it himself. Oh, this tea smells so good, with fruity, floral, and tree fragrance. After drinking it, I feel so energetic. Adam knew that Yang Bo didn't feel anything, so he chatted with him privately. Sweet? Not very sweet. Very light sweetness. But it feels wonderful? Yang Bo muttered to himself when he heard this. Could it be made by plants containing some stimulants? But Yang Bo soon found that the character's state was restored. 20 minutes later, Yang Bo and Adam moved to another place. The same operation was used. Of course, this could only kill some rabbits. Yang Bo also saw that the rabbits here had no natural enemies at all, because the orchards were all fenced. The rabbits in the farmland outside, and natural enemies such as hounds. Although the natural enemies in the sky are still there, there are great bracts everywhere, providing a natural hiding place for the rabbits. Moreover, the natural enemies in the sky would rather go to the farmland to catch rabbits than come here. It is too dangerous here. If you are not careful, you will hit the great trellis. This time Yang Bo slowed down the pace and killed more than 50 rabbits in 40 minutes. When he finally picked up the rabbits, the knights beside the butler came to help. This time the butler prepared water and biscuits. I didn't expect that you would be so good. During the break, the two chatted privately again. That's for sure. What kind of superpower are you? I don't know what kind of superpower I am. Don't lie to me. Only superpowers can enter the Swordsmanship Association. Or you are very rich? I have a little money. But I was introduced to the Swordsmanship Association by an acquaintance. The two of them shot more than 200 rabbits in the morning. At noon, the butler arranged a sumptuous lunch with barbecue, eggs, honey and bread. After lunch, we rested for 2 hours and continued in the afternoon. Handy. Very good. I wonder if you have time on the first Sunday of next month. I think this orchard needs a long-term helper. At the end of the afternoon, Butler Reina asked. I am willing to serve you, sir. Yang Bo didn't expect to have a long-term job so soon. Here are 20 arrows and 2 pairs of boots. I think this will help you complete the task well. In addition, these are your rewards. As the butler spoke, the manservant beside him took out something, and Butler Reina handed Yang Bo a purse. Thank you for your generosity, sir. Yang Bo said after taking the things. Take a look at how much money it is. Yang Bo and Adam came to the carriage, and Adam couldn't help it. 50 silver coins. Yang Bo opened the purse and saw 50 silver coins inside. This kind of silver coin is actually not big, just the size of a thumb. Wow! Adam was very surprised. It's not much. We killed more than 400 rabbits. How much is this worth? Yang Bo didn't feel much. But these rabbits are the private property of their nobles. Adam said. That's the truth. Mr. Paul. Thank you. Yang Bo took out 5 silver coins and handed them to Paul. Handy. Thank you. You are really generous. Our city has more than one orchard. After receiving the 5 silver coins, Paul said with a double meaning, I will try to improve my ability. You have done a great job. Handy. Paul did not expect Yang Bo to be able to kill so many rabbits today. However, Yang Bo's tactics are indeed very good. The rabbits only noticed the moving Adam, and the obstacles in the orchard became Yang Bo's hiding place. These rabbits did not realize that it was Yang Bo who did it. I will give you 20 silver coins. After getting on the carriage, Yang Bo gave 20 of the remaining 45 silver coins to Adam. So many! Adam did not expect Yang Bo to be so generous. You are the one who worked the hardest today. No way. Do you want it? Yes. Can you speak properly? Did you speak properly yourself? Adam was indeed very hard today, running around in the orchard according to Yang Bo's instructions. Oh! I didn't expect to make so much money in a day. I didn't expect he had so many rabbits in the orchard. You don't even look at how big his orchard is. It's probably more than 2,000 acres. I wonder if more nobles will ask us to clean up the rabbits in the orchard. I think so. After returning to the academy, Yang Bo met Dean Eddie again, who praised Yang Bo very much. Handy. I think you need to do strength training so that you can better serve the nobles. Eddie said. I am willing to follow the dean's arrangements. Our academy has 4 secret techniques for training strength. It is precisely because of these 4 secret techniques that our academy has continuously trained warriors and knights. Of course, don't worry. You won't become a warrior or a knight after learning. Eddie was afraid that Yang Bo would worry. So he spoke. I will work hard. You will first contact the first secret method tomorrow night. Eddie said. As you wish. After Yang Bo left, Paul said, Handy is a very good person. Polite. And gave me 5 silver coins. Uh-huh. Our great knight also earned 5 silver coins a day. Tell me how you observe. Eddie laughed. Although Handy's tactics today seem simple, it is related to his personal talent. He reacts quickly and predicts accurately. He can predict the running rabbit with an accuracy rate of 90%. It is very suitable to be trained as a sharpshooter. The next step is to cultivate his strength. I believe in your vision. As for cultivating strength, I think those orchard owners will rush to invite him. Yes. Chapter 685 Secret Method. But the Grand Master of the Odin Empire once said that there is another pair of huge eyes behind these outsiders, floating high in the sky, overlooking us below. Paul pondered for a moment and continued. More than 200 years have passed, and nothing has happened. Besides, he is just an archer, and I believe that outsiders are different. Eddie said after hearing this. Since more than 200 years ago, some outsiders have appeared in our world. From the initial fear of people to now, everyone is used to it. Most outsiders give people the impression of being rude, impolite, and unruly. But Handy is still very law-abiding. As for what the Grand Master said, it has not been verified yet. But the origins of these outsiders are indeed mysterious. Eddie said, I think it is very likely that some cult organizations are doing this. After all, many cult organizations are supported by nobles, and these nobles are to satisfy their own fetishes. Paul nodded. It's possible. The territories of the great nobles have their own laws, and every great noble hides their population. The nobles hide their population mainly because population is related to the war potential. If the population of your territory is known, then your enemies will know how great the war potential of your territory is. All nobles hide their population mainly to prevent opponents from causing trouble. Even the countries themselves hide their population for this reason. Paul, it's just an archer. Don't worry. In general, the number of foreigners is still very small. It's just because they appeared suddenly. So they are very noticeable. Eddie finally spoke. Yeah. After Yang Bo finished the game, he began to live a very self-disciplined life. During this period of time, the popularity on the internet has also declined. He is no longer so eye-catching. Instead, several other players, such as Mike, who is on the same spaceship, show their lives at any time, and the popularity is rising. Lu Jingxiang, Joe Kerson and several of their girlfriends occasionally come to visit. And there are only 3 times including the first time. Lu Jingxiang and Joe Kerson's girlfriends began to be very interested in Yang Bo, but later found that Yang Bo had a weird personality. So they gradually gave up. This made Yang Bo a little regretful. To be honest, the 2 girlfriends are still worth fighting for their looks and figures. But they were a little bit spent in their last life. In this life, people still have some hope. So they still have to pay attention. It's 3 days away. You can't see the outside directly from this spaceship. But you can see the current status of the spaceship through the imaging facilities on the spaceship. The spaceship has now entered the capital circle. And the speed of spaceships in the capital circle is limited. Yang Bo guessed that it might be related to the defense of the capital circle. They actually transformed more than 20 planets into armed planets. Yang Bo was surprised by the strength of the alliance. That is to say, just like the solar system on Earth. If the Earth is the habitable capital planet, then all other planets have been transformed into armed planets. It is said that there are all kinds of energy weapons, and even physical weapons with super powerful power on them. It is said that these planets can even be propelled by huge planetary thrusters, and become a real flying armed planet. And here is not only the most powerful First Fleet in the entire Alliance, but also the most powerful capital system garrison in the Alliance. Most of these armed planets belong to the garrison. Yang Bo pressed the switch on the wall, and the whole room instantly turned into a virtual projection scene. Now the virtual projection is the location of the spacecraft and other surroundings. However, other spacecraft cannot be seen at visual distance. But the airport and space elevator of the armed planet in the distance can be seen, because this thing is very conspicuous under the reflection of the sun. However, from the radar data, it can be seen that there are spacecrafts in front and behind the spacecraft, all at the same speed, heading to different destinations. The destination of the spacecraft is Tianyun Star. If it is at the speed of other places, it will arrive in less than a day. I don't know if the guy behind the Doomsday Dungeon game is crazy or not. Once you get there, you can get this month's monster rewards. I don't know how Annie and Shia are doing, but they should be fine. If there is anything, they will contact me urgently. It's not good to ride on someone else's spaceship. You're always on edge. Anyway, I don't believe that the Blue Water Empire spends so much money every year to cultivate these fancy things. Because of his previous life and this life, Yang Bo is skeptical about everything. After looking at the scenery outside for a while, I felt a little bored. So I started to exercise. I don't know if the secret method in the game can be used in reality, but it will be troublesome when I get to Tianyun Star. The time difference between day and night in the game, and this planet is very different. It seems that I can only fight quickly during the competition. As for the more than 20 silver coins he earned in the game today, Yang Bo didn't care at all. Are you convinced of your defeat? Inside the spaceship, the president of the March Star Sword Association looked at the young man in front of him. I am convinced. It seems that following the rules is really important. Yang Bo has saved more than 1 gold coin in a short time. The young man had to admit it. Yang Bo's game character, during this period of time, hunted rabbits, plus the previous savings, and today's reward exceeded 1 gold coin. Now Yang Bo's game character should be trained as a sharpshooter. In the game, the status of a sharpshooter is higher than that of a knight or a warrior. The president laughed and won 2 gold coins in the game. I also want to retrain my account. Of course, you have to bring yourself into the game character, rather than controlling the game character from a high position. To put it bluntly, the role in the game is to serve the nobles. As long as the nobles can look favorably upon you, then you will make a fortune. I will do exactly the same as Yang Bo did. You still didn't listen. I don't mean the problem of the method, but the problem of your thinking. Send the people to Tianyun Star, and we will go back. New mutant species have been discovered on March Star. We must make the Swordsmanship Association bigger and stronger. The president spoke again. We will definitely do it. The young man nodded. The next morning, Yang Bo entered the game again. Today was Monday, and he had a carving class. After completing the material processing step by step, Yang Bo ran away happily. Adam was not in a good mood today, mainly because he got 20 silver coins yesterday. Although he had made a lot of money following Yang Bo some time ago. 20 silver coins at a time was a huge sum of money. Because of the neural network, Adam really dislikes other foods in this world. For example, meat has a strong smell, and the meat is woody and hard. The only thing he thinks is delicious is honey sugar cakes and cakes. But these two are very expensive. Eggs are luxury goods in this world. And honey is also a luxury in this world. What's more, the flour used to make these two is carefully selected. After going out hunting with Yang Bo, Adam felt that playing games was a kind of enjoyment. In the past, he ate black bread that was dark and hard. And sometimes there was some sawdust in it. The black bread eaten by the poor has sawdust and sawdust in it to increase the sense of fullness. And the black bread is the whole grain ground up. And let alone the crushing technology in this world. You can imagine how bad it tastes. Watching Yang Bo leave, Adam felt very strange. What does this guy do in reality? He can make so much money in the game in such a short time. I haven't heard of many people who can do so well. Most of them are hungry and full in this game. There are also many game players who become warriors and knights. But unfortunately, they will soon die in some conflicts. Then Adam was scolded by the carving instructor for not paying attention and being useless. Recently, Yang Bo had nothing to do. So he controlled the game character and carved the stone ball himself. Not to mention, this job also requires skills. The chisel in your hand cannot go too deep into the stone surface at one time. Going too deep will be laborious and ineffective. Going too little deep will waste strength. In the evening, Yang Bo followed Paul to the cave on the top floor of the academy. Many places in these caves are forbidden areas. Some of them store various foods, such as dried meat and other things. And some store salt and various weapons. The quarry is at the other end. Mr. Paul? Yang Bo was taken to a stone chamber with many carvings. Actually, I am a great knight. My main task is to protect Dean Itty. This is the first secret method. The person who created this secret method is General Mickey 2,400 years ago. These actions are only one way to make you feel the power in your body and mobilize the power in your body. Look at this. A whip appeared in Paul's hand, and the whip was swung and hit a piece of ground in the distance. The whip itself has no power, but we can transfer our power through the whip to any place that the whip can reach. In fact, it is just like you use a stone to hit a rabbit. The power in your body is transferred through the stone, making the stone fly up and hit the rabbit. Now what we have to do is to concentrate all the power in our body, and then use it flexibly. This set of movements can only make you feel the power, because everyone has different ways of mobilizing power. But the first thing to do is to feel the power in your body, and then try to mobilize it. This set of movements also has rhythm. And the best way to control the rhythm is breathing. Watch me do it first. Paul began to perform the movements according to the image of the figure on the stone wall. Imagine yourself as a whip, so that in the future, as long as anyone approaches your hands and feet within the attack range, you can use all your strength on your hands or feet. As for how much strength you can concentrate on your hands and feet, it depends entirely on you. Of course, before that, you must train your hands and feet to be harder than others. When you hit a rabbit with a stone, some stones will break. That is, the stone itself is not hard enough. Although it kills the rabbit, it also breaks. So we also need to do anti-strike training while doing strength training. Paul introduced while doing the movements. Yang Bo saw that Paul's movements were very smooth, and the smooth movements were to transfer the strength of the whole body to the fists and feet through some movements. In the era of cold weapons, these people are indeed extraordinary. They have gained experience in countless battles. Yang Bo understood it clearly, because he also used this concept when controlling the armor, but not as clearly as Paul. In fact, many sports competitions are the same, such as the shot put competition. The previous movements are also to transfer the strength of the whole body. I was able to understand it so quickly, probably because of my fighting skills. Boxing, kicking, jumping, and other skills combined. But I can't let the character learn it, because there are 3 more secrets. Yang Bo was looking forward to the other 3 secrets, and then pretended to control the character to learn from Paul. Chapter 686 Dungeon? In fact, Yang Bo thought too much. Although he understood it, he could not control his breathing because he controlled the game character. If it was controlled by nerve conduction, he could control the breathing, taste, etc. of the game character. And he could also feel the power. But now Yang Bo was just controlling it in a fancy way. At the beginning, Paul saw Yang Bo following him and nodded. But later he felt that the breathing rhythm was not right. So he asked Yang Bo to adjust the rhythm. But he couldn't adjust it. So after 2 hours of tossing and turning, Paul shook his head and said, "It seems that this secret method is not suitable for you. Let's change it tomorrow night." "Mr. Paul, I'm sorry. This secret method is not so easy to learn. It requires talent. But don't be discouraged. Your method of beating rabbits is already very good, which proves that you have talent in this area." "Thank you." Then Yang Bo controlled the game character to go back to sleep. But before going to bed, he ate a honey cookie to replenish the consumed physical strength. After all, he made money and couldn't treat the clones badly. After leaving the game, Yang Bo paid attention to his breathing and rhythm when exercising. It's really useful. But it's a pity that we can't practice according to the game. In the spaceship, the president of the March Star Association laughed, because the young man in front of him saw Yang Bo learning the secret method. He followed suit, but he didn't know which part of his breathing was wrong, and he directly injured his internal organs. This thing is not so easy to learn, although their theory of power is correct. A wrong power misplacement will cause serious damage to oneself. When the president said this, he picked up a rope in his hand and shook it gently. The rope in his hand jumped and then broke. If this secret method could be useful, it would have been widely promoted by our empire long ago. The president looked at the broken rope and said with a smile. The young man now felt that his breathing was painful. So he said, "I will go for a checkup and treatment first." "Uh-huh." The president laughed again when he saw this scene. "I logged into the game today and arrived at Tianyan Star in the evening." The next day, Yang Bo entered the game as usual. Today, the game character learned gardening. But in fact, he followed the gardening instructor to work with the nobles. And he scolded me badly yesterday. That's because the teacher loves you and is strict with you. It's easy to talk when you are standing. You will know when the time comes. Just scold me. Just pretend you didn't hear it. You are a tortoise. Pooh. Fuh. Hurry up and work. The two chatted privately while working. It's still more comfortable to follow you to hunt rabbits. Don't talk about hunting rabbits. There is a big lawsuit in our alliance now. Some people target game players, who kill small animals in the game in the name of protecting small animals. Your alliance has such weird things. Isn't it just a game? If you don't believe me, you can find out after downloading the game and searching. It seems that it is also difficult to live in your alliance. There are many strange things in our alliance. There are more than 270 officially announced genders, and at least hundreds of unrecognized ones. I have heard of this. In autumn, the furs of various wild animals are more valuable. How about we go hunting in the mountains at that time? It is said that a top-grade fox skin can be sold for dozens or hundreds of gold coins. Can you go hunting with me with your small body? That's because I didn't eat well before. I didn't have enough nutrition. I couldn't exercise even if I wanted to. Lack of nutrition would make my body collapse. I'm exercising now, Adam said. Let's talk about it later. Anyway, there are still 2 months before autumn. Yang Bo chose a hard, tiring and smelly job again. He started to do it without caring about the character, which made his mentor Bob admire Yang Bo very much. At night, Paul took Yang Bo to the second stone chamber. This secret method is more profound than yesterday's. It is mainly about the understanding of power. Today, Paul was a little perfunctory, because the use of this kind of power is deeper. If he didn't learn it yesterday, he might not think about it today. Today's power is to use the opponent's power to become your own power. Look at this device. In front of Paul were 2 semicircular stone balls. One was placed downwards, and the other was placed upwards. If we want to move this stone ball to the other one with very little force, you can try it, Paul said. Paul was referring to overlapping 2 semicircular stone balls. Yang Bo asked the game character to carry them, and he did not do it himself. The game character tried to lift them a few times, but gave up when he couldn't lift them. In fact, the same force can be used with the weight of the stone ball itself. Paul stretched out 2 fingers and started to rotate a semicircular stone ball. This stone ball was easily rotated because its round head was facing down. The semicircular stone ball also started to move. And then it began to move. And then the next second the stone rotated around the other one. And then the semicircle overlapped. You try it. You need to understand the direction of its own power. Only when you understand this, you can apply it in practice. Paul asked Yang Bo to do it himself. Use the power of others to fight against them. Yang Bo understood what Paul was saying. But these 4 words are simple to say, but it is more troublesome to do than yesterday. This requires a lot of actual combat. And then you can summarize experience. Then Yang Bo let the character play by himself. And sure enough, he almost hit his foot before he got started. Paul was obviously disappointed. But he still comforted Yang Bo a few words. After downloading the game, Yang Bo found that the spaceship was waiting to dock at the airport. Yang Bo quickly packed up his things. 2 hours later, the spaceship docked at the airport. The spaceship of the Sword Association has a special channel. Except for some military spaceships. Any spaceship is strictly prohibited from landing on the planet. Because there is no place for civilian spaceships to land. Wow! In the corridor of the airport, Tianyun Star looked like green mushrooms. These are man-made buildings. And there are many green plants in the buildings. These man-made buildings are all closed. And most of them are semicircular. So looking down from space, they are just green circles. There is no air or water on Tianyun Star itself. So the gaps between the buildings are gray. The huge space elevator descends quickly. The space elevator is the most energy-efficient mode of transportation. Yang Bo is wearing sportswear, virtual glasses, and a mask. The virtual glasses can be used as sunglasses when not in use, and can be used for navigation when in use. Zhou Kersen also covered herself tightly. Seeing that both of them were wearing glasses, Lu Jingxiang put on a mask herself. There was a huge circular building on the ground. This was the ground hub of Tianyun Star. According to the introduction, there were more than 140 passages here, leading to anywhere on the entire planet. However, half of them were military. After the space elevator stopped, Yang Bo and others began to pass through customs. Customs were basically intelligent robots, and they could pass by scanning Yang Bo's watch. There was no facial recognition system here. In fact, there was one at the beginning, but it was later banned because of some violation of personal privacy. Of course, my watch can be opened and show my identity information, which is actually a kind of verification. But there are many loopholes in it. District 31. Yang Bo looked at the regional division of Tianyun Star. He lived in District 16 when he stayed in the hotel. And Xiaoyang said she lived in District 31. Thinking about the various sexy pictures that this little girl sent him, Yang Bo was a little eager to try. Let's settle down for a few days first. We can't let the other party guess our clues. I'm really looking forward to the guy who is setting me up behind the scenes. He shouldn't be too low-ranking. But it doesn't matter. With my information channels, as long as he is a military man, I can make him meritorious soon. Everyone must pay attention to safety on this planet. Don't go below the 16th floor underground, because there are many homeless people living there. I didn't expect to receive such a warning after arriving at the hotel. After carefully understanding Yang Bo, he realized that there were many passages inside Tianyun Star. As for the wanderers inside, some of them were bankrupt on this planet, and some of them originally lived underground. As for those who originally lived underground, it was mainly related to the development of this planet. At the beginning, all the people who developed this planet lived underground and built underground bases. Later, due to the development of technology, people gradually built bases on the surface. But the underground bases had formed underground cities. If all these people were placed on the ground, there would not be so much money. And many people have already adapted to life in underground cities. The management of underground cities is a long-standing problem. The government tried to clean up these underground cities. But these guys in the underground cities could destroy the energy system. In fact, in the early days, if the government cleaned up desperately, it could be solved, because the damage caused at that time was smaller. Now, with the increasing size of Tianyun Star, it is more difficult to clean up. Of course, the key is still some politicians. If the ruling party wants to clean up, the opposition party must oppose it. This has nothing to do with right or wrong and public security. It is just a political struggle. Isn't this just right for me? Yang Bo carefully understood and found that there are 17 large underground settlements below. The total population of the entire underground city is probably 30 million. The energy system loss of Tianyun Star has reached 25%, which has been used by the residents of these underground cities. No wonder these underground city residents are reluctant to move out. In the early days, these underground cities used energy and other things without paying a penny. No land tax, no house tax, no water fee, no electricity fee, no energy fee, no garbage disposal fee, no sewage treatment fee, and no transportation facility fee. Later, the government wanted to move the people in the underground city up. But the people in the underground city were reluctant to move up because they had to pay various fees after moving up. Of course, these assets in the underground city were not officially recognized. So these people were defined as homeless. If it were me, I wouldn't move either. After understanding what happened, Yang Bo felt that if it were him, he wouldn't move either. Because the people in the underground city could enjoy the benefits of other residents anyway. Chapter 687 Visiting the Underground City. The Sword Association is rich and powerful, and directly booked the largest stadium on Tianyun Star, the Green Ring Stadium. The Green Ring Stadium is an oval ring building as a whole, because there are many green plants in the ring building. It looks like a huge green oval ring when looking down from the sky. All the players live in the rooms next to the oval ring, and each room can see the competition field in the middle. In the middle is a space with a diameter of 1,000 meters, and all the players will compete in this place. The competition here will last for 1 month. Yang Bo took a look and found that there are still 2,000 people participating in the semifinals of the Alliance Sword Association this time. 500 people will be selected from these 2,000 people to participate in the sword semifinals of the Water Blue Empire. There is no draw yet, and Yang Bo doesn't know what kind of opponent he will face. A grand opening ceremony will be held tomorrow, and many celebrity singers will be invited to participate. The day after tomorrow, the official draw will start, because the competition venue is large enough to be divided into many competition fields. Plus the sword competition. It actually doesn't take long. In theory, as long as you defeat 4 opponents in a row, you can get the qualification to go to the Water Blue Empire. But in fact, it is not like that, because the point system is adopted, and the top 500 people are selected according to the points. If you are unlucky and meet 4 noobs, then I am afraid you will have to defeat more noobs to win the qualification. This Green Ring Stadium is also the largest comprehensive hotel on the planet. Here you can find all the services you can think of, as well as services you can't think of. Men, women, young and old can all find their own happiness here. Of course, the cost here is also amazing, because everything is powered by energy. Yang Bo adjusted the temperature of the entire room to a temperature that suits him. In fact, Yang Bo himself does not need to adjust it, because he is already strong enough and can be said to have no feeling for the temperature change. However, as a man who doubts everything, he feels that if he does not adjust the temperature, it may be recorded by big data. Each room has its own gym, its own swimming pool, its own super large balcony, as well as a large bedroom and a small bedroom. Because some people like small bedrooms, it hurts. Yang Bo looked at the time. The time difference between here and the second world game is a bit big. In reality, Tianyun Star is the second world game every afternoon at 2 o'clock, and at 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening. If there is a game in the morning in the future, I will fight quickly. In Yang Bo's mind, this game is just to let him go to the Blue Water Empire, and there is no game to attract people. The better he is in the game, the wider the road will be. After all, why did the Blue Water Empire do all this? Yang Bo is looking forward to the day when he can solve the secret. Yang Bo, are you used to this place? Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen knocked on the door in a moment. I don't care. Seeing Yang Bo's answer, Zhou Kersen laughed secretly. In fact, Zhou Kersen was quite worried that Yang Bo was being led astray by his more open-minded girlfriends. Unexpectedly, Yang Bo's performance was much better than she thought. Should we go out for a walk? Lu Jingxiang asked tentatively. Sure. Let's go. Of course Yang Bo had to go out for a walk. How could he get familiar with the terrain if he didn't go out for a walk? He was still waiting for someone to set him up. Here, he had to go out and find a place to hide. It was impossible to hide in the room. He couldn't go out, find a place to hide outside, then change his appearance and be set up. Aren't you unwilling to go out? Lu Jingxiang was a little surprised. She didn't expect Yang Bo to agree immediately. I don't want to go out with strangers. Besides, This planet is so strange that I might regret it if I don't see it, Yang Bo said, and then put on a mask. Let's go change clothes. Lu Jingxiang heard this and said quickly, why are you wearing sportswear to go shopping? 10 minutes later, Yang Bo looked at the two people wearing masks and glasses, and then wearing sportswear. Don't you know that people who like to wear sportswear like to use their hands, and don't like to use their mouths to solve problems? There are many underground cities on Tianyun Star. It is said that the people in the underground cities have been living underground for a long time and are relatively depressed. And their personalities are not so good. Lu Jingxiang said. Can we go to the underground city to have a look? Yang Bo's heart moved when he heard this. You can only go to a few open underground cities. Other unopened underground cities are more conservative. The police do not recommend going there. Because if you call the police may not be able to reach the target location. Jokerson said again. Why is this so? This is a historical problem. In the early development of this planet, many people worked in the underground city. But with the application of intelligent machinery, many people lost their jobs. Plus, these people have become accustomed to life in the underground city. But to be honest, it is really not easy to live on the surface of this planet. Later, many people who immigrated to this planet joined the underground city after they went bankrupt for various reasons. The residents of the underground city also have the identity cards of the Alliance, but they do not have any assets registered with the official. In name, the ownership of these underground cities still belongs to the official. The underground city was originally established to build the entire planet and maintain related facilities. The underground city will take a sum of money from the official alliance every year, and then they maintain the corresponding facilities. The official alliance tries to clean up. But once the official alliance does so, these underground cities will destroy the corresponding facilities. Once the corresponding facilities destroy the planet, it may face a major disaster. It seems that the planetary propulsion of this planet is in the hands of a certain underground city force. To put it bluntly, it is actually the product of political struggle. If the official could clean it up in the early days, it would have been cleaned up long ago. Now it is too late, Lu Jingxiang said. More than half of the 20 or so transformed planets on the capital planet have underground cities. These underground cities form an alliance. If the authorities want to take action against an underground city, the underground cities on other planets will also unite to resist. And because of some early reasons, the underground cities on each planet control some key control parts of each planet. It is even said that some underground cities control the energy transmission system of super weapons, because these people themselves are involved in the construction of these systems. Although they may not be able to control the transmission system, they can physically destroy it. It is said that all these systems have a manual control mode. Lu Jingxiang continued to explain. At this time, the three of them had already taken the taxi. The underground city was completely different from what Yang Bo had imagined. The passages in the underground city were very wide, probably close to 20 meters wide and 8 meters high. But Yang Bo could feel that there were many pipes under the ground. The water supply system of the entire planet is also said to be in the hands of the underground city. Here, they pay part of the tax on everything we consume. Yang Bo originally thought that the underground city was far away, but the taxi only drove for more than 20 minutes. Along the way, you can see huge warning signs. There is no surveillance in this area. Please pay attention to your own safety and financial security. The underground city is completely different from what Yang Bo imagined. Yang Bo imagined it should be a wasteland style. As a result, the lights are bright and the ground is clean. If you don't know that this is an underground city, you would think you have arrived at a huge shopping mall. There are police here too. Yang Bo saw that there were real police patrolling. This is the policeman who maintains public order in the underground city. There are more than 400,000 people in this underground city. And this underground city is the earliest open to the public. So safety can be guaranteed here because they receive a lot of donations every year, and there will be a lot of tourism income. But there is also a bad thing about the underground city. That is, weapons are rampant. There are almost no restrictions on cold weapons here. And there are no restrictions on low-speed physical attack weapons here. The reason for this is that this is the best way for ordinary people here to protect themselves. Yang Bo probably figured it out. In such a place without surveillance, if a superpower wants to commit a crime against an ordinary person, it is relatively simple. And there is also the death penalty here. How do you know so much? Don't forget what our family did before. We have detailed information about these underground cities. Yang Bo understood Lu Jingxiang's answer immediately. Maybe the Lu family has a cooperative relationship with this underground city. After all, it is too easy to deal with a person down there. Yang Bo bought another map. The intelligent navigation system is not very useful here. The entire underground city is actually a place with underground fortresses. The largest underground fortress has a diameter of 2 kilometers and a height of 500 meters. The smallest fortress has a diameter of 200 meters and a height of 150 meters. These fortresses form a closed space. What a great place. Yang Bo sighed as he looked at the map. There are many tourists like this. And there is no surveillance. There are also various passages that extend in all directions. It is simply the best place to change clothes. Yang Bo also saw an introduction on the map. There are many kinds of fruits and vegetables that the Alliance prohibits from being sold here. And it is guaranteed that they are not the products of genetic modification, but are naturally bred. The three of them walked into a place that specializes in selling local fruits and vegetables. These fruits and vegetables look okay, but the price is twice as expensive as the same type outside. It tastes good. Yang Bo was also bold and bought a green fruit. After taking a bite, he felt that the fruit tasted rich and had a special flavor. Many rich people like to send people here to purchase these fruits. Lu Jing took a red fruit from the incense box and said after washing it in the store, "Of course, the water here is recycled and used. Even in Yang Bo's villa at home, the water is also recycled. There is very little natural water for residents to use. As for the sewers, most of them are used to drain rainwater, and sewage has special pipes to enter the treatment system." Chapter 688 Nephew? The underground city is also divided into many functional areas, including commercial areas, residential areas, and industrial areas. The industrial areas here refer to vegetable and fruit factories. There are houses in the commercial area and residential areas, and they can also be bought and sold. The underground city has its own official system. Suddenly, two people in the distance started fighting for some reason. Yang Bo originally thought that the police would go to separate the two, but he didn't expect that the police would just stand by and watch when they arrived. In the underground city, as long as you don't hold weapons or use superpowers, the police generally won't care, Lu Jingxiang said in a low voice. There were many people watching the excitement nearby, and some even took pictures with bowl watches. Is filming allowed here? As long as others don't refuse, you can film. The laws of the Alliance don't have much influence here. However, some people are better off not coming to the dungeon, because they know that they will be beaten 100%. The dungeon strictly prohibits men from having sex with men and women from having sex with women. It's mainly the dungeon. We need to ensure our population growth. If men having sex with men and women having sex with women become popular, it will shake the foundation of the dungeon. I didn't realize that Sister Shizuka is a know-it-all. I used to look up information about these planets in the family when I had nothing to do. The two men fighting were both men. They fought back and forth, and they were both very fierce. Some had bleeding noses, and some had swollen faces. But the police were watching from the side until one of them fell to the ground. Hurry up and squat where you are standing, because this guy will be beaten up by 3 policemen next. And even the one who loses the fight will be beaten up by 2 policemen. Fighting is not allowed here. After the fight, the 2 people will be beaten by the police, and the winner will be beaten more severely by the police. It is said that there are not enough prisons in the underground city to hold these prisoners. This is good. Yang Bo felt that those who always like to fight should be taught a lesson in this way. The police beat the 2 people and took them away. There were only some stains left on the ground, but soon a cleaner came with a mop and a hose. Soon the ground was bright and new again. Here, people with superpowers will be severely punished for crimes. And the reason is that ordinary people are the key to population growth. People are allowed to give birth naturally here, but before giving birth naturally, they will also undergo relevant examinations to ensure that the children born are normal. Families with children here have living subsidies. Anyway, the underground city has no money, so they will protest with other underground cities, and then the government will negotiate. The 3 people walked around, and Lu Jingxiang introduced them. After walking around for a few hours, the 3 people went back to the hotel to rest. Yang Bo got up in the early morning to play the second world game. By the time of the opening ceremony of the Sword Association, Yang Bo had already followed Bob to deal with a noble's garden. Of course, doing the dirtiest, hardest and most tiring work. Then he hung up the game to let the game character rest, and went to see what the secret method was at night. This view is too invincible. Yang Bo could see the huge stadium sitting on the balcony of his hotel. The stadium had been decorated, and a fat and big-eared host was hosting with an unpleasant voice. I knew it. Yang Bo was speechless. After carefully checking the host, he found that this guy was not only a person of color, but also a multi-sex person. As long as such people participate in the work, they will never be fired. Sure enough, the league is a freak. When another host wearing lipstick and earrings came on stage, Yang Bo stopped watching. The second host is a man, but he thinks he is a woman, so he is a female host. So don't be surprised by anything that happens in the league, because what you see is probably too ordinary. And you can't complain about this to anyone, because you may be reported for discriminating against others. It was hard to wait until the host finished hosting. This time the style is more normal. A very handsome male singer. Golden hair, blue eyes, a high nose bridge, handsome looks, and a voice full of magnetic charm. Then the female singers, either pure, with crisp voices, like birds singing in the morning, or the kind of hot-dressed, hot-bodied singing with a loud rhythm similar to DJ songs. I didn't expect Li Idwa to sing on it. Yang Bo's original owner liked Li Idwa, but Yang Bo now doesn't like this type very much, and prefers a slightly plump one. Although Li Idwa's figure is also good, it doesn't give people a very smooth feeling. This woman singing seems a little bit wrong. A little bit affecting the soul? A bit like WOC. Yang Bo found that Li Idwa's voice was a bit like the feeling of being in the second world, with the brain stimulated by multiple sounds. Of course, music itself can trigger people's spiritual resonance. Just like when you pass by some stores and someone plays a song. Maybe you will sing a few words in your heart, which is actually spiritual resonance. Then the song makes you happy, cheerful, and dance to the rhythm, which is also a kind of spiritual resonance. Then he sang you to tears, let alone. But who is Yang Bo? The spiritual resonance of music and this matter are completely different. Of course, it is also possible that the other party has mastered this technique, or has superpowers in this regard. Li Idwa is not privately trained by the official Shuelan Empire, an idea that Yang Bo could not believe. Then the terrorist attack on Pato Star is probably not that simple? Of course, all this is just my own guess. The big singers and stars invited by the Sword Association are all worth a lot of money, showing their wealth. The only thing that made Yang Bo feel uncomfortable was that the two hosts came on stage, which almost made him unable to eat lunch. Especially the second guy who came on stage, pinching orchid fingers and pretending to be a woman's voice. Don't let me meet you somewhere else. I will be sorry for the torture I suffered today if I don't give you 2 big pouches. Yang Bo muttered to himself. Who made him eat while this guy came on stage to host? At 2 p.m., Yang Bo entered the second world game on time. Today is the time to learn the third secret method. Handy. I think you may not be suitable for the secret method, but don't be discouraged. We still have a lot of strength training. Paul was not unhappy that Yang Bo did not understand the secret method, because the secret method itself is not easy. Because the creators of these secret methods are all experienced and experience countless battles. It is difficult for ordinary people to understand. Sorry to bother Mr. Paul, Yang Bo said respectfully. This secret method is even more profound and difficult to understand. Even I don't know whether this secret method is true, but it was left by the god of war Li in 1,200 years ago. War god Li experienced more than 1,000 wars in his life, and he turned the kingdom of Vig into the Vig Empire, expanding its territory by more than 200 times. Let's talk about the specific secret method below. This secret method is said to be related to the mystery of life. Simply put, do you need to take a breath when you move things? Paul didn't know how to say it. Anyway, he just followed what others had told him before. Yang Bo nodded quickly. So the secret method believes that Qi can increase strength. So it is the use of Qi. Anyway, I also heard this from my predecessors before. It is said that by following these movements on the stone wall, you can clearly feel the Qi in your body. But this secret method has been circulating on the mainland for many years. Anyway, I haven't heard of anyone practicing it, Paul said. Yang Bo looked at these murals carefully. There are a total of 30 movements. Anyway, Yang Bo controlled the character and did it according to the carvings on the stone wall. First, hold your breath, and then follow the movements, Paul said from the side. When you shoot rabbits, Do you take a breath before throwing stones? When I fight with others, I always take a breath first. I agree with the secret method, but it's hard for me to get the breath moving. Paul watched Yang Bo imitate the movements, and he could do it himself. But it was a pity. One breath or one breath. This thing? Yang Bo admitted that what the other party said made sense. But he didn't know the details because he didn't do the relevant movements. People in the cold weapon era have better control over their bodies than in the high-tech era? Yang Bo felt that this seemed to be similar to the internal strength on Earth. Because in the cold weapon combat environment, people's physical potential will be stimulated to the extreme. And it is very likely that some experienced warriors have summed up some experience. Of course, the game character did not gain anything. After 2 hours of playing, Yang Bo let the game character rest by himself. At this time, the opening ceremony had been completed, and the rest were cleaning and arranging the venue to prepare for tomorrow's game. The draw for the game was at 9 p.m., and it was only 4 p.m. now. So Yang Bo, who was covered tightly, went out and started wandering around Tianyun Star. Some areas of Tianyun Star are military restricted areas, so entry is not allowed. Yang Bo wandered around aimlessly, sometimes going to the artificial lake on this planet, sometimes going to the largest shopping mall on this planet, and sometimes going to other dungeons. Yang Bo was trying to cover up his tracks and give people the feeling that he liked to look around in strange places alone. Anyway, there were many weirdos in the Alliance, and his behavior was far worse than others. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Yang Bo, who was wandering around the dungeon, received an official email from the Sword Association. Zhang Wei. Yang Bo looked at his opponent. Soon Lu Jingxiang said Zhang Wei's information. Ranked 19th in the league competition last year. The eldest son of the Zhang family of Ping and Technology Company. According to seniority, this guy should call me uncle. Yang Bo was immediately happy after reading it. This is the eldest son of Zhang Buzhen. But this time is too unfriendly. It's actually 1 o'clock in the afternoon. My buddy is still waiting to go to the second world game at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon to see what the fourth secret method looks like. So nephew, uncle can only apologize. Then Yang Bo stopped wandering around and went back to the hotel to pretend to watch the opponent's game. Chapter 689 KO. Just when Yang Bo was watching the game, Zhang Buzhen called. Fourth brother, I don't know if it's fate that I will meet your nephew tomorrow. After answering the phone, Yang Bo said. His tone was a little happy. Brother, my nephew is a genius. He didn't take me, his uncle, seriously before. Besides, he is the eldest son and grandson. Zhang Buzhen said with a chuckle. Besides, there is no father and son in the competition field. Just do what you should do. I understand. Fourth brother was able to come to March Star that year. I'm afraid your eldest brother also made a lot of efforts. Although I don't go out, I have watched TV series and movies. I know that your big families are not peaceful. Movies and TV series are just the tip of the iceberg. How do you feel there? I went out for a walk this afternoon. It feels quite novel. After all, this kind of planet is the first time I have seen it. You should go out more and broaden your horizons. Although the internet is well developed now, you should know that the internet also has laws. So there are some things you can't see. Like the dungeon over there. There is very little news on the internet. I went to the dungeon today, and it was very different from what I imagined. You will get used to it after seeing it more. The league officials will not report these news that are not good for them. But you should be careful when you go out. You are a celebrity now. No one can recognize me. So what are you doing now? I'm watching the previous game videos of tomorrow's opponent in the hotel. Then you are busy. I will wait for you to return triumphantly at March Star. And there are some things that should be explained to you when you come back. Of course Yang Bo knew that the other party was talking about mutant animals. It was he who told the other party before leaving that there was a mutant animal like a pangolin on the edge of the desert Gobi. Thank you. Fourth brother. Then Yang Bo chatted with Annie and Xia. It could be heard that the two of them also wanted to go out and walk around. But they were also busy practicing recently. In the first few years of becoming a superpower, they had to work hard to train their superpowers. This is called laying the foundation. Not long after the chat, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen came. In fact, the competition here only provides accommodation for members of the competition. But Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen are considered Yang Bo's entourage. The rest of the people who want to watch the game can only buy tickets at a high price. Are you sure? I just watched 2 games. Then what did you do? I went out alone for nothing. Say hello to us when you go out next time. I don't like others to control me. Okay. Be careful when you go out. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen came and played around and left. At 2 or 3 in the morning of the next day, Yang Bo got up and entered the second world game again. Adam had been waiting in the game early, because today was Friday again. Yang Bo took Adam to kill rabbits again. In the morning, the two harvested more than 20 rabbits and a few pheasants, and then came back to let the characters rest. Only then did Yang Bo eat breakfast. After breakfast, they exercised for a few hours, and then entered the game again. At this time, the game was afternoon. The two went out to hunt rabbits and pheasants again. Today, they also encountered a coyote. But this thing was smart. It saw Yang Bo carrying a bow and arrow from a distance and ran away. It looks like we can have a good harvest in winter. Yang Bo watched the coyote run away and sent a message to Adam. Why do you say that? In this season, coyotes come to this farmland to find food, which proves that there are not many other animals on the mountain. Then in winter, there is even less food on the mountain, and these wild animals will set their sights on this land. Not only rabbits and pheasants, but also fat livestock in the ranch farm. You know a lot. Don't you check the information when playing games? Adam was speechless by Yang Bo's retort. Every time he asked Yang Bo to speak politely, the other party said that he was speaking impolitely. When Yang Bo went offline in the evening in the game, it was noon in reality. Seeing that there was still an hour before the game, Yang Bo ate lunch first without rushing. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were extremely anxious. When the three of them arrived at the lounge dedicated to the game, there were only 20 minutes before the start of the game. There was no one on Yang Bo's way here, because he took the dedicated channel. Of course, you can also choose the public channel. For example, those players with many fans will take the public channel to greet their fans. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen arranged Yang Bo's competition equipment. At this time, there were still 8 minutes before the start of the game, and Yang Bo's opponent had already entered the court. Players can enter the court 10 minutes in advance. When Yang Bo appeared, a hot and beautiful host spoke loudly. What you see below is Yang Bo, the newcomer king of this year, who holds the record of KO consecutive victories in the Swordsmanship Association. It is worth mentioning that Yang Bo's current occupation is still a cleaner, the host said loudly. Many people felt incredible when they heard this. Is he a resident? Why is he a cleaner? It shouldn't be possible. How can a cleaner join the Swordsmanship Association? It is probably because March Star is too remote. Not so many people join the association, so the demand is reduced. Don't talk nonsense here. As long as there are 3 members recommending, you can join the Swordsmanship Association. He is just a cleaner. Then he must have superpowers, and his level must be very low. You are talking nonsense. Look at his age. He was still living in welfare housing when he was 18 years old. Oh, it's so inspiring. Now a company offers him an endorsement fee of 4 billion credit points. But he didn't respond at all. Why haven't I seen him online? He doesn't develop fans. Even the official website doesn't have his photo. Only his name and identity information. I guess he's too young and doesn't know what to do. It's mainly too fast. It only took 9 days from the first day he played to the time he became a celebrity in the league. The host was still saying loudly, Yang Bo's opponent is our experienced Zhang Wei, who is known as a swordsmanship genius. He also has another identity, the grandson of the eldest son of the Zhang family of Ping and Technology Company. There are 5 minutes left before the game. Those who want to bet should bet quickly. This is a duel of geniuses. Will Yang Bo continue his winning streak? Or will Zhang Wei interrupt his winning streak? Zhang Wei, do you have anything to say? I didn't expect the host to ask questions to the contestants here. Strength is everything. Zhang Wei's voice was calm, but with a hint of disdain. The host looked at Yang Bo again. Yang Bo, do you have anything to say? Yang Bo waved his hand. The host shrugged, and then said, welcome everyone to watch this duel between the genius and the rookie king. There are multiple betting modes. Finally, the game started. With the host start, the whole audience paid attention to the two. This time Yang Bo moved, because he had to enter the second world game at 2 o'clock to see what the 4th secret method was. Facing Yang Bo's active attack, Zhang Wei directly used static control. To be honest, Zhang Wei's psychological pressure was too great, because his opponent was a 9-game KO opponent, including Mike, Lin Nan and other swordsmanship masters. These swordsmanship masters ran to March Star, which was originally a game. But they didn't expect to be beaten to a pulp and became a joke. But the next second Zhang Wei felt too uncomfortable, because he had been paying attention to Yang Bo's rhythm. But Yang Bo's steps were too chaotic. The rhythm of others is relatively even, but Yang Bo's steps are chaotic. Zhang Wei took a deep breath and focused on Yang Bo's sword. Yang Bo's speed is very fast, like an agile leopard. But the audience is uncomfortable watching because this leopard is a little lame. Yang Bo's rhythm is relatively chaotic. When there is still 5 meters away, Yang Bo's sword began to retract. At this time, Zhang Wei suddenly took a big step and aimed the sword in his hand at Yang Bo's vitals, and attacked directly. But in the next second, Yang Bo jumped to the left without any warning, and the retracted sword was like a poisonous snake. When Zhang Wei saw Yang Bo jump to the left, he knew he was in trouble because he had used all his strength in this sword. Although Zhang Wei changed his moves, and the sword in his hand also cut Yang Bo's arm. But Yang Bo's sword was one step faster and hit Zhang Wei's neck like a venomous snake. KO! A huge sound rang out throughout the stadium. Yang Bo wins, along with the voice of the robot referee. Yang Bo's back was left in style. Wow! Too amazing. 10 consecutive KOs. This ticket was not bought in vain. Too damn amazing. From Zhang Wei's perspective, the sword in Yang Bo's hand was like a venomous snake. I have to say that Yang Bo mastered the rhythm of the battle from the beginning. First, he used his messy steps to make the opponent no longer pay attention to his footsteps, but to his sword instead. Don't keep talking here. The sword fighting competition tests the on-the-spot reaction. Everyone can say it after the fact. Yang Bo has a variety of options. He can go left, right, or even attack directly. Speaking of Yang Bo, what exactly? What does he look like? He definitely won't be too ugly. You know nothing. Look at what some superpowers look like. That means Yang Bo may not be seen because he has awakened his superpowers and doesn't look good? No wonder he doesn't accept endorsements. To be honest, if you want to be a spokesperson and attract fans, you still need to have a good look. Our new King Yang Bo maintains his KO winning streak. We look forward to his performance tomorrow. We hope that the audience will come to the scene tomorrow to witness history. We also hope that Yang Bo will stand in the finals of the Blue Empire and continue to perform his KO legend, the host said loudly, and did not mention the loser Zhang Wei at all. The president of the March Star Sword Association was already on his way back, seeing Yang Bo rushing to the game, and then rushing back to play the game after the game. His face was also strange. This guy doesn't seem to take the game seriously? The president's assistant said next to him. I think Yang Bo's mentality is good. Even if he fails now, he is a celebrity, and he has succeeded. It's just that his opponent may be under too much pressure. Zhang Wei's performance today was far below standard. Maybe because of too much psychological pressure. It's not that the psychological pressure is too great. It's that Yang Bo is a petty guy. If you don't believe me, stand opposite Yang Bo in the virtual video and watch Yang Bo's charging steps. I even think his legs are about to collide with each other, the young man said unhappily. Chapter 690 Yang's Meteor Fist. Haha. Some people just don't know how strong others are. It seems that Yang Bo still has a long way to go. But that's right. He rose too fast, giving others the illusion that he relied on luck or something else. But have you ever thought that luck is also part of strength? The president of the March Star Sword Association laughed. If he meets a swordsman from our empire, he will know what it means to be powerful. The young man pouted. Do you want to bet 2 more gold coins? No. I'd never want to bet with you. TSK. How did you get smarter? Didn't you see Yang Bo's game data? When he was hitting rabbits, he could hit the moving rabbits 90% of the time. But the rabbits ran away without any rules. No matter how powerful your moves are, there are flaws. And Yang Bo may have this superpower. So what? Everything is nothing in front of strength? Then you don't dare to bet with me? I won't bet. I'll quit gambling from now on. Yang Bo is playing games. Yang Bo went straight back to his room after resting. Lu Jingxiang sent a message saying that Yang Bo wanted to play games. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen both couldn't play. Zhang Buizhen laughed at March Star when he saw his nephew being coached by Yang Bo. My brother did a great job. It seems that Yang Bo's superpower is some kind of auxiliary superpower. Nyobo said beside him. No matter what superpowers he has, he is on our side. And everyone has some secrets. Zhang Buizhen replied with a smile. Niu Bo bowed slightly when he heard this. Zhang Buizhen sent a message to Yang Bo, but the other party did not reply. This was expected long ago, because it was not the first time Wang Muxue was in her flagship. Seeing Yang Bo defeated his opponent again in the competition, she muttered in her heart, what secrets does this guy have? Wang Muxue has always suspected Yang Bo, but there is no evidence. Because of time and resume, Yang Bo's resume is extremely clean. There is no time to become what he imagined. There is no chance to contact these things. As for the things on the internet, they are just fur. Every institution holds the real things. If the things on the internet are still useful, then why are there so many mecha academies in the alliance? And the application conditions are so harsh? Moreover, Wang Muxue used the super optical brain of the battleship to launch the results that have nothing to do with Yang Bo. The probability that the two may be equal is 0%. In addition, the fleet has been busy with fleet affairs in recent times. The fleet has suddenly increased by thousands of people. Some of these thousands of people must have ulterior motives. So I was busy with things here first. I pretended to be deep when I said those words to Yang Bo this time. In fact, I didn't know how to say it at all, because I knew that no matter what I said, the other party would not admit it. Little man, what's the secret? Wang Muxue found that she had encountered a problem she had never encountered before, and she was still a little excited in her heart. Lu Jijia and Zhou Rui were relatively normal, because Yang Bo was able to make super high-quality medicines, which proved that his observation ability was extraordinary. To put it bluntly, the competition was for both sides to find each other's flaws. As long as they found the opponent's flaws and pursued them relentlessly, the chances of winning were very high. In the second world game, Paul brought Yang Bo to the last stone chamber. Paul put a candle on a candlestick, then opened a large wooden box, which contained a hollow stone ball. Paul put the round hollow stone ball on the candlestick, then gently turned the hollow stone ball. I saw a light and shadow constantly flowing on the stone wall a few meters away. This light and shadow seemed to have no rules at first glance, but it was full of a fascinating beauty. The last secret method is said to be one of the oldest secret methods. I don't know what it is, but it is said that those who can understand it, and those who can't understand it can't understand it. Paul was a little helpless about the last secret method. Yang Bo looked at the light and shadow flowing, and kept thinking in his mind, Mr. Paul, are you sure it didn't turn in the opposite direction? Yang Bo asked, really not finding any rules for this thing. This thing can only turn in one direction. Paul knew that the other party didn't know what it was when he heard Yang Bo's words, and he laughed. What about the height of the candle? It doesn't matter. It's the same no matter what the height of the candle is, because someone once carved the traces for comparison. Okay, I completed the task assigned by the dean. It seems that you are only suitable for ordinary strength training methods. So Yang Bo controlled the character to go back and rest. What is the trajectory of this light movement? Yang Bo kept thinking in his mind. It must be unusual. Maybe the Blue Water Empire has not been solved. See it? Who knows what it is? Yang Bo thought for a while, but still couldn't figure it out. Is it a trick? Is it not that the people of this planet are trying to fool us outsiders? It shouldn't be. With the level of civilization on this planet, it is impossible to understand the power of the current interstellar society. Then Yang Bo brought this light and shadow into a human body, but there was no result. He also brought it into the body of an animal, but there was no result. Is it a treasure map? It shouldn't be. If it has something to do with the map, it would have been cracked by the Blue Water Empire long ago. Then Yang Bo went out fully armed again, and then strolled around. The weapons here are actually freely traded. Yang Bo looked at these ancient low-speed physical attack weapons, which are the guns used on Earth. High-speed weapons such as electromagnetic guns are not allowed to be owned. Bang! 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 Yang Bo conducted test shooting directly in a gun store, because this is also a tourist project. However, Yang Bo, who is used to driving mechas, is no longer interested in this kind of weapon. He just fired a few dozen shots casually, allowing Yang Bo to see the holes on the human-shaped target. Acupoints? Yang Bo suddenly remembered the scene he saw in the game just now. But after thinking about it carefully, it's not right. Those lights and shadows look messy, and there is no way to bring them into the acupuncture points of the human body. Although a few can be substituted occasionally, the others can't be substituted at all. Is there a store that teaches fighting and cold weapons down here? However, When Yang Bo walked past a fighting gym, his eyes accidentally glanced at an advertisement. This is an advertisement for teaching boxing. But the painting is exaggerated. A bit like the two fists in the cartoon with lights and shadows. Wow! Yang Bo instantly thought of the secret technique he saw today. A human figure quickly appeared in Yang Bo's mind. But it was wrong several times. However, when Yang Bo pulled his perspective to the top of the human figure and looked down from above, the seemingly chaotic light and shadows were replaced by the fists and feet of the human figure. Uh-huh. Yang Bo laughed in his heart. It turned out that this so-called secret method was just a set of boxing. In fact, we are overthinking it. After all, it is said to be the oldest secret method. The older the civilization, the lower the level, and there are not so many weapons. Since this secret method is like a series of light and shadows passing by, why not call it Meteor Fist? Yang's Meteor Fist. Hee hee. This set of boxing feels like moving all the strength of the body. So that every move and every style will use all the strength of the body. Where should I find a place to practice? Just wait a few days, and let the guy who set up the trap find a good place. Although this dungeon said that there was no surveillance, Yang Bo did not believe it at all. So he did not allow these people to install surveillance privately. Yang Bo was browsing until 9 p.m. when he received an official email from the Sword Association. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. His opponent was the 13th in last year's league competition, and temporarily ranked 9th this year. Yang Bo looked at his own ranking again, and was actually 65th. The main reason for this was that there were too few players in March Star. Although others did not knock out their opponents continuously, the opponent won more games, and naturally had more points. Baru. Tomorrow's opponent is called Baru, a sturdy black man with a bald head. Back to the hotel. I will reply to their message first, and then watch the video of tomorrow's opponent. Yang Bo found that this guy had a lot of fake moves during the game, and he was very vigilant, and would retreat if something went wrong. He is actually a combat instructor at the Capital Star Mecha Academy. Yang Bo discovered another identity of Baru. It seems that he is not really strong when he makes these fake moves. Yang Bo knew that the fighting methods of mechas were fast, fierce and accurate, and the only combat mode of mechas was a quick battle. So as a combat instructor at the Mecha Academy, it was impossible for him to make fake moves like this. Yang Bo was more vigilant. The next morning, I woke up at 2 o'clock in the morning again. The characters in the game had already woken up and were washing up. Today, I took Adam to hunt rabbits on a farther piece of land, because there was a lot of land around the city in front of me, and the area was large. Yang Bo had divided these lands into areas in his mind, and did not clean them one by one, but today in the east and tomorrow in the west. In addition, there were only 3 days of fighting in a week, so the rabbit harvest was still considerable for the time being. As for why there were no hounds chasing rabbits, it was because hounds would destroy the seedlings. The seedlings are knee-high now, and if the hounds chase them, they will knock down a large area. When Yang Bo hunts rabbits and picks them up, he will also walk along the ditches in the field. Moreover, Dr. Yang took on the task of the city lord, and it was not that there were no farmers who reported to the patrolling soldiers, but the patrolling soldiers found out Yang Bo's identity, and that Yang Bo did not destroy the grain, so they did not interfere. Now the patrolling soldiers will nod in good faith when they see Yang Bo. And sometimes Yang Bo also gives these patrolling soldiers pheasants, which makes Adam slightly dissatisfied. But of course he does not show it. I think you must be a smooth talker in real life, and you can even chat with these patrolling soldiers. On the way back to the academy, Adam had a private chat with Yang Bo. You are a rich young man. Don't you know how hard we workers work? It's just a few pheasants. We can't take them anyway. Hee hee. Adam didn't say anything, because after he raised an objection last time, Yang Bo got a lot of prey, which almost overwhelmed him. The main reason was that it was nearly an hour away from the academy. Adam, who was connected to the neural network, could clearly feel tired. The two had just returned to the academy and handed in the rabbit task. Handy. Here is a task to hunt rabbits. The task time is tomorrow. Dean Eddie took out another task. There are many rabbits in the rose garden of Baron Bosun, the financial chief of Green City. The roses produced in his rose garden are the main material of perfume, Eddie explained. Chapter 691 buys. Another noble mission? When Yang Bo handed in the mission, Adam was surprised to hear that Yang Bo had accepted another mission. You are a rich young man after all. It's just a noble mission, isn't it? Be calm when playing games. Yang Bo sent a message to the other party privately. You can do it. You can do it. Right? Adam replied to Yang Bo's message unhappily. Let the character have a good rest. I'm going to log off. After Yang Bo finished speaking, he controlled the game character to go back to rest, eat, etc., and then come back to fight rabbits in the afternoon. After handing in the mission in the game in the evening, Yang Bo hurried to participate in the competition. The host was no longer surprised by Yang Bo's behavior of arriving at the right time, because it was like this in previous competitions. Our Super Rookie King, Yang Bo, make a shining appearance. The ultimate record holder of 10 consecutive KOs. The host's voice was loud, and he gave Yang Bo a new nickname, the Super Rookie King. But today he is fighting against our powerful player Baru. Baru's profession is a combat instructor at the Alliance Capital Mecha Academy. He has a lot of combat experience, and is very quick to respond to emergencies. Baru's fighting style is also diverse. Today, more than 40,000 people have come to watch the game. Friends who love swordsmanship are welcome to watch the game. Let's see if Yang Bo can continue to write his legend today. There are still 2 minutes before the betting deadline. Not to mention that this host is tall, with long golden hair, and a very amazing figure. And she is wearing a long skirt with gold and silver sequins. But there is a slit next to the long skirt, and you can see straight and slender legs. Alas, I've been single for a month. Now that I'm famous, I don't dare to mess around. There are too many weirdos in the Alliance. If I mess around now, I might get into trouble. Yang Bo admired the beauty of the host while muttering in his heart. Of course, the eye mask on his face. Others can't see what Yang Bo is doing. The game starts. The host said the game started. Yang Bo couldn't see Baru's facial reaction, and Baru couldn't see Yang Bo, because both of them were wrapped up. But it was obvious that Baru's body was a circle bigger. Baru swept the sword in his hand, and then walked towards Yang Bo step by step. Yang Bo saw that the other party moved, so he was too lazy to move. Unexpectedly, Baru stopped after walking a few steps. What is this big guy doing? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. He was not going back to learn the secret method today, so he was not in a hurry at all. The two stood there like this, and after standing for a minute, Baru felt something was wrong. Because I analyzed Yang Bo and thought that Yang Bo's personality was that of a homebody, and was not suitable for such public occasions. I left quickly after every quick battle, so I wanted to use this method to put pressure on Yang Bo from the side. But I didn't expect that the other party didn't seem to be in a hurry today, so I waited for another minute. And Baru began to feel psychological pressure because he felt that his guess was wrong. When a person thinks he is wrong, he will feel that he is more and more wrong. And some of the audience around him were cursing. Even the host was watching the two from a distance, wondering what the two were doing. Baru moved, turning the huge psychological pressure into motivation, and pounced on Yang Bo like a tiger. The sword in his hand also retracted a distance, so that the changes in moves are varied. However, the next second Yang Bo also moved, and his left foot stepped forward to the left, and the sword in his hand pointed directly at Baru's vitals. Baru saw Yang Bo move, and he was secretly happy, so he began to make false moves, stopped and took a defensive posture, because Baru's previous fighting style was mostly cautious. Besides, when Yang Bo saw Baru stop, he also stopped suddenly. The audience at the scene thought that the two had a fierce confrontation, but they didn't expect to stop again. Just when everyone was about to curse, the two suddenly attacked at high speed. The sword in Baru's hand was like a poisonous snake, suddenly rushed out, and stabbed directly at Yang Bo's upper body vitals. And Yang Bo also moved, and his figure flashed to the right. And then the two crossed each other. KO! Yang Bo wins! A huge sound rang out in the huge stadium of 1,000 meters. The football field is only about 100 meters at most, and this sound echoed in this space. Yang Bo left again in style. The people at the scene hurriedly watched the replay video. This Baru is very secretive. He usually gives people a cautious fighting style. I didn't expect the set of moves to be so vicious. He is a combat instructor at the Mecha Academy. I have said long ago that this guy is acting. Mecha fighting. Everyone knows that speed is accurate, and a quick battle is a quick decision. Yang Bo is not simple either. He actually guessed the opponent's intention. The two crossed each other and Baru's sword missed, while Yang Bo's sword directly scratched the opponent's neck. Baru's plan was seen through long ago. And it's normal for his moves to fail. When this guy stops, Yang Bo on the opposite side stops. And Baru suddenly attacks. If Yang Bo is not prepared, then Yang Bo will fall into Baru's violent offensive. Not so much. But it's a pity that this guy made so many fake moves. But he was still seen through. This Yang Bo is incredible. With a record of 11 knockouts and a winning streak. I really hope he goes to the Blue Water Empire to continue to knock out those mouth cannons. It's just a thought. The swordsmanship geniuses of the Blue Water Empire are much stronger than the so-called geniuses here. Now I'm afraid of newcomers like Yang Bo. If he fails, he may fail again and again. Because newcomers like him will definitely be under great psychological pressure as long as they fail. There's nothing we can do about it. Baru also sighed when he returned to the lounge. The moves he had hidden for so long were actually seen through by the opponent. At the last critical moment, neither side had the opportunity to change their moves. The distance was too close, and the moves were too fast. Yang Bo, you are awesome. I didn't expect Baru to be so well hidden. How did you see through his moves? In Yang Bo's room, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen asked with admiration. I saw that he was a combat instructor at the Mecha Academy. And then I searched for mecha combat styles. So I thought he had hidden moves. So I took a gamble. Yang Bo, you have a lot of fans now. And the highest endorsement fee has risen to 5 billion credit points. You are so amazing. I'm under a lot of psychological pressure. But luckily, I have a competition uniform, so people can't see inside. Then you should have a good rest. Yeah. Yang Bo nodded and sent the two away. Because the way they looked at him just now, and the tone of their voice, Yang Bo felt that if he guided them a little, maybe something would happen. On the one hand, both of them have big troubles. And he is most afraid of trouble in his current identity. On the other hand, the character setting is not consistent. And most women in the Alliance have been taught to be free since childhood. Annie and Xia have lived at the bottom of society since childhood. They no longer believe in what the Alliance promotes, and are completely disappointed. Although Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen have been affected recently, they used to be a family. And the people trained in the family value interests more. It is easy to sleep with two people. But it is not certain that they will become enemies later. Because the interests in themselves are too great. Lu Jingxiang has always wanted to take the endorsement herself. If she sleeps, do you think she will take the endorsement? When faced with such a huge benefit, what will the other party choose? Yang Bo is not that kind of young man. He has been beaten by society. In the face of interests, fathers and sons can turn against each other. Not to mention that he is endorsing such a huge benefit. Yang Bo then began to rest. I didn't expect that in the last move of the sword competition today. I used a step from the Yang's meteor fist. Not only did I avoid the opponent's attack, I also hit the opponent's vital point. This Yang's meteor fist should be a summary of some fighting masters in ancient times from life and death battles. Not only is it weird, but it can also accumulate all the body's strength in conjunction with body movements. Even ordinary people, if they have a certain understanding of the use of strength, will fight 1 versus 2 or even 1 versus 3 in street fights. So what will happen if I, who have super abnormal strength, use all my strength on my fists? Yang Bo is looking forward to it. Alas, it seems that Yang Bo still doesn't want to endorse. Lu Jingxiang sighed. I also think we can wait a little longer. You see, they quoted 2 billion credit points before. Now the more games Yang Bo wins, the higher their offer will be. Zhou Kersen knew that Lu Jingxiang had debts, so she wanted to promote Yang Bo to be the endorsement. However, everyone in the Alliance is relatively free, so it is not easy to interfere with other people's ideas. Of course, the two of them had no choice when Yang Bo refused to accept the endorsement. You are right, but I am afraid that Yang Bo will lose the next game, so the money he gets will be much less. Lu Jingxiang's heart was pounding when she thought about how much she could get from 5 billion credit points. But before coming here, Lu Jijia had asked her to listen to Yang Bo. Lu Jingxiang's current mentality is mainly to settle her debts as soon as possible. Although the money was lent to her by Yang Bo, she still has to pay it back. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Yang Bo received an email. He didn't expect that he was actually a buy. In this case, I will go out after lunch tomorrow. Find a chance to dress up. And then ask Xiaoyang out to meet. The reason for the dress-up is that the pirate leader's smartwatch requires biological sample permissions to use. But I have to take care of the second world game. So I will take a day off in the game next Thursday. The reason for taking a day off on Thursday is that I can make money on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Thursday is just hard labor with the tutor. So it doesn't matter whether I go or not. Tomorrow is Sunday in the game, which is 3 days after the appointment with Little Sunday. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder if the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes is enough. Then Yang Bo rested. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Yang Bo got up and entered the second world game. It was still dark in the game. Still riding the carriage driven by Paul. It was still dark. Shaking on the carriage. And Adam even slept in the carriage. This time the carriage took an hour and a half. And when we arrived at the place, the sun had just come out. This is a huge call, with a castle in the middle of the kernel. In front of the castle is a high embankment. And under the embankment are terraces. The embankment of the castle is probably 20 meters. And the embankments of the land below form steps, each of which is more than 1 meter high. Anyway, the warhorse can't jump up. There is a road on the side that can only accommodate carriages, winding diagonally along the call on one side to the castle. There are clusters of huge roses in the land. In front of this valley is an apple orchard, where the apple trees are so huge that they require several people to hug them. These roses and apple trees have become a natural defense line. Seeing this, Yang Bo also muttered in his heart, these huge apple trees will become obstacles to cavalry. And these rose gardens will become a nightmare for infantry. Imagine how much loss the infantry will suffer if they climb up step by step. At this time, if there are archers in the castle facing the infantry climbing with their butts sticking up and grunting below, it will be a massacre. There is still a stone wall of more than 20 meters at the top. As for the carriage road next to it, it only takes a few people to defend it. But it can be seen from here that this world is not peaceful. Otherwise these rich people would not waste their money on these things. Wouldn't it be better to enjoy it? I hope there will be no war. After all, with a small body like this character, once there is a war, he may be forcibly conscripted. This financial officer seems to have embezzled a lot. Adam sent a message to Yang Bo. Chapter 692 Agreement. Yang Bo finally understood why this place has become a paradise for rabbits. First of all, hounds are not very useful here, because there are rose bushes everywhere. Hounds are much larger than rabbits, and they can't stand shuttling in them. As for the hunter's bow and arrow, there are many stones in the land of these rose bushes, and bows and arrows are easily damaged in such places. How much does a rabbit cost? In addition, these rose bushes will affect the hunter's vision. Of course, there are some skilled archers or hunters who can throw stones to hit rabbits, but others simply disdain to do this kind of work. In a word, those who are incapable can't do it, and those who are capable don't look down on it. The reason why Paul brought Yang Bo and Adam here is because it was the first time to hand over to the housekeeper here. After getting to know Yang Bo and Adam, the two of them can come by themselves next time. Yang Bo followed the carriage road next to the castle, walked up slowly, strolled around, and soon found that today's work was too easy. The carriage road along the mountain was dug out of the mountain, with a cliff on one side and a steep cliff on the other, and a horse-blocking wall was built next to the road. What you have to do today is very simple. Help me pick up stones. Yang Bo asked Adam to pick up stones. There was also a night guard beside the butler, who was looking down at Yang Bo's operation in front of the castle. And Paul had gone to rest under the apple tree in the distance. As for the horse pulling the carriage, it was placed in the apple orchard. Yang Bo weighed the stone in his hand, and then searched for the target. A stone flew out. Yang Bo was standing at a very high position, and the rabbit had no warning for this parabolic attack. Jump +1. Because the stone falling from the head is in its blind spot. If you hold a bow and arrow, these rabbits will run away when they see the bow and arrow pointing at them. This is something left in the rabbit's bloodline. In the past, someone in Yang Bo's hometown hunted rabbits. Occasionally, you can hunt several times, but if you go often, the rabbits will run away when they see the person carrying a gun from a distance. After all, one by one, the same kind fell in front of this person. The stone killed the rabbit, and the other rabbits were frightened. After running 2 steps, and not seeing any natural enemies, they pricked up their ears, and looked around to see what it was. Then another rabbit was hit by the stone falling from the sky. Half an hour later, Yang Bo began to rest, and he didn't even need to go down to pick up the rabbits himself. The knight next to Butler Bosun jumped directly from the 20-meter high embankment, holding a large sack in his hand. and picked up the rabbits shot by Yang Bo. Haha. More than 60. The knight carried a large sack of rabbits. But this time he couldn't jump back. So he had to go around from below and then come back from the road. Handy. I didn't expect you to be more powerful than the legend says. The housekeeper looked at the pile of rabbits and nodded, praising Yang Bo. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Housekeeper. Yang Bo was referring to the tea and food provided by the other party. The task was completed by noon, and the rabbits in the rose garden never dared to come out again. The reason why the task was completed by noon today was mainly because the rose garden was not very large. Probably less than 200 acres. Just in a valley. In the apple orchard. It was not conducive to the use of Yang Bo's stones, because the crowns of the apple trees were too large. Today, I only killed more than 200 rabbits. Harvested a bag of biscuits, a bag of tea, and 50 silver coins. This time, Yang Bo gave the tea to Paul instead of the money, because the tea is more valuable. Let's each get 25 silver coins. Yang Bo directly took out 25 silver coins and gave them to Adam. But I just picked up some stones. Adam felt that he took a little too much. It's just a game. So nagging. Forget it if you don't want it. Yes. Adam saw Yang Bo was going to take the silver coins back, and quickly grabbed them. It's just a broken game. So why not? I'll quit the game early today. I have something to do. Yang Bo said. Thank you. Adam felt that Yang Bo's words were a bit rude. But he still said thank you. After the game. It was just morning in reality. So Yang Bo went out fully armed. Came to a bar in the dungeon. Hey. What kind of girl do you want? Brother? A young man asked after entering the bar, with a stack of cards in his hand. Yang Bo pushed him away rudely. Don't ask for a fight. The other party left when he saw Yang Bo was so strong. The music in the bar was intense and high-pitched. Under the dim lights, pairs of men and women were dancing. And in some corners, there were some blood-boosting sounds. Several women on the stage began to shake off their equipment while dancing. Yang Bo went directly to the toilet. The toilet here was also a single room. Passive sound wave detection found that there was a hidden camera in the toilet. Yang Bo had been prepared. He took out something like chewing gum from his pocket and stuck it directly on the lens of the hidden camera. Then he transformed and chatted with Xiao Yanong. Xiao Yanong was a little anxious recently because he was about to get his brand name bag. So when Yang Bo just sent a message, Xiao Yanong sent a very sexy photo. The kind where he was naked. But there was a small sticker covering the key position. Of course, if it wasn't covered, it couldn't be sent. Yang Bo looked at it with awe, and then said with a perverted look that he had some work in the past 2 days. How about meeting in 3 days? Xiao Yanong was also very happy to see that he had successfully fished. So the two agreed on the time and place to meet. And the location was in a bar in another dungeon. Then Yang Bo left the bar, because neither of his identities was suitable for consumption in the bar, let alone the identity. He is now famous. Who knows whether his consumption information is connected to the internet, and whether it will be known to others. Why is the information of some celebrities sold quickly? Is it because the value is high enough? As for the identity of the pirate leader, this can't be consumed here. The reason why Yang Bo chose another dungeon was because that dungeon had its own currency. Visitors could exchange credit points for currency before entering, which was similar to cash. As for why there was cash, and the Alliance also acquiesced to it. Of course, it was because of money laundering. Otherwise, how could the black money collected by politicians and dignitaries become legitimate? Yang Bo certainly would not exchange it for cash. But there were ways to make money. When he arrived at the target dungeon, he went directly into the casino. And the casino gave him 2 small chips. Yang Bo found that this casino had many energy detectors, mainly to prevent gamblers from cheating. After all, no one knew which gambler had any superpowers. Yang Bo sat directly in front of a machine. Although this machine was equipped with many devices, such as energy detectors. For Yang Bo, who had super abnormal mental power, this machine was now exposed in front of him. This is a purely mechanical gambling device, because electronic equipment can be easily hacked. Of course, Yang Bo did not do it too obviously. He lost more and won less. But the amount he won each time was larger. After playing for 2 hours, he earned some chips. And the casino did not warn him at all, because the little money Yang Bo earned was only enough to open a room and have a drink. However, before leaving the casino, Yang Bo went to the casino's bathroom to change clothes. And then left. Of course, the clothes and masks outside did not change. Only the body changed. The casino is still reliable. There is no hidden camera equipment. Taking the cash exchanged for the chips. He went to the bar to book a private room first. The bar directly gave Yang Bo a card. At that time, no matter who holds the card. This is proof. Because it is a cash transaction. Then he went to the hotel next door to book a room. And also took a card. Let's do the whole show. We'll see who can perform better. There was still some cash left. So Yang Bo returned to the casino and gave it to the casino. While he restored himself in the toilet. It's better to use cash. Yang Bo muttered to himself. Then let the guy who set me up buy me a house in that underground city and give me a new identity. After Xiao Yang reported the situation, the colonel looked at the place Yang Bo agreed to meet and sneered. This old guy really chose a good place. This kind of place is very sensitive. I want to know everything about the meeting place as soon as possible. Also, first of all, we need to see if this is a trap. The colonel was furious that Yang Bo hadn't played the game for a month. Because his contribution was just a little bit short. Although he is now a major general, he paid a huge price. Of course, it has been decided internally. And on the surface, he is still a colonel. Obviously, as long as this old guy completes one more task, his family will not have to pay the price. But this old guy just won't play the game. Of course, our future major general is not a fool. He must first find out Yang Bo's details. Mainly because he is afraid that someone in his own camp has set a trap. Everyone nodded. And a subordinate said, this old guy will definitely check in. When he checks in, we will go in and control him. This way, there will be less noise and less impact. This is the best time. We must plan carefully and try to control him as quickly as possible. Yes. After finishing the work, Yang Bo started to stroll around again. Not to mention, the scenery of this planet is too contrasting. Walking on the streets are shaded by trees. And outside the shield is desolate. The temperature difference outside this planet is very large. When the sun is directly shining, it is close to 300 degrees. But at night, it is more than minus 100 degrees. These glass-like shields can actually generate electricity. Because he was a buy in the game today, Yang Bo strolled until the evening before returning. However, what Yang Bo didn't know was that because he was a buy in the game today, many spectators who bought tickets to watch the game cursed him. Most people come to see how Yang Bo wins or loses. It costs a lot to come to Tianyun Star. It is impossible for Yang Bo to leave today and come back for the next game. In response, the Sword Association said that this was decided by drawing lots. Not the association. Oh, I'm really angry. Those guys in the Blue Water Empire are clamoring on our national network to defeat you and ask you to go to the Empire and give yourself up. Not long after returning to the place where I lived, Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen came. Yes. Yes. Zhou Kersen also nodded. I asked you to save all the videos of them provoking me. Did you save them? Yang Bo certainly knew how bad his reputation was in the Blue Water Empire, because he broke their record of the valiant general. I've recorded them all. I've saved more than 1,000 of them. These are guys with names. And there are many guys whose names I can't remember. They also said you were a lowly cleaner. Netizens here cursed at them online. You should be more open-minded. If they hadn't cursed me so fiercely, would I have such a high reputation? Besides, I can't do anything about it. We're so far away now? Yang Bo said comfortingly. Should we not go to the Blue Water Empire to compete? The people there seem to be a bit vicious. Lu Jingxiang was a little entangled. Yang Bo knew that this sister was afraid that she would fail in the swordsmanship competition. She was afraid that those who supported her in the alliance would immediately curse her. The keyboard warriors on the internet were like this. Yang Bo's words made this sister speechless. If we don't go, the other party will say that we are cowardly, and even people in our own alliance will probably despise us. I'm a man. Even if I lose, I'm going to fight them. Yeah. Zhou Kersen nodded quickly with admiration beside her. Of course, I will definitely not participate in the free competition. Yang Bo looked at Zhou Kersen's eyes, and quickly added. Unexpectedly, the sister quickly nodded. Just don't be fooled. Everyone can use superpowers freely in the free competition. We are not fools. Yang Bo forgot that the people on the alliance side always consider their own interests. Chapter 693 Master? Write down all these people. I will watch their game videos and invite them to play if I think I can beat them. They like to use bets there. If we win, we will be famous. If we lose, we will be brave. Anyway, I feel that if we go to the Blue Water Empire and ignore these provocations, I am afraid that Yang Bo didn't say much about the rest. With the current state of the alliance, I am afraid that many crazy people will blame me. Lu Jingxiang said with a frown. This is really difficult to deal with. If something goes wrong, Yang Bo was a little speechless. He still had big things to do there. This woman should not be too close to money. Annie and Xia also sent messages saying that it was a pity that they didn't get the game rewards this month. It's not right to say that women are sensitive to numbers. They are only sensitive to the number of money. Sister Shizuka, you should say something nice. I'm sorry. I know you're thinking about me. But at this point, I cannot go to the Blue Water Empire. Anyway, I'll try my best. I don't believe that there are no weak guys in the Blue Water Empire. Okay then. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Yang Bo saw his opponent again. Li Ping, currently ranked 7th, is a member of the Capital Star and a professional boxer. This guy's style is fast, fierce and accurate, without any defense. All attack. When Yang Bo was watching the opponent's game video, Li Ping was also watching Yang Bo's game video with a sad face. Because it is difficult to tell what style Yang Bo's game video is. Mainly because Yang Bo has too many fake moves. Li Ping was also under great psychological pressure. Because Yang Bo knocked out his opponents in 11 games in a row. Only the players who participated in the swordsmanship competition knew what this meant. Yang Bo found that his ranking had dropped to 42nd. And he was just over 60 in the last game. This was the change in the ranking of the points table caused by KO. While Yang Bo was preparing for tomorrow's game, the person in charge of the game background, our future Major General, was looking at the intelligence sent back. General, this is all the news now. The relationship behind this dungeon is complicated and involves many big families, and even the military. One of the subordinates of the future Major General flattered. Just call me boss. I'm not a real Major General yet. Although the future Major General said so. The smile on his mouth betrayed his current mood. Boss, it's just a matter of 3 or 2 months. The flatterer smiled and said, but there are also advantages in this kind of place. That is, there are no surveillance in many places. But there are many secretly installed surveillance in the dating bar. Another person took out the information and said, the bars in this place are not good places to begin with. It seems that what I said before is best to do it in a hotel. The future Major General nodded. Boss, you are wise. Hotels are better in this regard because they have to pay attention to word of mouth. We have investigated several hotels around. According to the character of the other party, he will definitely book a hotel. But we tried to get the information of the hotel reservation but failed. Of course, this will not succeed. Because even if these hotels are not occupied, they will be full every day on the books. This is a place where some people turn shameful money into legitimate money. The future Major General nodded. We have already planned that we will sit in the bar for a while, and see who the other party is, and whether they have been registered in our military system. If not, the fisherman will lead the other party to a nearby hotel. After entering the hotel for 10 minutes, our people will rush in. Just do as you said. The general direction is like this. This kind of place is more suitable for us. We can bring a lot of advanced weapons. The Major General nodded. The reason why he had to check who the other party was first was mainly to prevent other internal people from wanting to mess with him. As for how the fisherman could perform this task, the future Major General would certainly not arrange it himself. After all, if the future general personally asked a woman to fish for a man, it would be embarrassing to say it out. Naturally, the fisherman's boyfriend would be asked to persuade him. Even if there was any disturbance later, the other party would take the blame. As a qualified subordinate, you must be able to take the blame for the leader. As long as the leader's position does not change, then the subordinate who takes the blame will not have too much problem. Of course, the premise is that the leader must have a conscience. Now it is just a general plan, because it is uncertain what kind of fish the fisherman will catch. In fact, the future Major General is still very nervous. No one knows what is about to be pulled up. However, on Tianyun Star, our future Major General is still confident that he can settle all the troubles. Of course, how to settle it is not convenient to talk about it now. If there is really trouble, someone will naturally smooth it out. It's just that our Major General and his family may pay a relatively large price. It is too easy to smooth things over on this artificially transformed planet. Any accident or leak may cause accidents to countless people. Yang Bo still got up early in the morning to play the game. Today is Monday again in the game. He is learning sculpture. Yang Bo finished his tasks in half a day, and then let the game character hang up to read and do strength training in the afternoon. Although Yang Bo lives on the balcony where he can watch the sword competition, he didn't watch a single one. I got off the game early today and went to the balcony to watch. I found that it was an old acquaintance who was competing. Mike. Today Mike seemed to have regained his confidence. The whole move was full of sunshine, handsomeness and beauty. You can hear countless people in the stands around shouting, "Mike! Mike! Mike! Come on!" Yang Bo looked at it and stopped. He came back and put on the virtual glasses. He mainly used the spirit seeds to investigate the spies he arranged to see if there was anything valuable. In the end, there was nothing major, but the Pirate Alliance Council paid 2 compensations to the pirate leader, which was the compensation for the spacecraft. Why don't you just pay the money earlier? Why do you have to make such a fuss? Yang Bo muttered to himself. Yang Bo stood on the field at the right time as usual, and the host was still nagging. There were also many people in the stand shouting, "Come on, Yang Bo." But Yang Bo no longer looked at these people because no one knew who was shouting "Come on." Both sides of the game stood and let the host introduce them. After the host finished speaking, both sides saluted and waited for the start. Start. With the host start, Li Ping walked quickly towards Yang Bo. It gives people a very calm feeling. But the storm is coming. This time Yang Bo did not move, and the sword in his hand did not even point to the other party. The tip of the sword was facing the ground. It gives people a feeling of standing on a rock in the wind and rain. As if you can let the wind and rain, but it has no effect on me. The change in the momentum of both sides made the people watching the game stare with wide eyes, fearing that they would miss the most exciting game. Li Ping's footsteps were steady, and the sword in his hand pointed at Yang Bo's throat. The distance between the two sides quickly narrowed, and Li Ping began to attack, and the sword in his hand directly pierced Yang Bo's throat in the original direction. However, at the same time, Yang Bo slid to the left. Li Ping had long anticipated Yang Bo's change of moves, so the sword in his hand followed closely and slashed at Yang Bo's neck. The next second Yang Bo continued to slide to the left, and Li Ping twisted his body, and the two sides crossed at this moment. At the same time, Yang Bo's sword moved, and Li Ping flew back, because Li Ping's moves were not old, and he was ready to retreat at any time. But unexpectedly, Yang Bo was just a fake move and still stood there. Li Ping felt the silent ridicule, because Yang Bo made a fake move and he retreated 5 meters, while Yang Bo was still calm and composed. TSK TSK. People in the stands didn't know what to say. Seeing that Yang Bo didn't move, Li Ping continued to move forward, and his steps seemed steady. But he accelerated instantly when he was close to Yang Bo. This Li Ping has also become smarter. It turns out that he has been walking steadily, just giving others an illusion. Yang Bo dodged again. Too amazing. Li Ping accelerated in the middle of the second attack, but unexpectedly Yang Bo still dodged it. So Li Ping's sword followed Yang Bo's vitals. Yang Bo ducked down, shook his body, and made a fake move. Li Ping thought that the opponent was going to hide under his sword, so he quickly lowered his sword. But he didn't expect Yang Bo to move in the opposite direction. And then the sword in Yang Bo's hand moved. Li Ping's sword was lowered, and there was no way to defend against Yang Bo's sword. So he jumped away again. Unexpectedly, the damn Yang Bo was still standing there. Wow! Yang Bo is too brave. Yang Bo's sword hasn't moved yet. Li Ping has attacked twice in succession, but both times failed. Does Yang Bo give me a sense of mastery now? This is much more decent than the noisy Mike in the morning. If you look at his movements, you might think he's joking if you don't know. I don't like watching that either. It feels too fake. You know what? Some people in the upper echelons of the league like his style. But of course I don't like it either. Although he's handsome, he's very loose in some places. Pa. It's disgusting to talk about this. Watch the game. I'm afraid Li Ping's mentality has collapsed. Even if his mentality collapses, he has to go up and fight. Otherwise, he won't be able to participate in the game in the future. Li Ping took a deep breath, then slowly, and continued to retreat. This time he retreated to the distance at the start of the game. And then Li Ping readjusted his rhythm. Li Ping lost. He just gave himself up. anyone would have lost their mind. Yang Bo seems to be okay. He actually took the initiative to step forward this time. If he didn't take the initiative to step forward, Li Ping might have lost his mind before he even got to him. This is the true spirit of sports. This time, the two cross paths. KO. Yang Bo wins. The intelligent referee system made a loud sound. Good. The people watching the game cheered loudly, applauding Li Ping's courage on the one hand, and Yang Bo's sportsmanship on the other. Yang Bo followed the old rules, and left with his sword. I didn't expect Yang Bo to change so much in such a short time. He feels like a veteran. It proves that Yang Bo has stabilized his mentality. I was worried that Yang Bo's successive victories would make him dizzy. In fact, his otaku personality is the easiest to adjust himself. Fortunately, he didn't accept the endorsement. If he accepted the endorsement, he would have considered the benefits, which might affect his performance. Many people replayed the video and found that when the two crossed paths, Li Ping's sword still touched Yang Bo, but not the vital part, and Yang Bo's sword hit Li Ping's chest directly. It's not that mysterious. I just tried the steps of Yang's meteor fist. Yang Bo read the internet saying that he has the style of a swordsman, and muttered to himself, Yang Bo, you are so handsome today. Yes, I saw you in the game today. You were so cool at that time. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen came after a while, and they chattered after they came in. I actually haven't figured out how to deal with Li Ping. Why didn't you fight back after you hid? Lu Jingxiang stared at Yang Bo with a pair of bright eyes. Didn't you see him run away in a flash? What about the second time? Zhou Kersen also stared at Yang Bo with a pair of bright eyes. You definitely can't chase him. Since he retreated, he must have a backup plan. I don't believe what you said anyway. Lu Jingxiang felt that Yang Bo was lying. How can I be a master? Then I see that you seem to be fine every day, going out everywhere. I'm just adjusting my mentality. The longer I stay in this room, the more depressed I feel. Do you want us to go out with you? You two sisters are so beautiful. If you go out with me, I'm afraid you will be recognized. How about we accompany you to dinner tonight? We won't go out this afternoon. Let's have a good meal in the room. Yeah. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen nodded. Oh. No. There are a lot of people scolding you online, saying that you are pretending to be a master here. And the people of the Blue Water Empire called you a swordsmanship master. And they are very upset. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen kept an eye on Yang Bo's movements on the internet at any time. Save all their videos. I believe there are more people who are not as strong as me. When the time comes, I will take out their videos and let them compete with me. We will win all their money. Yang Bo didn't care and said, Why aren't you angry? I get angry when I see them scolding you. Lu Jingxiang didn't understand and asked angrily. Being angry is to make yourself angry. I still like to take care of my body. Hey. It seems that what you said makes sense. But I definitely can't stand it if it's me. Hurry up and see what to eat tonight. Besides, there's nothing you can do about being angry. If you feel angry, save their videos and then rank their strength. Yang Bo comforted Lu Jingxiang. Feeling weird. He was the one being scolded. And he comforted others. Chapter 694 Meeting. The three people chose their favorite dishes. But Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen ate less because they had to manage their body shape. Although there are many high-tech means in this world that can make you lose weight quickly, these means will cause certain harm to the body, whether it is surgery or taking medicine. Not to mention, the various old varieties produced in the underground city of this world also have their own characteristics. Because these dishes produced in the underground city are ordered separately, you have to pay for them yourself. And it seems that these varieties may have been affected by cosmic ray radiation for a long time on this planet. And some better varieties of vegetables and fruits have been selected. Of course, these things are not cheap. At least 50 times the price of March Star. Of course, the price of energy bars in the entire alliance is the same. Because only people who can't afford to eat will eat this. Energy bars also have a variety of flavors and a variety of forms. Some are solid, and some are like toothpaste. Yang Bo, if you have money in the future, will you immigrate to the capital star? Lu Jingxiang ate a piece of fruit and asked. I'm rich now. Yang Bo ate his food and drank a sip of water before answering. Ha ha. Zhou Kersen laughed beside him. I'm asking if you are richer. Forget about the capital star. I don't have many friends here. And the cost of living here is so high. Yang Bo didn't plan to come to the capital star. This place had long been divided up by various old forces. It would be difficult to find food here. He might even be eaten by others. Actually, I think the capital planet is pretty good. Of course you girls like it. There are many entertainment facilities, shopping malls, and activities here. That's true. Unexpectedly, Yang Bo received an official email from the Sword Association at night. He qualified, which means he didn't have to compete, and had already obtained a place to compete in the Blue Water Empire. I guess the Sword Association is under too much pressure. Lu Jingxiang analyzed after reading it. I think so too. You knock out your opponents again and again. Just like slapping those people in the face. The Blue Water Empire definitely doesn't want your fame to continue to increase. Plus, you were called a master today. So far, there are only sword masters in the Blue Water Empire. And we don't have any here. There are still so many days left. Yang Bo, how are you going to spend it? I plan to go around everywhere. Anyway, accommodation is provided here. Then be careful. How are you doing in the game? It's okay. I go to hunt rabbits to earn some hard work fees when I have nothing to do. Yang Bo said. It's not that easy to hunt rabbits. Those cunning rabbits can be hunted in the first few days. But they will run away when they see people from a distance. That's right. So I have to travel a long way every day. Sometimes for an hour. If Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen knew that Yang Bo could earn dozens of silver coins a day by hunting rabbits, they would probably strangle this guy to death. The audience was very unhappy about Yang Bo's early qualification. Especially those at the scene. But there was no way. First of all, the Alliance Sword Association was under pressure from the Water Blue Empire Sword Association. And some other people. In addition, the members of the Alliance Sword Association also felt pressured. Mainly because Yang Bo gave people the feeling that they would be knocked out as long as they faced him. Yang Bo didn't care, as he could just play the Second World game. On the date, Yang Bo downloaded the Second World game at 7 a.m. and went out for a walk fully armed. In fact, it was not just Yang Bo who did this. The members from other planets, who came to participate in the competition, also ran out for a walk fully armed. There were too many things to play in the dungeon. And there was no surveillance. So men, women, and children liked it. And it seemed that this was a place that was difficult for the Alliance's laws to reach. The dungeon where Yang Bo was dating had a code name called 867, which was the code name of the previous underground base. After arriving at 867, he went to the casino first, because there was no day or night in the dungeon. So it was open 24 hours a day. There were cool waitresses, handsome and charming waitresses, and sexy female dealers. Yang Bo entered the casino, and naturally got some free chips. Then he went to the bathroom to change his clothes. It was still early to go to the bar, and the appointment was at 3 p.m. The reason why Yang Bo came so early was to confuse the audience. After all, if he came at a late hour, he might be easily caught by the people behind the scenes. These casinos have a large flow of people every day, and such places for money laundering are difficult to monitor. If the owner of the casino finds that someone is monitoring the casino, he will deal with it himself. Yang Bo not only plays in it, but also eats and drinks in it. The waitresses dressed coolly bring all kinds of snacks and fine wine. Yang Bo just plays around here, and he doesn't plan to win much money anyway. He took a snack and a glass of wine from the waitress's plate, and stuffed a chip into the waitress's clothes with his hand. The waitress also smiled and kissed Yang Bo. Yang Bo behaved like an old gambler, and there was no shortage of old gamblers in the casino. At 2:30 p.m., Yang Bo was drunk and left the casino. When he exchanged chips for cash, he also gave a tip to the cool female staff who exchanged cash. The reason why these people in the casino were dressed so coolly was actually to prevent these staff from hiding things. As for other things, they thought too much. In the eyes of these gamblers, beauties were nothing. Yang Bo came to the bar and took out the card that he used to book a private room last time. "Sir, please follow me," the sexy female staff said respectfully after seeing the card. "Thank you." Yang Bo was still fully armed. While saying thank you, he stuffed a piece of cash. This thing was useless anyway. Sure enough, there are stalkers. Who sent this? They are too useless. Yang Bo also shook his head at the amateur performance of these stalkers, who in the bar would stare at the direction of the door for no reason. What are people doing in the bar? After arriving at the private room, Yang Bo ordered a lot of drinks and food. Of course, he would wait for people to arrive before going up. Our future Major General is already in this underground city. and in a hotel not far away. Boss? Ask the fisherman to go at 3:10? This guy is wrapped up tightly. There is no way to identify him. Let the fisherman find a way. Little son is a little depressed now. He thought he only needed to make an appointment with someone online. But he didn't expect to bring others to the hotel. As for her boyfriend, Xiaoyang knew that they would definitely break up. Ever since she chatted with this man online, her boyfriend's attitude towards her was warm on the surface, but cold in his heart. But it didn't matter. It was nothing in the alliance as long as she could get the money. Yes, it was a bag before. But now it was 10 million credit points. Xiaoyang had thought about not doing it. But looking at the people around, and the weapons they accidentally revealed, she knew that these people were not simple. Remember? You must send the other person's appearance. In the hotel not far from the bar, a man was admonishing. Well, I don't care what you want to do. But you must give me the money. I will record everything. If I have an accident, then this information will be sent to the police. Xiaoyang nodded. Don't worry. The man was a little embarrassed. After all, she was his girlfriend. The other man didn't speak the whole time. But Xiaoyang had seen it long ago. This man had some unknown energy weapons in his hands. At 3 o'clock, Xiaoyang came out of the hotel, also fully armed. After arriving at the door of the bar and telling the name of the private room, the staff took Xiaoyang to the private room. Uncle Goat? Xiaoyang stood at the door of the private room and asked hesitantly when he saw someone inside. It's me, Sister Yang. Come in quickly. When Yang Bo first chose a nickname for his social account, he had thought of everything. And then he randomly chose a name called Crazy Goat. Yang Bo stood up and asked Xiaoyang to sit down. Then asked the staff to quickly serve the drinks. And closed the door of the private room. Why is the uncle still wearing a mask? Xiaoyang took off his sunglasses and mask. It was obvious that Xiaoyang was dressed up carefully. And then asked Yang Bo with a smile. I'm old. And I'm afraid that others will laugh at me. Yang Bo took off his mask while saying this. Sister Yang, do you think I'm old? Xiaoyang breathed a sigh of relief. The man in front of him looked a little old. But not very old. Uncles are my favorite type. Xiaoyang looked at the man in front of him and felt that he was still attractive. Of course, he had to continue to lie. That's great. Yang Bo reached out and grabbed Xiaoyang's hand, giving people the feeling of an old pervert. At this time, the staff knocked on the door to deliver drinks and food. Yang Bo gave these people some tips casually, and the staff closed the door tactfully and hung up a sign saying do not disturb. Don't be anxious, uncle. Xiaoyang saw Yang Bo's anxious look and quickly said, Didn't Sister Yang say that she would show me other things I haven't seen when we meet? Yang Bo smiled. Uncle, if you want to see it, go somewhere else. I'll take off my outer clothes first. Xiaoyang stood up, took off his outer coat, took the opportunity to take a photo of Yang Bo, and then sent Yang Bo's photo out. Yang Bo knew what the woman in front of him was doing. But since he dared to show up, he must have changed his appearance. Because the pirate leader is a noble of the Shuilan Empire. After receiving the photos taken by Xiaoyang, the future major general is comparing them. The military has no information about this person. So this is easy. The future major general heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the information sent back. Being able to compare the information of all personnel in the military is not something that ordinary people can do. Will they use camouflage agents? It is possible. But as long as it is not now, then it will be found later. And then it is not. The future major general said something meaningful. On this side, Yang Bo has been drinking with Xiao Taiyang skillfully, and one hand has been around Xiao Taiyang's waist without knowing when. When Xiao Taiyang came in, he was wearing a sweatshirt, but he took off the coat, and there was a small vest inside, and the round, white and bulging thing was exposed 1/3. Now Yang Bo is acting in his true colors, because he spent a lot of time in KTV in his previous life. Chapter 695 Travel Together? Sister son, you are so beautiful, and have a great figure. Yang Bo put one hand around her waist. His hand kept moving around. And he spoke. Uncle, you are so humorous. What do you do? Although Xiaoyang was very disgusted with Yang Bo's hand, he was the only one who pretended to deal with Yang Bo. I want to go out to work at my age, but I can't find a suitable job. So you're just taking a pension? What's the use of a pension? There's nothing except various taxes. Uncle, The taxes are so high? Well, let's not talk about other things. I feel sad when I mention pensions. The gift I prepared for Sister Sun is in a hotel. How about Sister Sun go with me to the hotel to get it? Uncle, you are such a bad person. You want to go to the hotel right after meeting? Then why don't you wait for me here? Is the hotel far away? Uncle, which hotel are you going to? How far is it? It's this hotel. Not far from next door. Uncle, wait for me first. I'm going to the toilet. Little Sun saw the card Yang Bo took out and said, Go ahead. Yang Bo smiled in his heart, knowing that this woman was going to pass a message to someone else. The future Major General was also happy to see the news sent back from Little Sun. I didn't expect it was fate. This guy is right downstairs in room 302. That's even better. The others were also happy because this was a temporary command post. So there were the most people here. Xiao Yan'an came back from the toilet and left the bar with Yang Bo. At this time, Xiao Yan'an put on his coat again, and Yang Bo also covered himself tightly. After arriving at the hotel, Yang Bo showed his card, and then the hotel front desk gave him the key. After entering the door, Yang Bo hurriedly hugged Xiao Yan'an to do something. Uncle, where is the gift? I will give you myself as the best gift. Oh, you are such a bad person. Don't be anxious. You are drunk. Go take a shower first. Or let's take a shower together. I am not such a casual person. Then wait for me. Then Xiao Yan'an looked at Yang Bo and rushed into the bathroom in a hurry. Then Xiao Yan'an quickly sent a message and quietly opened the door at the same time. Then he took off his sweater coat and pants. And there was a small vest and super short safety pants inside. A few minutes later, Yang Bo came out in a bathrobe. Uncle, did you wash it so quickly? Xiao Yan'an asked meaningfully while lying on the bed. Yang Bo threw away his bathrobe and wore only boxer briefs inside. Sister Sun can check carefully. Yang Bo muttered to himself that this woman had just opened the door, and it seemed that she was going to catch him in bed. Then he would not be polite. So he rushed over at once. Little Sun saw Yang Bo rushing over and wanted to resist, but he felt that he could not resist. And the next second he felt that his upper body was lost. Just when Yang Bo was busy with his head, the door was suddenly opened by someone. Who the hell? Yang Bo turned his head and cursed. But he stopped cursing soon, because the person who came in took out an energy cold weapon. And the cold weapon was flowing with energy light. Xiao Yan'an quickly covered himself with a blanket. Brother, this is my girlfriend. 5 people came in. 3 of them were holding energy weapons, and 2 of them were holding laser weapons. One of them glared at Yang Bo fiercely. He came in first, so of course he saw it. You are setting up a trap. Yang Bo stood up slowly. Brother, this is an underground city. The few people who came in were not the future Major General, because these few people took a look at the situation first. Seeing Yang Bo naked, except for a pair of shorts, the people present felt stable. Someone else went to look through Yang Bo's clothes. Do you know who I am? How dare you cheat me? Yang Bo looked at the few people and asked coldly. Go sit over there. One of the 5 people was in a bad mood because it was obvious that his girlfriend was taken away by someone else. Tell me, how much do you want? Yang Bo asked while sitting on the side. 50 million credit points. I don't have money, but I have a life. I don't believe you dare to kill people here. The dungeon has its own rules. At this moment, the door was pushed open and 3 people came in. 2 burly men were wearing loose sportswear. Yang Bo could tell at a glance that they were wearing armor. One of the young men was still very handsome. The young man laughed and said, That's right. The dungeon has its own rules, and our industry has its own rules. You seduce someone else's girlfriend first. It seems that you are the mastermind behind the scenes. People like you are despised by us. You actually let my girlfriend come out to seduce others to make money. Sister Sun, it's better not to have a boyfriend like you. He can let you seduce me today, but he can sell you out tomorrow. Follow me. Uncle, I have a pension, and I will use the pension to support you. Yang Bo said to the little son covered with a quilt on the bed. Pension? Ha. The young man laughed. Isn't pension a joke in the alliance? As long as the government wants your pension, it will directly increase your taxes. How much money they want to leave for you. You will have only that much money left in your pocket. The young man said sarcastically. That's better than being with scum like you. Yang Bo said with a sneer. Tell me, how to solve this matter. You also saw that we have so many brothers and so much equipment. It's impossible to make a trip in vain. The young man also sat down. But there was still a distance of several meters between him and Yongbo. And two burly men stood beside him. You name a price. But we are all mixed up in society, Yongbo said. At this time, a man shouted angrily, "Don't pretend to be a social person here. Your girlfriend's hand feels good. And she doesn't use high technology. And what's the point of you being with such a boss? I can let your girlfriend seduce others today. And I can let you die the day after tomorrow," Yongbo said with a smile. The man who was angered by this wanted to rush up and hit Yongbo, but was stopped by the young man who just came in. "Don't do it. Let's inject him with a reducing agent," the young man said. "No. I'll do it myself. It's in my clothes pocket over there." Yongbo pointed at his clothes. Yongbo's clothes had been turned over by someone, and one of them handed a reduction potion to the young man. The young man looked at it and nodded. It was indeed a reduction potion. "Are you sick? Why are you carrying so many reduction potions?" The young man saw more than a dozen reduction potions in the box and cursed angrily. Yongbo injected the reduction potion himself. In fact, Yongbo's camouflage ability made this reduction potion useless. "I'm going to the bathroom." The young man looked at the person next to him, who nodded to indicate that the bathroom had been checked. When Yongbo came out of the bathroom again, he looked like a pirate leader. The young man took a photo of Yongbo with his equipment, waited for a minute, and the other party replied that there was no Yongbo in the military database. "Tell me, what do you do? This year, I'm going to check Yongbo's background. Didn't I tell you? I get a pension." Yongbo looked at the young man with a look of stupidity. "What about before retirement?" The young man waved his hand to stop others from dealing with Yongbo. "Before I retired, I started a business with a bunch of brothers," Yongbo answered. "Did you succeed?" The young man thought Yongbo was starting a company. "Of course I failed. If I succeeded, I would still use the internet to pick up girls. But to be honest, there are still very few girls like this on the internet." Yongbo looked at the little son, who just showed his head. "Who else is at home now?" "I'm alone." "Don't you have a girlfriend?" "You have two girlfriends." "You have two girlfriends, and you still come out to pick up other people's girlfriends?" "My two girlfriends can't stand it. I'm too strong in some aspects. Most of those who can come to the dungeon are looking for ordinary women." "Right. You are embarrassing us superpowers." The young man felt that Yongbo was not a big threat. What made the young man headache was that he couldn't obtain the information of the Alliance citizens, and couldn't find any information about the person in front of him. "Open your watch and see how much balance you have." The young man prepared to take the simplest and most brutal approach. So the smartwatch was handed over to Yongbo, and Yongbo turned on the smartwatch. "Open the virtual projection of the watch. Open the social account." Everyone looked at the virtual projection, and Xiaoyang was also among the friends. Then there was a series of incomprehensible notes, such as stupid leader, idiot leader, and old pervert leader. And then there was a vampire chat group. Check the account balance. The young man was a little puzzled, thinking it was a toy in this guy's game. When the account balance was opened, everyone stared at the string of zeros. 900 million credit points. Seeing the account balance, everyone gasped. Smart people felt that something was wrong. Yongbo's account was the former pirate leader's. As for the compensation from the Pirate Alliance, it was all transferred to Zhang Buishan, and then converted into the energy metal that Yongbo needed. "Didn't you fail in your business? How do you have so much money?" The young man looked at Yongbo unhappily and asked. "I failed in my business. But I didn't lose it all." "How can you fail in your business with so much money? The Alliance law does not allow it." Everyone was a little surprised that the old man in front of them was actually doing illegal business. The young man laughed when he heard this. "It seems that we are in the same business? Tell me what you do. Who is in the same business with you?" "My subordinates and I are like brothers. I will not let my brother's girlfriend seduce others," Yongbo said with contempt. "I'm asking you what illegal business you are doing. Don't talk nonsense here. Just robbing people directly? Are you looking for a beating? Are there still people who rob directly now?" "Yes. I rob whoever I like." "Do you think we are stupid? You still rob whoever you like. Do you really think the Alliance police are vegetarians?" the young man asked viciously. "The Alliance police can't control us. If the police can't control you, does the army control you?" the young man asked angrily. "You guessed it right. My business failed because I encountered the Alliance army. I just wanted to grab an immigration spaceship. But I encountered a main battleship of the Alliance. Don't you think I was wronged? Yang Bo nodded, then spoke, winking at the young man. Chapter 696, Paying Homage to the Boss. The people present were shocked when they heard this. The young man looked at Yang Bo's current appearance and sneered. You keep bragging. With your current appearance, are you still the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates? Hee hee. You are really good enough to have so many banned weapons here on the capital planet. Yang Bo said with a chuckle. You old guy. You scared me to death. That's right. With your old perverted appearance, how could you be the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates? When others heard Yang Bo say this, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Do I need to pretend? How many people in the world are offering a bounty on me now? Yang Bo chuckled. At this moment, a crisp sound came from the table next to him. Everyone saw a silver space-breaking object floating on the table. This is the first generation of Li Kong. You guys haven't seen it, right? So you better not move now. Otherwise this thing can cut you into more than 1,000 pieces in 1 second. Of course, I don't like cutting people, Yang Bo said lightly. Everyone in the room felt stiff and sweaty, and some people's legs were shaking. The young man even looked at several subordinates, who were checking the things on Yang Bo's body. Several subordinates were also confused. How could we know the first generation of Li Kong? We thought it was just a small ornament. TSK? I didn't expect you guys to have good equipment. These laser weapons are customized. Right? It seems that you have some connections in the capital star. I just came here to do some activities. I haven't found where to start yet. I didn't expect you to come to my door. After putting on his clothes, Yang Bo snatched all the weapons from these people and took a closer look. Sir, no matter who you are, we will pretend that we have never seen you. We can pay you. The young man felt numb now, and his mind was a mess. Could it be that what the old man said in front of him was true? Pay money? Have you also seen my balance? How much can you give? Yang Bo asked with a smile, and winked at the little son on the bed, and the latter was about to cry. How about 50 million? The young man waited in his mind, and didn't dare to ask a high price. But he didn't dare to give a low price. Don't force me to beat you. From the moment you broke into this room, you only have 2 ways. Either die or follow me. Otherwise you can see my true face? And 50 million. Do you know how much your photos of me are worth? Yang Bo said unhappily. The glowing cracked sky was swimming around in the room like a fish. Yang Bo hadn't practiced with the sky-splitting technique for a long time, so he just used it as a practice. But in the eyes of others, this thing was just a warning and could kill people at any time. We really can't tell? You are so powerful. How could we possibly offend you? The young man felt like he was about to cry. I am a major general of the Alliance, and I am about to become the younger brother of the Alliance's most wanted criminal. Didn't you just ask me why I took so many reduction potions? I just came here to find a way. I guess you have also seen the video of me beating people. If you don't want to become like those guys in the video, you better be sensible. You come first. Follow the process you used to deal with me just now. First, inject the reduction agent, then turn on the smart watch. If you dare to eat this bowl of rice here, you must have a lot of connections. Yang Bo said with a chuckle. The people present did not dare to move at all. No one dared to bet whether what the guy said was true or not. Although it is very likely that this guy is lying. What if it is true? After all, the control method of this Li Kong is not ordinary at first glance. Sir, it's not that we don't want to follow you, but we have superiors. The young man lied and answered with a stiff face. Pa, did I let you speak? I was ordering you to do something. Yang Bo slapped the future Major General directly, making him dizzy. And the 2 burly men behind the young man were actually pressed to the ground by the invisible force. Inject the reduction agent. Yang Bo gave the order with a cold face. The young man regretted it in his heart, and wanted to go back to before the incident. But the next second, he saw the reduction agent in the box just now, and he flew up and stabbed the 8 people around him. No need for beauties. Yang Bo chuckled again. Little son, look at how useless your boyfriend is. And you know so many things today. Do you think this guy will let you go? Yang Bo looked at the young man with a livid face. After the injection of the restoration potion, the other people present did not use the camouflage potion. You are not professional at all in robbery. Only the boss uses the camouflage potion. Don't look so sad. I'm telling you the truth. I'm not alone now. I'm also a team now. And we are still the ace-free mercenaries now. So if you want, there will be several of me. If you follow me, you will directly develop from the planet to the entire Interstellar. But to be honest, your skills are too poor, and your methods are too low. Yang Bo looked like he didn't know who the other party was, and taught these people a lesson with the tone of an experienced person. I am willing to pay 200 million. As long as you can let us go. The young man gritted his teeth and said, because if he didn't hold on, he might faint. TSK. It seems that your identity is not simple. Are you a disciple of some powerful people who come out to experience life? I heard that some heirs of powerful people like to steal things. Yang Bo picked up the other party's watch. Pa. The young man still wanted to struggle, but was dazed by Yang Bo's 2 slaps. Don't be shameless. Many people want to follow me. If it weren't for seeing that you have some ability, and can get these prohibited weapons here, I would have cut you into meat paste long ago. Yang Bo said arrogantly. The young man felt that if he resisted again, he would probably be beaten to death by the guy in front of him. Ah! Yang Bo was very surprised when he saw the young man turn on his smart watch. Am I dreaming? The Colonel of the Alliance, the heir of the First Fleet family, actually came out to trap others. Ah! I wonder what expressions our friends in the team would have if they knew about this. Hearing this, the young man quickly begged for mercy. Please don't tell anyone. We can help you with anything you need. Ah! Among the 8 people, there is a colonel, 2 lieutenant colonels, and 5 majors. Yang Bo looked at the smartwatches of these people one by one, and said with an exaggerated expression, no wonder the combat effectiveness of the Alliance army has declined over the years. And they actually encountered perverts like you. The 8 people no longer defended themselves, because the 8 people now wanted to die. Hey, let's take a group photo first. This is the evidence. If any of you don't obey me in the future, I will publish the photos we took on the internet. Pa, don't be so sad. As if I forced you to take pictures. The several people present were picked up by Yang Bo one by one. Seeing that some people had unnatural expressions, he slapped them in the face. Do you know how much this photo of mine is worth? The Blue Water Empire has opened 20 billion credit points. Not to mention others. You are lucky to be able to take a photo with me. Smile. Very good. Tut. Our future general. Don't be so sad. It's your luck and your blessing to follow me. Yang Bo said with a smile. Look at this vampire chat group. These are the permanent members of the damn Pirate Alliance Council. I can provide you with their information if I want. Yang Bo took out his watch again and projected the social account information. What does the team rely on for development? For you, it is merit. What is more important than military merit? And this idiot leader, the famous leader of the Black Skull Pirates. This stupid leader is the leader of the Glorious Pirates. This old pervert leader is the leader of the Ghost Pirates. What is this? This is military merit. In the future, you will all be generals and have your own fleets. Yang Bo used the spiritual seed on the young man while slapping him. Yang Bo could feel that the young man's mentality was also changing. After all, what he said was too tempting. To tell you the truth, my current team not only has strong anti-government armed forces, but also nobles from the Blue Water Empire. These nobles actually want to experience the life of mercenaries. Of course, I won't tell your news to others. Any news in our small circle has a value. Yang Bo pretended to have a team. Sir, what do you want us to do? The young man asked without knowing what Yang Bo's purpose was. Originally, I was going to rob the Central Reserve with other friends. This was a task entrusted by others. Originally, I wanted you to get some prohibited weapons, and then kill you after getting the weapons, and then disguised as you to rob the Central Reserve. Yang Bo's words made several people feel cold. But now that you are following me, there is no need to take risks. You should return these things. Yang Bo returned the weapons he had just confiscated to several people with a generous look. The future Major General's mind was in a mess now, and he just wanted to leave here as soon as possible. Are you sure you don't want us to do anything illegal? The future Major General asked uncertainly. Aren't you talking nonsense? Isn't it illegal for you to break into my room now? Don't worry. We are just cooperating normally. Because the Pirate Alliance Council has a grudge against me. And these guys actually asked the soul killers of the Blue Water Empire to track me and kill me. We are mutually beneficial. Yang Bo said with a smile. Then can we go? Don't worry. Since you recognize me as the boss, there must be a ceremony. I will shoot a video of you worshipping the boss later. At the same time, you must leave a cooperation contract. I have been deceived too many times. Yang Bo smiled, then picked up the drinks in the room and poured a cup for everyone. Then let the future Major General take the lead. Kneel on one knee on the ground and worship the boss. It's very simple to worship the boss. Report your name and position, and then serve me tea. Yang Bo sat on the chair and said with a smile as he looked at the group of future generals who were ready to worship the boss. Little Sun was still lying on the bed, covering his whole body. Today's events were too scary, and they actually involved the military. Li Yong, a colonel of the Alliance, worshipped the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates as the boss. Li Yong just wanted to leave here as soon as possible, because this room was too dangerous, and the opponent's Li Kong was swimming freely in this room. Okay, brother. You can just sit back and wait to become a general. Anyway, the boss, can't enter your military system. Yang Bo drank the drink happily, pulled the other party up, and spoke in what he thought was the most kind tone. Yang Bo was indeed very happy. He didn't expect that the person who came was the future Major General, because he had already cast the spiritual seed on the other party. He naturally knew that the other party's family had paid a price. The little brother in front of him would become a Major General in half a year. The other people also offered tea in turn. Brother, if I had known that this was your girlfriend, I would not have touched her. You see, it's too embarrassing now. Yang Bo patted Xiao Yang's boyfriend again. She is no longer my girlfriend. The boss will compensate you later. Anyway, I have long disliked those bastards in the Pirate Alliance. Yang Bo chuckled. What about this woman? Li Yong looked at Xiao Yang. This woman will be the middleman for liaison. I don't kill innocent people now. Of course, if you have other ideas, I don't object. Yang Bo looked at the few people with a smile. Li Yong cursed in his heart. The damn boss still turned on the video, hoping that I would nod and say that I wanted to kill the other party. This is another handle. Then be the middleman for liaison. Brother, I need a new identity now, and I need to find a place for me to stay in this dungeon, and make arrangements for this woman later. Yang Bo patted Li Yong's shoulder with a smile. Yeah. Li Yong had no choice but to agree first. Okay. You can go now. I want to ask who is playing the Doomsday Dungeon game. Li Yong didn't believe that Yang Bo would play the game himself. I got a fake identity from the Mercenary Union and got into a game group. This idiot only knows how to play games and then show off in the game group. I asked for Xiao Yang's social account. Yang Bo answered. Li Yong nodded when he heard this. Fake identities are not uncommon. Fake identities can be obtained through various channels, and then disguised with potions. Then we'll leave first. Li Yong was in a complicated mood. He didn't achieve his goal, but he was trapped. Well, I'll collect some information as soon as possible. Let this woman send me a message for the information you want. Yang Bo nodded. Yang Bo watched Li Yong leave, and smiled in his heart. Li Yong is a talent, so the other people will soon be in trouble. But this is none of his business. Li Yong opened the door of the hotel room and took a deep breath. If it is possible, he would like to destroy the hotel immediately. Of course, it is just a thought. The guy in the room behind him definitely has a backup plan. Boss? Someone next to Li Yong said. This is a secret between us. Let's talk about it separately later. Li Yong is also in a big headache now, and he has to appease his subordinates. His subordinates are not afraid of breaking up. But he can't break up. Once he breaks up with the other party, the opponents of his family in the military will definitely not let his family go. As for how to deal with these people, Li Yong has already made a decision in his heart. Chapter 697 Handling. Then, there was a conversation in the hotel room. A man said, I don't like to force others. If you want to leave now, go ahead. Another woman said weakly, I won't leave. So you are staying here voluntarily? Yeah. Use the reduction agent yourself. You don't like women or something like that. Do you? The woman replied weakly, I'm normal. Would you like to hear a joke? Yeah. One day, the ice cream and the refrigerator quarreled, and the ice cream ran away from home in anger. However, the ice cream left the refrigerator and found that it had melted after walking a few steps. So it apologized to the refrigerator. The refrigerator opened the door and said coldly, I know I was wrong. Come up and freeze yourself. Aw? Do you know you were wrong? Yeah. Then do you know what to do? Yang Bo was refreshed and came back at night. He hadn't eaten meat for more than a month. So today he had a little meat. Xiao Yang's figure and appearance are still first-rate. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hook up with me online. After all, if he looks average, he can't be used to fish for me. The reason why I didn't let Xiao Yang follow Li Yong was that I needed a middleman to pass on the message in a fake way. Although I can know Li Yong's affairs directly through the spiritual seed, the cooperation between the two parties must not be so clear. Some things have to be played dumb. Besides, this Xiao Yang is also good-looking. And his figure is also amazing. He is the kind of slim figure. But the right curves are right curves. If Xiao Yang follows Li Yong, he will most likely be killed to silence him. Although Li Yong may not kill his subordinates to silence them. His old father is not a kind man. The fewer people know about the cooperation with the pirate leader, the better. Because for other so-called subordinates, this will also be a handle to threaten their superiors in the future. For other people, the threat of the pirates is nothing. Even if they tell the whole story, they are also instructed by Li Yong to trap others. But if Li Yong himself is exposed to such a scandal, his future will be ruined, threatening a woman to hook up with other men. And this woman is the girlfriend of his subordinates. It is conceivable that if this matter is exposed, how many female groups and male groups in the alliance will stand up to accuse him? The little son is called Linyu. And Yang Bo also released the spiritual seed for her. Yang Bo still changed people in the casino. Linyu in the 867 underground hotel finally recovered. Thinking of her performance in the afternoon, Linyu also gritted her teeth. This pirate leader is too strong. No wonder he said he had 2 girlfriends and still came out to hook up with other women. Then Linyu was a little confused. Is this how it will be in the future? Where is the 10 million I thought of before I came here? Soon Linyu felt hungry, so she got up to take a shower. Unexpectedly, her legs felt weak when she got up. Ms. Lin. Linyu looked at her torn underwear and could only wear a coat outside. Then, as soon as she opened the door, she found a middle-aged woman standing outside. Who are you? Linyu looked at the other person nervously, and the other person let Linyu in. This is 20 million. In addition, this is a house in the underground city and a house in District 31. As long as Miss Lin takes out your smartwatch, you can have these things immediately. The middle-aged woman looked ordinary. She spoke directly after entering and closing the door. Miss Lin's job in the future is just to act as a middleman, and to keep today's events confidential. I think Miss Lin probably knows the abilities of both parties. If our young master is at most ruined, what about the other one? The middle-aged woman said. When Linyu heard this, she thought of the live broadcast she had watched. Although she was not sure that the man in the live broadcast was the strong man this afternoon. They were in the same team. If she messed up, the consequences would be giving me so many things. Won't it be a problem? These are all won by Miss Lin in the lottery. And Miss Lin underestimates our young master's family too much. Our family has been developing since the interstellar exploration. 20 million. Of which 10 million is the reward promised to Miss Lin. And the other 10 million and a house are our young master's mental comfort fee to Miss Lin. I hope Miss Lin will forget all the unpleasantness today. The other house is a gift from another party to our young master. Miss Lin, you don't have to do anything in the future. You just need to be a middleman. Linyu is still not stupid. Taking a deep breath and asked, how can I trust you? Not bad. Not bad. The middle-aged woman picked up the smartwatch and made a video call with Li Yong. The middle-aged woman left, and Linyu looked at the property she had obtained on her watch, with a total value of more than 50 million credit points. But at this moment, a message suddenly popped up on the watch. It was sent from the police station, and the ex-boyfriend was in trouble. As I expected, this Li Yong will be a talent in the future. At this time, Yang Bo saw breaking news in the hotel. That is, a small military transport plane had an accident and crashed into a military base, causing heavy losses somewhere. Preliminary estimates show that more than 30 people are missing. The cause of the accident is still under further investigation. Li Yong has killed all the people who knew about this incident in the game backend. I like Li Yong so much. Yang Bo found out that Li Yong and his father were conspiring to hand over the game backend to the people of the second warlord family. The meaning of these two guys is very clear. That is, to let the second person be fooled. Because Li Yong was promoted in this game department. This department is very popular now. The first family can get a lot of benefits by giving up this department. And then, they can also put the other party in a possible threat, just like themselves. In the future, I will recruit all the heirs of the entire warlord as my younger brothers. Of course, Li Yong's father doesn't know that I have the ability to control his son. But this old guy is also very smart. He first arranged for his son to undergo various physical examinations, and then he asked a mysterious person to check his spirit. This mysterious person should be a master who is proficient in mental power, or a superpowered person in the so-called soul of the alliance. But as long as my spiritual seed does not control the other party will not be able to detect it at all. But in the future, I will try to use spiritual seeds as little as possible to observe Li Yong, and just occasionally look at their memories. I dare not bet whether I will be noticed if I connect with Li Yong's spiritual seed now. After all, this world is so big. In the early morning of the next day, Yang Bo continued to get up and play the second world game. It was noon after the game was finished, and then he went out fully armed. He came to another dungeon that used cash. After changing clothes in the casino bathroom, he found that Xiao Yang had reported this matter to him yesterday afternoon. But he did not take the smart watch of this identity. He won a little money in the casino for 2 hours. And then Yang Bo opened the hotel and sent a message to Lin Yu. I saw the message yesterday. After meeting, there was another crushing battle. After the battle, Yang Bo hugged Lin Yu, who was limp all over, and said, Lin Yu had long red hair, an oval face, black eyes, and white skin. Just keep the things they give you, and just be my woman honestly in the future. I can protect your safety. Yeah. Lin Yu didn't sleep all night last night because her ex-boyfriend died. Although there was no emotion. In addition, so many people died. Obviously all of them were insiders. Lin Yu knew that her only support was the person she was hugging now. Although this person is a pirate, the various information he gives people is still very positive. At least various videos show that this man is not a person who kills innocent people indiscriminately. After waiting for a few minutes, Yang Bo didn't expect that the woman next to him actually fell asleep. Brother, are you here to do business? I didn't expect that this woman slept for several hours and then finished another business. Pay attention to my messages in the next few days. I have been busy here during this period. It's not that I don't give you anything, but no one knows where all the things here come from. Yeah. I'll wait for your news. Lin Yu said lazily. If you don't have money, ask the person you are in contact with for it. According to the rules, Li Yong should call you sister-in-law. Yeah. Lin Yu felt strange when she heard this. It was evening when Yang Bo returned to the hotel. Yang Bo, why do you go out early and come back late recently? Lu Jingxiang looked at Yang Bo suspiciously, and even got close to Yang Bo to smell him. Sister Jingxiang, don't wrongly accuse me. I didn't go out until 1 o'clock after playing the game. Yang Bo's intuition about women can be summed up in 2 words. Terrible. I'm fine. Right? I'm just walking around. Well, don't go to those messy places. You have a girlfriend. How can I go to a messy place? And you should be careful now. After all, you are a celebrity. Once any scandal breaks out, it will be very disadvantageous to you. I'm not a fool. Of course I know. Then be careful when you go out. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen sat with Yang Bo for a while, and then left. When Yang Bo was watching the news later, he found that the investigation of the accident last night had come out. It turned out that one of the parts of this transport spacecraft used inferior parts, causing the spacecraft to lose control and causing this major casualty accident. The matter involved a supervisor of the military logistics department and a military parts contractor. These old guys are so skilled that they don't catch you for these small problems at ordinary times. But a huge black pot will be placed on your head at that time. Yang Bo was not surprised to see this result. It's a pity that most of the dead people didn't get compensation from their families. Alas, this may be the biggest reason why the Alliance does not allow private births. Even if something goes wrong with this person, I'm afraid no one will know. Just like me, the original owner. If I hadn't taken over his body, he would have been dragged away by the official to deal with it. No one would attend his funeral, and no one would hold him accountable or compensate him. It's so terrible. These guys in the Alliance are really ruthless. Later, Yang Bo received an official email from the Sword Association, and would leave for the Water Blue Empire to participate in the Sword Association semifinals in 18 days. These bastards are getting more and more rampant, using me to show their presence in their country. Yang Bo saw that many guys in the Water Blue Empire posted videos to provoke him. cursing and making indecent gestures. The next morning, when he entered the second world game, Adam sent a private message. Will you come to the Water Blue Empire to watch the game? Yongbo, why do you look down on me so much? Can't I just go to the game? Adam, you still play games in the game every day? Yongbo, I want to watch the game, but I'm afraid I won't get used to it. Adam, if you come to the game, how about we meet? I want to thank you. Yongbo, let's talk about it later. I'll see if I can get some free tickets. Adam, in fact, the currency in the game is very valuable. In our Shuilan Empire, 1 gold coin can now be sold for 2 million credit points in your alliance. Yongbo, no. I have plenty of ways. Adam, that's right. With your cunning personality, you will definitely get free tickets. Yongbo, look. Look. I'm smart. Let's go. Today I'm going to clean up rabbits for the nobles. Adam, you are smarter than smart. So you are cunning. Chapter 698 Filling the Gap. Yongbo always felt that Adam was still a teenager, and his words and actions seemed a little immature. No. Very immature. You are not a child. Are you? I am 18 this year. Then I just became an adult. We become adults at the age of 16 in the Blue Water Empire. Oh. In the game, Yongbo only cleaned rabbits for the nobles for half a day, and was praised by the noble steward. It's so easy to make money with you. I made another 20 silver coins in half a day. On the way back, Adam said excitedly. You go back to the academy later. I still have something to do. Yongbo is going to the city to find the sheriff today. After so many days, the other party must have settled down. What are you going to do in the city? Adam asked very vigilantly. What are you thinking about? There is no neural access in our alliance. I'm going to find an old acquaintance to do something. Yongbo certainly knows that game players can also have fun in it. I forgot about that. Do you want to have fun? Yongbo asked back. I do want to have fun. But some gamers get sick and die because of having fun. You can imagine how it feels to be sick when your nerves are connected to the game character. It's too scary. Adam shook his head. Oh. Yongbo nodded. When they reached the fork in the road, Yongbo separated from Adam and went directly into the city. As mentioned earlier, Green City is surrounded by mountains and rivers, and the college is halfway up the mountain behind. There is not much distance between the college and the city. There is a river on the other side of Green City, so the road between Green City and the college has become a major traffic route. The college's catapult can cover a large area of the road. Green City. Yongbo has come here for the first time. He has come here several times with his gardening instructor. Green City East District Security Office. East District is the commercial district. To be precise, Green City gives Yongbo the feeling of a military city. The roads are narrow and curved. The buildings on both sides are very high, and there are only small windows in the lower part. You can imagine what the enemy will face if they attack the city. Even the most ferocious cavalry in the legend cannot play here. I am used to living in the academy outside, and I am a little uncomfortable looking at the dark streets in this city. Handy. I thought you forgot our agreement. Yongbo successfully met Locke, who is now the sheriff of East District. However, Yongbo is more vigilant about the person in front of him, because the Golden Pheasant incident is likely to be a trap set by the Blue Water Empire to push Locke to the top. Because I killed the Golden Pheasant myself. I didn't give any skills. Mr. Locke, I'm sorry. Yongbo didn't explain. Just said so. Handy. You are now well known in Green City. Everyone knows that Green Academy has a famous rabbit killer. Locke looked at Handy and nodded with satisfaction. The person he recommended was recognized by the nobles, which was a recognition of himself. Because you have a good reputation now, you can join the city guards as long as you are willing without passing the assessment. Of course, you are still studying, so I will try my best to arrange for you to patrol at night. Yongbo didn't expect there would be such a benefit. It would be best to be a civil servant, thank you. Lord Locke. Of course I am willing. Very good. I'll take you to go through the formalities, Locke said with a smile. Yongbo found that he also had to press his fingerprints to go through the formalities. And the person who went through the formalities also praised Handy when he heard his name. I didn't expect that this is the rabbit killer. He is really a great guy. Thank you for the compliment. Sir. Yongbo didn't expect that hunting rabbits by himself would bring such benefits. Then Yongbo received a metal badge. The badge was in the style of a shield, with 2 crossed swords on it, and a hollow 5-pointed star representing the level below. and a circle of complicated patterns around it. It is said that this is the thing to distinguish the authenticity. Behind the badge is a series of steel stamps, including his name, city, department, and the date of issuance of the badge, which were chiseled out word by word. Then Yongbo received another set of equipment, a set of standard leather armor, including pants, boots, and then weapons, a long sword, a short sword, and a warning whistle. How about patrolling in the early hours of the night on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday? I know that on Friday, Saturday and Sunday, you often have to serve the nobles. Locke spoke again. Thank you, sir. This is all the result of your own efforts. But when you are not patrolling, you'd better store your equipment at the police station, because the consequences of losing equipment are very serious. Not just fines. In fact, it was just a fine at the beginning. But some people sold their equipment to robbers. Locke spoke again. Thank you, sir. Yongbo now changed his address. But you can bring a whistle with you. If you encounter something, you can blow the whistle, and the surrounding city guards will come. Yongbo nodded, stored the equipment in the police station, and then went out to buy a few bottles of wine, one for each of the 3 chiefs of the police station, 1 chief and 2 deputy. And Locke was just a deputy. He also gave different grades of wine to those who handled the procedures for him, and those who were in charge of logistics. The key to being a person is to learn how to give. In his previous life, Yongbo worked in a construction company, and his project manager won awards every year. However, if you win awards in the morning and play mahjong in the afternoon, you have to give out 90% of them. As for who you lose to, you will know. In fact, most companies' rewards are basically recycled layer by layer. Those who are not aware of the fun will not get this reward. Besides, these people must know that the characters in the game make money. After all, working for the nobles is what everyone dreams of. Yongbo also hopes that these people will say good things so that he can get more work. Besides, if you work under someone else in the future, as long as you have a good relationship with the superiors, you can do whatever you want in the future. Don't forget that this is the city guard. If something happens, who will the commander send first? Of course, send the ignorant ones to be cannon fodder. Today is Friday, which means that they will patrol at night next Monday. As for the patrol route and the patrol teammates, they don't know? Back so soon? Yongbo returned to the academy and found Adam still waiting. I just went to do something and played games. Yongbo didn't plan to elaborate on this matter, and then went to report this matter to Dean Eddie, and then brought a bag of tea to the dean. Handy. Good job. The dean was very satisfied with Yongbo's approach. Although he didn't report this matter to himself, it was okay. But reporting it to himself proved that the young man in front of him had himself in his heart. Then Yongbo quit the game and went out to find Linyu. In the casino, when changing people, Yongbo also changed his clothes, because there are many people who change clothes in the casino. After all, there are many people who are being chased for debts. They went to another hotel and met to do things first. But Linyu's superpower level was a bit low, so they couldn't play happily every time. What superpower do you have? Yongbo hugged the other person to satisfy his hand addiction. I don't know what superpower it is, but my strength has increased, and the increase is very small. Linyu answered lazily. Linyu repeatedly watched the video of the murder around her. It was scary, but the man around her was also very powerful. He actually tore the mecha apart. However, the man around her didn't seem to be as vicious as the legend said. On the contrary, there were a lot of people on the internet who thought that the man around her did a good job because the man killed people who deserved to die. Of course, Linyu didn't know that the man in front of her had changed. The previous pirate leader was indeed not a human being, but there was no public information about what he did at that time. Later, Yongbo openly and arrogantly killed people several times. But there were reasons for that, and they were all people who deserved to die. That's why Linyu and some netizens in the entire alliance had an illusion that the pirate leader was like a knight. Don't you feel anything? Yongbo was also curious about what superpowers this woman in front of him had. No. I'll bring you a gene potion tomorrow. But, don't say but. Hurry up and get some sleep. Linyu certainly knew what to do after waking up. But this abnormally strong man in front of her did give her an indescribable sense of security. Li Yong wisely did not find someone to monitor Yongbo, because this would only give Yongbo more handles. if the person being monitored is discovered and then caught. This would be a handle. Besides, these bastards are going to rob the Central Reserve warehouse. Who knows if this bastard will kill the person he sent to monitor and then disguise himself as this person to do things. This old fox can do anything. Besides, Li Yong is injured now, because he was also injured in the spacecraft accident. So the game department was quickly taken over by others. Li Yong? This bastard? The credit came so easily. And this dog thing left and killed people to silence them. After checking the game information. The second game supervisor who took office cursed in his office? But why hasn't this guy in the game been on the game for so long? TMD. There is no one who knows about it now. No wonder Li Yong, you bastard, is doing this. The second game supervisor now wants to find the former staff to understand the matter. But there is no way to understand it. He thinks Li Yong is trying to cover up this matter. So he killed people to silence them. In fact, the military already knew that Li Yong could become a major general because of the game department. But the department itself was confidential. So many people didn't know what happened. It's not that other bigwigs in the military are incapable of investigating this matter. But it's a secret that doesn't belong to them. And ordinary people don't intervene. Because if something goes wrong, they might be blamed. As for the situation reported, it will definitely not involve specific management. When Li Yong became a major general, several bigwigs in the military had to help Li Yong leave the game department. After all, who wouldn't want to get such a good position? So this time, the core staff of the entire game department died. The other big guys knew that Li Yong was unwilling to accept this. But he did it secretly, and found someone to take the blame. Which was impeccable from a legal point of view. Besides, everyone knew that no one had done such a thing. As long as it could be covered up, no one would catch it and say it in detail. After all, everyone's ass was not clean. How to make this player go online frequently? The second supervisor who knew the game information touched his chin and thought about the problem. Because it was foreseeable that Li Yong could become a major general? Why couldn't he? Major general. Li Yong, this bastard, went from colonel to major general in just 2 years. And he also became the youngest male general in the history of the alliance. The second successor was very dissatisfied. Of course, Yang Bo didn't know that someone was thinking about him again. And his identity was also extraordinary. Of course, if Li Yong's family knew that Yang Bo had soul control methods and could control Li Yong, they would probably kill Li Yong directly at the first time. Li Yong's family also asked a mysterious master to check carefully. And there was no problem. This master's attainment in mental power is said to be the best in the league. And Yang Bo has already prepared to make Lin Yu stronger. He prepared the gene medicine in advance. It is the same gene medicine that stimulates the superpower attribute used by Annie and Xia. I wonder what superpower this woman has. Yang Bo felt like he was opening a blind box. Chapter 699 Patrol. Yang Bo returned to the hotel at night again. As for the competition, he didn't pay attention to it at all. He is now a celebrity. Some people pay attention to him. Some people flatter him. And some people scold him. Those who scolded Yang Bo included fans of other players. And he didn't respond to the provocations of the swordsman of the Blue Water Empire. I played the game in the morning. And today I went to kill those damn rabbits for the nobles. In fact, the nobles have hounds at home. But hounds are not so useful for catching rabbits in orchards and gardens. The hound nobles have to wait for the harvest in autumn to go hunting in groups. So now the hounds are resting. I was busy all day today, mainly cleaning rabbits for a vineyard. This vineyard is very large. And Adam feels that his legs are broken today. But the heavy silver coins in the purse still made Adam very excited. The two of us actually earned more than 80 silver coins today. Adam said in disbelief while sitting in the carriage. I'm tired today. Go home and rest early. Yang Bo looked at his character status and fell into exhaustion. There are too many rabbits in their house. It's mainly because there are farmlands all around. And the vineyard has become the only place for rabbits to hide. Although the fence can stop hounds and the like, rabbits will dig holes. In this second game world, the noble's land cannot take away any grass without permission. Otherwise it will be theft. So even if someone wants to clean up the rabbits, if the nobles don't allow it, you can't go to their vineyard to clean it up. Otherwise it will be theft. And there is a high probability that you will be sent to prison and then sent to the front line as cannon fodder. Because in this world, weapons are given to criminals first when fighting. If the criminals make meritorious contributions in the war, the crime can be offset. Yang Bo was also lucky to be introduced by the academy at the beginning. Otherwise, no matter how good his skills are, if he takes the initiative to help the nobles clean up rabbits, those gatekeepers will directly drive him away with their weapons. So when Yang Bo went there for the first time, he was not only accompanied by Paul, but also by Eddie's recommendation letter. In this world, recommendation letters play two roles. One is a guarantee, and the other is equivalent to a resume. After Yang Bo finished the game, he went out fully armed, and then made an appointment with Lin Yu to meet in a hotel in another dungeon. Every time Yang Bo booked a hotel room first, and then sent a message. Lin Yu has parents, and her parents are government employees, but they are just ordinary staff. Lin Yu also has a sister, but the relationship between the two sisters is very ordinary because her sister likes women. Lin Yu herself has not found a long-term and stable good job. It is difficult for women in the alliance to find a good job. It is all done by some women. Is this dangerous? Lin Yu looked at Yang Bo pitifully, because Yang Bo was holding an unknown gene potion in his hand. Lin Yu had undergone the first gene drug injection, so she knew the danger of the second injection. I like the way you freeze yourself. I won't have any other thoughts about you. Yang Bo injected the gene drug into Lin Yu regardless of whether it was right or not. Lin Yu's face was red. It was you who made me freeze myself. At that time she was indeed afraid that the man in front of her would kill her to silence her. So she worked a little harder. Do you feel it? After waiting for a few minutes, Yang Bo asked. It seems like there is a feeling. But it seems like there is no feeling? Lin Yu closed her eyes and shook her head. No. Yang Bo's mental power clearly felt that there was a faint energy fluctuation on Ming Yu's body. Then Yang Bo looked carefully and found that the energy light on Lin Yu's body was a little blue. You should have superpowers in water? How do you know? This is my experience. Yang Bo said unhappily. Come on. I'll take you to the bathroom to feel it. Really just to feel it. Don't think about it. Yang Bo said unhappily. Yang Bo asked Lin Yu to lie in the bathtub, and then said, close your eyes and slowly feel the water around your body. There is another state for superpowers. That is, they have some superpowers, but they can't use them. That is, the superpowers in their bodies cannot be concentrated or gathered. Just like Yang Bo's light superpowers. If they cannot be concentrated or gathered, then they cannot release lasers. And this inability to concentrate and gather also means that they cannot be controlled. There is a little energy in the body, and it is scattered by itself. This is related to the control of the body. That is, the mental power. I feel it. Find a way to concentrate. I can't concentrate. I'll teach you. You slowly experience it. Yang Bo was speechless and decided to use the mental seed to slowly guide. Stretch your hand out of the water, and try hard to form a ball of water in your hand. And the water forms a ball in your hand. Yang Bo said while guiding with the mental seed. Yang Bo saw Lin Yu's hand stretched out of the bathtub, and a water ball slowly appeared on it. Go on. Keep the feeling now. Slowly open your eyes, and keep the feeling. Ah! Although Yang Bo had asked the other party to keep the feeling, Lin Yu screamed when she saw the water ball in her hand. Fortunately, the hotel in the underground city has good sound insulation. Yang Bo slapped the other party in annoyance. Do you know how much it costs for a superpower person at my level to teach the use of superpowers? Don't be like this. At worst, I will freeze myself later. Lin Yu was very excited now. The second time Lin Yu concentrated her mental power, she did not condense a water ball. Then Yang Bo slowly guided it with the mental seed. Why is it so small? Lin Yu, who was a little tired, looked at the finger-sized water ball in her hand, which was much smaller than the first time she saw it. You practiced too many times today. Remember to find that feeling when you go home. Well, thank you. Lin Yu stretched out her hand and took the initiative to hug Yang Bo. Then the sound of water splashing sounded in the bathroom. I have to say, the girls in the Alliance know a lot of tricks. Yang Bo returned to the hotel comfortably. The Alliance has a special adult pay channel, which has a lot of content. So Annie and Xia can do a lot of things. The next morning, I entered the game in the early morning, which was Monday. I went to the carving instructor to do hard labor in the first half of the day. In the afternoon, I rested in the game. When the time came, Yang Bo went to the city. It was not a war period, and the city gate would not be closed at night. But the inspection was much stricter at night. Yang Bo showed his soldier badge and was let go. Unexpectedly, Locke led the patrol himself. The whole patrol team had 6 people. 2 on horseback. And 4 on foot. Yang Bo changed into the equipment of the city guards. It turns out that our rabbit hunter is here. I didn't expect the rabbit hunter to be so young. Rabbit hunter. When you go to work for the nobles, have you seen any noble ladies? Boy, you have to be careful. Some noble ladies like young people like you. Except for Locke. The other 4 people are Rodin. A 3-star knight of black iron. This guy has a mount and is a bald middle-aged man. The knights and warriors here are divided into white board, black iron, bronze, silver, and gold. Yang Bo's personal badge is a white board with 1 star. The 5-pointed star on it is hollow. This level is divided into 5 stars, with 1 star being the lowest and 5 stars being the highest. Then the 5-pointed star is black, which means black iron. The 5-pointed star is bronze, which means bronze. The 5-pointed star is silver, which means silver. The 5-pointed star is gold, which means gold. The 2 swords on the badge represent warriors. The horse and the knight on the badge represent knights. And the bow represents archers. The color of the pattern above represents the level of position. The original metal color of the 2 swords represents the lowest level non-commissioned officer. The black pattern represents the lieutenant. The bronze represents the colonel. The silver represents the general. And the gold represents the marshal. Now Yang Bo's badge can be seen as a blank 1-star soldier. I have never seen a lady. Only a housekeeper. Yang Bo said while patrolling. Patrolling means moving along the streets and alleys of your own defense zone according to the predetermined route. But the patrol route is different every night. Rodin's father is a knight and a knight, which is considered the lowest level of nobles, and has a village territory. The other 3 people, 2 of them are warriors. Both are 5-star privates. And both are not young. One has blonde hair, and the other is brown hair. The blonde one is called Sandy, and the brown one is called Lord. There is also a young one, who is more accurately a follower of Locke, which is equivalent to a knight's assistant. He has a short bow behind him. He is a 3-star private with short black hair and blue eyes. His name is Miller. Yang Bo doesn't think these people are clones or controlled by others. Of course, maybe they are not controlled now. At least these people are not players. 2 cavalrymen of the patrol team walked in front, and the other 4 walked behind. If they met a noble carriage on the road, they would stand on both sides to let the noble carriage pass. Some civilians would take off their hats when they saw a noble carriage on the road. The nobles have absolute authority and absolute privileges here. Soldiers on missions do not need to salute the nobles. After the patrol, Yang Bo suggested, "Tonight is the first time I patrol with you all. I will buy you a drink." Lord. I won. Our rabbit hunter is not short of money. Rodin laughed and said. So the group took off their equipment. And the security department had a special person to keep the equipment. Then Yang Bo took the group to the nearby Golden Cup Tavern for a drink. Yang Bo first asked Locke where he wanted to treat his colleagues to a drink. The other party said it was here, and said that the background of this tavern was not simple, and it was basically a designated reception for the security department. After entering the tavern, Yang Bo felt that it was indeed unusual, because the waitresses here were not good-looking. But the business seemed to be good. Our Mr. Rabbit Hunter doesn't drink. The game character didn't drink, Rodin said with a laugh. Yang Bo felt uncomfortable watching these people drink. There was no food, so they just held a glass of wine and chatted while drinking. So Yang Bo asked the bar to bring some cookies. After all, the game character was very tired after patrolling for most of the night, and Yang Bo thought he still felt sorry for this clone. Finally, another person packed a portion of cookies, and several colleagues treated Yang Bo better. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon when he finished the game, but Yang Bo still went out. I went back and tried it successfully once. Of course, this time Yang Bo mainly taught Lin Yu how to control superpowers, and he didn't have time to do anything else. Come on. Remember the feeling. Yang Bo felt that Lin Yu's talent was a bit rubbish, far inferior to Annie and Xia. Why don't you leave today? After teaching for a while, Yang Bo was about to leave. After all, Lin Yu's superpowers were limited now. I have something else to do. Having done nothing today, Yang Bo left in a hurry. If he returned to the hotel late, the 2 girls next door would start nagging him again. Chapter 700 Strange Superpowers. In the next week, under Yang Bo's guidance, Lin Yu was finally able to skillfully release water balls. However, Lin Yu's water balls were different from what Yang Bo imagined. The water balls released by Lin Yu could actually automatically surround Lin Yu and absorb Lin Yu's mental power and superpowers. Of course, the water balls are very small now, only slightly larger than the thumb. Why is this happening? Lin Yu looked at the water ball following her. Yang Bo was also a little confused. The water ball was only a distance away from Lin Yu, about 30 to 40 centimeters away from her body. It was speculated that the distance was too far, and the water ball could not absorb mental power or superpowers. However, as long as Lin Yu took the initiative to disperse it, the ball would disappear and turn into a pool of water. This may have something to do with your mental power. After thinking about it carefully, it may have something to do with the dispersion of Lin Yu's mental power. Then how do I train later? Since it doesn't dissipate, you can command it to move around and command it to clean up. Yang Bo used his spiritual seed to sense it, but didn't find anything strange. When will my water ball have attack power? Don't even think about it. Your superpowers were very low before. Don't expect to achieve anything in 3 to 5 years. Everyone's superpowers are different from others, even if they are the same attribute. So you have to think more about it yourself. Are you leaving? I'll leave in 2 or 3 days. I've given up what I was going to do this time. After all, the news has been leaked. Yang Bo didn't leave on time. He left Lin Yu a few days earlier than going to the Blue Water Empire. Then what should I do? Lin Yu was still a little afraid that Li Yong would kill to silence her. Don't worry. My little brother dare not touch you. Not everyone in their family has superpowers. If someone like me keeps an eye on their family, it will take less than 10 years for all the people in their family to die. Yang Bo laughed. Yeah. When Lin Yu heard that the man in front of her was leaving, she was actually very reluctant to let him go. So she worked extra hard when she was freezing. But she had no choice but to do it because the difference in physical fitness was too big. This week in the game was also routine. On Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, I studied with the instructor during the day, and then patrolled in the first half of the night. The remaining 3 days were all for the nobles to hunt rabbits. Yang Bo's popularity dropped a lot, mainly because he didn't show up or say anything. Other players' popularity rose, and more people scolded Yang Bo, because Yang Bo had not responded to the provocations of the players from the Blue Water Empire, and was considered cowardly. It was another Monday in the second world game. Handy, you did a great job. I heard many nobles talking about you at the wine party yesterday. You have contributed to the wine production in our area. Andy saw Yang Bo coming and actually praised Yang Bo with a smile for the first time. Thank you for the compliment. Mentor. Yang Bo took off his hat very politely and said, I found that you work very hard. I think you can officially start learning carving. Martin. You idiot. From today, you will also be responsible for the preliminary processing of materials. Andy yelled at another young man. Okay. Mentor. This young man named Martin seems to be a local, but everything is hard to say. Andy. This is your workshop. The first thing we need to learn is the carving technique. Let's learn clay sculpture first. Before clay sculpture, it is the material processing. You must master the proportion of materials, especially water. Andy began to demonstrate. Pour some processed clay powder into a basin. Then add water and stir and knead vigorously. You use these materials at the beginning. If you add other things in it at the beginning, it will be difficult to make. The first thing to master in clay sculpture is the appearance. The entire appearance should be more similar to what you want to make. And then we will consider giving it a certain meaning. Andy kneaded the kneaded mud with his hands, and actually kneaded a person. It can be seen that this is a bust of a woman. Although it looks a bit sloppy, it can be seen from the whole face shape and hair that it is an older woman. But the expression of the figure in this sculpture looks a bit sad. Yang Bo finally understood why Andy was a sculpture instructor. A simple clay figure can show her soul. She may be worried about something. Okay. Now you can play freely. Because I don't know what you are good at now. I can only tell from your works. Andy said again. Thank you for your guidance. Mentor. Yang Bo nodded, and then started working in his workshop. The first thing is to mix the mud. It is easy to crack if you use pure mud. But this is the case for novices in the early stage. I didn't expect that hunting rabbits would have such benefits. But I am obviously with you. Why would Andy, a hot-tempered man, take extra care of you? Adam sent a message to Yang Bo in the study room next door. Of course Yang Bo knew, and his identity as a city guard. That's because I'm a genius. Yang Bo replied. If someone like you becomes an official, I'm afraid you'll be able to climb up quickly. Thank you for your praise. You'd better study quickly. Otherwise Andy will scold you again later. Sure enough, Andy started scolding people everywhere after a while. Andy came to Yang Bo's study room and found that Yang Bo was still mixing mud and nodded with satisfaction. To carve well, materials are the first step. If Yang Bo started to pinch now, Andy would definitely scold. The reason why Yang Bo didn't start was mainly to exercise the flexibility of the hands of this character. Because Yang Bo didn't have a soul involved. He couldn't judge by feeling, but only by looking. So the difficulty was much higher. You didn't get scolded today? Adam asked puzzledly after leaving Andy. We are good students. Only bad students like you will be scolded. Can you speak? No. Are you coming to the Blue Empire to watch the game? I will come. I will treat you to a meal. Thank you for helping me make money. How can a rich young master like you care about this little money? That's because our family is rich. Not me. My pocket money is fixed. Oh, you rich young master have nothing to do? I'm a loser. So I basically just eat and wait for death. I envy you. We still have to work hard to make a living. Yes. Yes. I just earned more than 30 silver coins yesterday, which is only 600,000 credit points if converted into money. Do you know how many players have played the game for 7 or 8 years and haven't seen a single silver coin? That's their trash. The two had just returned to the academy when a man appeared in the distance and shouted loudly, Adam, I'll be back soon. Adam ran over. Yang Bo found that after the two talked for a while, Adam took out his wallet, as if he was giving money to the other party. The man opposite looked like a middle-aged man, dressed like a commoner. Who is this? Yang Bo asked after Adam came back. My brother. He asked for money with confidence. Adam said with a somewhat unhappy tone. Then don't give it to me. Alas, we, the illegitimate children, have no say in the family. Why do the direct descendants of your family come to you in the game to ask for money? He has been playing the game for 20 years, and has died 8 times. The first time he entered the game, he saw apples in an orchard on the side of the road. It turned out to be an orchard of nobles. Then he was sent to prison, and then to a battlefield. He died the next day on the battlefield. Of course not in this kingdom. The second time he entered the game, he was bitten to death by a snake. The third time he encountered robbers coming to the village to steal food. He was shot to death by an arrow. This is really useless. Yang Bo nodded. This second world game is a bit like you travel back to ancient times. This era faces all kinds of unknown and weird dangers. Maybe you get bitten by a mosquito and then die of a virus infection. Maybe you get a scratch on your hand while working and die of tetanus. He's been playing for 8 years this time. What's his job now? I don't know. If he wants money, will he give it to you in real life? How is that possible? If the news gets out, people will laugh at him. He is blackmailing me. Tell me next time he comes, and I will take care of him. Can you beat him? He is a swordsman in real life, so he is very powerful in the game. I will pick up stones and throw them at him. Forget it. It's better to have less trouble than more. Anyway, he doesn't know how much money I make. I give him copper coins. Yang Bo was a little speechless. We are so famous for hunting rabbits. Do you think he will know it sooner or later? Yang Bo asked again. It's okay. I will say I will help you when the time comes. I didn't expect Adam to be smart this time. I went on patrol again at night. After the patrol, I didn't look for Linyu because I said I left. I will go to the Blue Water Empire in a week. Yang Bo has less time to go out these days. Li Yong's injury is healed. He was transferred to the First Fleet and became a captain. Of course, he is not a main battleship, but a deputy battleship. Li Yong will not contact Yang Bo in the short term, because he has just joined the army and needs to sort out many things, and also see which people can be trained by him. And he also needs to be familiar with the command of the warship, etc. At the same time, Yang Bo also knows that Li Yong's family has connections with pirates, and it seems that the connection is quite deep. It seems that there is a pirate group said by Li Yong's family, but it is said that this pirate group has grown up and is a little bit disobedient. Yang Bo knows more about the 9 fleets of the Alliance, except for the newly established 8th and 9th fleets. The others are more or less related to pirates. The 8th fleet is stationed on the Green Demon Star, and the 9th Tin Wang Mushua, whose predecessor was stationed on the Green Demon Star, has no chance to collude with pirates. But here comes the interesting part. That is, although the 7 fleets all know that the other party is colluding with the pirates, they still fight against the pirates without mercy. Yang Bo can probably guess that as long as it is not a pirate group that I collude with, I will fight against the others, which can indirectly reduce the strength of the other fleets. These guys in the military also know how to keep the enemy and respect themselves. Yang Bo muttered to himself. As for why these fleets collude with pirates, of course, it is to collect protection fees. Of course, the protection fee is a bit ugly. It is donated by these big companies to the fleet for construction. After all, if you encounter pirates or something when sailing in someone else's jurisdiction, you must pay a price if you want others to come quickly. This is also one of the reasons for the high prices in the alliance. How much extra money does it cost for a route to penetrate the defense zone of 2 or 3 fleets? If you don't pay this money, you may encounter pirates. Although the senior executives in the alliance know these things, they have no evidence. 2 days later in the game, Yang Bo found that Adam's brother came to ask for money again. Yang Bo is not interested in other people's family affairs. In 3 days, I will leave the alliance and go to the Blue Water Empire to participate in the competition. Tomorrow is the closing ceremony. Yang Bo was invited to speak, but he refused. Yang Bo, you shouldn't refuse. It is said that a member of the alliance will come here this time. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen felt that it would be a huge loss if Yang Bo did not show up.